3 days ago, after traversing for over half an hour, Lu Jin found himself standing in the office of the chief. Lu Jin, you will portray the bank robber in this upcoming drill. Everything in the exercise should stem from practical combat. We must strive for fairness, impartiality, and seriousness. This simulation is no trivial matter. I expect you to embody the persona of a ruthless criminal as much as possible. You have 3 days to contemplate this. The drill will commence in 3 days. Please do not disappoint me. By the way, the most crucial aspect is that this exercise will be live streamed in its entirety. This is your broadcasting equipment. The entire nation will be watching. Do not tarnish the reputation of our city bureau. The chief spoke with a serious expression and an irrefutable tone. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Transforming into a ruthless criminal? What a jest that he was a law-abiding citizen, completely unrelated to the criminal underworld. However, since this was a directive from superiors, there was no possibility of refusal. Fortunately, after accepting the role of the bank robber, Lu Jin's system activated. The ultimate robber role-playing system. It seemed his traversal was destined for this particular drill. Even the system was prepared for the exercise. With 3 days of preparation, coupled with a novice gift package provided by the system, Lu Jin felt confident about embodying a criminal. Today marked the day the chief had assigned for the drill. Although the date was confirmed, the specific time remained uncertain. After all, a real robber would not notify the police in advance of their plans to rob a bank, would they? Since accepting the task 3 days ago, Lu Jin had already assumed the role of a robber. When to make his move was entirely up to him. Of course, the chief was the only one aware of his plans to act today. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the chief kept the confirmed date strictly confidential. At this moment, the entire city bureau was only aware of an impending drill. The identities of the robbers and the timing of the exercise remained a mystery. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 11:52. He was nearing his predetermined moment to strike. Let's begin. Muttering to himself, Lu Jin pressed the hidden live-streaming device pinned to his chest. The regulations of the exercise stipulated that neither side could glean information from the live broadcast. Thus, there was no concern about revealing his movements by initiating the stream at this time. This was a large-scale operation, one of the few drills conducted live and open to the public. After the city bureau held a press conference to promote the event, the number of viewers eagerly awaiting the live stream surged. At the very moment Lu Jin went live, those who had reserved their spots flooded into the streaming room. In an instant, the viewership soared to over 10,000. Wow, is it finally live? I've been waiting for this drill forever. This is my first time watching a drill via live stream. I must admit, I'm a bit nervous. Laughing and crying emoji. Haha, I feel the same way, my friend. By the way, why is there no one in the footage? Are we just watching nothing? Hey, can you not see? This is the robber's first-person perspective. It's likely that the bank hasn't been robbed yet, hence the absence of anyone. Robbing a bank. This has been my dream since childhood. Finally, someone is fulfilling it for me today. Haha, there can't be many people who can legally rob a bank in this world. I genuinely envy the streamer. As soon as the live feed began, the barrage of comments surged in number. The audience was evidently excited. After all, opportunities to witness a genuine drill unfold live were quite rare. However, at that moment, Lu Jin was oblivious to the situation in the streaming room. After activating the live device, he cast a glance at the bank in the distance, revved his motorcycle, and sped towards it. His speed was leisurely, primarily because he had ample time. At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze was fixed on the bank. Entirely unaware of a figure suddenly darting out from the roadside, by the time he realized, the figure was already sprawled on the ground. Due to the slow speed of the motorcycle, Lu Jin was able to brake in time, halting over a meter away for the prone figure. He hadn't collided with her. It was clearly a case of staged injury. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Ouch! A feeble wail echoed as the elderly woman on the ground leisurely retrieved a packet of red paint from her pocket. While smearing on her own head, she didn't forget to dab some on Lu Jin's motorcycle. Then, in Lu Jin's watchful gaze, she continued to lie on the ground, lamenting. Lu Jin observed the unfolding scene, momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. Chapter 2. Before the journey begins, encountering a scam, madam, I assure you, I did not collide with you. Moreover, the bank over there is equipped with surveillance cameras. I suspect they have captured the entirety of your deceitful act. Lu Jin remarked calmly, his gaze fixed on the elderly woman sprawled on the ground, gesturing toward the bank diagonally across the street. During the 3 days of preparation, Lu Jin had thoroughly familiarized himself with every aspect of the bank involved in the exercise. There were a total of 8 cameras surrounding the bank. However, the angle from which he stood was not within their view. His assertion was merely a tactic to intimidate the scheming old woman. Young man, do not try to deceive me. I have observed the situation closely. The bank's cameras cannot capture this location. This street sees very little foot traffic, and no one witnessed the incident. But the moment I raise my voice, the bank's security will undoubtedly come to investigate. At that point, you shall not escape. If you are in a hurry, I advise you to resolve this matter with some cash. The elderly woman remained on the ground, her voice booming with vigor, a stark contrast to her earlier feeble cries. Her tone was audacious, and it was evident that she had meticulously prepared for this act, an experienced perpetrator indeed. Lu Jin furrowed his brow, raising his hand to check the time, 11:55. Based on his prior observations, the bank was situated slightly off the beaten path, attracting few customers. Today was Wednesday, a weekday, meaning even fewer patrons. The bank would close promptly at noon for a lunch break. His plan was to seize the opportunity just as the bank closed, taking the security guard hostage and locking the doors to commence his robbery. This timing was strategically devised to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. However, the elderly woman's scheme had unexpectedly disrupted Lu Jin's carefully laid plans. At this moment, the elderly woman noticed Lu Jin's gesture of checking the time. In the world of scams, they fear not the impoverished, but rather those with ample time. After all, even the most destitute individual will find a way to extract some money if they are pressed for time. Oh dear. Come quickly, someone has collided with me, she wailed. Do not run away. I tell you, today, you have harmed this frail body of mine, and this matter is far from over. The old woman immediately began to wail, her cries of agony echoing as she clutched the front wheel of Lu Jin's motorcycle, clearly terrified he might flee. Her cries reached the ears of the security guard outside the bank, who was idly preparing to wrap up for the day. True to the old woman's expectations, he sauntered over, intrigued by the commotion. Witnessing this, Lu Jin's expression darkened. Entering the bank before the lunch break was an excellent opportunity. However, if this elderly woman continued to cling to him, his plans would be in jeopardy. In the live stream, viewers were amused. Haha, what a start. Encountering a scam before even beginning. One commenter laughed. I must say, this old woman is quite the professional. She has thoroughly researched the surveillance and foot traffic. Impressive. Who knew that scamming required such expertise? At this rate, when I grow old, I might as well beg on the streets. The audacity of this elderly scammer was infuriating to the viewers. One user recounted their own experience of being scammed, revealing that in a moment of rage, they had slapped the scammer, resulting in a hefty compensation of 80,000 for the assault. Haha, the person above truly is a character. How do you think the host will resolve this situation? Another commenter pondered. It seems likely he will simply pay to make it go away, right? Paying off such scams only serves to empower these con artists. As the unexpected turn of events unfolded, the volume of comments in the live stream surged. Such an unforeseen occurrence had caught everyone off guard, adding an unexpected layer of intrigue to the exercise. Lu Jin felt a headache forming as he assessed the situation. He had no desire to capitulate and encourage the elderly woman's audacity. Yet, sensing Lu Jin's urgency, her defiance intensified. Clinging desperately to the motorcycle's front wheel, she appeared resolute in her intent. Meanwhile, the bank's security guard approached, silently observing, cigarette in hand, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Lu Jin sighed softly, running a hand through his hair. He rummaged through his pockets, eventually producing a little over 300 yuan. Let this be my concession, he declared calmly, extending the cash toward the elderly woman. However, she merely lifted her eyelids, glancing at the money. Upon noticing it consisted of only 2 larger bills and a handful of coins, her dissatisfaction was palpable. Oh dear, my head aches terribly. Someone, come quickly. This man has collided with an old lady and intends to escape. Is there no justice left in this world? The elderly woman resumed her theatrical lamentations, her cries resonating through the air, her performance bordering on the dramatic. It must be said, her acting skills were impressive, far surpassing those of many younger performers. Chapter 3. Do not move. It's a robbery. Lu Jin raised his wrist to check the time once more, 11:58. Only 2 minutes remained before the bank would close for its midday break. Time was of the essence. judging by the elderly woman's demeanor. It was evident that she felt insufficiently compensated. However, Lu Jin had come out today with the intention of robbing the bank, hence he naturally carried little cash on him. How about this, madam? There happens to be a bank nearby. Tell me how much you need, and I will withdraw it for you. I'm in a hurry. So I concede defeat today. Lu Jin sighed deeply, seemingly resigned, before addressing the old woman. Upon hearing his words, the elderly lady ceased her lamentations. You young man. Your words suggest that I am the one trying to swindle you. Given your urgency, if you could provide me with 5,000 yuan, we can consider this matter settled, and I shall seek medical attention myself. The woman stood up reluctantly, her tone suggesting she felt justified in her demands. From her demeanor and actions, one would never suspect her of being a scammer. She was undoubtedly a seasoned practitioner of this art. By the way, young security guard, you must serve as my witness. If this fellow refuses to pay and flees, I will be left here, injured and without funds for treatment. She propped herself against Lu Jin's motorcycle, pulling the onlooking security guard into the fray. After all, Lu Jin had already agreed to pay, and the more people involved, the harder it would be for him to escape. All right, I will testify for you. The security guard's altruism seemed to surge forth as he patted his chest in assurance. He stepped forward to assist the elderly lady. It was clear that he was not in collusion with her. His willingness to testify stemmed from the apparent reality that Lu Jin had indeed collided with her. Lu Jin remained silent, merely following behind them, pushing his motorcycle towards the bank. In the live stream, a buzz of commentary ensued. Has the live broadcaster succumbed to malevolent forces? Paying this old woman only emboldens her extortionist spirit. It was apparent that this elderly lady was no novice. She exuded an aura of seasoned experience. One couldn't help but wonder if the elderly had turned wicked or if the wicked had merely aged. Do you genuinely believe the broadcaster intends to help the old woman withdraw money? Another commenter chimed in. Indeed, folks, have you forgotten the broadcaster's identity? He is a bank robber. Laughter erupted among the viewers. With this turn of events, it seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. Is the protagonist planning to rob the old lady as well? The irony of being robbed after attempting to extort is rather delightful. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, transforming the live stream into a spectacle of heightened drama. Meanwhile, at the bank entrance, Lu Jin, accompanied by the security guard assisting the elderly woman, stepped inside just as the clock struck 11:59, perfect timing. Lu Jin surveyed the bank. Aside from a few employees preparing to close for the day, only one woman was at the counter conducting business. Upon seeing Lu Jin and the elderly woman enter, the already weary staff exhibited an unmistakable lack of enthusiasm. After all, no one relishes an unexpected visitor just as they are about to clock out. Hurry up and withdraw the money, urged the elderly woman, clutching her head and moaning softly. It was evident that her act was nearing its climax. In just a few moments, she anticipated receiving her payout. Her performance was nothing short of masterful. At this juncture, Lu Jin removed the backpack from his shoulders. As everyone presumed he was retrieving his bank card, he instead produced a dark object. In full view of the astonished crowd, he donned a black hood, concealing all but his piercing eyes and mouth. Then, with a swift motion, he withdrew a sleek black pistol from his bag. Click. The sound of the chamber being readied echoed sharply. Bang. A muffled shot reverberated through the bank's lobby, smoke billowing from the gun's muzzle. A spent shell casing clattered to the floor. Everyone, do not move. This is a robbery. Lu Jin's cold voice resonated throughout the hall. In an instant, chaos erupted as panicked screams filled the air. Silence. If anyone dares to utter another sound, I will not hesitate to shoot. His voice, though not particularly loud, was laced with a menacing intensity that silenced the crowd. All present raised their hands to their heads, paralyzed with fear. Once Lu Jin confirmed he had gained control of the situation, he hurried to the bank's entrance and pressed the button to close the automatic doors. As the bank doors descended, it was lunchtime, and from the outside, everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Chapter 4. You youngster. Quite experienced, aren't you? Within the confines of the bank, Lu Jin stood resolutely, gun in hand. His deep-set eyes radiated an aura of menace. After acquiring the most formidable robber impersonation system, he received the novice gift pack as a reward, which included a skill known as intimidating presence. This passive ability activated whenever Lu Jin assumed the role of a robber, instantly altering the atmosphere around him. At this moment, his gaze alone was enough to instill fear, rendering those who dared to meet his eyes uneasy, their spines tingling with apprehension. This was the essence of the intimidating presence. The situation within the bank was firmly under Lu Jin's control. Despite the absence of loud cries, soft whimpers echoed through the air. The majority of the bank employees were women, accompanied by 2 or 3 young girls barely in their 20s, who, upon witnessing the chaos, were naturally frightened to tears. Now, stifling their cries, they could only suppress their sobs behind trembling hands. Rest assured, I seek only wealth, not bloodshed. If you cooperate, I assure you shall all see the sun rise tomorrow. However, should you choose non-compliance, do not blame me for the consequences. Lu Jin's calm voice resonated throughout the bank as he surveyed the frightened crowd, offering a semblance of reassurance to the weeping girls. After all, he was merely playing the role of a bank robber, not an actual one. See, collaborate. We will absolutely cooperate. The moment Lu Jin's words fell, a quivering voice responded eagerly, trembling with fear. It was evident that the speaker was terrified. Lu Jin glanced down to find it was the security guard who had been observing the scene, now cowering on the ground with his hands clasped over his head. The sight elicited a faint chuckle from Lu Jin. Crouching beside him, Lu Jin playfully tapped the guard's head with the gun, causing the man to shudder in fright. You young lad. Quite experienced, aren't you? Lu Jin spoke calmly, his tone tinged with light mockery, leaving the guard perplexed about the intent behind those words. I've seen it in movies, the guard stammered, confessing his admiration for heist films. He often fantasized about heroically thwarting a robbery and emerging as a celebrated figure, complete with promotions and a beautiful partner. Yet, as reality unfolded before him, he found himself devoid of the courage even to glance at the robber. However, his cinematic knowledge did provide a sliver of insight. He understood that those who immediately dropped to the ground in such situations often survived until the end. Did I instruct you to lie down? Just as the guard began to feel a sense of relief, Lu Jin's voice cut through, icy and commanding, sending another wave of trepidation through him. Brother, please spare me. I'm just a lowly security guard, earning barely over 3,000 a month, with a family to support. The guard's plea was nearly a sob, his voice shaking with desperation. Get up. Assemble everyone in this bank right here, and your life will be spared. Do you understand? Lu Jin gestured with his gun, a calm yet firm demand. The terrified guard, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded vigorously, muttering, I understand, as he scrambled to fulfill Lu Jin's orders. Standing tall, Lu Jin inhaled deeply, satisfaction washing over him. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulous plan. As he nodded in approval, he turned his gaze towards the elderly woman who had been standing beside him, her expression a mask of distress. She had merely intended to stage a fall, yet found herself entangled with a bank robber. Now, with the young man donned in a mask, orchestrating a heist, she had unwittingly become a hostage. The old lady was grateful for her good health, relieved that she suffered from no heart conditions or high blood pressure. Otherwise, she feared she might have succumbed to the fright long ago. Chapter 5. Brother, are you here for the drill? The elderly woman spoke, her voice trembling. Madam, it is time we settled our affairs, Lu Jin replied coolly, gun in hand, fixating his gaze on her. Gulping, the elderly woman managed to stammer, little brother, I don't want the money anymore. Could you let me go? I promise, once I'm out, I won't tell anyone what happened in the bank. I swear. Her legs quivered as she spoke, fear gripping her heart. After all, standing before her was a person audacious enough to rob a bank. It was entirely plausible he might take her life without a second thought. Despite her advanced age, she was not yet ready to meet her end. Though her voice quivered, she endeavored to maintain a cordial tone, forcing a smile that only appeared awkward due to its stiffness. Do you truly believe that is possible? Lu Jin's voice remained impassive. However, the aura of menace surrounding him made his calm demeanor all the more chilling. The elderly woman, upon hearing his words, felt her teeth chatter and opened her mouth. Yet no sound emerged. In the live stream, viewers speculated that the elderly woman was likely regretting her decision. Naturally, encountering a bank robber while attempting to scam was bound to deter her from such antics in the future. The irony was amusing. What was anticipated to be a legal broadcast had transformed into a comedic spectacle. Many viewers expressed a desire to interview her, curious about her current state of mind. Despite the entertainment value, one had to wonder if it was truly appropriate to frighten an elderly person in such a manner. What if she suffered a shock? What is wrong with that? Such an old scoundrel deserves a taste of their own medicine. I concur with the previous comment. Whether or not the elderly woman might be frightened into a problem is uncertain, but she would undoubtedly think twice before attempting to scam again. The live stream proved to be quite entertaining, making the wait worthwhile. Observing the elderly woman's demeanor, viewers found it exhilarating. As the saying goes, evil begets evil. The elderly scammer had met her match in a bank robber, albeit one who was not a genuine criminal. Nonetheless, judging by her and the security guard's reactions, he appeared more menacing than any real robber. Meanwhile, within the bank lobby, the security guard had complied with Lu Jin's instructions, gathering the bank staff. 7 individuals, comprising 3 men and 4 women, approached. Among them, a man in his 40s drew near to Lu Jin. Lu Jin cast a casual glance at the name tag hanging from the man's neck, Manager Zhou Xiong. He was likely the highest-ranking employee present at the bank, as even a branch president would not be frequently found on site, often occupied with visiting major clients to maintain banking resources. Brother, are you one of the personnel participating in the joint drill between our bank and the municipal bureau? If so, please feel free to speak candidly. Rest assured, our bank staff will do their utmost to assist you. Manager Zhou Xiong whispered cautiously, his heart racing. There was indeed a recent drill concerning bank security, in collaboration with their branch, where someone would impersonate a robber. However, this individual before him bore no resemblance to an actor. He seemed far more like a genuine criminal. In previous drills, those playing the role of robbers typically burst in, shouting about the heist, creating a ruckus before surrendering, engaging in a bit of fun. Yet this man, donned in a black hood that concealed all but his eyes, radiated an aura of menace that was unmistakable. Despite his apprehension, Manager Zhou felt compelled to inquire. If he could ascertain that this was merely a drill, his life would be spared, allowing him to breathe easy. Otherwise, he would remain in constant dread for his own safety. Click. After hearing Manager Zhou's inquiry, Lu Jin did not respond immediately. Instead, he casually chambered a round in his handgun. The 92 model, 9mm caliber. Do I appear to be a participant in a drill? Lu Jin turned back to the manager, his voice cold and detached. Gulp. Hearing Lu Jin's response, Manager Zhou could not help but swallow hard, instinctively retracting his neck. The sheer intensity of Lu Jin's gaze was terrifying. It is said that the eyes of a murderer differ significantly from those of an ordinary person. While Manager Zhou had never encountered a murderer, he surmised that Lu Jin's eyes likely conveyed a similar essence. Lu Jin's demeanor may have seemed ambiguous, yet it spoke volumes. The 92 model handgun is the most common among military and police forces in our country, with military-issued weapons typically configured at 5.8mm and police at 9mm. Given the stringent regulations surrounding firearm possession, it was improbable that an actual criminal could acquire police-grade weaponry. Thus, Lu Jin's statement inadvertently revealed his identity as a police officer. However, Manager Zhou remained oblivious to this implication. All he perceived was that Lu Jin's weapon appeared genuine, heightening his anxiety. Indeed, Lu Jin's firearm was real, yet it was loaded with specially designed blanks for drills, rendering it harmless even at close range. Chapter 6. The steel man still lacks the art of comforting women. The moment Lu Jin responded to the manager, who retreated with a shrunken neck, the piercing alarm in the bank hall suddenly blared. The shrill sound echoed throughout the spacious lobby, overwhelming the senses. Lu Jin furrowed his brow, clearly aware that there were still bank employees who had not been subdued, hiding somewhere to trigger the alarm. The bank's alarm system was linked to the police dispatch. Once activated, officers would promptly arrive. Lu Jin glanced at his wristwatch. It was 12:10. He had been in the bank for barely 10 minutes, and to his surprise, his actions had already been exposed. This was an unexpected turn of events. The primary reason for this predicament was his solitary approach. Operating alone made it significantly challenging to control the hostages. During the 3 days of preparation, Lu Jin had driven countless times between the city police station and the bank. There were 2 routes to choose from. The shorter one could take about 5 minutes under optimal traffic conditions. Even accounting for traffic lights and minor congestion, the police could reach the bank within 8 minutes. Thus, time was of the essence for Lu Jin. In such a brief period, he clearly had no opportunity to secure the money and leave the bank unscathed. Consequently, Lu Jin had no choice but to abandon his original plan and resort to his backup strategy. Who activated the alarm? Damn it, didn't you say everyone was here? Lu Jin scanned the hall, then turned to the security guard, his voice cold. The guard wore an extremely distressed expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He stood trembling before Lu Jin, half raising his hands, too frightened to speak. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Jin decided not to intimidate him further. After all, given the guard's state, any additional fear might provoke a severe reaction. This was merely a drill, and it should remain within limits. Lu Jin, brandishing his weapon, herded all the hostages into the waiting area of the bank hall, cordoning them off with police tape. No one thinks of escaping. After all, I doubt anyone here can outrun a bullet. Life is precious, and I hope everyone can cherish it. With a gaze filled with hostility, Lu Jin scanned each individual before speaking in a tone laced with menace. Everyone averted their eyes from him, nodding fervently in response to his words. The police tape was clearly insufficient to contain them, but their fear was palpable. At that moment, their terror towards Lu Jin, fueled by his threatening words, effectively kept them in check. Satisfied, Lu Jin turned away and stepped behind the bank counter to address the alarm issue. The sound was too loud, causing discomfort. Crouched beneath the counter, a figure huddled, arms wrapped around their knees, trembling. Upon noticing Lu Jin's approach, the figure flinched and buried their head in their arms. Stifling sobs that were barely audible. Lu Jin couldn't help but scratch his brow. It seemed he was excelling in his role as a fearsome brigand. Frightening the poor girl, he knelt beside her and gently switched off the alarm, the piercing noise abruptly ceasing, ushering in a moment of silence. Turning back, Lu Jin observed the girl, her head buried deep in her arms, and felt a frown knit his brow. While he could convincingly portray a ruthless criminal, comforting someone was an entirely different matter. After a moment's reflection, he gently patted her head and spoke softly, "It's all right, as long as you cooperate. I won't harm you." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed a dissonance. It sounded less like a comfort and more akin to a threat. Indeed, a man of steel such as himself was not particularly adept at soothing women. Meanwhile, in the office of the police chief, the chief sat before his desk, savoring a freshly brewed cup of tea while opening the live stream on his computer. The police officers participating in the drill had mobilized upon receiving the bank alarm, marking the true commencement of the exercise. As the referee, the chief chose not to head to the scene directly but instead observed the proceedings through the live feed, allowing him to maintain overall control from the station. After all, the city's guardians must operate around the clock, irrespective of a drill. As the live stream began, the chief witnessed Lu Jin attempting to comfort the girl. A laugh escaped him, and the tea he had just sipped was promptly spewed out, accompanied by a fit of coughing, his once stern face turning crimson from the unexpected eruption. Chapter 7. Surrender within 10 minutes. Is this fellow truly capable of offering such comfort? The director, after a series of harsh coughs, hastily wiped the moisture from his computer screen while muttering a word or two about Lu Jin. The director had always held Lu Jin in high regard due to his meticulous approach to work and unwavering principles. Such qualities rendered him exceptionally suited for the role of a police officer. Since Lu Jin's induction into the municipal bureau, the director had been keen on nurturing him as a potential successor. Their familiarity with one another was evident. Previously, Lu Jin had not exhibited a high emotional quotient, often coming across as somewhat clumsy in matters of romantic affairs, embodying the stereotype of a straight man. Therefore, even though Lu Jin had only recently traversed into this realm, his attempt at consolation mirrored the Lu Jin the director was well acquainted with. Having dried the moisture from his screen, the director took a sip of tea before opening the live stream's barrage of comments. "Wow, brothers, may I boldly inquire, is this bandit truly acting? I swear, even through the screen, I feel a twinge of fear. To be frank, had the title of the stream not indicated it was a drill, I reckon viewers would believe they were witnessing an actual bank heist. I must admit, this robber certainly has the demeanor down. By the way, what happened to that elderly lady who tried to scam? Did the host do something to her? Surely she hasn't. It's possible. I haven't seen her for 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Brothers upstairs, please stop. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? I request the host's information. I shall try to avoid him next time I encounter him." The barrage of comments was overwhelming, nearly obscuring the entire screen. The densely scrolling messages predominantly mocked the robber for his overly convincing performance. "It seems he is doing quite well." The director nodded in satisfaction as he observed the comments. He had previously instructed Sun Jin to embody the role of a ruthless bandit, and it appeared that the young man had succeeded. Thus far, the exercise seemed to be yielding positive results, as the number of viewers in the live stream had far exceeded the director's expectations. Both Lu Jin's performance and the stream's success left the director quite pleased. Next, he would assess the performance of the participating officers, hoping they would showcase their capabilities credibly before the vast audience. Outside the bank, the officers had arrived at the scene. Numerous police vehicles were stationed in the open area outside the bank. The officers swiftly disembarked and efficiently set up a cordon. A tall, middle-aged man with rolled-up sleeves, revealing his somewhat tanned arms, stepped out from one of the police cars and approached the barrier. "Captain, the crowd has been dispersed, and the scene is under control," one officer promptly reported, handing over a megaphone. The captain, Li Yunwei nodded and took the megaphone in hand. He was the captain of the first squad of the Municipal Bureau and the overall commander of this exercise. Li Yunwei held the megaphone and surveyed the situation at the bank from a distance. The bank's doors were firmly shut and all curtains drawn, rendering the interior completely obscured from view. "Captain, how long do you reckon this exercise will take?" The officer who had just reported stood beside Li Yunwei and asked casually, clearly not overly concerned about the drill, as such exercises were routine for them. Most drills were merely formalities, hence not worthy of much attention. 5 minutes, the captain replied, lowering his sleeves, conscious of his appearance for this live broadcast. Hearing the inquiry from his colleague, he offered a nonchalant response, indicating his lack of concern. It was merely a drill, and the essence of the exercise was all that mattered. Time was inconsequential. Moreover, they had already surrounded the bank before any potential escape by the robber, who would hardly resist if he were a genuine criminal. "Captain, this exercise is unlike the usual ones. It's not only being broadcast live, but I also heard the robber is that Lu Jin fellow. Are you quite sure it will wrap up in 5 minutes?" The reporting officer continued, his tone laced with jest. Indeed, this exercise was different from the past. Not only was it being broadcast live, but the role of the robber was being played by Lu Jin, a well-known figure within the Bureau, infamous for his tenacity. "Make that an additional 5 minutes. Within 10 minutes, we shall have Lu Jin surrender," the captain replied with a chuckle. He then stepped forward, parting the cordon and approaching the bank with the megaphone in hand. "Listen inside, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender. It is your only path to safety," the captain called out, his voice resonating across the open space in front of the bank, ensuring it was heard clearly within. Chapter 8. This fellow is not playing by the rules. After shouting his orders, the police captain stood in place, holding a megaphone, waiting patiently. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed some dust on his sleeve and absent-mindedly brushed it off. Clearly, he was quite relaxed at that moment, having participated in numerous drills before. The typical sequence of such exercises was well ingrained in his mind. During these drills, officers would arrive at the scene, secure the area, and issue commands, at which point the robbers would usually emerge, feigning resistance. Following a bit of pressure from the police, the robbers would surrender, leading to a tidy conclusion of the exercise. After all, this was merely a simulation, not an actual bank heist. Furthermore, in this stable and prosperous society, who would be foolish enough to attempt a bank robbery? The police captain stood by, anticipating the bank doors to swing open and the robbers to emerge in defiance. However, after a considerable wait, the doors remained ominously shut. 2 minutes passed, then 3, and finally 5 minutes ticked by. Yet the bank's entrance remained resolutely closed. Under the blazing midday sun, the captain stood there, hatless, feeling the heat bearing down on him, causing a slight headache. "This fellow is certainly not adhering to the script," the captain muttered to himself, realizing that this scenario deviated from his expectations. Why was Lu Jin not responding to the commands? Could it be that he simply did not hear them? Rubbing his brow, the captain picked up the megaphone, ready to issue another command. Just then, a police officer approached him, holding a phone. "Captain, it's a call from the chief," the officer said quietly as he handed over the phone. The captain took the call, nodding in acknowledgement. "Chief, what are your instructions?" he inquired. Truth be told, as the referee of this drill, the captain was puzzled as to why the chief would call him at this moment. However, he surmised that it was unlikely to be anything favorable. "What are you doing there? Do you expect a real robber to surrender just because you shouted him? You've been on the scene for nearly 10 minutes. Aside from yelling, what else have you accomplished? Are you merely standing there soaking up the sun while the robbers ignore you? Hundreds of thousands of eyes are watching your every move in the live broadcast. And this is the attitude you present to them? Are you attempting to disgrace our city bureau? This is a drill, not a performance. Maintain your composure. Robbers will not surrender willingly. There are still hostages inside, and the robbers are armed. Do not bring shame to our city bureau." The chief's voice rang out, clearly agitated. It was evident that had he not been restraining his temper, he might have unleashed a torrent of expletives. The captain stood there, momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had not taken the exercise seriously, treating it as just another routine task to be hastily completed. Now, after being reprimanded by the chief, his demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. "Yes, chief, I understand," he responded promptly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the chief abruptly hung up, his irritation still palpable. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, the captain's gaze remained fixed on the distant bank doors. At that moment, he felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him, as if the chief's reprimand had slapped him across the face. Putting away his phone, he took a deep breath to compose himself before turning toward the temporary command center. "Captain, what's wrong?" asked an officer who had previously been discussing the duration of the exercise with him. Observing the captain's change in demeanor, the officer's tone had grown serious, sensing that something was amiss. "In 2 minutes, I want to access the bank's internal surveillance," the captain ordered. "Seal off this area and prevent civilians from entering to avoid any unnecessary complications. Gather all available information on the robbers and inform everyone to stay alert. This is not a mere exercise. It will be a fierce battle." As the captain passed by, he spoke earnestly. "Understood." The officer's expression became grave. From the captain's words, he could already guess the chief's tone during the phone call. Naturally, he dared not provoke the captain's ire and promptly set about following his orders. Meanwhile, within the bank, Lu Jin's situation appeared considerably more relaxed. He had effectively confined the hostages to the bank's lounge area, and the curtains had been drawn tightly shut. At that moment, the only means of observing the interior of the bank from outside was through surveillance cameras, a fact that Lu Jin was well aware of. Therefore, he was now preparing to tamper with those very cameras. Chapter 9. He certainly invested considerable effort into this exercise. Outside the bank, a temporary command center for the police was established within a mobile home. Inside the RV, 2 computers were set up, with several screens mounted above them. At that moment, a few technicians were attempting to connect to the bank's internal surveillance system, while the police captain stood behind them, his expression grave and his brow furrowed. Seemingly deep in thought, "Captain, we successfully connected to the bank's internal surveillance," one of the technicians exclaimed, hastily standing up to relinquish his seat to the captain. A flicker of joy finally crossed the captain's face as he turned to the screen, where indeed, the internal footage of the bank had appeared. However, it was not long before a large face filled one of the screens, and then it was engulfed in a blinding white light, rendering the image void. The captain was taken aback. "What is happening here?" he quickly inquired of the technician beside him. "We just made the connection. What is going on inside the bank? Why has it vanished?" "It seems that the robbers have obstructed the cameras." The technician glanced at the screen, his expression one of resignation. "If the robbers are deliberately blocking the cameras, there is little we can do. This individual is quite professional." The captain could not help but rub his temples. He had heard of Lu Jin before. It was said that he was exceptionally meticulous in his work. This exercise had certainly confirmed that. Reflecting on his own casual attitude, he realized that a reprimand from his superior was warranted. Inside the bank, Lu Jin hoisted a folding ladder, using white paper and tape to obscure the cameras one by one. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "I must say, the performance of this robber is remarkably professional." Indeed, judging by the streamer's various actions, it seems considerable preparation was made prior to attempting this bank heist. This exercise is distinctly different from previous ones. I have seen simulations before, but they were often mere child's play. This level of seriousness is truly a first. The primary reason for the exercise's success was the professionalism exhibited by the robber. Such dedication is indeed rare in today's society, worthy of respect. To speak frankly, the bank was already surrounded by the police. Even if real robbers were involved, escape was virtually impossible. What purpose would it serve for the actor to resist when the police were closing in? The upstairs crew's assertion was misguided. The purpose of the exercise is to identify issues and avoid them in real scenarios. In an actual situation, would robbers surrender once surrounded? If not, then their resistance during the exercise holds significance. Impressive, I stand corrected. Exactly. The essence of the exercise is to minimize errors in real-life situations. After all, every mistake in the field could cost a life. The popularity of the live stream was steadily rising, and the influx of comments was increasing accordingly. Observers, captivated by Lu Jin's responses after the police arrived, hailed his professionalism. His actions were methodical and precise, suggesting he had devised a comprehensive plan. Initially, viewers thought this was merely a formality. However, Lu Jin's performance indicated that this exercise was indeed exceptional. The more earnest the participating officers were, the more thrilling the exercise became. After covering all the cameras, Lu Jin returned to the area where the hostages were held. Facing the group of captives he had confined, he nonchalantly sat down on the floor. He then pulled out a notebook from his pocket. Lu Jin had always maintained the habit of taking notes, and within this notebook were meticulous details regarding his bank heist plan. With some free time at hand, he decided to review and refine those details. While perusing his notes, he extracted a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and began to savor it. Anticipating a protracted engagement, He had prepared a few lollipops to alleviate the monotony. As he enjoyed the treat, Lu Jin looked up to find a young employee across from him, the one who had triggered the alarm, staring intently at him. Although she was no longer sobbing, her large, glistening eyes were still filled with fear, and the tear stains on her delicate face had yet to dry. The name tag on the girl read Xu Yunru, suggesting she was barely in her 20s and had likely joined the bank not long ago. A naive young woman, indeed. It was no wonder she had been so frightened earlier. Noticing her gaze, Lu Jin initially assumed she was intrigued by the lollipop in his hand. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before retrieving another lollipop from his pocket and offering it to her. Though his supply was limited, he felt compelled to share one, considering how frightened she had been moments before. From Xu Yunru's perspective, the menacing figure of the robber held out a lollipop toward her, gruffly asking, "Would you like one?" Chapter 10. This robber is quite unusual. Xu Yunru gazed at the fierce robber in front of her, brandishing a lollipop, his eyes glinting with menace. Instinctively, she recoiled. Panic surged within her, leaving her utterly uncertain of how to respond. Even a child knows to refuse anything offered by a villain. Yet here was a man, a notorious bank robber, extending a lollipop towards her. Clearly, he was the epitome of wickedness. Could she dare to consume the candy he proffered? But what if her refusal provoked his wrath? After all, he was armed. Xu Yunru wrestled with her conflicting emotions, unwilling to accept the lollipop that Lu Jin had suddenly offered. Yet, the fear of inciting his anger loomed large. Thus, her hand hovered in midair, neither advancing nor retreating. From Lu Jin's perspective, the young girl's hesitance before the lollipop was almost comical. Could it be that she was shy? Did she desire the treat yet felt embarrassed that he could see through her thoughts? Indeed, the intricacies of a woman's mind often elude comprehension. Without further contemplation, Lu Jin unwrapped the lollipop and tenderly brought it to Xu Yunru's lips. What was there to feel embarrassed about? It was merely a lollipop, after all. Xu Yunru froze for a moment, realizing that the robber was practically forcing her to accept the candy. As a mere hostage, she was at his mercy, and he wielded a gun that could end her life in an instant. Thus, she recognized her lack of options. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and opened her mouth to accept the lollipop he offered. It was sweet, and surprisingly, there seemed to be nothing amiss. As Lu Jin observed the young girl with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in anguish as she consumed the lollipop, he raised an eyebrow. Was the candy truly that distasteful? Could it be stale or even bitter? However, he shrugged off the thought and returned to his previous spot, seated on the floor, focusing on refining his plan B in his notebook. As Xu Yunru savored the sugary treat, it dawned on her that perhaps it was just an ordinary lollipop after all. With her big, sparkling eyes, she glanced once more at the robber seated on the floor. Despite his menacing demeanor, he seemed rather peculiar. At this moment, Lu Jin remained oblivious to the fact that Xu Yunru had been staring at him not out of fear, but rather because her mind was elsewhere, momentarily lost in thought. Conversely, Xu Yunru was unaware that in her distracted state, her gaze had inadvertently fallen upon Lu Jin, who was now enjoying his lollipop. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, Lu Jin closed his notebook after refining his recorded plans. He stowed the notebook away. Outside, the bank was surrounded by police officers, and attempting to break free was clearly unwise. With a significant number of hostages in his grasp, he held the upper hand. By maintaining control over these individuals, Lu Jin possessed leverage in his standoff with the police. The longer he could prolong the confrontation, the more advantageous it would be for him. After all, any threat to the lives of the hostages would compel the officers to exercise restraint in their response. Therefore, Lu Jin understood that his task was to firmly hold onto his hostages and engage in a standoff with the police outside. Once he had secured his notebook, Lu Jin found a container to collect all electronic devices from the hostages. This was yet another measure to solidify his control. The bank's hostages were clearly terrified of the robber, and thus the process of collecting their electronic devices went smoothly. Everyone obediently placed their phones into the container he provided. Just then, as Lu Jin finished gathering all the electronic devices, the landline phone in the bank rang. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the phone, knowing instinctively that it was a call from the police outside. With the bank's doors firmly shut, the curtains drawn, and all surveillance cameras obscured, this was their sole means of communication. Lu Jin surmised that the officers were attempting to gauge his intentions and ascertain the situation inside. After all, regardless of the type of robber, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, there was room for negotiation. With hostages in hand, the police would be inclined to make concessions. What did he desire? Money? A vehicle? Even a helicopter? As long as it was within their capacity to provide, they would do so for the sake of the hostages' safety. Of course, all of this hinged on his commitment to ensure the hostages remained unharmed. The police, however, would not simply relent. They would negotiate terms, divert his attention, and seek opportunities to act. This was the delicate dance of a standoff. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin approached the phone and answered the call. After all, he had yet to resort to violence against the hostages, and there was no reason to ignore a call from the outside police. Since they were eager to discuss matters, he would oblige them. Chapter 11. Even in gambling, one must take a chance. Hello? The call connected, and Lu Jin took the lead, his voice remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. I am Li Yue, the captain of the first team of the Municipal Bureau and the overall commander of this police operation. A somewhat somber voice emanated from the other end. Introducing himself, a rather standard opening in negotiations. It is customary to establish one's identity, affirming their authority and qualifications for the discussion. Speak. What is it you wish to convey? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, eschewing any frivolous preamble and getting straight to the point. I am aware that you have numerous hostages. I now wish to ascertain their condition and whether any harm has befallen them. The captain continued, his tone resolute. It was, after all, his inaugural interaction with the assailants, and he could not afford to exhibit any sign of weakness. The hostages are all well, quite safe, Lu Jin responded, unhurried, his voice unwaveringly serene, devoid of any emotional inflection. I am uncertain of the veracity of your statement. We require a physician to enter the bank to verify the condition of the hostages. The captain's voice resonated again, retaining its firmness. Maintaining a strong demeanor often compels the other party to yield. His insistence on such a request was driven by strategy. He intended to have an officer masquerade as a doctor to infiltrate the bank and seize the opportunity to subdue the assailants. Should this plan succeed, it would facilitate the conclusion of the standoff with minimal exertion and sacrifice. If the assailants acquiesced to the proposition of sending a doctor, it would signify that the plan had already achieved significant progress. Don't you dare overstep your bounds. You propose sending a doctor into the bank to verify the hostage's condition? I can see through your little schemes. Should you persist with such tricks, I cannot guarantee the safety of the hostages. Just as the captain held on to a glimmer of hope for his strategy, Lu Jin's voice erupted, now devoid of the prior calmness, unleashing a torrent of invective. The captain, taken aback by Lu Jin's vehement tirade, momentarily faltered. Was this not merely a drill? Was such vitriol truly necessary? Calm yourself. As long as you can ensure the safety of the hostages, we can dispense with the doctor. However, it is now 12:30, and you and the hostages must be famished. It would be unreasonable to let you go hungry. I will arrange for some lunchboxes to be delivered to you. Does that sound agreeable? Though a storm of frustration brewed within him, the captain refrained from lashing out. After all, the individual on the other end was playing the role of the assailant. Even if he resorted to foul language, it could merely be interpreted as his commitment to the role. Given that the proposal for a doctor had been dismissed, the captain swiftly altered his plan. It was mealtime, and sending food was a reasonable gesture. Very well, Lu Jin responded, his tone regaining its tranquility. With that, he hung up the phone, fully aware that the officers would undoubtedly attempt to leverage the food delivery to their advantage. Nevertheless, it was indeed mealtime, and the duration of this standoff remained uncertain. Even if he chose not to eat, the hostages in his custody deserved sustenance. The police could act under the pretense of the meal delivery, and as long as the hostages remained in his possession, he would retain the upper hand. In the temporary command center, the captain set down the phone, a flicker of joy evident on his face. Captain, how did it go? A nearby officer inquired, observing the captain's expression and stepping forward. Though he had not overheard the conversation, the captain's demeanor spoke volumes. This individual is indeed a formidable opponent. While the request for a doctor was rebuffed, he did consent to the delivery of lunchboxes. Instruct the team to forego the doctor disguise and instead pose as delivery personnel. While delivering the food, we shall seek an opportunity to subdue the assailants. After a deep intake of breath, the captain responded to his subordinate. This plan was hardly flawless. In fact, one might call it a rather cliché and rudimentary ruse. However, at this juncture, no more effective alternative presented itself. They could not afford to dally indefinitely with the assailants. The longer the standoff persisted, the more precarious the hostages' safety would become. But Captain, the assailant is also a former officer, and according to the records, his combat skills are quite formidable. If our attempt fails, might we not provoke him and jeopardize the hostages? The officer expressed his concerns, hesitating to act upon the captain's orders. Indeed, This plan carries an element of risk. However, we have already surrounded the bank for over half an hour without any progress. Continuing down this path would only serve to highlight our impotence. Therefore, even if it is a gamble, I have resolved that we must take the chance, the captain asserted gravely. Understood. I will proceed to prepare the lunchboxes. With the captain's decision made, the subordinate recognized that further protest was unwarranted. Nodding, he exited the temporary command center to fulfill the captain's directive. The captain inhaled deeply, staring at the inky blackness of the computer screen, momentarily lost in thought, pondering the uncertainties that lay ahead. Chapter 12. Confidence from the fighting coach inside the bank. Lu Jin sat on the ground across from the hostages, leisurely enjoying a lollipop, with one hand propping up his chin and the other clutching a handgun. He appeared rather bored. At that moment, he seemed indifferent to the police officers outside, who were plotting their next move. Judging by his performance today, he was not lacking in enthusiasm for the exercise. On the contrary, as the role of the robber, Lu Jin was wholly committed, embodying the character convincingly. However, he showed no concern for the officers' actions, suggesting a profound confidence that rendered him unconcerned about their tactical arrangements. Beside him lay a bag filled with money, its contents exposed to the air. Of course, the currency was not genuine. This was merely a drill, and using real cash would pose serious liabilities should anything go awry. The bank had prepared these practice notes well in advance of the exercise. After subduing all the hostages, Lu Jin had voluntarily informed the bank manager of his guise as a mere participant in the simulation, requesting the prepared practice notes to be brought to him. Yet even after revealing his role, the fear in the manager's eyes had not diminished. It seemed he had been psychologically scarred by the earlier events. In the makeshift command center, the captain scrutinized the bank's layout, contemplating the next tactical deployment. After all, the delivery plan could only be considered a minor probe. The captain recognized that relying solely on this plan to apprehend Lu Jin was highly improbable. Thus, he had begun strategizing for a more aggressive approach in the event of an unfavorable outcome. "Captain, the meal boxes are ready," announced one officer, introducing a fighting coach from the SWAT team who was to impersonate a delivery person. At that moment, two officers entered the command center. One was tall and muscular, his physique clearly visible beneath his clothing. Upon entering, he nodded at the captain. Despite Lu Jin's background as a police officer, the captain understood that his combat skills would likely be insufficient. "Brother, we're counting on you. But it's essential to ensure you have absolute certainty before taking action. The safety of the hostages is paramount," the captain said, patting the coach's shoulder while handing him a genuine 92-style handgun, loaded with blank rounds for the exercise. "Rest assured, I will not act without complete confidence," the coach replied, nodding as he secured the firearm at his back. He then followed the officer who had escorted him, changing into the prepared attire and heading towards the bank with the meal boxes in hand. The captain stood at the command center's entrance for a moment before returning to the layout, clearly harboring little hope for success. Within the bank, Lu Jin continued to ponder, until shouts erupted from outside. "Hello, your delivery has arrived. Come out and collect it." The voice resonated powerfully across the square, clearly audible to those within the bank. Lu Jin rose and approached the window, pulling back a curtain to peer outside. About 5 or 6 meters from the bank's entrance stood a figure clad in a delivery uniform, wearing a cap that obscured his face. After observing the surroundings and the rooftops nearby, Lu Jin concluded that the officers had not stationed any snipers. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, he approached the automatic door switch and pressed it, allowing the door to open slightly. The fighting coach outside, clutching the meal boxes, fixated intently on the slowly rising door. His free hand stealthily inched towards the handgun tucked behind him. At that moment, he had devised a complete plan. As soon as the door opened sufficiently for the robber to reach out and retrieve the delivery, he would spring into action. With his capabilities, he was confident he could seize the robber's hand within 2 seconds, incapacitating him and drawing his weapon to resolve the situation. Being the fighting coach of the SWAT team, such actions were second nature to him. Though he lacked absolute certainty, he was still 90 confident, which he deemed sufficient. This was not arrogance. It was confidence stemming from a SWAT team coach. Just as the coach was intensely focused on the automatic door, ready for the robber to extend his hand for the delivery, a faint sound caught his attention. The door suddenly halted, having only risen about 20 centimeters, while the robber inside remained still. "Hey, at this height, I can't pass the delivery through," the coach called out, slightly taken aback yet resigned. Indeed, this robber was exceptionally cautious. The sound returned as the door resumed its ascent, stopping once more when it had opened enough for the meal box to be handed over. The coach crouched low, his eyes glued to the delivery, eagerly awaiting Lu Jin to reach out. Here it comes. The door is opening, he thought, tensing every muscle in anticipation, fixating on the gap of the door, waiting for Lu Jin's hand to emerge. Moments stretched into what felt like eternity. But the next scene left him utterly bewildered. Instead of extending his hand, Lu Jin produced a plastic bag from somewhere and tossed it out. Put the delivery inside the bag, and you can leave, he stated coldly. Perhaps it was the ferocious robber aura of the system that made his tone exceedingly chilling. Lu Jin's actions diverged entirely from the coach's expectations, completely derailing his plan. Wow, this guy is so cautious. The coach stood frozen, his mind racing as the automatic door began to close. Without time to ponder further, he threw himself to the ground, propelling himself forward as he leaped into the bank through the narrowing gap. Simultaneously, he drew his sidearm, intending to eliminate Lu Jin upon entry and accomplish his mission. From his entrance to drawing the weapon, every motion was swift and precise, leaving no room for hesitation. Truly, he was a fighting coach of the police force, displaying finesse surpassing that of cinematic action stars, worthy of applause. However, just as he brandished his gun, before he could even pivot to fire, an overwhelming force pressed down on him from behind, rendering him immobile as if trapped beneath a mountain. Lu Jin stood above him, his gaze indifferent. What skill is there in a sneak attack? If you have the courage, step back. I wish to challenge you one-on-one. The combat instructor, under the heel of Lu Jin, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and shouted loudly. However, Lu Jin had completely embraced the persona of a ruthless bandit. He pondered that if he were truly a bandit, he would never be foolish enough to engage in any form of samurai spirit with his opponent. After all, given his current predicament, a single misstep would lead him to a fate met with bullets or cold shackles. Therefore, he would grant the combat instructor no opportunity whatsoever. Apologies. You're already dead. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lu Jin spoke, drew his pistol, and aimed it at the combat instructor beneath him. He pulled the trigger. The onlookers in the bank hall were paralyzed with fear at the sight, their faces drained of color, too terrified to even draw a breath. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It seemed as though even the air had ceased to flow. Boom. In the midst of this deathly silence, a thunderous sound erupted suddenly. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, it snuffed out the life of the combat instructor. Though the bullet was a blank, at such close range, the impact sent a wave of excruciating pain through the instructor, almost robbing him of breath. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses upon Lu Jin, he heard Lu Jin's whispered words near his ear. Until the drill is concluded, I am the bandit. Even the divine will receive no mercy. Behave yourself. Chapter 13. Awakening. Listening to Lu Jin's words, the combat instructor clenched his teeth. Although he felt quite disgruntled, he refrained from voicing his discontent. After all, the deceased held no authority to speak. Presently, he was indeed alive. But that was merely due to the fact that this was an exercise. Had it been a real combat scenario, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. What difference would it make to express his dissatisfaction? Seeing the combat instructor obediently lying on the ground, motionless and resembling a cadaver, Lu Jin crouched down, seized his collar, and unceremoniously dragged him into the bank. Then, as if disposing of refuse, he carelessly tossed him into a corner of the bank. At this moment, the combat instructor felt a burning embarrassment on his face. He tightly shut his eyes, too mortified to meet the gazes of the hostages within the bank. After all, he was the combat instructor of the SWAT team, yet here he was, dragged along the ground in such a humiliating manner. He wished he could find a crevice in the floor to vanish into. However, in adherence to the exercise's rules, he could only strive to play the part of a corpse. Inside the bank, all the hostages had witnessed this unfolding scene. Aside from the manager, the others were oblivious to the fact that this was merely a drill, believing Lu Jin to be a genuine criminal. The distance from their location to the bank's entrance obscured their view of the precise events that had transpired. It appeared that a police officer had attempted to infiltrate through the narrow opening of the bank door while delivering a meal, aiming to subdue the robber. However, the officer had only made it halfway before being pinned down by the robber's foot. They heard a gunshot, and soon saw the robber dragging the officer's lifeless body across the bank lobby, ultimately discarding it in a corner. Although no blood was visible, the manner in which the officer was dragged suggested he was indeed deceased. This indicated that the robber had committed murder. Moreover, it was the murder of a police officer. In an instant, the hostages looked at Lu Jin with an intensified fear. The potential for murder and the reality of having killed someone are two vastly different concepts. The fact that he had already taken a police officer's life suggested he would not hesitate to eliminate a few ordinary hostages. Consequently, all the hostages trembled, cautiously fixating their gazes on Lu Jin's back. When Lu Jin turned to glance at them, a shiver ran through all as they quickly lowered their heads, terrified of meeting his eyes. Observing the quaking hostages, who all bowed their heads like frightened quails, Lu Jin remained indifferent. As long as they sat quietly in place and did not disrupt him, he had no interest in their actions. At that moment, Lu Jin returned to the bank's entrance, pressed the button to close the electric door, and as it clattered shut, he resumed his place before the hostages, nonchalantly sitting on the floor as before. In the live stream, viewers reacted with amusement. What was that person doing just now? I was fixated on the broadcast when suddenly a figure squeezed through the door gap, only to be pinned down by the streamer, startling me thoroughly. I felt the same. Out of nowhere, I saw a silhouette, akin to an eel, slipping in through the door. That must have been a police officer's stealth tactic. I must say, the fluidity of that movement was remarkably suave. But then, being stomped down by the streamer was so embarrassing for him. The streamer is truly impressive. His reflexes are astonishingly quick. In such a situation, most people would have been subdued in no time. The comments flowed through the live stream as the audience excitedly discussed the recent events, the combat instructor's fluid maneuvers, and Lu Jin's terrifying responses, which were more thrilling than a blockbuster film. Meanwhile, outside the bank, in the command vehicle, the captain scrutinized the bank's floor plan, contemplating the next course of action. Although he harbored little hope, he awaited good news from the combat instructor. However, as time ticked away, the bank's electric door remained stubbornly shut, causing the captain's brow to furrow in concern. Had they failed? A sense of foreboding crept into his mind, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Just then, a police officer hurried to the temporary command center, his expression grave. "Captain, the combat instructor has lost contact. Based on the gunfire, it is very likely that he has perished." Upon hearing the officer's report, the captain stood frozen, wide-eyed in disbelief. Though this was merely a drill, the failure to rescue the hostages and the loss of an officer weighed heavily on their public security system, which they prided themselves on. The captain's head buzzed with the anticipation of a severe reprimand from his superiors. Since the implementation of the Sky Eye system and firearm control, this region had not encountered a bank robbery in quite some time. If the nation's robust security system were likened to a tiger, then this tranquility had led to a gradual atrophy of its sharp fangs and claws. Even the captain, with years of criminal investigation experience, had only witnessed bank robberies on television. Although there had been drills, most had been mere formalities. Never had they approached the seriousness of today's exercise. Thus, the captain found himself somewhat at a loss for how to respond effectively. Most pressing was the fact that Lu Jin inside the bank had fully embraced the role of a criminal, showing no inclination to relent. Despite the autumn chill, beads of sweat poured down the captain's forehead. He was in a state of panic, unable to conceive a suitable plan to bring Lu Jin to justice while ensuring the safety of the hostages. At the same time, the chief of police was watching the live stream, observing the captain's anxious demeanor with a knowing smile. Drills should be treated as real combat. One must always remain vigilant to honor this uniform, he mused. Surely it is time for a revelation. I wonder how long Lu Jin can maintain this charade? The chief remained confident that Lu Jin, the robber, would not ultimately prevail in this exercise. Victory for the police was only a matter of time. The question remained whether the captain could learn from this experience and approach the exercise with renewed vigor. The chief held considerable faith in his team. Just as the chief had anticipated, the captain soon underwent an epiphany. The dullness in his eyes receded like the tide, revealing a sharp, hawk-like clarity. As he grew increasingly serious, he finally recognized his command errors. Had today not been a drill, the combat instructor would have indeed become a corpse. Moreover, the failure of their mission could potentially incite the robber's wrath. The greater casualties were wrought by the grave underestimation of the robber's ferocity. I require more information regarding the internal structure of the bank. Everyone, encircle all exits. Once the snipers are in position, report your location. Do not provoke the robbers until absolute certainty is achieved. All actions are to follow commands. The captain seized the walkie-talkie and issued a resounding order. With each command delivered, the officers, who had previously appeared disorganized, moved in unison, effectively sealing off the bank from all sides. At this moment, the true contest between law enforcement and criminals commenced. Chapter 14. Captain, Your hand is quite high inside the bank. Lu Jin opened his lunchbox, and the aroma of the food tantalized everyone's appetite. After all, they had been taken hostage before they could have their meal. At this hour, they had yet to eat. However, the ravenous crowd, eyeing the takeout in Lu Jin's hands, dared not ask him for any food. In their eyes, Lu Jin was a ruthless bandit, and asking him for a morsel was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Lu Jin picked up his chopsticks and devoured a few bites with ferocity, chewing the food expressionlessly. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. It dawned on him that the hostages he had taken were also starving. He set down his lunchbox and approached them with the takeout in hand. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and then regarded the group of hostages. His eyes filled with the fierce aura of a criminal. Just the intensity of his gaze was enough to instill fear in the hostages. I will allow you to eat, but you must behave yourselves. Do you understand? Lu Jin spoke calmly, surveying the group seated on the floor. The hostages exchanged glances and nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains. Seeing their compliance, Lu Jin maintained his stoic expression and first untied the ropes binding Xu Yunru's hands. Here's your meal. Hurry up and eat. Don't try anything funny. Lu Jin handed his lunchbox to Xu Yunru and then resumed his own meal, eating with a vigor that bespoke a bandit's tenacity. As Xu Yunru chewed slowly, she cast furtive glances at Lu Jin, who seemed completely in control and unconcerned about her potential escape. His calm demeanor drained her resolve to flee. However, in a bid for even the slightest chance of freedom, Xu Yun gritted her teeth. Isn't it a waste of time to take turns eating? Why not just let us all go and eat together? I promise we won't run away. She cautiously addressed Lu Jin, as if speaking to him required immense courage. Xu Yunru was mentally calculating how to persuade Lu Jin to release the ropes binding everyone. If they acted together, perhaps they could seize Lu Jin's firearm while he was preoccupied with his meal. After all, there were 4 men and 7 women in the bank. If all were freed, they might overpower him in an instant. Yet, Lu Jin was not foolish enough to fall for such a ploy. Put away your little schemes. Allowing you to eat is already my greatest mercy, he replied coldly, returning to his meal without sparing a glance for Xu Yunru's beauty. As Xu Yunru pondered her next move, Lu Jin set down his lunchbox and sighed contentedly. Still not done? He queried, glancing at Xu Yunru. His gaze, sharp as a scalpel, seemed to pierce through her, landing squarely on her anxious heart. The intensity of his stare startled Xu Yunru, causing her to drop her lunchbox. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed as he regarded the spilled food with displeasure. Xu Yunru, her eyes misty with fear, stammered, I'm full. Lu Jin said nothing more. He approached her, binding her hands and feet before proceeding to untie another hostage. Thus, the hostages took turns finishing their meals under the watchful and menacing gaze of Lu Jin, none daring to act out of line. Meanwhile, outside the bank, the police had already initiated their operation. Inside the command vehicle, the captain spread the bank's floor plan across the table. As you can see, the main entrance in the security passage had been sealed. We must find another point of entry. The captain's brow furrowed as he briefed his team on the situation. At that moment, a police officer raised a question. Captain, for security reasons, the bank should only have the main entrance and the emergency exit. Where should we start? As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs erupted among the officers in the command vehicle. As the officer pointed out, banks typically have only 2 exits, the main door and a fire escape for emergencies. If both were blocked, the bank would be entirely sealed off, impenetrable. The captain had anticipated this scenario. He placed his pointer on a small corner of the map. Here lies the bank's ventilation system. I suggest we continuously release isoflurane through the ventilation ducts. The captain's lips curved upward at the prospect. Captain, I have a question. What is isoflurane? The same officer, looking somewhat sheepish, inquired again, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Isoflurane is an anesthetic, a type of sedative. The captain's demeanor shifted, revealing a confident smirk. Your expertise is commendable. By administering the drug through the ventilation, it won't be long before the robbers and hostages fall into a deep slumber, allowing us to intervene. Before the captain could respond, a nearby officer interjected enthusiastically, casting a look of admiration towards him. Hearing this, the captain's expression faltered slightly. He clenched his fist to his mouth, clearing his throat, as administering drugs was a morally questionable tactic. Nevertheless, it was indeed an effective strategy against the bandits. Once the captain issued the command, officers swiftly procured large quantities of inhalable isoflurane from the hospital. This colorless, odorless anesthetic was soon discreetly introduced into the bank via the ventilation system. All the officers waited patiently outside for the moment the drug would take effect. Chapter 15. The corpse stirred and even smiled. Inside the bank, on the eve of the officer's action, Lu Jin, having satisfied his hunger, sat back down on the floor. At that moment, he was engrossed in jotting down notes in a small notebook, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Compared to the officers outside, resembling ants on a hot pan, Lu Jin appeared remarkably at ease. The atmosphere within the bank's hall was stifling. All the hostages were seated in the lounge area, cautiously fixated on Lu Jin. They dared not make even the slightest movement, fearful that any sound might draw the attention of the ruthless Lu Jin. In the corner of the hall, the corpse of the combat coach lay silently. After his demise, he was unceremoniously dragged in by Lu Jin, much like a sack of potatoes, and carelessly discarded there. The position in which he lay was decidedly uncomfortable. His right arm was pinned beneath him. To adhere to the exercise's rules, the combat coach had to convincingly portray a dead man, thus refraining from any significant movement. Consequently, he had been lying in this position for nearly 20 minutes, and his right arm had begun to tingle from lack of circulation. He feared that if this continued, he might lose the use of that arm. Stealing a glance towards Lu Jin, who was facing away from him, the combat coach felt a flicker of hope. If he were to move slightly, Lu Jin would surely not notice. With a subtle shift of his body, he freed his trapped arm. As blood began to flow back into it, a wave of rejuvenation coursed through him, despite lingering numbness. It was undeniably exhilarating. The combat coach raised an eyebrow, a faint smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, his subtle movement went unnoticed by Lu Jin. However, among the hostages, the elderly woman who was faking an injury caught sight of the scene. Gulping hard, she struggled to point tremulously at the spot where the combat coach lay, her left hand instinctively covering her mouth. In her mind, the combat coach had been shot in the head by the merciless Lu Jin, as dead as one could be. Yet, just moments ago, she had witnessed the corpse move slightly and even smile. Is it coming back to life? The elderly woman stammered, her voice trembling as she finally managed to utter those 4 words after several faltering attempts. It was evident that she was profoundly frightened. After all, while a terrifying bandit is still human, a corpse coming back to life suggests the presence of a ghost, which is far more daunting. Although her voice was barely audible, the bank was quiet enough that her quavering words caught everyone's attention, even Lu Jin, who had been absorbed in his writing. Upon noticing her twisted expression of fear, she hastily continued, I just saw that corpse move, and it even smiled. The elderly woman's voice quivered, and her demeanor suggested she was on the verge of tears. It was a stark contrast to her earlier composure when she had been held hostage by Lu Jin. Now, she was utterly terrified. In the live stream chat, viewers erupted with laughter, finding the situation absurdly amusing. The hostages in the bank remained oblivious to the exercise, believing the police officer had genuinely perished. The absurdity of the elderly woman's claim about a corpse coming back to life was simply too humorous. Some viewers expressed pity for her, while others reminded them that she had been faking an injury prior to the bank heist, making her presence there less innocent. Indeed, the officer, who had been lying still for over 20 minutes, was undoubtedly the unluckiest among them, and now he had been discovered. Viewers speculated about how the host would manage to resolve this predicament. They wondered if the elderly woman would dare to feign injury again after this surreal experience, especially since she had encountered both a bank robber and a resurrected corpse. The live stream unfolded like a comedy, leaving viewers in stitches. They were well aware that this was merely a drill and that the combat coach was not truly deceased. Thus, upon witnessing the elderly woman's reaction, laughter ensued, flooding the chat with comments about her. In the bank hall, the other hostages, having heard the elderly woman's words, cautiously swallowed hard and glanced toward the corner where the combat coach lay. For the time being, he remained motionless, his expression unchanged, yet internally he was lamenting his predicament. Having feigned death for over 20 minutes, he had been striving to maintain the illusion, even refraining from moving. His arm had become painfully numb, and he had only dared to shift it slightly to alleviate the discomfort. He believed his movement had been subtle, yet it had not escaped notice. What was he to do now? The young man portraying the bandit seemed deeply engrossed in his role and would not let him off lightly. Just as the hostages fixated on the combat coach, Lu Jin finally stood up. He strode toward the combat coach, standing beside him before nonchalantly kicking his shoulder. The combat coach was taken aback, his anger flaring. This was an affront to his dignity. As a combat instructor for a special police unit, he was accustomed to respect from his peers. Yet here was Lu Jin, kicking him without a second thought. For the combat coach, this was an immense humiliation. Clenching his teeth, he swallowed his ire, knowing he must adhere to the rules of the exercise. He was, after all, playing the part of a corpse. Dead men do not have the luxury of expressing anger. After kicking the combat coach twice and receiving no reaction, Lu Jin bent down and grasped the officer's ankle. Much like how he had dragged him through the bank entrance, he began to pull him toward a nearby room. Chapter 16. This should be the end. Approaching the door, Lu Jin casually tossed the combat instructor into the room. He stood at the threshold, retrieving a handgun from behind, expertly chambering around and taking aim. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the dark muzzle belched forth flames, firing a bullet. This was a blank round specifically designed for drills, capable of simulating the sound, light, smoke, and flame effects of real gunfire. In terms of auditory and visual impact, a blank round is nearly indistinguishable from a live round. However, even at close range, these specialized blanks are harmless, yet they still impart a sensation of pain. When Lu Jin aimed at the instructor's forehead and fired, the instructor instinctively rubbed his brow, grimacing as a flush spread across his forehead. At this short distance, being struck by such a round was indeed painful. Despite the discomfort, the instructor remained silent, recognizing that Lu Jin had shown him some consideration. Lu Jin had not fired in plain sight, but had instead dragged him into the room, away from the view of the hostages, before discharging the weapon. The instructor could occasionally move without attracting the hostages' attention, thus avoiding a repeat of the earlier awkward situation. Most importantly, he no longer had to feign death under the scrutiny of onlookers, but could quietly lie in a corner, unnoticed. Consequently, even though Lu Jin had shot him again, the instructor accepted this as a favor from Lu Jin, choosing to refrain from making any noise that would disrupt the exercise's rules. At that moment, all the hostages sat in their places, witnessing Lu Jin throw what appeared to be a recently resurrected officer into a room. He then stood at the door, raising his hand to fire another shot at the corpse without even blinking. Perhaps this was what one might call the merciless demon who kills without a second thought? As the gunshot reverberated, Lu Jin maintained his grip on the weapon, while the hostages held their breath, their eyes fixated on the ruthless Lu Jin, listening intently for any sounds from within the room. The bank was eerily quiet, and no noise emerged from the room. After a brief moment, Lu Jin lowered his gun and closed the door to the room containing the officer's body. This should be the end. Lu Jin spoke softly, his voice, though low, resonated in the stillness, reaching the ears of every hostage. They instinctively gasped, acknowledging the sheer brutality of this criminal. The notion of resurrection was, of course, scientifically implausible. The elderly woman, having witnessed the body on the ground move slightly, likely surmised that the officer had been shot but was not yet dead, still clinging to life. Upon realizing this, the criminal had dragged the officer into the room and fired again. What else could this be but cruelty? It was truly terrifying. In an instant, the fear in the eyes of the hostages intensified as they regarded Lu Jin, who had become an embodiment of utter ruthlessness, a murderer devoid of any hesitation, burdened with the weight of lives lost. Outside the bank, the captain and a cadre of officers stood beside a makeshift command center set up in a mobile unit. The captain raised his wrist to glance at his watch. Some time had passed since the initiation of his plan. If nothing unforeseen occurred and everything progressed as scheduled, the inhalable sevoflurane should have been introduced into the ventilation system by now. The plan was on track. The sevoflurane had indeed been deployed. However, due to the complexity of the bank's ventilation system and its extensive coverage, controlling the dosage administered through a single duct was a challenge. To ensure the safety of the individuals inside the bank, they had to minimize the dosage. Thus, it was uncertain whether the desired effect would be achieved. As the captain anxiously awaited developments, a police officer clad in a white coat approached, removing his medical gloves as he reported on the progress of the plan. Understood. The captain replied calmly, nodding. The bank's vast expanse and numerous rooms made the administration of the inhalable sevoflurane through a single duct difficult to regulate. Sevoflurane is an anesthetic that acts on the brain with minimal side effects. However, minimal does not equate to non-existent. An excessive dosage could pose a life-threatening risk. Even though this was merely a drill and not an actual confrontation, hostages remained within the bank alongside the robbers. Every action taken by the officers had to prioritize the safety of the hostages. Therefore, any potential risk to their lives warranted utmost caution, as no one could bear the responsibility for a fatality. Consequently, when administering the inhalable sevoflurane, it was imperative to err on the side of caution. This approach would not endanger the lives of either the robbers or the hostages, but it also raised the possibility of failing to achieve the desired anesthetic effect. This was an unavoidable dilemma. For now, They could only wait for the drug to take effect. If the outcome was favorable, it should render the robbers' muscles relaxed and their ability to resist diminished without inducing unconsciousness. At that point, they could bring this exercise to a close. The captain gazed intently in the direction of the bank, taking a deep breath before speaking earnestly. He envisioned the ideal outcome, while the less favorable scenario involved insufficient dosage yielding minimal impact. Nonetheless, it was reasonable to expect some effect, facilitating their eventual assault, regardless of the outcome. Once this plan was set in motion, the curtain on the exercise would soon fall. The captain had already lost one officer due to his oversight in this exercise, a result he could not accept. Therefore, he was determined to prevent any further deterioration of the situation. With this thought, he clenched his fists, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Inside the bank, Lu Jin sat on the floor, engrossed in his notebook, entirely oblivious to any abnormalities. After all, inhalable sevoflurane is virtually odorless. Introduced through the ventilation system and further diluted in the air, its scent was undetectable. Yet, several hostages inexplicably began to yawn. Ding! An alarm sounded, indicating that trace amounts of inhalable sevoflurane were present in the air, potentially endangering the hostages' safety. At that moment, a chilling notification echoed in Lu Jin's mind. This voice emanated from the system that had remained mostly silent since its binding. Suddenly, Lu Jin furrowed his brow, hastily rising from the floor. Chapter 17. Could this kid have discovered something? In the municipal bureau, the chief sat at his desk, observing the ongoing drill via live broadcast. He was well aware of the team leader's decision to introduce inhalational sevoflurane into the bank's ventilation system, as it was a matter of considerable gravity that required his approval. After contemplation, the chief concurred with the team leader's strategy. Employing a drug to render the robbers defenseless without endangering hostages was a questionable tactic. Yet in the realm of practical operations, it could prove effective. In fact, the chief felt a sense of satisfaction that the team leader had devised such a plan. In his eyes, as the exercise progressed, the team leader had finally regained his composure. It seemed this drill was nearing its conclusion. Approximately an hour had elapsed. Though slightly shorter than anticipated, the chief deemed that Lu Jin had performed commendably. Sipping his tea with leisurely enjoyment, he mused to himself. He had envisioned that if Lu Jin committed himself fully to the role of the robber, he could maintain the act for 2 hours. However, the clock now read 12:53. It had only been around 40 minutes since the officers arrived at the scene. If the team leader's plan bore fruit, the police should secure victory within the next few minutes. This indicated that the exercise would likely last about an hour, which was indeed shorter than the chief had predicted. Nevertheless, from what he observed in the live feed, he was quite pleased with Lu Jin's portrayal of the brazen robber, even exceeding his expectations. Just as the chief set down his teacup, preparing to witness the hostages and Lu Jin succumb to the effects of inhalational sevoflurane, the live broadcast jolted. Lu Jin abruptly stood, seemingly searching for something. Could it be? Had this kid truly discovered something? The chief's expression shifted to one of grave astonishment. His brow furrowed in disbelief. How could Lu Jin have detected the sevoflurane, which was entirely colorless and odorless once dispersed in the air? Within the bank, Lu Jin's brow was deeply furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. Inhalational sevoflurane. Although he was not a medical professional, he possessed a fair understanding of this commonly used anesthetic. Its presence could only indicate the methods employed by the police outside. Yet, how had they administered this anesthetic? The system had just informed him of trace amounts of sevoflurane in the air. Lu Jin's gaze meticulously scanned every corner of the bank before finally landing on a ventilation duct in the upper right corner. It was here. He anticipated such a tactic being employed. Raising an eyebrow, he murmured to himself. One could not deny that while this method lacked honor, it was undeniably effective. Were it not for the system's alert, Lu Jin might have fallen victim himself. Realizing the urgency, Lu Jin acted swiftly. Inhalational sevoflurane was dispersing into the air, continuously streaming in through the ventilation duct. If left unchecked, the concentration within the bank would rise, and once it reached a certain level, it would induce anesthesia. At that point, he would be as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. He quickly removed his outer coat and approached the water cooler. Seizing the mineral water jug without hesitation, after drenching his coat in water, he hoisted the ladder he had previously used to obscure the camera and positioned himself before the ventilation duct. With the soaked coat, he sealed the duct to prevent the anesthetic from infiltrating further. The hostages watched in bewilderment as Lu Jin, who had been seated moments ago, suddenly sprang to his feet and began to scan the room. They were at a loss. witnessing his frantic movements as he drenched his coat and subsequently stuffed it into the ventilation opening. Was he unable to remain still? As the hostages struggled to comprehend Lu Jin's actions, he returned to their midst. "Does anyone have a mask?" he inquired, his tone calm yet tinged with urgency, eyes filled with an intense ferocity that exuded pressure. Upon hearing his words, the hostages shook their heads in a frenzy. I have one in my desk drawer." Xu Yunro, seated at the edge, finally mustered the courage to speak, raising her hand tremulously. Among the hostages, she had interacted with Lu Jin the most, and naturally, she was the most terrified of him. After all, she had been the sole person to cry in fear during his initial takeover of the bank. "The police have introduced toxins into the ventilation system. If you wish to survive, find masks for everyone," Lu Jin declared calmly, although his voice was subdued. The impact of his words detonated like a bomb within the hearts of the hostages. The police intended for them to perish alongside the robber? Panic ensued among the hostages, some even weeping uncontrollably. The bank lobby erupted into chaos. Boom. Seeing the turmoil, Lu Jin furrowed his brow and fired a shot into the ceiling. The deafening sound silenced the crowd, as no one wished to face the wrath of a bullet. At this moment, Lu Jin felt somewhat exasperated. Inhalational sevoflurane was merely an anesthetic, not a poison. His earlier statement was intended to alert the hostages, ensuring they did not inhale a lethal dose of sevoflurane and fall unconscious, leaving him to tend to them. Little did he know that his carefully chosen words would provoke such a reaction. "Rest assured, you won't perish," he reassured them. "Did you not see that I have already sealed the vent with my soaked coat? The damp fabric will impede the entry of any toxic air." Although some toxin was already present in the bank's atmosphere, the quantity was minimal. With masks, they would be safe from harm. Once he had regained control over the hostages, Lu Jin spoke in a cold, unwavering tone that instilled confidence among them, akin to a tranquilizer. His words served as a balm, soothing their frayed nerves. Chapter 18. The assault plan falls through. Xu Yunru swiftly retrieved masks and distributed them to Lu Jin and the hostages. Inside the bank, there were a total of 12 individuals, including the robber Lu Jin and the hostages. Fortunately, there were enough medical masks to go around. Once they adorned their masks, Lu Jin instructed all the hostages to return to their seats. Though they were all on edge, concerned about the toxic gas in the air, they dared not voice their fears under Lu Jin's imposing presence. Once the hostages were settled, Lu Jin moved to the window, parting the curtain slightly to observe the commotion outside with the enforcement team. The distance was considerable. While Lu Jin had sharp eyesight, he could discern little from such a range. Nonetheless, he noted the evident busyness of the enforcement officers who were gathering from various directions. It was clear they were preparing for action, poised to introduce inhalable sevoflurane into the ventilation system as part of their strategy. An assault was imminent. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the rooftops across the street from the bank. During the days of preparation leading up to the exercise, he had familiarized himself with the terrain surrounding the bank. He was well aware of the locations suitable for snipers to conceal themselves. As he surveyed those areas, he indeed spotted the shadows of snipers lurking where he had anticipated. The police had already laid out a meticulous net around the bank. At this moment, his only leverage lay in the hostages he held and the door that effectively sealed off information from within the bank. Should that door be breached, this exercise would plunge him into a dire predicament. Thus, Lu Jin resolved to thwart the enforcement team's impending assault at all costs. With a plan forming in his mind, Lu Jin turned to glance at the hostages before drawing his weapon and approaching them. Outside the bank, the team leader raised his wrist to check the time. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the deployment of inhalable sevoflurane. Such a duration should have allowed the drug to take effect. He looked towards the air ahead. The assault team had assembled. "Report. The assault team is ready and can act at any moment." One officer swiftly approached the leader, saluting before briefing him. The leader nodded, casting a distant glance at the bank's closed doors. Just as he was about to signal for action, a sudden noise emanated from the bank's entrance. The leader paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. What was happening? By this time, the hostages and robbers inside should have succumbed to the effects of the sevoflurane. Even if the dosage had been insufficient, they ought to be in a stupor, incapable of movement. Why then was the bank door opening? The leader's hand, poised to issue commands, froze in midair as the situation caught him completely off guard. The drugging plan had failed to yield any effect. Moreover, the robber had opened the bank door just as they were preparing to assault. As the electric shutter rose, it revealed not the robber, but a trembling figure clad in a security uniform, hands raised high. He stepped forward unsteadily, and despite the distance, The leader could clearly see his legs quaking. Meanwhile, Lu Jin concealed himself behind the security guard, gripping the guard's collar with his left hand while holding a gun to the guard's back with his right. His body was almost perfectly shielded by the guard. After all, at least 4 snipers were watching the bank entrance from the building across the street. Should Lu Jin expose himself, he would surely be riddled with bullets. "Captain, what is the situation?" The officer who had reported earlier also caught sight of the unfolding scene at the bank entrance. Staring at the trembling security guard, he asked, bewildered. "The robbers are aware of our impending assault and have emerged to negotiate. All members of the assault team must conceal themselves, ensuring the robbers do not catch sight of them. The sevoflurane has failed to take effect. This assault plan is likely doomed." The leader inhaled sharply, his expression grave. He instructed the reporting officer and hurried forward. The officer, not daring to delay, rushed to the assault team's position, urging all members to hide behind their vehicles. "I am Li Yunwei, the chief commander of the enforcement team. I bear no weapons. Please remain calm and do not harm the hostages. Perhaps we can engage in dialogue." The leader approached the bank, halting when he was about 10 meters away. He raised both hands and called out loudly. The robber, having taken a hostage outside, surely had demands. At this moment, it was imperative not to provoke him, but to engage in dialogue that aligned with his intentions. Of course, the leader had positioned numerous snipers in the building across the street, while soothing the robber's emotions if the snipers could spot an opportunity to neutralize him. The exercise could still conclude successfully. Lu Jin remained silent, merely holding the hostage in place. The leader continued to raise his hands and slowed his steps towards the bank. After all, he was still far from the bank, making conversation difficult. The robber's silence indicated a willingness to negotiate. Thus, the leader resolved to close the distance further. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. "Stop. Maintain this distance. What is it you wish to discuss?" The robber's voice resonated calmly as the leader reached a mere 4 meters away. It was a composed tone, betraying little emotion. The leader couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Setting aside his previous phone call into the bank, this marked his first direct negotiation with the robber Lu Jin. The robber's demeanor was surprisingly composed, especially considering he was in the presence of so many officers. He must have understood the unseen weapons trained on him. Yet, in spite of the precarious situation, he remained unfazed. Such remarkable psychological fortitude. Even if this were merely an exercise, the leader believed he would struggle to maintain such composure if he were in the robber's shoes. "Now that you have stepped out of the bank, it is clear you have demands. As long as you do not harm the hostages, we will endeavor to meet your requests. Do you seek money? Or perhaps a chance to see your family?" The leader took a deep breath, steadying his nerves before speaking earnestly. However, upon hearing the leader's words, Lu Jin merely let out a couple of derisive laughs. The leader was momentarily taken aback. Confronted with Lu Jin's unexpected mockery, he felt bewildered. What was the robber implying? Had he perhaps misspoken? Chapter 19. The consequences of angering me are severe. Have I said something wrong? The captain inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. At that moment, from his vantage point, Lu Jin's figure was entirely obscured by the security guard, rendering his expression invisible. "Do you have any demands?" "I'm afraid not," came the robber's languid voice, now laced with unmistakable sarcasm. "I am here out of sheer necessity. Were it not for your underhanded tactics with the gas through the ventilation system, intended for a forceful bank takeover, I would not have emerged at all." The captain's expression shifted sharply. He witnessed the robber step through the bank's entrance, mistakenly believing that the inhalational anesthetic sevoflurane had failed to take effect. He had not even considered the possibility that the robber had discerned their attempt to drug him. Not that he hadn't thought of it. It was simply a matter of not daring to entertain such a notion. After all, the diluted sevoflurane was entirely colorless and odorless. How could the robber possibly know? An insider? That was implausible. The exercise had explicitly stated that there was only one robber. Thus, an insider was out of the question. So how did he become aware of the drugging? Furrowing his brow deeply, the captain glanced towards Lu Jin, his countenance gravely serious. Terrifying. This was indeed a formidable adversary. The robber was fully aware of his plans. It appeared this exercise would not conclude easily. "How did you know about the drugging?" The captain inquired again, his voice low and tense. Simultaneously, he instinctively cast a glance at the building across the street from the bank. The captain was no fool. He understood that Lu Jin would likely not respond to his question. Yet, despite the futility of seeking an answer, he continued to inquire. Clearly, he was stalling for time. The fact that Lu Jin had seen through their plan to drug him and prepare for an assault was a testament to the robber's meticulousness. If they failed to seize the opportunity to eliminate him now that he had emerged from the bank, it was uncertain how long they would remain in this stalemate. What I know is irrelevant. I merely wish to convey that I am not a person of gentle temperament. If you wish to storm the bank, so be it. However, the moment you breach the bank's entrance, you should be prepared to collect the corpses of all the hostages. Lu Jin's voice, steady and measured, resonated from his concealed position behind the security guard, laden with veiled threats. Stay calm. As long as you do not harm the hostages, we will not initiate an assault. The captain replied, attempting to reassure Lu Jin while casting another glance toward the sniper's position. At this juncture, anxiety was etched across the captain's face, and his tone had taken on an urgent timbre. After all, from the robber's words, it seemed he had no intention of engaging in prolonged dialogue. Yet, with no word from the sniper, this golden opportunity was slipping away right before his eyes. Thus, the captain felt a rising tide of anxiety. Captain, don't look. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 4 snipers positioned on the building across. Aren't they currently searching for my location? They want to find it. Do you think that since I dared to emerge, I would be unprepared? Lu Jin continued, his tone dripping with mockery, leaving the captain momentarily dumbfounded. The captain's pupils constricted slightly. When he turned back to the bank entrance, he could not suppress a gulp. This rascal even knew how many snipers he had arranged. Was he using some form of X-ray vision? How do you know? The captain asked coldly. The moment the words left his lips, he realized the absurdity of his question. After all, in such a scenario, assigning snipers was standard procedure, especially since Lu Jin was originally part of the police team. It was only natural that he would possess such knowledge. Report, Position 1 is obstructed by a hostage, unable to target the objective. Report. Position 2 is blocked by a stone pillar, unable to target the objective. Report. Meanwhile, the captain's earpiece crackled with the voices of snipers reporting their situations. Without exception, all were unable to acquire a clear shot. The captain's complexion turned pale. This individual not only knew the number of snipers he had arranged, but also their specific locations. No wonder he had positioned himself beside that stone pillar at the bank entrance. The obstructions had effectively created a blind spot from the rooftop. Ask your snipers if there is a triangular symbol near their current positions. Interesting, isn't it? That symbol was left during my reconnaissance 2 days ago. If I were a sniper, those locations would indeed be my choices, Lu Jin remarked, his calm demeanor and unhurried tone reminiscent of a casual conversation with the captain. Although Lu Jin's voice was not particularly loud, the snipers, through the captain's earpiece, clearly heard his words. Captain, there is indeed a symbol next to Position 1. Position 2 also has one. The reports continued to flow in, and upon hearing these, the captain's face turned ashen. The humiliation was unbearable. The robber had not only seen through all his plans, but had also anticipated where his snipers would position themselves. This was no longer a standoff. It had become a farce where the robber toyed with them at will. With the continuous reports from the snipers, the captain felt a surge of frustration welling within him. He promptly removed the earpiece and tossed it to the ground. With the positions of the snipers now compromised, he had forfeited any chance of eliminating the robber at this moment. What do you intend to do? The captain exhaled deeply, gazing at the robber concealed behind the security guard. The robber had chosen to exit the bank while holding hostages, which undoubtedly indicated he had his own objectives. Yet, at this moment, the captain struggled to comprehend what those objectives might be. I simply wish to inform you. I am a ruthless bandit, intimately familiar with the vicinity of the bank through extensive reconnaissance, and I possess a meticulously crafted plan. Moreover, and most crucially, I have a dozen hostages in my grasp. The consequences of provoking me are dire, Lu Jin stated, his tone unhurried. Following his declaration, he let out a cold laugh and added, Your actions of drugging and preparing for an assault have successfully incited my wrath. Chapter 20. I really want to shoot you right now. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the captain's heart sank. A foreboding sensation washed over him. Lu Jin, after uttering those words, chose not to wait for the captain's response. He once again held the hostage and slowly retreated into the partially opened bank door. As he reached the entrance, he lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the bank security guard in the back. The guard, already trembling and unsteady, stumbled forward and fell out. Bang! Without hesitation, as the guard tumbled out, Lu Jin pulled the trigger. A thunderous sound erupted. The dark muzzle of the gun spat out flames, and the shell clattered to the ground. A blank round designed for drills struck the guard in the back. That very spot was where the heart resided. Had it been a live round, it would have pierced through the guard's back with lightning speed, shattering bones and mangling the heart, leaving no chance for survival. Of course, It was merely a blank round used in the exercise, causing no real harm. The guard felt a sharp pain in his back, realizing he had been hit, though it was not as excruciating as he had imagined. However, still oblivious to the fact that this was merely a drill, he lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, believing that being shot was not as painful as he had thought, yet convinced that he was doomed. With thoughts of his aging parents and young children swirling in his mind, the notion of dying at just over 40 overwhelmed him, and he wept even more sorrowfully. After the guard was kicked aside, the captain finally caught sight of Lu Jin, who had been hiding behind the guard. Masked, only his eyes were visible, and they were filled with a fierce intensity. The moment their gazes locked, the captain, a seasoned officer who had encountered countless desperate criminals and murderers, felt a chill run down his spine. He had never before encountered such a terrifying gaze. This was his first meeting with Lu Jin, and he was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. Had the captain not been constantly reminding himself that this was merely a drill, he might have momentarily mistaken Lu Jin for a genuine criminal. After shooting the bank guard, Lu Jin's furious eyes fixed on the captain, his hand already pressing the button to open the bank's electronic door. Click, click. With a heavy sound, the electronic door began to lower. At this moment, the captain was only 4 or 5 meters away from the bank door. If he chose to act, he could undoubtedly rush him before the door fully closed. Yet, he refrained from doing so. After all, Lu Jin had aimed his weapon directly at him. He understood that should he make any move, Lu Jin would undoubtedly shoot him without hesitation. As the overall commander of the police team for this exercise, if he were to fall, it would be nothing short of a farce for the live-stream drill. "I truly want to shoot you right now," Lu Jin exclaimed. However, the timing was not right. If the commander were to perish, the lives of the hostages would be in jeopardy. The electronic door continued to descend, and as it obscured half of Lu Jin's figure, his voice echoed loudly, seemingly intended for the other officers to hear. Although the captain could not see Lu Jin's expression as he spoke, he could easily imagine the arrogance etched across his face. Damn it! The captain gritted his teeth and cursed. He rubbed his hands vigorously against his face, as if trying to awaken himself. Lu Jin was far too cunning. Unbeknownst to him, the captain, the overall commander of the police team, had been thoroughly unsettled by this young man. Bang! The heavy sound resonated as the bank's door ultimately closed. Lu Jin, having taken a hostage, issued threats and brazenly killed a hostage right before the captain's eyes, leaving him powerless to intervene. The snipers they had deployed had yet to catch even a glimpse of Lu Jin. What a disgrace. This day marked one of the most humiliating moments in the captain's career. He had initially believed that drugging through the ventilation system was a flawless plan. With that plan in motion, combined with a subsequent assault, he thought he could bring the exercise to a swift conclusion. Little did he know, the plan had not only failed but had also provoked the robber, leading to yet another hostage's demise. Including the previous casualty, 2 lives had been lost in this exercise, while the perpetrator remained unharmed inside the bank. After a moment of calmness, the captain exhaled deeply. The drill was not yet over, though he felt a simmering anger within. He had to suppress it. Howl, howl. Meanwhile, not far from the captain, the bank guard lay on the ground, howling like a wolf, his voice booming and painfully grating on the captain's ears. The captain rubbed his head, then approached the guard. "Get up, you're not dead," he said, squatting down and patting the guard's shoulder, exasperation evident in his tone. This man had been crying for quite some time. How could he not realize he was unharmed? I've been shot. Call an ambulance. And tell my wife that I hid a bank card under the sofa. The password is her birthday." The guard, his face streaked with tears and snot, looked up at the captain while continuing to sob, urgently relaying his last wishes. Even now, he remained steadfast in his belief that he was mortally wounded. "This is just a drill. The bullet that hit you was a blank. You're not injured," the captain insisted, trying to reassure him. "Besides, have you ever seen anyone who has been shot and is about to die still able to cry so vigorously?" The guard, though still skeptical, ceased his cries, albeit with intermittent sobs. The captain, feeling helpless, shrugged and extended his hand to help the guard up from the ground, silently lamenting that while Lu Jin had found pleasure in shooting, they were now left to handle the aftermath. Chapter 21. No Way Out. Request for reinforcements from the SWAT team from a distance, the captain signaled 2 officers to escort the bank security personnel away to a safe location. He then returned to the makeshift command center. The terrifying gaze of Lu Jin lingered in his mind, a stark reminder that he was not an opponent to be trifled with. Initially, the captain had devised a plan involving the ventilation system to deploy gas in conjunction with a direct assault, intending to conclude this exercise swiftly. However, The plan failed and only served to provoke the robbers, who executed a hostage right before his eyes. With the operation now in disarray, and to avoid further endangering the lives of the hostages, the captain hesitated to act rashly. Inside the command center, he scrutinized the bank's floor plan, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Captain, about the assault plan." The officer who had previously reported the situation hesitantly approached, fully aware that the assault plan was likely to be shelved. Yet, with no verbal command from the captain, he felt compelled to seek clarification. The ruthless execution of a hostage before him was a clear warning from the robbers, indicating their awareness of the impending assault. With over 10 hostages still in their grasp, and having already lost one officer and one hostage during the exercise, further casualties were unacceptable. "Alas, let us temporarily set aside the assault plan." The captain responded gravely, ending with a long sigh, laden with resignation. Reflecting on his earlier exchanges with the robbers, their arrogant demeanor and menacing threats ignited a fire of frustration within him. Yet what could he do? The robbers held the lives of many in their hands. The exercise had already resulted in casualties, a significant failure for the police force, especially with one of the fallen being an officer. This blunder was considerable, and any further missteps could lead the robbers to harm more hostages, rendering the captain a mere laughingstock. Thus, the assault plan had to be shelved. But what were the next steps? Remaining in this stalemate was equally unproductive. The reporting officer, recognizing the captain's despair, voiced his own frustration. Though the robbers were holed up in the bank with numerous hostages, they too were trapped. The exercise had reached an apparent impasse. "There's no other option. We must notify the SWAT team." With the exercise at a standstill, perhaps the SWAT team could provide the key to breaking this deadlock. Lu Jin is indeed formidable. I cannot deny the embarrassment he has brought upon us. After a moment of silence, the captain inhaled deeply before responding. The SWAT team, renowned for their rigorous training and stringent standards, was tasked with special operations. They were elite forces within the police, equipped with superior gear and exceptional physical capabilities, far surpassing those of regular officers. Elevating this exercise to the involvement of the SWAT team was undoubtedly a source of shame for the captain. However, it was a necessary course of action, for had he possessed a plan to resolve the current stalemate, he would not have sought their assistance. "Yes, Captain," the reporting officer, observing the captain's troubled expression and furrowed brow, refrained from further commentary. He saluted and promptly set about executing the captain's orders. "Alas, Lu Jin, you have truly brought me to disgrace." Watching his subordinate leave the makeshift command center to call for the SWAT team's assistance, the captain sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Reflecting on the exercise's commencement, he had once been filled with bravado, confidently proclaiming that he would conclude the exercise within 10 minutes. Now, he found himself subject to the robbers' relentless provocations and insults, reduced to seeking help from the SWAT team. It was indeed a humiliating turn of events. In the municipal bureau, within the director's office, the director sat at his desk, monitoring the live broadcast from the command center through his computer. This exercise was being streamed live to the public, and naturally, it was not limited to the robbers' perspective. The officer's command center was also equipped for live broadcasting. However, the viewership for the officer's stream had been relatively low, as audiences were more captivated by the robbers' actions than by the officer's strategies. Suddenly, the officer's stream surged with hundreds of thousands of viewers, all drawn from the robbers' stream, which had abruptly gone dark due to technical difficulties. It was at this moment that the director, along with the viewers, transitioned to the officer's perspective. He soon witnessed the captain's decision to call for the SWAT team's aid. He had not anticipated the exercise would escalate to this extent. In recent years, this was the first time the SWAT team had been called upon during a drill. Clearly, Lu Jin's performance was commendable. This seemed to validate the director's discerning choice. Lifting his teacup, he took a sip only to find the tea had grown cold. He raised an eyebrow but did not rise to refill it, instead letting out a long sigh, murmuring to himself. To be honest, he had not expected the exercise to reach such a critical juncture. He understood Lu Jin's earnest nature. Thus, he had selected him to play the role of the robber to ensure the exercise would not be a mere formality. Yet, he never anticipated Lu Jin would push the commanding officer to this point. At this moment, the director was torn between elation and disappointment. Lu Jin's performance signified that his judgment was sound, propelling the exercise toward genuine practical application. Naturally, the director should feel pleased about this. However, the officer's dismal performance marked by 2 failed attempts and the loss of an officer and a hostage, was disheartening, especially given that the entire exercise was being broadcast live to an audience of millions. How could the director not feel disheartened? Nevertheless, his role in this exercise was merely that of an impartial judge. Thus, he must refrain from intervening in its progression. All he could do was ensure that the exercise remained fair, just, and transparent. Chapter 22. Are we not of the same kind? Inside the bank. After Lu Jin securely closed the door, he returned to the area where the hostages were held. In truth, when Lu Jin initially took the hostage out through the bank's entrance, it presented a fleeting opportunity for the other captives to escape. After all, the bank doors had swung open, and the robber was engaged in a standoff with the police, distracted enough that he scarcely paid attention to them. All the hostages were acutely aware of this fact, and more than one had contemplated fleeing. Yet, ultimately, none dared to make a move. The menacing persona of Lu Jin had already etched itself deeply into their psyches. His fierce gaze and intimidating presence instilled a paralyzing fear that quelled any attempts at escape. Moreover, given Lu Jin's ruthless disposition, should one fail in their escape, he would undoubtedly execute them without hesitation. Thus, unless the odds of success were absolute, attempting to flee amounted to a gamble with their very lives, an act requiring immense courage. None among the hostages possessed such resolve. Remaining in the bank as captives, they understood that the robber might still resort to murder. Yet with so many hostages present, why would he choose to kill one among them rather than another? Consequently, none opted to flee, obediently remaining in their seats. As Lu Jin returned, the collective gaze of the hostages evaded him, though they subtly observed the robber with their peripheral vision. Young man, what about the security guard? After Lu Jin resumed his previous position, an elderly woman, known for her schemes, mustered the courage to inquire. The security guard was the hostage who had interacted with her the most, having approached during her earlier antics and even promised to testify on her behalf. Thus, her curiosity about the fate of the guard was piqued. I shot him. He fancied himself a witness, didn't he? I have no tolerance for do-gooders, Lu Jin calmly stated, wiping his gun with an air of indifference, as if discussing a trivial matter. Indeed, it was a trivial matter, for this was merely a drill, and the security guard had not truly perished. He had merely finished an early shift. You. The elderly woman stammered, her face a mask of shock. The gunfire outside the bank had not escaped the attention of the hostages, leading them to anticipate the guard's demise at Lu Jin's hands. Yet hearing it confirmed directly from him left her reeling. She longed to denounce Lu Jin as a monster but ultimately refrained, fearing that her words might provoke him to eliminate her as well. What is it with you? Are we not of the same ilk? You engage in scams. While I rob banks, we are both villains. The only difference is my youth and capability to rob a bank, while your age limits you to petty scams. In essence, how are we truly different? Lu Jin remarked with a jovial tone, leaving the elderly woman speechless. His words, though seemingly nonsensical, contained a kernel of truth. Her own actions were hardly virtuous, preying on the hard-earned money of the young, thus casting her in a morally dubious light. Yet she clung to the notion that she had never taken a life. But I am not a monster. What if, upon my demise, I end up in the fabled underworld, condemned for my misdeeds? Observing the elderly woman's bowed head, lost in contemplation, Lu Jin decided to ignore her further. He rose and approached the corner of the hall where the ventilation duct was situated, removing the jacket that had blocked it. Some time had passed since the anesthetic had been administered, and the sevoflurane in the air had dissipated significantly. The residual chemicals within the duct were no longer effective, rendering the obstruction unnecessary. Importantly, knowing that the police had used the duct to administer the drug, Lu Jin had soaked his jacket and stuffed it in the opening. His essential equipment was concealed within that very jacket. Thus, the live feed from the robber's perspective had been inactive for some time. Lu Jin needed to promptly check the equipment for any issues, as this was a live-stream drill, and he, as the robber, had to ensure its continuity until it concluded. Upon inspecting the equipment, he found no damage. Adjusting the switches, the faint green light illuminated, indicating that the device had resumed normal operation. With his jacket still damp, Lu Jin removed the device and clipped it onto his shirt. This internal police technology featured a miniature camera, making it unobtrusive when affixed to his attire. With the live feed restored, the stream's visuals returned. In the live chat, finally, we have visuals. I've been waiting nearly 20 minutes, fearing our host had met his demise. The upstairs brothers must be unaware that there are 2 live feeds. There's another from the police command center. The action is far from over. The police are in a dire situation. I hear the SWAT team has been deployed. The robbers won't have it easy now. Indeed, The combat capabilities of the SWAT team vastly outclass those of the regular police. Our robber must hold on. This drill is too entertaining to end just yet. Can he last another day or two? A day or two. If he can withstand a mere half hour against the SWAT team, that would be remarkable. While I too find the drill captivating, I agree with the upstairs brother. In the hands of the SWAT team, our protagonist likely won't endure for long. Regardless, the mere fact that the SWAT team has been dispatched speaks volumes about our robber's prowess. As the visuals returned, the chat exploded with messages. Many viewers had returned from the police command center stream, bringing news of the police's request for SWAT assistance. At this moment, the audience clearly harbored doubts regarding Lu Jin's chances of success, given the undeniable strength of the SWAT team. Meanwhile, Lu Jin remained entirely unaware of the unfolding events outside. Simultaneously, on the open ground outside the bank, several police cars with sirens blaring arrived. Once parked, a cadre of heavily armed and well-equipped SWAT members swiftly disembarked and assembled. The drill had escalated into a full-blown crisis. Chapter 23. Have I heard this line somewhere before? The special police unit consisted of only a handful of individuals, totaling just a little over 10. After disembarking, they swiftly gathered in the open area. The captain of the special police team approached Captain Lu Jin, who stood at the entrance of the makeshift command center. Lu Jin was the commander of the first squad at the municipal bureau. Although the special police unit operated independently, it remained a specialized team, and thus, the rank of the team captain was naturally subordinate to that of Captain Lu Jin. Moreover, Captain Lu Jin was the overall commander for this exercise. Although the special police unit had been summoned for assistance, the operation still fell under his jurisdiction. Captain. Upon reaching Captain Lu Jin, the team captain saluted and addressed him. As he spoke, a somewhat profound smile appeared on his face, seemingly teasing Captain Lu Jin for having to seek help from them for an exercise he should be able to handle himself. Cough. You've arrived? Your speed is quite commendable. Observing the smile on the team captain's face, Captain Lu Jin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat awkwardly and, donning a serious expression, uttered a trivial remark to alleviate his discomfort. Please inform me of the current situation at the scene. Noticing Captain Li's embarrassment, the team captain ceased his teasing. His expression became earnest once more, and he turned to gaze at the tightly shut doors of the bank nearby, inquiring. The robber entered the bank around 12 o'clock. We received an internal alarm at 12:10 and arrived at the scene by 12:18. The area has been secured. There is only one robber holding 10 hostages. With his hands clasped behind his back, Captain Lu Jin also looked towards the bank, seriously detailing the situation of the exercise to the team captain. The team captain raised his wrist to check the time. It was now 1:20, indicating that the exercise had been ongoing for just over an hour. It seemed that this exercise was proving to be rather interesting, lasting for such a duration, and even involving their deployment. The team captain turned back to Captain Li, grinning cheerfully. His expression and tone suggested that he was not taking the exercise too seriously. Captain Li, observing this, could not help but smile wryly, reflecting on how he had felt upon his arrival at the scene, sharing a similar nonchalance towards the exercise. However, now, the individual portraying the robber, Lu Jin, was not to be underestimated. It was prudent for him to prepare mentally. Captain Li placed a hand on the team captain's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You should be forewarned. Lu Jin is not an easy opponent." Though the special police unit's equipment and combat capabilities far surpassed those of a typical police squad, Captain Li believed they would still face considerable difficulty against Lu Jin, who held 10 hostages. Thus, he offered this friendly warning. "Lu Jin, I've heard of him. He's reputedly quite stubborn. But today, encountering me, that stubbornness will likely falter." The team captain remarked with a raised eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his face. It was evident that he remained unfazed by Captain Li's well-meaning caution. After all, it was merely an exercise. With the special police unit already dispatched, what unexpected developments could arise? At that moment, the team captain was not contemplating whether they could secure victory in the exercise. Rather, he was focused on subduing Lu Jin within minutes to conclude the exercise. 5 minutes? No, that seems a bit rushed, as I need to assess the situation and arrange our actions. 10 minutes? That should suffice. Captain, grant me 10 minutes. I assure you, I will neutralize Lu Jin and bring this exercise to an end. After a moment of deliberation, the team captain confidently addressed Captain Li, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor, as if he were already certain of success. Upon hearing the team captain's declaration, Captain Li could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Despite his efforts to conceal it, embarrassment was evident on his face. The team captain's assertion echoed his own sentiments upon his initial arrival at the scene, only now. An hour had passed, and the robber, Lu Jin, was still at large, the exercise ongoing. Due to his earlier misjudgment, one police officer and one hostage had already lost their lives. Reflecting on his earlier bravado and arrogance, Captain Lee felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At this moment, Captain Lee and the team captain stood at the entrance of the makeshift command center, their dialogue broadcast live. In the live stream chat, viewers chimed in, "Haha. Why does the team captain's line sound so familiar? Have I heard this somewhere before? Bro upstairs, you're not mistaken. That should have been the squad leader's line. I'm dying of laughter. Come on, everyone, let us talk about the psychological impact on the squad leader right now. You all are too ruthless. The captain is currently experiencing a public humiliation, and you're still mocking him? However, I too cannot help but join in the amusement. To be fair, the special police unit might indeed conclude the exercise within 10 minutes, considering their combat prowess is unmatched by ordinary police forces. If the team captain were to truly wrap up the exercise in 10 minutes, it would only amplify Captain Lee's embarrassment. Regardless, let us hope the robber can hold out a little longer. Such an exhilarating live stream is rare elsewhere. Indeed, I am counting on this stream to sustain my appetite. With 5 hours remaining until dinner, the arrival of the special police unit attracted a significant influx of viewers to the live stream from the robber's perspective. As the number of viewers surged, so too did the barrage of comments. Observing the newly arrived team captain uttering lines identical to those previously spoken by Captain Lee, the chat erupted with excitement. Fortunately, Captain Lee was unaware of the comments, lest he truly suffer public humiliation. Regarding the team captain's confidence, many viewers in the chat were inclined to believe in his abilities. After all, the combat capabilities of the special police unit were beyond dispute. With only one robber, Lu Jin, facing off against a well-equipped and highly skilled special police unit, the audience was left pondering how he might resist. As this spectacular exercise live stream unfolded, the audience was eager for it to continue rather than conclude. Yet, the robber was undeniably at a disadvantage. Consequently, those rooting for the robber constituted only a small minority. Chapter 24, New Mission, Double Rewards. By the way, where is my combat coach? As the captain found himself in an awkward situation, the squad leader suddenly seemed to recall something. He looked up at the captain and inquired. Their squad's combat coach had been reassigned half an hour prior to assist the captain in a drill. However, upon arriving at the scene, the squad leader noticed the absence of his figure. Naturally, he felt the need to ascertain the whereabouts of his coach. After all, should he commence his actions later, the combat coach would serve as a significant asset in terms of strength. In the bank, the captain's eyes twitched slightly. He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, and replied, "Indeed. You've infiltrated the bank so swiftly?" Had he mingled with the hostages inside, ready to coordinate with the officers outside at any moment? It seemed, Captain, that you were not entirely devoid of progress. The squad leader, upon hearing this, expressed excitement, his face beaming with joy. He had not anticipated that the captain had achieved such a feat before his arrival, with the combat coach inside the bank offering assistance. Concluding the drill would undoubtedly become simpler. It would take no more than 10 minutes, 5, to be precise. If all went as expected, this drill would soon reach its conclusion. While the squad leader was lost in his enthusiastic musings, the captain wore a look of shock, gazing at him as if he were a fool. What was this kid thinking? Just because he mentioned the bank did not mean that they had successfully infiltrated it. If he had indeed progressed to that stage, why would he need to call for assistance from their SWAT team? Your combat coach is in the bank, killed in action. The captain swiftly patted the squad leader's shoulder, using 2 sentences to pull him back to reality. Hearing the captain's words, the squad leader was momentarily stunned, followed by a look of disbelief. Killed in action? He stammered, questioning whether he had misheard. This was the SWAT team's combat coach. In a one-on-one free-fighting scenario, even he, the squad leader, would not stand a chance against him. Such a formidable force, deceased? Surely, this was a jest. However, upon observing the captain's serious expression, it was evident that the news was genuine. The captain awkwardly scratched his brow. Although the combat coach's demise was primarily due to his arrogance, acting without ensuring a complete advantage, much of the fault also lay with the captain's poor decision-making. Had he not suggested that the combat coach seek an opportunity while delivering a meal, such an incident might not have occurred. Thus, when the squad leader inquired, the captain felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, the captain recounted the earlier events to the squad leader, including his actions involving the ventilation duct, and the provocation of the robbers, who had executed a hostage in front of them. He disclosed every detail to the squad leader. It appears this drill is far from simple. The squad leader narrowed his eyes, envisioning the figure of the robber, Lu Jin. He had heard that name before but had never encountered the person in reality. The city bureau was vast, and with so many officers, it was not unusual for members of different squads to rarely cross paths. From the captain's description, this individual indeed seemed rather formidable. Upon his arrival at the scene, the squad leader had initially dismissed the drill. Drills were commonplace, and he had participated in numerous ones. Most merely required superficial engagement and did not last long. However, upon learning that his combat coach had fallen to the hands of a robber, it was clear that this Lu Jin, playing the role of the robber, was decidedly different. So, what now? Should you retract your statement about concluding the drill within 10 minutes? If you backtrack now, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. The captain observed the pensive squad leader and spoke with a hint of amusement. This kid was as boastful as he had been when he first arrived. His own face was already tarnished, and now he was more intrigued by the unfolding drama. Indeed, it is somewhat challenging. Yet concluding the drill within 10 minutes should not pose a significant issue. The squad leader shook his head slightly, still exuding confidence. Though Lu Jin, the robber, was tough to handle, he, the squad leader of the SWAT team, was no pushover. They had yet to engage, so how could he concede? Excellent. Confidence is a virtue, the captain remarked, patting the squad leader's shoulder once more, his expression imbued with deeper meaning. At that moment, the captain contemplated, splendid, this kid was indeed tenacious. It seemed that this drill would not only be a source of embarrassment for himself. Let us proceed to the command vehicle and devise your operational plan. With a somewhat mischievous thought in mind, the captain became enthusiastic, leading the squad leader toward the mobile command unit. The squad leader appeared bewildered but followed the captain into the makeshift command center. They scrutinized the bank layout map on the table, formulating their subsequent tactical strategy. Inside the bank, Lu Jin peered through the curtains gap and witnessed the arrival of the SWAT team. Their presence was not welcome news for him. He was acutely aware that the capabilities and equipment of the SWAT team far surpassed those of ordinary officers. With their arrival, his situation would inevitably become more precarious. Previously, he had executed a hostage in front of the chief officer, thwarting their prepared assault and causing the police force to hesitate. However, now that the SWAT team had arrived, they would undoubtedly attempt to organize another assault. After all, prolonging the standoff was not a desirable outcome for the officers. To be candid, ending such a stalemate was not a daunting task for Lu Jin. Prior to the bank heist, he had contemplated countless scenarios and devised numerous contingency plans. His prearranged plan B involved being surrounded by officers while holding hostages within the bank. For such a scenario, Lu Jin had formulated several escape strategies. Escaping would not be effortless, yet in Lu Jin's eyes, it was not insurmountable. At that moment, as he pondered the arrival of the SWAT team, he considered whether he should also prepare for an escape. Just then, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Beep. System task updated. New task. Continue to confront the police force in the bank for 6 hours. Upon completion, initial rewards will be doubled. This was the system's notification. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened his system's task panel, just as he was contemplating whether to prepare for an escape. The system had presented him with such a mission. In an instant, it disrupted his rhythm. Chapter 25. Why is she so greedy? System, open the task panel. Lu Jin silently issued the command within his mind. Soon, a virtual panel, visible only to Lu Jin, materialized in the void before him. Initial task, participate in the drill and ultimately achieve victory. Initial task reward, 500,000 cash, 1 random intermediate skill, 2 attribute points, 500 points. New task content, continue to confront the police team inside the bank for 6 hours. New task reward, all initial task rewards too. Hint, the host may abandon the new task and choose to complete the initial task to receive the initial task rewards. The panel, glowing with a blue hue, recorded the details of Lu Jin's current drill tasks. With a slight arch of his brow, Lu Jin fell into a momentary silence. According to the drill's rules, he simply needed to extricate himself from the bank to secure victory. In other words, he was merely one step away from the initial task rewards. He had already prepared several escape plans. Completing the initial task was not a daunting challenge for him at this moment. However, the notion of holding out for another 6 hours, the special police team had arrived on the scene, and the police's subsequent actions would undoubtedly become increasingly difficult to withstand. If they breached the bank, the victory would belong to them, and he would receive none of the initial task rewards. Yet, The prospect of doubling the rewards was undeniably tempting for Lu Jin. Ding. Would you like to accept the new task? As Lu Jin weighed the pros and cons, the system's cold prompt resonated within his mind once more. He closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, a resolute glint sparkled within his gaze. Accept. With a firm clench of his teeth, he mentally responded to the system. Remaining in the bank to confront the special police for 6 hours was indeed no trivial matter. However, it was not an impossible feat with 10 hostages in his possession. Lu Jin had leverage. What was there to fear? Since the system dared to update the task, Lu Jin would dare to accept it. He was not one to shy away from challenges. Ding. Task has been accepted. The host must continue to confront the police team in the bank for 5 hours and 59 minutes. The cold prompt echoed again. The countdown on the virtual panel had commenced. Lu Jin took a deep breath and closed the task panel. Since he needed to endure for another 6 hours, he had to reorganize his upcoming plans. After all, over 6 hours, the police might launch numerous assaults. He could not afford a single misstep, as even one error would cost him the drill. At that point, he would receive no rewards from the system. Thus, for each police assault that lay ahead, Lu Jin had to devise a flawless countermeasure. Sitting cross-legged on the floor before the hostages, Lu Jin pulled out his notebook. A small palm-sized book filled with densely packed plans. These plans detailed the anticipated tactics of the police and his corresponding strategies. He had only one chance. If he failed, there would be no opportunity for a second try. Therefore, Lu Jin intended to consider every possible angle. Before flipping through the notebook to ponder the police's next steps, Lu Jin retrieved a lollipop from his pocket, a habitual indulgence when he contemplated. As he unwrapped it and prepared to savor it, a sudden realization struck him. He glanced up at the hostages and caught the gaze of Xu Yunru. Her large, watery eyes were fixed upon him, her eyelids slightly puffy from previous tears, rendering her even more pitiable. Lu Jin couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Why was she so greedy? There were only a few lollipops left, and he had already given her one. This was the last. He scratched the back of his head, feeling a wave of helplessness. Xu Yunru blinked, her big eyes seeming to comprehend nothing of Lu Jin's words. With a furrowed brow, Lu Jin realized that despite informing her it was the last one, she was feigning ignorance. Did she truly wish to seize his final lollipop? Are women inherently this greedy? He shifted slightly, disregarding everything else, and placed the lollipop in his mouth. After all, he would not share it with her. In truth, Lu Jin had more lollipops in his pocket. He simply couldn't bear to part with them. After all, he was to remain in the bank for another 6 hours, facing countless challenges ahead. The remaining candies would have to last him, and how could he bear to part with them? He had already shown kindness by sharing one. That was a generous act in itself. Now, she was still attempting to claim more? Truly a greedy woman. At that moment, Xu Yunru, watching Lu Jin shift and place the lollipop in his mouth, finally grasped the meaning behind his words. A blush crept across her delicate face, leaving her feeling embarrassed. She had been staring at Lu Jin's lollipop. Rather, the robber had returned from the window and sat down, pulling out his notebook to review it. Naturally, this piqued the curiosity of the hostages, who were all keen to know the contents of the notebook. Hence, all the hostages were focused on Lu Jin, not just Xu Yunru. Lu Jin had only glanced at Xu Yunru while retrieving the lollipop, completely oblivious to the attention of others, leading him to believe that she was the only one fixated on his treat. In the midst of this misunderstanding, Xu Yunru felt mortified, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. She had intended to clarify the situation, but recalling Lu Jin's fierce gaze and his ruthless demeanor, she dared not speak. Thus, the misunderstanding remained unresolved. Lu Jin paid no further mind to Xu Yunru or the other hostages, continuing to scribble in his notebook. Within the pages lay a hand-drawn layout of the bank, meticulously crafted during the 3 days of preparation. The detail of this hand-drawn map rivaled that of the plans held by the police outside. This alone was enough to demonstrate the effort Lu Jin had invested in this drill. He was a diligent individual, regardless of the task's magnitude. Once he resolved to undertake it, he would strive for perfection. And when it came to a heist of this scale, perfection was imperative. Chapter 26. Robbing a bank requires skill. Lu Jin lowered his gaze to the notebook in his hands, while the equipment for the live broadcast was affixed to his shirt, naturally capturing the contents of his notebook for all to see. The live stream audience marveled, exclaiming, "Wow, this streamer is incredible. A hand-drawn layout of the bank? It seems he has done a great deal of preparation before attempting this heist." The pages are filled with meticulous notes. After witnessing the contents of Lu Jin's notebook, I would boldly declare him the most formidable robber. Robbers are not to be feared. What truly terrifies is a robber with intellect. Upon seeing the notebook, I felt a flicker of hope that the streamer might just make it to dinner time. Though I wish the drill wouldn't conclude so swiftly, the reality was harsh. Indeed, with only one robber and a SWAT team now involved, it was unlikely he could hold out for long. In agreement with the sentiments expressed by the previous commenter. 1. As the audience beheld Lu Jin's hand-drawn bank layout and dense plans, astonished gasps filled the live stream. The preparation undertaken by this performer, before executing the robbery, clearly surpassed their expectations. Thus, it became evident that robbing a bank is indeed a skilled endeavor. Had he not invested such effort into preparation, this robber might have met a swift end. In that moment, the viewers of the live stream began to admire Lu Jin, the robber. For although it was merely a simulation, the dedication he displayed in his role was truly commendable. Lu Jin, of course, could not see the situation in the live stream. At that moment, he was engrossed in his notebook, pondering for a while before marking an X in a corner. If I were the commander of the police team, this would be the most opportune point for a surprise attack. Here, I had indeed neglected to set up defenses. Operating alone was rather inconvenient, at times. Having teammates is quite essential. Clutching his notebook, Lu Jin murmured to himself while neatly stowing it away. Turning his gaze toward the hostages, his expression remained calm, but his eyes, filled with a fierce intensity, swept over the captive individuals. The hostages instinctively averted their gazes from Lu Jin. After all, his glare was undeniably unsettling, and none wished to meet his gaze. You, stand up. After surveying the hostages, Lu Jin's eyes landed on a bank employee named Xiang Xian. He was a man in his 30s, of similar stature to Lu Jin. Pointing a finger at Xiang Xian, Lu Jin's cold voice reverberated through the bank lobby. Xiang Xian's heart sank, and he swallowed hard, finding it difficult to lift his head to confirm whether the robber was indeed addressing him. However, even without looking, he could distinctly feel the robber's piercing gaze upon him. It was an exceedingly peculiar sensation, akin to being targeted by a ferocious tiger, even without visual confirmation. One felt the hairs on their neck stand on end. At that moment, Xiang Xian was engulfed in fear, uncertain of the robber's intentions in calling him to stand. The last individual summoned had been the unfortunate bank security guard, who had been shot immediately after stepping outside with the robber. Now, Xiang Xian could not ascertain whether he was to be the next unfortunate victim. Are my words no longer heeded? Lu Jin's voice was icy. It was not loud. Yet the words sent a shiver down Xiang Xian's spine. He hastily stood, his face pale as he gazed at Lu Jin. Please, spare me. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Xiang Xian stammered, his lips trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified to the utmost. Nevertheless, Lu Jin ignored his pleas and removed the robber's mask from his head, placing it upon Xiang Xian's. Subsequently, he retrieved the previously drenched coat and personally helped Xiang Xian don it. The bank employee was utterly bewildered. What was the robber intending? Why was he assisting him in putting on clothing? Was he concerned about Xiang Xian catching a chill? Yet, the coat was wet, although it was summer. The temperature inside the bank was not particularly high, and the damp fabric sent a shiver through Xiang Xian. After completing this peculiar task, Lu Jin remained silent. He took a few steps back, observing Xiang Xian from a distance, and then seemed satisfied, nodding approvingly. The bewilderment was palpable not only for Xiang Xian and the other hostages but also among the audience in the live stream. What was the robber doing? After dressing Xiang Xian, Lu Jin retrieved his backpack. Under the watchful eyes of all the hostages, he pulled out a palm-sized bomb. Gasps filled the air as the hostages instinctively swallowed hard. What was the robber planning? Calmly, Lu Jin proceeded to attach the bomb to Xiang Xian's back. This was a remote-controlled explosive, not particularly powerful, but sufficient to penetrate an 8mm thick steel plate. The moment I press this remote, you will be obliterated, and not even the king of hell could save you. Do you understand? After securing the bomb, Lu Jin spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if discussing mundane matters. Xiang Xian's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth to speak, but, overwhelmed by fear, could only nod frantically. Excellent. Your name is Xiang Xian, correct? But from this moment forth, you are no longer Xiang Xian. You are Lu Jin. You are me. You are the robber. Do you comprehend? Lu Jin removed Xiang Xian's employee badge, glancing at the name before discarding it. He spoke with a steady demeanor, gently guiding Xiang Xian's head to ensure their eyes met. Xiang Xian struggled to swallow again, intimidated by Lu Jin's fierce gaze, feeling utterly powerless to resist. After all, his very life now rested in the hands of this man. Do not fear. Tell me, who are you? Lu Jin inquired, nodding with satisfaction. a hint of a smile appearing on his face, seemingly encouraging Xiang Xian. I am Lu Jin, the robber. Xiang Xian stammered, trembling. To survive. He dared not show any defiance. Louder, more ferociously. Have you ever seen such a cowardly robber? After Xiang Xian's response, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and suddenly increased his volume. The words struck Xiang Xian with such terror that he nearly burst into tears, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 27. The Raiding Plan? Highly feasible. Who are you? Lu Jin's piercing gaze locked onto Xiang Xian, his voice rising several notches. The ferocity of his demeanor sent chills down one's spine. Under such intense pressure, individuals are prone to explosive reactions. As anticipated, under Lu Jin's relentless coercion, a hint of bloodshot emerged in Xiang Xian's eyes, and his trembling jaw clenched tightly. I am Lu Jin, a robber. Xiang Xian's declaration erupted almost as a roar. Despite the lingering fear in his eyes, the blood vessel's engorgement lent him an air of fierceness, albeit still falling short of the effect Lu Jin desired. Yet, Lu Jin refrained from exerting further pressure. After all, this was merely a drill, and his role as the robber was a fade. In this exercise, Xiang Xian played more the victim, unwittingly turned into a hostage. Thus, scaring him into psychological trauma would complicate matters. Very well. Remember your current state. As long as you follow my instructions, I assure you, you shall survive. Lu Jin calmly reassured as he patted Xiang Xian on the shoulder. After this, he momentarily disregarded Xiang Xian and moved to the side of the bank's entrance, peering through a gap in the curtains to observe outside. At that moment, the police team remained relatively still, with no discernible actions. Lu Jin glanced at his wristwatch, showing no urgency as he stood quietly, observing the police's movements. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center, the captain, the squad leader, and several key members of the police force gathered around the bank's layout map, deliberating the next course of action. I propose we utilize this as our next breakthrough point, the squad leader suggested, indicating a corner on the map. The others turned their attention to the designated area, the bank's rear entrance, typically a locked access point for employees, requiring a card swipe for entry. The captain had previously refrained from choosing this route because the bank staff were held hostage by Lu Jin, and obtaining their access cards was impossible. However, now that the deceased bank security guard's card was in their possession, utilizing it to access the door was indeed a viable strategy. Nevertheless, our prior aggressive approach has incited the robber's wrath. If we act recklessly, the safety of the hostages may be compromised. One of the veteran officers nodded in agreement with the squad leader's suggestion but voiced his concerns. However, he fell silent, as all present understood the implications of any further casualties beyond the robber. Continuing to confront the robber would equally jeopardize the hostages' lives. We cannot relinquish the opportunity to take the initiative due to our previous setbacks. Furthermore, the prior angering of the robber stemmed mainly from the exposure of our aggressive plan. This time, we shall launch a surprise attack while the robber remains unaware, ensuring an element of surprise, the squad leader continued, gesturing with a marker as he drew and at the internal passage on the layout map. The captain and the other officers nodded in agreement upon hearing the squad leader's words, acknowledging that the surprise attack possessed considerable feasibility. What are your thoughts? The squad leader inquired, seeking input from the group. As the silence lingered, the captain responded, "Let us hear your action plan." Naturally, everyone present hoped for the prompt conclusion of the exercise, and as long as the squad leader's plan appeared sound, they were supportive. This surprise operation will be executed by our special police unit. I will dispatch 4 officers equipped with the security guard's identity cards to infiltrate through the rear entrance. Meanwhile, I shall engage the robber at the front entrance under the pretext of negotiations. As I divert the robber's attention, my team will stealthily enter the bank from the rear, poised to rescue the hostages and neutralize the robber. With only one robber present, he will be unable to monitor both ends effectively. Furthermore, we can position a sniper across the street from the bank. Thus, even if the infiltrating team does not succeed, the sniper can seize the opportunity to eliminate the robber while I distract him, the squad leader elaborated, passionately outlining his entire strategy as he gestured on the layout map. The captain and the key officers nodded vigorously, recognizing the high feasibility of this plan. However, a hint of awkwardness crossed the captain's face as the mention of the sniper arose. Ahem. There is no need to arrange for a sniper. He cleared his throat, covering his mouth as he awkwardly spoke. Why not? The squad leader raised an eyebrow in confusion, questioning the captain. He was unaware of the previous encounter where a sniper had been stationed across from the bank, as the captain had not disclosed this detail. We had previously stationed a sniper across the street, But the robber was not only aware of the sniper's presence but also knew precisely where he was positioned. His preparations exceeded our expectations. A senior officer interjected, explaining the situation. Thus, it appears Lu Jin is more unpredictable than anticipated. Nevertheless, I am confident that he cannot handle this surprise operation, as he is but one man. I find it hard to believe he can conjure up a doppelganger. The squad leader asserted, placing the marker back in its holder, exuding unwavering confidence in his meticulously crafted plan. Unbeknownst to him, that he marked on the layout map coincidentally aligned with the one drawn on Lu Jin's handwritten schematics. Chapter 28. This drill relies on you in the live broadcast room. The audience engaged in fervent discussions about the squad leader's assault plan. The plan proposed by the special police captain seemed quite promising, with a high likelihood of success. It appeared that there might be an opportunity to conclude this drill. Indeed, it was no surprise that the special police showcased such remarkable capabilities. Was it possible that this time the ruthless bandit would meet justice? It was somewhat regrettable, as once the drill concluded, there would be little left to captivate the viewers. To be frank, for a bank drill to endure for so long, the performance of Lu Jin as the bandit was commendable. Historically, drills were merely formalities, but this one was notably serious. Lu Jin, remember this name. Next time you hear it, steer clear, or you might inadvertently become a hostage. The banter continued. Seriously, does it benefit me to laugh at you? One viewer mused. Do you think the robber can still make a comeback? Another chimed in. I believe the robber can still struggle. Have you noticed that the locations marked by the squad leader and the robber seem to be the same? The implication from the viewers was that the robber had anticipated the special police captain's actions. How could that be? The more they discussed, the more surreal it sounded. If the robber were truly that formidable, they might as well drink bathwater upside down. The barrage of comments flooded the live screen, almost obscuring it entirely. The audience's approval of the squad leader's assault plan was overwhelming, leading many to believe that this drill was nearing its end. A small faction of viewers, tuning into both live streams, appeared to have noticed the alignment of Lu Jin and the squad leader's markings at the same location. However, few would dare to voice such thoughts in the live chat. While most acknowledged Lu Jin's prowess as a bandit, the notion that he could foresee the squad leader's next move before it was even formulated was met with skepticism. At that moment, even those who thought Lu Jin still had a chance had dwindled to a mere handful. In the temporary command center, the assault plan received unanimous approval, prompting the squad leader to initiate the operational arrangements. The captain stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the bank in the distance. The ensuing assault was entrusted to the special police squad, rendering his role largely redundant. He merely awaited good news. Naturally, the captain hoped for positive outcomes. For if this assault were to fail once more, the chances of zero casualties would be virtually non-existent. Given that the drill had already witnessed the loss of a police officer and a hostage, any further casualties would be a source of great distress for the captain. Initially, the captain had approached the drill with a light-hearted demeanor, expecting it to unfold like previous ones, merely a formality. He anticipated merely shouting orders and then apprehending the suspects, thus concluding the exercise. Unbeknownst to him, as the drill progressed, it transformed into a veritable nightmare. Sighing heavily, the captain pinched the bridge of his nose, silently wishing for this ordeal to conclude swiftly. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, the squad leader returned to the entrance of the temporary command center. He lifted his thermos, sipping the tea within, and casually spat out the tea leaves on the ground. Everything is set. My 10-minute countdown should begin now. We will conclude this drill within 10 minutes. After placing the thermos down, the squad leader turned to the captain, wearing a broad smile imbued with confidence. He firmly believed that his assault plan would catch the bandit off guard, decisively ending the drill. All right, I'll keep track of the 10 minutes for you. This drill relies on you, the captain said, patting the squad leader's shoulder, also smiling. Although he wished for someone to share in the embarrassment, he was more eager for this nightmarish drill to come to an end. Thus, he sincerely hoped that the assault would yield the desired results, eliminating the bandit and perfectly rescuing the remaining hostages to conclude the exercise. Upon hearing the captain's words, the squad leader ceased speaking. He picked up a megaphone and walked toward the bank with a steady pace. Meanwhile, inside the bank, Lu Jin stood behind the window, peering through the curtain's gap at the advancing special police squad leader. He tightened the curtain and turned toward the hostages. Having observed the situation outside from his vantage point, he had noticed 4 special police officers stealthily approaching the bank, despite the squad leader's seemingly flawless plan. What appeared seamless to the squad leader was transparent to Lu Jin. While studying the police team's next move with his notebook, He had noted the employee passageway at the back of the bank. Thinking from another's perspective, if he were the police commander, he would undoubtedly consider this route as a potential breach point in the assault plan. Therefore, he anticipated that the special police squad would attempt to utilize this very passageway upon arrival. Consequently, Lu Jin prepared a counter-strategy, ready to ensnare them. A bank employee, who bore a resemblance to him, was a crucial piece in this strategy. His apparent foresight was not due to any supernatural ability, but rather stemmed from the police team's reliance on outdated tactics. Their repeated assaults employed methods that had been depicted in countless films, making it simple to prepare for and neutralize their efforts. Through this drill, Lu Jin aimed to provide them a valuable lesson, ensuring that when the time came, such tactics would not only prove ineffective, but could lead to devastating consequences. Reaching the opposite side of the hostages, Lu Jin retrieved a black backpack. Under the watchful eyes of the hostages, he extracted a tightly wrapped object that resembled a fire poker, nearly as long as his arm. With deliberate calmness, he began to unveil the black cloth, revealing the contents to the hostages. In that instant, gasps of shock escaped the lips of all the hostages, astonished to discover that the seemingly unremarkable backpack concealed such a formidable item. Chapter 29. All set. Commence action. It was a rifle, entirely cloaked in black. After unveiling the dark cloth, Lu Jin began to toy with it in his hands. Click. The crisp sound of the chamber being loaded resonated. After loading the rifle, he adjusted the sights and then proceeded to insert the bullets. Upon completing these tasks, Lu Jin lifted his gaze towards the hostages. He noticed that all the hostages were staring blankly at the rifle he held. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. The Type 95 assault rifle, equipped with 5.8mm ammunition, boasts minimal recoil, stable dynamic characteristics, and a well-conceived layout, resulting in minimal vibration when fired. Its performance is commendable, and it is a common firearm within our nation. It happens to be one of my personal favorites. Lu Jin spoke calmly, intending to enlighten the hostages. He assumed their bewildered expressions reflected curiosity about the weapon. He could not bear such eager eyes, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Thus, despite their status as hostages, he decided to share this information. Gulp. The hostages, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of sheer terror as they swallowed hard. Why was this ruthless bandit sharing this information? Was it possible that he intended to utilize this favored Type 95 assault rifle to shatter their skulls? How utterly barbaric. The hostages' faces turned pale with fear, trembling as they struggled to divert their gazes. Yet, Lu Jin looked up once more, observing that they remained fixated on the rifle, causing him to frown slightly. Hadn't he already provided them with an explanation? Why were they still staring at him? Did they think it excessive for a bandit to carry an automatic rifle? Lu Jin's expression remained calm, yet his eyes were filled with menace, instilling dread in the hostages merely with a glance. Thus, regardless of his tone to the hostages, it appeared more as a threat. Excessive, excessive. The hostages instinctively shook their heads in unison, timidly responding. Upon hearing this response, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. He did not linger, and after ensuring the rifle was fully loaded, he retrieved 2 grenades from his backpack, a Type 92 pistol, a Type 95 assault rifle, 2 remote-controlled bombs designed for drills, and 2 practice grenades. These were the entirety of the equipment provided to him by the chief prior to the exercise. According to the chief, possessing such gear qualified him as a true bandit. Having prepared all his equipment, Lu Jin stood up and approached the bank employee, Xiang Xian. At that moment, Xiang Xian was wearing a hood and the coat Lu Jin had donned before entering the bank. A mere glance revealed only his eyes. When the police arrive to negotiate, you will respond when they call for the bandit. Whatever they discuss, you shall engage accordingly. Remember your earlier demeanor. You are Lu Jin, the bandit. If you cooperate well, I assure you that the bomb strapped to you will not detonate. Do you understand? Lu Jin looked at Xiang Xian, speaking calmly while waving the bomb's remote control in front of him. Understood. Understood. I am Lu Jin, the bandit. Xiang Xian nodded vigorously, attempting to elevate his voice. Though he still sounded somewhat hesitant, he was clearly more resolute than before. Excellent. Lu Jin nodded approvingly. At this moment, he had arranged everything according to his plan, awaiting the special police team to walk into his trap. Outside the bank, the leader of the special police team ambled toward the perimeter, now only a dozen meters from the bank. He walked slowly, seemingly waiting for something. Report, Mandus. The prey is in position. Just then, a voice came through the leader's earpiece. Received. The leader replied softly, then his expression brightened as he approached the bank's entrance. Indeed. The reason for his leisurely pace was to allow the team members he dispatched to reach their designated locations. Once they were in position, he would draw the bandit's attention, allowing his team to spring into action while he engaged the bandit in conversation. The bandit was alone. This plan was certain to catch him off guard. Inside the bank, Lu Jin heard the leader announce, "I am the captain of the municipal special police team. I come with sincerity. Perhaps we can converse." Upon reaching the bank's entrance, the captain picked up a loudspeaker and began addressing the interior of the bank. His powerful voice echoed across the square, clear and resonant. Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Jin turned his head to Xiang Xian, giving him a meaningful glance. After swallowing hard, Xiang Xian gritted his teeth and rose to approach the bank's entrance. After all, with a bomb strapped to his body, his life was in Lu Jin's hands, compelling him to comply with Lu Jin's instructions. Once the captain finished speaking, he stood at the entrance, his brow furrowed in evident tension. Even his palms were beginning to sweat. The captain had high hopes for this operation. A failure would be a devastating blow. Thus, he was understandably anxious. At that moment, a figure appeared in the gap of the curtains beside the bank's door. The captain looked up to see the figure, clad in a hood, with only one eye visible. He frowned slightly, his gaze drifting downward to the figure's coat, a dark green tactical jacket. In the temporary command room of the police, the captain had seen the footage of the bandit obscuring the bank's internal surveillance. The individual indeed wore a hood and such a coat. It was unmistakable. "You are Lu Jin?" the captain called out, raising his voice deliberately to ensure his team could receive the message through their earpieces. His conversation with the bandit was the signal for the operation to commence. "I am Lu Jin," the figure behind the window responded, swallowing nervously. The captain raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss with the portrayal of Lu Jin. Yet, he could not pinpoint the exact discrepancy. There was an oddness about this individual, an air of dullness that seemed at odds with the Lu Jin he had heard about. Meanwhile, outside the employee passage at the back of the bank, for fully armed special police officers awaited their cue. Upon hearing the conversation between the captain and the bandit, the officer at the front signaled, "Commence action," a calm voice declared. The nearby officers quickly swiped their security badges to unlock the door. Several special police officers swiftly and orderly entered the bank through the employee passage. Chapter 30. Captain, there's no time to evacuate. After 4 SWAT team members entered the bank through the staff passage, they maintained their formation and proceeded with utmost caution. Although the robber had been lured away by the team leader at the front entrance, there was a lingering suspicion that he might have set traps within the bank. Therefore, the SWAT team advanced with vigilance, remaining alert to their surroundings. Fortunately, their progress was far smoother than expected. Along the path leading to the bank hall, the team encountered no obstacles whatsoever. It appeared that the robber was not as formidable as rumored. At the bank's entrance, the team leader continued negotiations with the robber, his primary objective being to divert the robber's attention and create conditions for an ambush. The topics of discussion were trivial and inconsequential. The robber, seemingly easy to manipulate, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger and cooperated willingly. As time passed, a subtle smile crept onto the team leader's face. The longer he delayed, the higher the chances of a successful ambush. At this moment, he had already bought considerable time. His team members must have nearly infiltrated the bank hall by now. Report. We have successfully infiltrated and have the robber in our sights, ready to fire. At that moment, the team leader's earpiece crackled with the report from his team. Elated, he marveled at how smoothly the plan was unfolding. The robber remained oblivious, standing right before him while his teammates had their weapons trained on him. This exercise seemed far less challenging than he had anticipated. "Don't you notice anything amiss?" the team leader inquired cheerfully, eyeing the robber through the window. At that moment, he exuded an air of triumph. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that only 4 minutes had elapsed in the countdown, originally allotted 10 minutes for the operation. It seemed they would conclude in under 5. He couldn't fathom how the leader had misjudged the situation. This level of robber was hardly a threat, especially since even his combat instructor had been caught up in it. "What?" The robber stared at the team leader, bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend what was meant by something being amiss. "The exercise is over. You played your role well, but it ends here." The team leader continued to speak lightheartedly, his hands clasped behind his back, embodying a sense of control over the situation. Indeed, with a mere command, this robber could be eliminated by his subordinates. He had, without a doubt, seized command of the situation. Exercise? What exercise? The robber continued to gaze at the team leader, confusion evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the team leader momentarily froze. Did he not know about the exercise? Was he not Lu Jin? Who then? Was he? At that moment, the team leader began to sense something was amiss. From the very start, the fear he had detected in the robber's eyes was not characteristic of Lu Jin's portrayal. As the situation progressed, everything unfolded far too smoothly. Almost as if it were a trap. Something's not right. We need to withdraw immediately. The team leader's brow furrowed in concern as he hastily issued orders through his earpiece. At this moment, he was nearly certain that the robber before him was not Lu Jin. Where had the real Lu Jin gone? It seemed that this imposter had anticipated their plan from the outset and was lying in wait within the bank for his team to fall into the trap. Listening to the orders coming through the earpiece, the SWAT team members inside the bank were utterly perplexed. They exchanged glances, unsure of the current situation. They had cautiously infiltrated the bank, and now the robber stood before them, with their weapons trained on his back. They could end the exercise with a mere pull of the trigger. Why had the captain suddenly ordered a retreat? Just then, two crisp sounds echoed through the air. Following the noise, a small spherical object, about the size of a fist, rolled toward them. When it came to a halt, they realized it was a grenade. The SWAT team members' pupils dilated in unison. They were in a narrow corridor behind the bank hall, with no room to evade. Boom! Before the team members could react, a muffled explosion reverberated. The grenade detonated. This grenade was equipped with a delay mechanism, meaning it would explode after a set period once triggered. Grenades of the same model have the same delay time. Therefore, if one knew the grenade's model, they could throw it in such a way that it would detonate immediately upon landing. Clearly, this grenade had been timed before being thrown. Thus, it exploded within 2 seconds of hitting the ground, leaving the team no time to react. Of course, this was merely a training grenade, devoid of the lethality of a real explosive. The explosion produced only a cloud of colorful smoke, causing the SWAT team to squint their eyes. After the grenade detonated, a figure emerged from behind the wall at the corridor's corner. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out. Lu Jin, with an expression of indifference and wielding a Type 95 assault rifle, fired at each team member's head without regard for whether they had been incapacitated by the grenade explosion. Each shot, though using blank ammunition, struck with precision, causing the team members to grimace in pain. Outside the bank, the team leader listened intently to the commotion within, anxiety coursing through him. However, he was powerless to assist his team. Do not engage. Withdraw immediately. He bellowed into the earpiece, desperately commanding his team to retreat. Yet, there was no response. The team leader clenched his jaw, fully aware that the ambush had failed and that his team members were likely in peril. For SWAT officers in danger would signify a monumental blunder in what was supposed to be a training exercise, and he would bear the brunt of the blame. Captain, it's too late to evacuate. Your team, they have all been compromised. Moments later, a voice crackled through the team leader's earpiece. It was unmistakably Lu Jin's voice. Chapter 31. You had your chance, Lu Jin. The squad leader gritted his teeth, the words almost forced through clenched jaws. Although he had never encountered Lu Jin nor heard his voice, he felt an unmistakable certainty that the voice echoing in his earpiece belonged to him. What he had perceived as an almost flawless ambush plan had ultimately devolved into a trap set by Lu Jin. He felt utterly deceived. The mere thought of it ignited a fury within him, causing his teeth to tremble and his breathing to grow labored. His eyes, filled with rage, fixed upon the figure lingering behind a window. If this figure was not Lu Jin, then who could it be? An accomplice? According to the intelligence gathered by the police force, the robber was solely Lu Jin. Yet, if this accomplice had been hiding within the bank from the very beginning and had not appeared alongside Lu Jin, it was indeed possible that the police had failed to detect him. This meant that Lu Jin could potentially have allies unknown to the police force. Moreover, the exercise had not explicitly stated that there could only be one robber. If the chief had initially intended for there to be 2 robbers but had kept this information undisclosed, that 2 was a plausible scenario. The squad leader's gaze remained fixed on the figure behind the window, who stood motionless. Slowly, his hand descended, and in a swift motion, he drew his sidearm. The fluidity of his movements was astonishingly swift. Most would be unable to react in the absence of preparation. With both hands gripping the weapon, the dark muzzle pressed against the glass, aimed directly at the figure's head. "Who are you?" he queried coldly, tilting his head. His frustration was palpable, for the failure of the plan had led to several of his team members being harmed. If the figure behind the window was indeed an accomplice of the robber, the squad leader would not hesitate to eliminate him, regardless of the consequences. "Please, don't kill me, I'm innocent." The moment the gun was aimed at the figure, he hastily raised his hands, his voice quavering with fear. This was not the reaction one would expect from an accomplice. "Captain, shoot. Eliminate him." The special police captain had shot a hostage during a bank heist. What an intriguing piece of news. Just then, Lu Jin's voice echoed once more in the squad leader's earpiece. His tone was calm, his words delivered with an air of nonchalance, inciting a deep-seated resentment within the squad leader. Even though he was aware that this was merely a drill, he yearned to seize Lu Jin and unleash his pin-up fury upon him. However, it was evident that he lacked the opportunity, for he had yet to lay eyes on Lu Jin. The squad leader's brow furrowed deeply, his hands still trained on the figure behind the window. According to Lu Jin, was this figure a hostage? Now, calming himself, he scrutinized the eyes before him, which revealed only fear, devoid of any other emotion. It seemed impossible for this to be Lu Jin's accomplice. Exhaling a long, heavy sigh, the squad leader endeavored to regain his composure. Anger would only diminish one's intellect. Why aren't you firing? TSK. Captain, you had your chance, yet you let it slip. Shall I assist you? Lu Jin's calm voice continued to resonate in the squad leader's earpiece. Just as these words fell, a hand grasping a firearm suddenly emerged from behind the window, aiming directly at the hostage's temple. The squad leader was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The hand belonged to Lu Jin, who now stood behind Xiang Xian. Their physiques were comparable, with Xiang Xian being slightly taller, allowing Lu Jin to remain completely concealed. At that moment, Xiang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. With explosives strapped to his body, he was confronted by the special police captain's gun in front and Lu Jin's weapon pressed against the back of his head. Trembling, tears streamed down his cheeks. He was utterly at a loss for what to do. Should he kneel and beg for mercy? In this situation, he feared he wouldn't even have time to kneel before his skull was shattered. Captain, if I pull the trigger now, this hostage will perish before your very eyes. Isn't that what you desire? Would you like me to assist you? Once he is dead, you will see me standing behind him. At that point, you could even shoot me dead with a single bullet. What do you say? Lu Jin's voice resonated again in the earpiece, laced with a mocking tone. Lu Jin, don't do anything reckless. The squad leader gritted his teeth and tossed his gun aside, raising his hands in surrender. Suppressing the fury boiling within him, he responded to Lu Jin. Though he longed to eliminate Lu Jin, he was a police officer and could not stand idly by while a hostage perished before him. Thus, he compromised. Very well. In this ambush, you have lost, and the cost is the lives of several officers. That price is indeed steep. I want to take your life, but I'll leave you to ponder how to deal with me. I advise you to proceed with caution next time. After all, your casualties thus far have been considerable. Lu Jin's voice continued to echo in the earpiece, maintaining its calm demeanor, yet this tranquility was tinged with derision. The squad leader clenched his teeth, striving to suppress the rage within. He chose silence, turning away from the bank entrance and making his way back to the police force. Lu Jin had spared his life, and remaining at the bank entrance would likely yield no further opportunities. To prevent provoking the robber into harming the hostage, he knew he had to leave swiftly. After covering a distance of about 20 meters, the squad leader glanced back once more. The figure before the window was no longer clad in a ski mask. He halted, locking eyes with Lu Jin from afar. With a sharp brow and piercing gaze, Lu Jin's face exuded an air of righteousness. Yet the malice in his eyes sent chills down the squad leader's spine. Such a seemingly virtuous visage belied the essence of a villain. The squad leader could not help but furrow his brow deeply. Was this Lu Jin, the one who had cost him 14 members? This face, he would remember. The exercise was not yet over. He still had a chance. In his heart, the squad leader vowed to make this young man pay dearly. Chapter 32. That young man truly possesses remarkable foresight. At this moment, Lu Jin stood behind the window, gazing distantly at the squad leader, his expression nearly inscrutable. The failure of this police operation should compel them to exercise greater caution in planning their next move, preventing them from acting recklessly. As long as the police force refrains from hasty actions, Lu Jin can afford to buy more time. Presently, there are still over 5 hours remaining until the deadline set by the system task. Remaining in the bank for such an extended period is undoubtedly no simple feat. Observing the squad leader turn around to exchange glances with him from afar, Lu Jin grasped the earpiece in his hand and continued to walk forward. Move further away. I have no desire to see you within my line of sight, Lu Jin calmly instructed through the earpiece. After speaking, he discarded the earpiece onto the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. The earpiece emitted a piercing noise as it shattered. Prompting the squad leader to swiftly remove his own earpiece, his brow furrowed. He cast a lingering glance at Lu Jin before proceeding as instructed. At this juncture, Lu Jin still held several hostages. He He had no choice but to comply with Lu Jin's demands. When he had turned back earlier, Lu Jin had been merely 20 meters away. If he had possessed a firearm, he might have been able to resolve the situation with a single shot, thereby concluding the exercise. But no, Lu Jin was not an ordinary opponent. Even with a gun, the likelihood of success before Lu Jin could react was slim. However, if he had arranged for a sniper prior to the assault, the squad leader pondered, glancing up at the building across from the bank. From that vantage point, it appeared that Lu Jin's previous position was conveniently situated within a blind spot. Thus, even with a sniper, it would be impossible to lock onto Lu Jin's location. This young man truly is a master strategist, far more formidable than he had anticipated. The squad leader of this special police team had indeed stumbled this time. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "Brothers, I can hardly believe my eyes." Once again, the streamer playing the robber has emerged victorious. Indeed, this robber's prowess seems almost supernatural. Lu Jin's incredible abilities have left even the special police team at a loss. Not only have they failed to apprehend him, but they have also suffered the loss of 4 team members during this operation, leaving them utterly crushed. Lu Jin. I shall remember this name. I will become his #1 fan. It seems this exercise will extend for some time, granting us a few more hours of entertainment. How delightful. Speaking of which, where are those who claimed the robber was hopeless? Shouldn't they be stepping forward to face the consequences? I recall someone even suggested drinking foot bath water while standing on their heads. Lu Jin is truly remarkable. Indeed, this singular robber has managed to confound the police force. Imagine if he had a team behind him. As for the squad leader, he must have suffered considerable humiliation. Haha, he and the captain could be considered kindred spirits, both having prepared for the exercise to conclude within 10 minutes, only to be soundly thwarted. Observing the squad leader's dejected exit from the bank, the live stream audience couldn't help but chuckle at his misfortune. Before this surprise operation, the majority of the live stream viewers had little faith in the robber Lu Jin. In their eyes, facing the special police team and such a flawlessly executed assault plan, Lu Jin was bound to fail, and the exercise would soon come to an end. Who would have thought that the final outcome would be the complete downfall of the assaulting officers? The once confident squad leader, who had seemed so assured, now had no choice but to retreat in shame. Faced with such results, the viewers could only exclaim in astonishment, "Lu Jin is incredible." Unbeknownst to Lu Jin, as he dealt with the squad leader's organized assault, he simultaneously garnered a substantial following in the live stream. Meanwhile, in the city bureau, the expression on the director's face was one of grave concern, his brow knitted in frustration. How could this happen? After such a lengthy exercise, these young men have presented me with such a dismal outcome. 1 hostage, 5 police casualties, and most importantly, the robber remains at large. The director murmured to himself as he observed the live broadcast. As the referee of this exercise, he was not meant to favor either side. However, as the head of the city bureau, he naturally hoped for a flawless operation with 0 casualties, allowing him to showcase the bureau's capabilities to the live audience. Yet, the exercise had devolved into chaos, with significant losses incurred before it had even concluded. The police force had launched 3 operations, none of which bore fruit. Clearly, something had gone awry, seriously amiss. Sighing deeply, the director shook his head, offering himself a semblance of consolation. The bureau had indeed suffered disgrace. He could only hope that this exercise would serve as a wake-up call for his subordinates, allowing the loss of face to carry some meaning. In his moment of discontent, the director lifted his teacup, only to find the tea had long gone cold. His brow furrowed even deeper, and lacking the desire to refill it, he placed the cup back on the table. Yet, this exercise was not without its merits. At the very least, Lu Jin's portrayal of the robber had not only achieved the intended effects but had also far exceeded his expectations. He had instructed Lu Jin to strive to become a fierce bandit. Who could have anticipated that in just 3 days, Lu Jin would embody the role so convincingly? The hostages in the bank were utterly terrified, with even the director finding it difficult to recognize him. Having reached this point in the exercise, it was clear that his initial choice for the role of the robber had proven astute. He could only hope that Lu Jin did not become too immersed in his character. After all, once the exercise concluded, he would no longer be a robber but a police officer. If he were to retain this fierce demeanor post-exercise, how would he carry out his duties in the future? Nevertheless, setting aside other concerns, Lu Jin's performance as the robber had undeniably brought the director numerous surprises. With a character like Lu Jin, this exercise had truly become a genuine exercise, far removed from the mere formality of past simulations that ended without substance. Chapter 33. Every step must achieve perfection within the confines of the bank, as the team leader vanished into the distance behind a police vehicle. Lu Jin drew the curtains once more. He turned to observe Xiang Xian, who had collapsed onto the floor, clearly shaken. Even after falling, he remained visibly trembling. Lu Jin regarded him with calmness, and amidst Xiang Xian's fearful gaze, Lu Jin extended his hand. "Your life has been spared," he announced in a tranquil voice. Xiang Xian instinctively swallowed hard. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, a sense of relief washed over him, akin to a pardon from a dire fate. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out, allowing Lu Jin to assist him. He had no desire for the ruthless criminal before him to pull him up, but the hand was already extended. Refusing might risk the very life he had just managed to save. After hoisting Xiang Xian to his feet, Lu Jin detached the remote-controlled bomb from him, allowing him to return to the area designated for hostages. Lu Jin then replaced his belongings into his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Previously, he had carelessly left the backpack in a corner of the bank, as the hostages were unaware of its contents and thus paid it no mind. However, now they were fully cognizant of what lay within. If left in the same spot, the hostages might entertain thoughts of rebellion. Though the criminals currently held a degree of fear towards him, Lu Jin deemed it prudent to remain cautious. Thus, securing the backpack on his back was the wisest course of action. With his backpack in place, Lu Jin approached the area where several fallen SWAT officers lay. After previously tossing a grenade and ensuring each one received a bullet, he had left them unattended. Now, upon his return, the officers, though filled with resentment, complied quietly, lying still as they endeavored to embody their roles. The dead. Excellent. This is the demeanor expected of the deceased. Lu Jin surveyed the fallen officers and nodded in satisfaction. Despite their frowns, they remained silent, upholding their strict discipline, one of their guiding principles. Since they had joined the exercise at the behest of the police force, adherence to the rules was paramount. Lu Jin said nothing further as he opened the door to the room where the combat trainer resided. He then turned back, dragging the 4 officers one by one to the threshold of the room, disposing of them as one would refuse, casting them inside. From the hostages' vantage point, the location of the SWAT team was a blind spot. Thus, they could not see the officers. They merely witnessed Lu Jin dragging individuals from that area and tossing them into the room. The exact fate of those bodies remained unknown to them. However, it was evident they were lifeless. Otherwise, they would not have been dragged by the criminals, nor ultimately discarded into the room. For uniformed figures had perished, meaning that a total of 5 officers and 1 hostage had succumbed. The criminals had not only robbed the bank but also taken numerous lives. Should they be apprehended, their fate would be sealed. Such individuals would hardly care about the additional blood on their hands. Consequently, the hostages' fear of Lu Jin intensified. Even as he completed his grim task and approached them, they hurriedly lowered their heads, terrified of meeting his gaze. Lu Jin settled onto the floor opposite the hostages. Retrieving his notebook, he opened it and drew a red line across one of the pages. Following this, Lu Jin stared intently at the notebook while extracting a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. As he savored the confection, an epiphany struck him. He glanced at Xu Yunru, who, upon noticing the robber's gaze, quickly averted her eyes, fearful of locking eyes with him. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had been pondering how to explain the sudden appearance of a lollipop, but now, witnessing Xu Yunru's reaction, he realized no explanation was necessary. This simplicity was quite satisfactory. While enjoying the lollipop and contemplating his notebook, Lu Jin reflected on the forthcoming developments of this exercise. The recent failure of the assault plan had resulted in the loss of 4 SWAT officers, a significant blow to the police force. Following such a setback, they would undoubtedly be hesitant to act recklessly. He had successfully gained considerable time in confrontation. However, it was evidently insufficient to meet the system's requirement of 6 hours. What course of action would the police take next? To linger within the bank amidst their onslaught, Lu Jin needed to outthink them, devising an even more comprehensive plan. After all, he possessed no opportunity for trial and error. He had to ensure that every step he took was executed to perfection. Any misstep could lead to the downfall of all his previous efforts. In the makeshift command center, a loud bang resonated. What? The plan has failed, and 4 officers are dead. The captain slammed his hand on the table, astonished. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse and vent his frustration. But he restrained himself. After all, a camera was positioned right in front of him, broadcasting to an unknown number of viewers. As the overall commander of this exercise, it would be inappropriate to let loose with expletives. Thus, the captain gritted his teeth, suppressing the impulse to curse. He was undeniably furious and shocked. The complete loss of the assault team was a scenario he had contemplated, yet hearing it confirmed shattered his composure. When the team leader had first presented the assault plan, he had believed in its high feasibility. Consequently, he, along with nearly everyone else, envisioned a favorable outcome, assuming that at worst, the assault would fail. But the officers could still retreat. Who could have predicted such a dire conclusion? With all the officers perished and the criminals brazenly remaining within the bank. This exercise had resulted in the greatest number of casualties in nearly 2 decades for the Municipal Bureau. Most concerning was that the exercise was far from over. No one could ascertain whether the current casualties would be the final count, especially given Lu Jin's unpredictability as a criminal. Chapter 34. In such circumstances, how could he escape? Captain, this is my fault. My blunder led to this outcome. After the drill concludes, I will submit a self-reflection and willingly accept any punishment. The squad leader stood beside the table, gazing at the captain whose face was darkened with concern, his brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward, his voice laced with regret. He felt immense guilt for the loss of 4 team members due to his oversight. The special police unit was already small in number, and as their leader, he regarded each member as a brother. How could he not feel responsible for their deaths due to a command error? At least he could be grateful it was merely an exercise, and his 4 comrades were not truly lost. Otherwise, he would carry a burden of guilt for life. The decision to launch a surprise attack had been made collectively, not solely his fault. Of course, the exercise was not yet over, and it was not the time to assign blame. What we should discuss now is our next course of action. So many brothers had fallen, yet the outcome only emboldened the robbers. How should we confront them moving forward? Standing upright, the captain exhaled a long, heavy sigh before addressing those in the temporary command center. The squad leader and several key officers fell into silence as they listened. The failed drug operation, the unsuccessful assault, the repeated failures of the surprise attack. They currently had no viable solutions. After all, the robbers still held hostages, placing the police in a reactive position. For those in a passive stance, to initiate an offensive was indeed fraught with peril. Seeing the somber expressions around him, the captain sighed again, rubbing his temples. The recent failed assault, compounded by the loss of 4 team members, had undoubtedly affected morale. It would be unwise to rush into formulating an attack plan now. The immediate priority should be to calm the robbers, ensuring the safety of the hostages within the bank, and wait for an opportunity once the robbers had relaxed. In the police live-streaming room, the atmosphere was tense. I found myself concerned for the squad leader. This exercise had proven to be an insurmountable challenge for the captain. Indeed, he expressed his frustration. The robber played by Lu Jin was not only convincingly realistic, but also possessed an exceptionally high intellect. Throughout the exercise, Lu Jin's performance had been nothing short of remarkable, exemplifying what it meant to be a high IQ robber. For reasons unknown, I felt a pang of sympathy for the captain, who appeared quite pitiful. I had not anticipated the squad leader's surprise attack would fail. Initially, I thought Lu Jin would be easily subdued, only to discover he was the mastermind behind the operation. With the loss of 4 special police officers, I wondered about the psychological toll on the captain. I was uncertain about the captain's mental state, but it was clear he would likely develop a psychological aversion to the name Lu Jin in the future. Be cautious. Brothers upstairs, the captain may follow the network cable to your door. Brothers, let us predict whether the robber Lu Jin has a chance of winning this exercise. Winning would undoubtedly be difficult, but if he could hold out for another hour or 2, it might be feasible. Given the current situation, the police could not afford to act hastily. Indeed, despite Lu Jin appearing to have the upper hand, the area outside the bank was heavily surrounded by law enforcement, leaving no opportunity for escape. The outcome of the exercise would ultimately favor the police. It was merely a matter of time and the cost incurred. To this day, I had not heard of a single exercise in which the robbers emerged victorious. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the temporary command center were being captured by cameras for the police live stream. The audience was highly engaged, with numerous comments flooding the chat. Many viewers, observing the captain's current state, felt a genuine sense of pity for him. After all, his encounters with the robber Lu Jin had left him utterly overwhelmed. Not only had he gained no advantage, but he had also suffered significant losses. In the live stream, some viewers began to speculate audaciously about whether Lu Jin might ultimately win the exercise. However, the majority remained skeptical of this possibility. Despite Lu Jin's apparent advantages and successes in previous encounters, as a robber, he would need to leave the bank with the stolen money to claim victory. With law enforcement surrounding the building, It could be described as a net tightening around him. Under such conditions, how could he escape? Moreover, looking back over the past 20 years, there had not been a single instance of a robber's victory. The fact that Lu Jin had managed to reach this point was already commendable. Many viewers even referred to him as a high IQ robber. Yet to claim victory was a mere fantasy. Impossible. The atmosphere in the temporary command center remained heavy for quite some time. Eventually, the captain pulled out a pack of cigarettes, intending to open it, but he recalled the camera on the table. His hand hesitated before he turned and exited the makeshift command vehicle. Out of sight of the camera, he stood at a distance, gazing at the bank as he lit a cigarette. "Captain, may I have one too?" The squad leader followed him out and spoke calmly. The captain nodded and handed over a cigarette and lighter. The squad leader lit his cigarette as they stood side by side, looking toward the bank. "What are your thoughts on our next move?" the captain asked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling slowly, watching the curling smoke. Though he held a superior position, they shared a camaraderie akin to friendship, allowing for a calm exchange. "Primarily, we must focus on calming the robbers. After several consecutive failures, if we rush another attack, I fear Lu Jin may resort to harming the hostages. From my earlier encounter with him, it's clear he is capable of anything." The squad leader took a deep breath of smoke before responding, recalling the moment Lu Jin stood behind a hostage, gun drawn, and the words he spoke. The squad leader couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, the best course of action moving forward was to soothe the robbers and ensure the safety of the hostages. The captain stubbed out his cigarette, responding with a resigned nod. The next steps must be taken with utmost caution. Thus, without a solid plan in place, their primary focus would have to remain on appeasing the robbers. Chapter 35, a plan with minimal risk and high reward in the ensuing period. The police force refrained from launching another offensive, a development that came as no surprise to Lu Jin. After all, their consecutive serious defeats had rendered them cautious. The most prudent approach to prevent the situation from deteriorating further was to remain still, biding their time for Lu Jin to reveal a flaw, thereby presenting an opportunity to strike decisively and conclude the exercise. Within the makeshift command center, the captain, squad leaders, and key personnel of the police team gathered around a table. On the table lay a layout of the bank, accompanied by a whiteboard adorned with Lu Jin's photograph. Scrawled on the whiteboard were words such as ferocious, cunning, and high intelligence. Clearly, during this period of inactivity, the captain and his team had not been idle. They had conducted extensive analysis regarding Lu Jin's character, the internal dynamics of the bank, and the trajectory of the exercise to devise a more meticulous plan. "What do you think would happen if we dispatched a negotiation expert to the bank? How would Lu Jin respond?" The captain tossed the marker back into the holder, raising his gaze to the assembly in the command center, and posed his inquiry earnestly. Given the current stalemate in the exercise, it was common practice to employ a professional negotiator. Although the police had not advanced, they had effectively surrounded the bank. Even if the robbers held numerous hostages, escape was futile. Thus, even if the robbers initially resisted negotiation, prolonged deadlock typically compelled them to relent and engage with the expert. However, Lu Jin was no ordinary criminal. His willingness to negotiate remained uncertain. Based on his conduct thus far, it was difficult to ascertain his intentions. He was exceedingly ruthless and might not hesitate to harm the negotiator. After a brief silence, one of the police team's key members finally spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, considering Lu Jin's behavior in this exercise, there was a significant likelihood he would forego any discourse with the negotiator and instead eliminate him outright. Should such an event transpire, the police would once again find themselves in a position of ridicule. Lu Jin was undeniably fierce and cunning, yet he was not a fool. With the bank encircled, he was acutely aware that escape was impossible. Accepting negotiation was one of his few remaining options, as it could afford him certain advantages. Thus, "I propose that sending a negotiation expert might be worth a try," the squad leader remarked after a thoughtful pause. Listening to his words, the other key members fell into silence, acknowledging the squad leader's reasoning. As the squad leader and the core team wrestled with their thoughts, the captain seized another marker and tapped it against the whiteboard, drawing everyone's attention. "Have you not grasped the crux of my inquiry? My question is not whether Lu Jin is willing to negotiate, but rather, if we dispatch a negotiation expert, what would he do? If I were Lu Jin, facing such a stalemate and with the police sending in a negotiator, I would allow him entry into the bank, only to capture him, thereby securing another hostage." The captain spoke deliberately, watching as his audience absorbed his implications. "Captain, do you mean the tamper with the negotiator?" The squad leader raised an eyebrow, quickly comprehending the captain's suggestion. Precisely. Why are we feeling so constrained, struggling to formulate a plan? The root of the problem lies in our ignorance of the situation within the bank. What is Lu Jin doing? Where are the hostages? We know nothing. If we could monitor the circumstances inside the bank and track the robbers' movements, concluding this exercise would be straightforward. The captain exclaimed, thumping the table with enthusiasm. The squad leader and several police key members nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of the captain's assertion. My plan is to equip the negotiation expert with surveillance and listening devices, allowing him to enter the bank and negotiate with the robbers. As long as the expert gains entry, we can utilize the devices to gather intelligence from within the bank. Consequently, we can formulate a robust assault plan to seize control of this exercise. The captain articulated with a seriousness that brought a smile to his face, clearly pleased with his proposal. As the captain elaborated on his plan, the police key members and squad leader nodded in approval. This strategy was indeed commendable, minimal risk with substantial potential rewards. Success hinged solely on the negotiator's ability to enter the bank. The outcome of the negotiation was of little consequence. Captain, this plan is indeed sound. Once we ascertain the situation within the bank, I can promptly mobilize the SWAT team for an assault. When shall we initiate this plan? The squad leader, visibly excited, thumped the table earnestly. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lu Jin, eager to apprehend him and quell his audacity. Naturally, the prospect of this plan made him impatient. Now is not the time. The stalemate has not persisted long enough. The longer it continues, the greater the likelihood Lu Jin will agree to negotiate. Should he accept, he would not harm the negotiator. We must wait. In my estimation, this plan should be executed during dinner. That would be most prudent. The captain inhaled deeply before speaking gravely. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As time elapses, the pressure on the police will increasingly mount, paralleling the mounting stress on the robbers. Encircled by so many officers, their hope of escape would inevitably diminish over time. The burden borne by the robbers was certainly considerable. When this pressure accumulates to a certain extent, the robbers will gradually relent, and the likelihood of accepting negotiation will rise. The captain's plan thus holds a high probability of success. Therefore, the police's current course of action is to remain patient and continue waiting. Chapter 36. A foolproof assurance. Time swiftly flew by in the makeshift command center, where the captain, the squad leader, and several key officers gathered. At this moment, all were engrossed in their meals, poring over the bank's layout while consuming their boxed lunches. The clock had struck 6:30, marking 5 hours since the squad leader's assault plan was initiated. This meant that following the conclusion of the assault plan, the officers had remained motionless for a considerable duration of 5 hours. Throughout this time, the robbers inside the bank had not made a sound, leading to a tense standoff between the two parties. As the clock chimed 6:30, the captain discarded his empty lunchbox into a nearby trash bin and glanced at his wristwatch. He spoke somberly, noting that the exercise had been ongoing for nearly 7.5 hours. Such a duration was exceedingly long. Bank drills typically lasted 1 to 2 hours, making this prolonged exercise highly unusual and worthy of historical documentation within the precinct. It was now time for the captain to implement his plan. Are we all prepared? He inquired calmly, directing his gaze at the squad leader. The squad leader, having also disposed of his lunch, nodded in affirmation. The plan had been meticulously crafted in advance, thus they had been preparing for quite some time. He exited the command center momentarily, returning shortly with the precinct's negotiation expert. Concealed within the expert's coat and belt were hidden recording devices. And to further ensure these devices remained undetected, a listening device was ingeniously concealed in the soles of his shoes. This arrangement was essentially foolproof. Once the negotiation expert was introduced to the assembled personnel, the squad leader elaborated on the preparations made. The concealed devices indeed provided a sense of security. Even if Lu Jin were to suspect something, he could only compel the negotiation expert to remove his coat, leaving 2 devices still operational. After all, this was merely a drill, and it was unlikely that Lu Jin would resort to stripping the negotiation expert entirely, a gesture far too degrading for him to consider. Excellent. This plan must succeed. Failure is not an option. The captain nodded in satisfaction at the squad leader's words. He surveyed the faces of his team, his voice heavy with resolve. This exercise had already dragged on for far too long. Should they fail again, the captain feared it might lead to his own breakdown. We must ensure the mission's completion. The negotiation expert nodded earnestly in response, and under the watchful eyes of the team, he took the boxed lunches prepared for the robbers and hostages and made his way towards the bank. Meanwhile, the captain, squad leader, and the core officers remained in the command center. Once the technical team connected the surveillance and listening equipment to the negotiation expert, they focused intently on the screens, observing the unfolding situation. Inside the bank, Lu Jin sat on the floor beside a window adjacent to the bank's entrance. From this vantage point, he could glimpse the movements of the officers outside through the curtain's gap. The hostages were positioned conveniently behind him, making this spot a suitable lookout. Boredom struck as he fiddled with his phone, playing a game of landlord while surprised by the lack of activity from the police force throughout the afternoon. However, this was precisely the outcome Lu Jin desired, as his aim was to prolong the standoff until the system's designated time elapsed. The absence of police action made his task considerably easier. Having just concluded a game, Lu Jin lifted his head and noticed a figure approaching the bank. Raising an eyebrow, he stood up and peered at the silhouette. As darkness began to descend, the distance obscured the figure's features. With caution, Lu Jin retrieved his handgun from behind him. The figure drew closer, and upon nearing within 4 to 5 meters of the bank, it halted. "Hello, I am the negotiation expert from the precinct. I am here to assist you. I carry no weapons and have brought you boxed lunches. I understand you, and the hostages have yet to eat. Allow me to deliver the meals, after which we can discuss matters. If you have any wishes or requests within reason, we would be more than willing to accommodate you." The figure stood grounded, addressing the bank with sincerity and decorum, clearly a trained negotiation expert. Raising his hands, he signified his lack of malicious intent and absence of weaponry. Lu Jin remained concealed behind the curtain, capable of observing the events outside while remaining unseen himself. He watched the negotiation expert from a distance, refraining from immediate reaction. Instead, he opened his system's task panel, where the countdown displayed 28:29. This indicated he had 28 minutes remaining before the system's designated time expired, allowing him to depart the bank in due course. This meant he could indeed prepare for his exit. With a languid stretch, Lu Jin returned to the hostages, removing the robber's mask and coat that he had previously donned. His aversion to dirtiness prevented him from reusing the mask worn by Xiang Xian, but fortunately, he had a new one in his backpack. He stowed the used mask away and donned a fresh one, followed by a dark green windbreaker. Observing Lu Jin's actions, the hostages were left bewildered. With his identity already revealed, they wondered about the purpose of the mask. Yet, out of fear, they kept their questions unvoiced, burying their curiosity. Once equipped, Lu Jin approached the bank's entrance and pressed the button to control the automatic doors, which began to rise slowly. Chapter 37. Is it a particular affection for this attire? As the doors of the bank swung open, the negotiation expert, carrying a lunchbox, raised his hands and stepped inside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a hand wielding a gun emerged from behind the adjacent wall, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at his temple. "Easy now. I harbor no ill intentions. I am unarmed," he instinctively gulped, hastily speaking while maintaining his hands aloft, clearly awaiting the robber's command. "Take a few steps forward," the calm voice of Lu Jin instructed. The negotiation expert, not daring to delay, complied, moving forward slowly. The sound of the heavy door slamming shut echoed behind him. He remained still, refraining from turning his head as he patiently waited. Lu Jin approached and conducted a cursory search of the negotiation expert, confirming the absence of weapons. He then took the lunchbox from the expert's hands and escorted him to the hostage seating area. Subsequently, he produced a pair of handcuffs, fastening one of the negotiation expert's wrists to the chair, thereby restricting his range of movement. In truth, Lu Jin was not concerned that the negotiation expert was a police officer in disguise. After all, the tactic of using a false identity to launch an attack during a meal delivery had already been attempted once, yielding no results and costing a police officer their life. Hence, the overall commander would never resort to such a strategy again, knowing the risks involved, which could cost lives. The police commander would certainly refrain from making such a perilous decision. Nonetheless, despite knowing the negotiation expert was not a police officer in disguise, Lu Jin still chose to restrain him. This was primarily due to the expert's awareness that this was merely a drill, and that Lu Jin was merely playing the role of a robber. Thus, managing him would not be as straightforward as with other hostages, warranting a degree of special treatment. As for the handcuffs, they had been confiscated from several fallen SWAT officers. "It has been nearly 8 hours since you entered the bank, and I trust you are aware of the situation outside. Escape is no longer an option for you. Surrender is your only avenue. As long as you do not harm the hostages further, leniency may be afforded. Moreover, if you have any reasonable request prior to surrendering, we are open to accommodating them. Perhaps a meeting with your parents or children. After being handcuffed to the hostage chair, the negotiation expert began to speak earnestly, employing professional negotiation terminology. Directly addressing the robber's predicament and offering a glimpse of hope, attempting to leverage familial ties to sway the robber. His words were imbued with sincerity. However, Lu Jin seemed entirely oblivious to the negotiation expert's discourse. After securing him, he casually picked up the lunchbox from the floor and began serving the hostages their meals. While he himself indulged in his own food, casting a calm glance toward the negotiation expert but remaining indifferent to his words. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center, the captain, the squad leader, and a cadre of police officers were filled with excitement. The negotiation expert had successfully entered the bank unharmed, indicating that the captain's plan had succeeded without incurring any cost. On the screens within the command center, footage captured by the hidden camera on the negotiation expert was being broadcasted. In the frame, Lu Jin sat on the floor, heartily consuming his lunch. However, the squad leader frowned slightly at the sight of Lu Jin on the screen. What's wrong? Is something amiss? The captain noticed the squad leader's apparent unease and inquired. During the previous raid, that hood and the dark green tactical jacket were worn by the hostage. Lu Jin used those to mislead us into believing the hostage was him. The squad leader explained earnestly. Previously, they were donned by the hostage to confuse us, but why has he reverted to that attire now? Could it be he has a particular fondness for this outfit? Are you suggesting that the figure on the screen might not be the robber Lu Jin, but rather the hostage? The captain asked, furrowing his brow in surprise. From all appearances, it should be Lu Jin. I have seen him before, and he was dressed like this. I do not mean to imply that. The figure on the screen is undoubtedly Lu Jin. I simply did not anticipate that he would don the same clothing again. The squad leader replied, shaking his head hastily. The figure on the screen cannot be the hostage, for Lu Jin is the robber. He would never allow a hostage to sit here under his control. Yet, I cannot fathom why he chose to return to that outfit. With that, the squad leader shook his head and dismissed the thought. Why he opted to wear that attire again was inconsequential. What mattered was that they could now monitor the situation inside the bank. If they could find a suitable opportunity, this drill could come to an end. The captain crossed his arms, gazing intently at the screen, his voice low and resolute. At this moment, he felt a sense of relief. After such a lengthy exercise, they had finally made a breakthrough. Moreover, this breakthrough, in some respects, had opened a breach in the seemingly impenetrable bank, granting the captain a glimmer of hope for concluding the drill. Inside the bank, Lu Jin continued to sit across from the negotiation expert, engrossed in his meal. Ever since handcuffing the expert, he had remained silent, his focus solely on eating. In truth, Lu Jin was aware that the negotiation expert concealed a camera on his person. During the earlier cursory search, Lu Jin had felt the camera hidden within the expert's coat. However, he did not expose it. Instead, after securing the negotiation expert, he deliberately positioned himself directly in front of the camera, ensuring it captured his image. For Lu Jin, allowing the officers outside to comprehend the circumstances within the bank was a crucial element of his escape plan. He had devised a meticulous strategy and was confident that it would unfold beyond the officers' expectations. Chapter 38. Lu Jin's grave mistake. The negotiation expert continued to employ all his skills in diplomacy, speaking fervently. Yet, Lu Jin remained silent, quietly finishing a box meal, seemingly unsatisfied, before picking up another one to eat. The hostages, who had yet to eat, were taken aback by this scene. Surely, the meals prepared outside were allocated per person? The fact that the robber consumed his portion and still desired more implied that some would inevitably go hungry. Outside, the police showed no signs of breaching the bank, leaving the duration of their confinement uncertain. In such dire circumstances, the robber's voracious appetite seemed utterly inhumane. Of course, despite the grievances bubbling within, none dared voice their discontent. After all, missing a meal would not lead to death, but provoking the robber could result in immediate peril. The hostages, who had yet to dine, watched the gluttonous robber with trepidation, swallowing hard as they observed Lu Jin's indulgent display. His manner of eating transformed a simple meal into a feast fit for royalty. Once Lu Jin finished his meal, he let out a satisfied belch and drank several cups of water from the dispenser. After these actions, he returned to his previous position, his eyes filled with malice. Fixated on the negotiation expert without uttering a word, the expert felt a chill run down his spine. Though he had negotiated with numerous robbers before, he had never encountered such a ferocious gaze as Lu Jin's. I cannot escape. Surrounded by the police within the bank for so long, I am fatigued. I have taken lives, 5 officers and 1 hostage, a total of 6. If captured, I will certainly meet my demise. I am not fond of solitude. thus I do not wish to die alone. Soon, I shall confine all hostages in the office on the second floor. Every half hour, I shall execute one. Until none remain. There are 10 hostages in total, and including you, that makes 11. I can eliminate 5 within half an hour. Of course, the police outside are oblivious to my intentions. They believe all hostages are still alive. And it is only when they breach the bank that they will discover the grim reality. After a prolonged stare at the negotiation expert, Lu Jin finally spoke. His tone remained eerily calm, yet the words he uttered were terrifying. The hostages wore mournful expressions. Lu Jin's proclamation felt like a death sentence. This robber, more fearsome than a demon, had no intention of sparing the innocent. Why are you doing this? The hostages here are innocent. The negotiation expert hastily interjected, attempting to sway Lu Jin's vengeful thoughts with his expertise. However, after only a couple of sentences, Lu Jin stood and walked away, no longer paying him any heed. His prepared speech had concluded, and he had no desire to engage further with the expert. His words were not intended for him, but for the officers in the makeshift command center outside. He was acutely aware that they were surely watching him on the screen, listening intently to every word he spoke. Lu Jin's objective was to compel them to act swiftly. After hearing Lu Jin's chilling declaration, the remaining hostages found the box meals less appetizing, their faces drawn with despair and devoid of appetite. Lu Jin, indifferent to their plight, decided they need not eat if they were unwilling. He brandished his Type 95 assault rifle, ordered all the hostages to rise from their seats, and herded them into a windowless office on the second floor, locking the door behind them. The hostages' hands had been bound with rope, rendering them incapable of creating any disturbance for the time being. Lu Jin required only a brief moment. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were aghast. The character portrayed by Lu Jin, the robber, was shockingly ruthless. Unable to escape, he resorted to using hostages as collateral, executing one every half hour, leaving the police with little time to act. Upon learning of this, the officers would undoubtedly hasten their efforts. There could be no more casualties among the hostages. Fortunately, Lu Jin was unaware that the negotiation expert was equipped with a hidden camera. Observers noted that Lu Jin had confined the hostages to the second floor, distancing them from himself, an egregious error. Finally, someone recognized the pivotal flaw in Lu Jin's plan, which inadvertently provided the police with an opportunity. With only the robber and the negotiation expert remaining in the lobby, it was indeed an opportune moment for a forceful assault. However, questions arose regarding Lu Jin's sudden lapse in judgment. Up until now, he had consistently outmaneuvered his opponents. How could he make such a blunder? Even the wisest may falter, and prolonged engagement could lead to errors. Yet this mistake could serve as the police's chance to conclude the simulation. Regrettable. The audience buzzed with excitement, their comments flooding the screen. Many were perplexed by Lu Jin's decision to separate the hostages from himself, considering it a grave miscalculation. This blunder could very well lead to the police ending the exercise. In the temporary command center, the team leader expressed his confusion. What is he doing? Locking the hostages on the second floor? Isn't this increasing his risk? Furrowing his brow, he pondered aloud. Could it be he wishes to conceal the fact that this is merely a simulation? After all, he just declared his intent to kill hostages. If he were to execute someone in front of the others, wouldn't that reveal the facade of this operation? It would make controlling the remaining hostages far more difficult. After a moment of contemplation, the squad leader spoke earnestly. If that is indeed the case, Lu Jin has made a monumental error, one that could jeopardize the entire exercise. Chapter 39. The escape plan commences regardless of the circumstances. The robbers had distanced themselves from the hostages, presenting us with a fortuitous opportunity. The criminals had threatened to commence executing the hostages. Squad leader, prepare to organize a forceful assault. In 10 minutes, we shall launch an offensive on the bank. We must rescue the hostages and apprehend the robbers before they can inflict harm. The captain stood tall, turning to face his squad leader and the core team of officers, issuing commands. Though he sensed something amiss, he recognized this as an exceptional chance for a decisive strike, a prospect he was unwilling to forfeit. Inside the bank, after securing all the hostages on the second floor, Lu Jin returned to the main hall. Under the scrutiny of negotiation specialists and filming equipment, he carried the remaining takeout boxes into the rooms where the fallen officers lay. The captain had ensured that these boxes included rations for the deceased. Despite their demise during the drill, they still deserved nourishment. After all, it would be unreasonable to let them go hungry simply because they had perished in a training exercise. Hence, Lu Jin entered the room with the meals. To the negotiation experts in the makeshift command center, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, The duration of Lu Jin's stay appeared rather prolonged. Surely, delivering a meal could not take so long. Was he perhaps lingering to watch the officers finish their boxes? After approximately 5 minutes, Lu Jin emerged from the room. During that time, no one outside could discern what transpired within. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jin had stripped a special police officer of all but his undergarments, stowing the equipment and uniform in the black backpack he had carried since the afternoon raid. Thus, the backpack had not drawn the captain's attention, as it had remained on Lu Jin's back throughout the operation. Upon exiting the room, Lu Jin returned to sit across from the negotiation expert, remaining silent and avoiding any eye contact, as if the prolonged exercise had left him fatigued. 10 minutes later, the squad leader, having organized the forthcoming assault, returned to the temporary command center. "Captain, everything is arranged. The darkness has fallen. We can silently approach the bank's entrance. If we strike while Lu Jin is unprepared, the assault team can undoubtedly breach the bank within a minute." Standing beside the captain, the squad leader relayed the situation. The captain nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained fixated on the screen, a disquieting sense gnawing at him. Throughout the exercise, Lu Jin had exhibited a formidable and cunning nature, marked by his ferocity, intelligence, and caution. Yet, a criminal of such caliber suddenly committing a grave blunder and presenting them with an advantageous opportunity raised questions. It felt akin to a flawless chess game where the opponent unwittingly exposed a key piece. This could be an opportunity or a trap. The captain remained pensive, the earlier setbacks in the exercise urging him to tread carefully in the face of this seemingly golden chance. After all, Lu Jin was not a simple adversary. "Captain, what troubles you?" Observing the captain's furrowed brow, the squad leader inquired. The captain offered no reply, his right hand lightly drumming the table. Inside the bank, after sitting for a while, Lu Jin rose and stretched. He then drew his pistol, pressing it against the negotiation expert's temple. "I'm stepping out for a moment. You'd best behave, or upon my return, you'll be the first to die." Lu Jin leaned closer to whisper in the expert's ear, his voice low yet clear enough for the monitoring devices to capture. With that, he turned and headed toward the restroom. The restroom was adjacent to the staircase leading to the second floor, but Lu Jin bypassed it, treading softly as he ascended the stairs. Simultaneously, he disabled his live streaming equipment. His forthcoming actions were not suited for public viewing. The screen in the robber's perspective turned black, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. Within the bank, Lu Jin escorted a hostage, Xiang Xian, out from the room. The only surveillance camera was positioned at a stairwell corner, which Lu Jin had already obscured. Consequently, the officers outside remained oblivious to Lu Jin's maneuvers. He brought Xiang Xian to the restroom, where the latter wore an expression of despair, contemplating his imminent demise at the hands of this ruthless robber. "I can grant you a chance at life." In the restroom, Lu Jin removed the mask from his own head and addressed Xiang Xian calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xian's previously hopeless eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Are you serious? If you spare my life, I will do anything you ask." His face lit up with an unmistakable joy, the instinct for survival intensifying as he realized he was not yet doomed. Just moments ago, he, like the other hostages, believed the robbers were ready to execute them, resigned to their fates. Now, however, Lu Jin was offering him a lifeline. Lu Jin remained silent as he fitted the mask from his backpack onto Xiang Xian's head. He proceeded to strip off his own outer clothing, trousers, and shoes, insisting that Xiang Xian change into them. Once this was accomplished, he retrieved a remote-controlled bomb from the backpack and secured it around Xiang Xian's body. This device was crucial for ensuring compliance with it. Xiang Xian would be disinclined to defy him. Finally, Lu Jin loaded a bullet into his 95-style assault rifle and draped it around Xiang Xian's neck. "Now, step outside and sit on the floor next to the negotiation expert. Remember, do not speak a word, just sit there quietly. As long as you comply, I assure you will survive. However, should you entertain any rebellious thoughts, I will detonate this bomb at once, leaving you with no remains. Do you understand?" Lu Jin's gaze, filled with menace, bore into Xiang Xian, who nodded vigorously, driven by both fear and an overwhelming desire to live. He was willing to comply with whatever Lu Jin demanded, as long as it meant preserving his life. Chapter 40. The robbers have been successfully subdued within the bank's grand hall. It is a solitary figure of the negotiation expert who remains. He sits quietly, while his concealed recording device transmits real-time footage of the bank's interior to the screens in the makeshift command center. Before long, a silhouette emerges within the device's view. Clad in a dark green tactical jacket, donning a black balaclava, and wielding a Type 95 assault rifle slung over his shoulder, the figure carries a black backpack. This is none other than the robber who had excused himself to the restroom just moments ago. He strides slowly towards the negotiation expert, yet his gait appears somewhat rigid, lacking the fluidity observed earlier. However, few notice this subtle detail. They simply see the robber returning, resuming his silent vigil on the ground opposite the negotiation expert, head bowed. Ignoring him completely. Everything seems utterly normal. In the makeshift command center, the team leader declares, "Initiate a full assault." This is an opportune moment to conclude the exercise. Should this chance slip away, the drill could extend indefinitely. Only 4 minutes remain until the robber's ominous threat to execute the first hostage comes to fruition. While we may possess the patience to wait, the hostages cannot afford the same luxury. The squad leader gazes at the image of the seated robber on the screen, eager to apprehend Lu Jin and bring this exercise to a close. The team leader glances at his wristwatch. Indeed, time is of the essence. If the robber is true to his word, he will soon act. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers within the leader. Nevertheless, time does not permit excessive hesitation. Another hostage's death would only exacerbate the ramifications of this exercise. Move in, assault the bank, and rescue the hostages. After a moment's contemplation, the leader grits his teeth and resolves to act. This opportunity is simply too tempting to forego. He silently prays that this misstep is a blunder on the robber's part rather than a bait. Understood. Await my good news. The squad leader acknowledges the order with a firm nod and exits the makeshift command center. Fueled by his animosity towards Lu Jin, he resolves to lead the assault himself, intent on capturing Lu Jin and extinguishing his audacious spirit. Within the bank, the negotiation expert and the robber remain in their respective stillness. The robber's refusal to engage in conversation has rendered the negotiation expert's efforts futile. He has since abandoned the dialogue, resigning himself to his chair as yet another hostage. Outside the bank, numerous officers have stealthily approached under the cover of night. A dark and heavy fire truck halts not far from the entrance. Several officers secure a metal hook to the bank's electronic doors. With a sudden surge of power, the fire truck roars to life, tearing the electronic doors asunder. The bank is fortified with double-layered defenses, an external metal electronic door and an internal glass door. Once the electronic door is dismantled, a prep team of officers swiftly breaches the final glass barrier. Shortly after, a barrage of smoke grenades is hurled into the bank. Fully armed SWAT team members, led by the squad leader, enter the bank in a disciplined formation. Their coordination is seamless, executed with such speed that the robbers, caught off guard, stand little chance of mounting a defense. As anticipated, when the squad leader and his team storm the bank, the seated robber barely rises, struggling even to lift the firearm hanging from his neck. Freeze. Raise your hands and crouch with your head down. Behave. The squad leader commands from a distance, his voice echoing through the bank. Faced with such a display, the robber opts not to resist, hastily raising his hands. The squad leader moves in swiftly, securing the robber in custody. At last, you are in my grasp. Behave yourself, or you will witness the grisly fate of your own brain matter. The squad leader growls, his tone laced with vindictive satisfaction. Reflecting on Lu Jin's earlier bravado and now witnessing him subdued beneath 2 SWAT officers, the squad leader revels in his triumph. Report. We have successfully entered the bank and apprehended the robber. The negotiation expert on site remains unharmed. While relishing this victory, the squad leader hastily communicates with the team leader in the makeshift command center. After all, such splendid news should not be hoarded. He must share the joy with the leader. In the makeshift command center, a loud bang resonates. Excellent. Upon hearing the report, the team leader slams his hand on the table, unable to suppress a smile. After an extended duration, this exercise finally reaches its conclusion. Lu Jin has fallen into their clutches. Though acutely aware that this is merely a drill, the team leader feels a satisfaction surpassing that of capturing an actual criminal. Quickly, mobilize to rescue the hostages and assess their condition. We may need to call for an ambulance. Amidst his excitement, the team leader promptly responds to the squad leader. With the robber secured, the paramount task now is to rescue the hostages. Once they are liberated, this exercise can genuinely be deemed complete. Received. The squad leader acknowledges through his earpiece. The team leader exhales a deep breath, finally releasing the tension that had gripped him. He steps out of the makeshift command center, casting his gaze toward the tumultuous scene unfolding in the bank's grand hall, igniting a cigarette. Inside the bank, the squad leader instructs, "You too. Keep a vigilant watch on the robber. Maintain your hold on him. This is a dangerous criminal. Ensure he does not escape. The rest of you, follow me to rescue the hostages." Casting one last glance at the subdued robber, the squad leader issues his commands with a sense of schadenfreude. Although this is merely an exercise, his animosity towards Lu Jin remains palpable, and witnessing Lu Jin's current predicament brings him a sense of delight. After all, a bit of commotion is to be expected in an exercise. Yes, the SWAT team responds in unison, with 2 remaining to keep the robber restrained while the others follow the squad leader to the second floor to rescue the hostages. Chapter 41. An intricately woven plot inside the restroom. The true robber, Lu Jin, awaited in a small stall. At his feet lay a bag containing the spoils of his recent bank heist, 2 million in training notes, clad in gear stripped from a fallen special police officer. Lu Jin was enveloped in a manner that revealed little more than his eyes. At this moment, he had retracted the aura of a bandit, and his deep-set gaze was markedly different from before. It was likely that even the squad leader standing before him would fail to recognize him. Lu Jin stood quietly in the restroom stall, listening intently for footsteps above. Once he confirmed that the special police officers had ascended to rescue the hostages, he hoisted the bag of training notes and exited the restroom. His steps were steady, and not a hint of panic flickered in his penetrating eyes. He appeared as though he were one of the special police officers himself. Outside the restroom, no one was present. The assailants entering the bank were few in number. Only about 10 special police officers. Aside from the 2 who remained in the hall restraining the hostage, the rest had followed the squad leader upstairs to rescue the captives. After all, there was only one robber, who had already been apprehended, thus no one was guarding this passage. The door to the upper floor, where the hostages were held, was locked by Lu Jin, the key concealed within a flower pot. Consequently, the squad leader and his team required time to unlock the door. In the short term, they would not encounter Lu Jin, who had just emerged from the restroom. Lu Jin ambled toward the bank hall at a leisurely pace. The 2 officers restraining the robber caught sight of Lu Jin and mistook him for one of their own. Prior to entering the bank, they had thrown smoke bombs inside, and the thick haze still lingered, obscuring visibility. Even those well acquainted with one another could hardly recognize each other at a glance, especially since Lu Jin's features were obscured. The 2 officers, seeing his attire, assumed he was a fellow team member sent by the squad leader to assist in the hostage rescue. Spotting the bag in Lu Jin's hand, brimming with training notes, they believed he had merely retrieved the stolen cash. Thus, before the watchful eyes of the 2 officers, Lu Jin swaggered out of the bank with the ill-gotten gains. After exiting, he chose not to flee but instead made his way directly to the temporary command center. At that moment, the captain stood outside the command room, smoking. Upon seeing Lu Jin clad in special police attire approach, he noticed nothing amiss. "Report. We have successfully seized the robber's ill-gotten gains," Lu Jin announced, saluting before delivering his report. As his words fell, he opened the bag to reveal the training notes before the captain. "Excellent. This exercise has finally come to an end. Let us find a secure place for this loot." The captain replied, nodding with satisfaction at the sight of the bag full of training notes. Since these were not real currency but props for the exercise, he waved to the special police officer standing before him, instructing him to find a place to stow the items. "Yes, sir," Lu Jin responded, hoisting the hefty bag of training notes and passing by the captain. The captain, still absorbed in his thoughts, gazed toward the bank, feeling elated. After all, this exercise, which had felt like a nightmare for him, was finally drawing to a close. Despite the loss of 5 officers and 1 hostage during the exercise, at least the situation had not escalated further. Little did the captain know, however, that his nightmare was far from over. The very architect of this ordeal had just walked past him. Having successfully escaped the bank, Lu Jin had also accomplished his primary objective, the stolen cash. His escape plan was meticulously crafted, with each step carefully considered and revised multiple times. From the moment the negotiator entered the bank, Lu Jin had initiated his plan, deliberately exposing weaknesses to provide the officers with an opportunity for a forceful assault. By threatening to harm hostages, he compelled them to act swiftly, minimizing their time for contemplation. By disregarding the negotiator and refusing to engage in dialogue, he ensured that when the time came for Xiang Xian to impersonate him, it would be less likely for him to be exposed. Hanging an automatic rifle around Xiang Xian's neck served as a psychological cue for the squad leader, suggesting that anyone armed could not possibly be a decoy. By relocating the hostages to the second floor, Lu Jin could conceal himself in the restroom, listening for the officers' footsteps as they ascended, thereby easily tracking their movements. Every action Lu Jin took was purposefully interconnected. Unbeknownst to them, he had led everyone into his rhythm. The officers believed they were in control, when in fact, they were merely following the path Lu Jin had laid out for them. Even the director at the city bureau, who remained oblivious to the true nature of the exercise, presumed that Lu Jin had been apprehended by the squad leader, and that this exercise was nearing its conclusion. No one suspected that Lu Jin had already slipped away with the stolen cash, disappearing onto the street across from the bank. Inside the bank, the squad leader and his team, unable to find the key, forcibly breached the locked door and brought the hostages out. Witnessing the officers, the captives, still unaware that this was merely a drill, were overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. Just half an hour prior, the robber had threatened to kill a hostage every 30 minutes. They had believed their fate was sealed, and now, finally liberated by the officers. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was a profound experience that could hardly be understood without having lived it. The special police officers ushered the hostages downstairs while soothing their frayed nerves. However, once the final hostage emerged, the officer stationed at the door to count them furrowed his brow in confusion. "Captain, we are missing one hostage," he urgently reported to the squad leader, who was preparing to descend. The squad leader paused in surprise, quickly turning back to tally the numbers. Sure enough, they had only brought out 9 hostages. According to their intelligence, Lu Jin should have had 10 hostages in total. Where had the missing individual gone? It barely took a second for the squad leader to sense the gravity of the situation. In the previous raid, Lu Jin had utilized one hostage as a decoy to divert their attention. Could it be that this cunning individual had employed the same tactic once more? Damn it! Have I truly fallen for the same trick twice? Chapter 42. What led to this outcome? Something has gone awry, the squad leader murmured, hastening down the stairs and racing to the bank lobby with utmost speed. At that moment, the haze from the smoke grenade had yet to dissipate entirely. Squinting against the obscured visibility, he rushed to where 2 SWAT officers were restraining the robber. He crouched down and inhaled deeply, fervently praying that this individual must be Lu Jin. With heavy breaths, the squad leader tremulously extended his hand to remove the robber's hood. His heart raced. The atmosphere within the bank was tumultuous, yet even amid such clamor, he could distinctly hear the rapid thrum of his own heartbeat. His anxiety was palpable. As the hood was lifted, the face that emerged was not the one he had hoped for. It was a completely unfamiliar visage. Eyes wide with fear akin to a startled bird. The mouth was sealed with tape, emitting only muffled whimpers. Staring at this face, the squad leader found himself momentarily paralyzed. Despite having steeled himself for this moment, the reality was difficult to grasp. Everything had proceeded according to plan. Why had it culminated in such a disheartening result? His teeth clenched tightly. The hood was crumpled in his grip, the weight of disappointment heavier than the previous insult he had endured from Lu Jin through a window. "Captain?" The SWAT officer pinning the robber glanced at his leader, who seemed momentarily lost after seeing the robber's face. He quickly interjected, "Captain, are you overwhelmed with joy?" After all, this exercise had dragged on for so long. With the capture of the robber, the drill could finally conclude, and everyone could return home. A bit of happiness in such a moment was understandable. Upon hearing his teammate's reminder, the squad leader snapped back to reality. He stood, gesturing to the 2 officers. "Release him. He is not the robber." His voice was weary as he spoke, casting aside the crumpled hood. "What? He isn't the robber? How is that possible? He was armed." The officer expressed disbelief, incredulity evident in his tone. The weapon, a Type 95 assault rifle, was unmistakably that of a robber. After a moment of stunned silence, he reluctantly released the robber and removed the firearm from around his neck. Skillfully detaching the magazine, he discovered it was devoid of ammunition. Furrowing his brow, the officer presented the empty magazine to the squad leader. Receiving it, the squad leader inhaled sharply, having previously fallen victim to a decoy. How could he have been ensnared again? His initial reaction upon seeing the hooded figure had been to assume he bore the armaments typical of a robber. Thus he had not contemplated the possibility of a ruse. The robber had deftly exploited this oversight, easily outmaneuvering him with a familiar tactic. "Did anyone exit the bank just now?" the squad leader inquired, his brow furrowing as he turned to the 2 SWAT officers who had remained in the lobby. They should have ensured the robber could not escape. Although they had forcefully breached the bank, the perimeter was still secured by officers. And even the back employee exit was guarded. It was a veritable fortress. Could the robber still be inside? "Yes, just as you were going upstairs to rescue the hostages. One of our brothers exited with a bag of cash. We assumed it was the loot from the robber and didn't think much of it," one officer explained earnestly, recounting the events that had unfolded in the lobby. At that moment, they had believed they had apprehended the true robber and thus had not scrutinized the situation further. After all, the figure had donned a SWAT uniform, leading them to mistake him for one of their own. Little did they know, this individual had employed such a tactic to slip away right under their noses, even absconding with $2 million in stolen money. A disgrace. Upon hearing his team's report, the squad leader instantly comprehended Lu Jin's clever escape. In retrospect, the method was not particularly ingenious, yet Lu Jin executed each step with remarkable precision, leading him in circles. Had he prioritized checking the rooms of the fallen officers before rescuing the hostages, Lu Jin's scheme would have been exposed. Alternatively, had he unmasked the robber immediately, Lu Jin would have had no chance of evading capture. But Lu Jin had anticipated his actions perfectly, manipulating his desire to save the hostages, guiding him into a meticulously prepared trap. Lu Jin, I concede defeat. The squad leader exhaled deeply, tilting his gaze to the ceiling as he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as if confiding in himself. Indeed, having witnessed Lu Jin's escape plan, the squad leader found himself begrudgingly impressed. In such a tightly woven net of security, he had never considered Lu Jin could evade capture, even if he were to assume the role of the robber. He would have deemed escape impossible in such circumstances. Yet Lu Jin had achieved the improbable. He had slipped away unscathed, even making off with the $2 million in stolen cash. At this moment, the SWAT officers who had secured the hostages returned to the bank lobby. Unaware of the current predicament, they stood behind the squad leader, awaiting his next command. Search every nook and cranny within the bank. We cannot overlook any trace left by the robber. Ensure that everything is returned to its rightful place. The squad leader calmly issued his orders. Although he now understood that the robber had successfully fled, he had yet to receive the signal to conclude the exercise. Thus, he continued to issue commands regarding the drill. Despite the robber's escape, there might still be clues he inadvertently left behind. Even if hope was slim, it was worth a try. Understood. The SWAT officers replied in unison. Following the issuance of orders, the squad leader turned and departed the bank, heading towards the temporary command center. He needed to report the current situation to his superior. The circumstances were intricate, and conveying it clearly over the earpiece would prove challenging. A face-to-face report would be more prudent. Chapter 43. Did you let him escape with a dozen of you? In the temporary command room, aside from the captain, there was another figure clad in a white shirt, the director, who served as the referee. The director had been at the city bureau, monitoring the live stream of the drill to grasp the situation on site. As the exercise neared its conclusion, it was imperative for him to arrive at the scene. For the announcement of the exercise's end was a responsibility that rested upon his shoulders. Upon the director's arrival, the captain quickly ushered him into the temporary command room and personally prepared a cup of tea for him. The outcome of this drill was dismal, with 6 officers having perished, leaving the captain feeling utterly ashamed to speak in the director's presence. He sat quietly across from the director, his demeanor somewhat constrained, reminiscent of a schoolboy alone with his stern teacher. 5 officers and 1 hostage lost their lives. With such decisions made, one must ponder, if this were a real operation, would you still be prepared to risk the lives of officers in such a manner? Fortunately, this was merely an exercise, and these young lives had not truly been extinguished. You ought to extend your gratitude to Lu Jin. It was he who enabled you to recognize these missteps during the drill. The errors identified in the exercise at least afford an opportunity for rectification. Should similar blunders occur in an actual confrontation, they would be unforgivable. With the drill nearing its end, both you and the team leader must engage in profound reflection upon your return. Taking a sip from his hot tea, the director spoke with a grave demeanor. Though his voice was not particularly loud, the sternness of his tone rendered the captain incapable of lifting his head. The captain felt deeply remorseful. It was not just the director's stern words that weighed on him. Had the director chosen to chastise him physically, he would have accepted it without protest. After all, his poor decision-making had led to the loss of team members. Director, upon our return, we will conduct a thorough review and draw significant lessons from this exercise. We shall ensure that such errors are never repeated, the captain declared. Taking a deep breath to muster the courage to meet the director's gaze, his words imbued with sincerity. Until this moment, he had genuinely grasped the director's admonition that exercises are no trivial matter. They serve as a means to trial and error in preparation for real combat. A single misjudgment in the field could cost a precious life. Therefore, if there exists an opportunity to avert such an error, then even 10 or 100 drills would be worthwhile, for life is invaluable and offers no second chances, as long as one emerges with growth. This exercise would hold significance. Lu Jin's performance in this drill was commendable. The role he played as the robber exceeded all my expectations. He was not only earnest, but had evidently prepared thoroughly. Such should be the attitude towards drills. Although he was ultimately apprehended, he certainly provided ample challenges for you. The director finished his tea, and a look of satisfaction crossed his face when speaking of Lu Jin. His portrayal of the robber was the sole aspect of this exercise that brought the director solace, one that far surpassed his anticipations. An exercise requires dedicated individuals like Lu Jin to portray robbers effectively. After all, if even the robbers encountered by officers during drills are more formidable than real criminals, then when faced with a typical robber in actual combat, the officers would surely handle the situation with ease. Listening to the director's words, the captain, though silent, nodded in agreement. There was no denying Lu Jin's portrayal of the robber was exceptional, inciting a mixture of admiration and frustration within him. Even after the exercise concluded, his agitation persisted, a testament to the recognition he bore for Lu Jin. As the director's cup emptied, the captain naturally stood to refill it. At that moment, the team leader entered the temporary command room, his expression grim, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Director. Upon seeing the director in the command room, the team leader quickly saluted. Did you capture Lu Jin? Why didn't you bring him here? The director nodded, glancing at the team leader with a questioning gaze. Calculating the time, he assumed the hostages in the bank had been successfully rescued, and anticipated the team leader's arrival was to deliver this good news. Lu Jin escaped. The team leader's face turned ashen, his brow furrowed as he reported. He lowered his gaze as he spoke, and the room fell into a brief silence. The captain, poised to pour water, froze mid-motion, his face a mask of disbelief. He escaped? How could that be? You and over a dozen SWAT officers entered the bank and had Lu Jin under control. How could he possibly escape? Did he sprout wings or vanish into thin air? The director stammered, equally astonished after a few seconds of shock. The robber inside the bank was not Lu Jin, it was a hostage in disguise. Lu Jin masqueraded as one of us and slipped away with the stolen funds, the team leader explained, taking a deep breath before reluctantly divulging the information. After speaking, he lifted his gaze to the director and captain, seeing their brows furrowed, clearly struggling to comprehend the implications. Thus, the team leader recounted everything that transpired after he entered the bank. Upon hearing this bizarre account, the director couldn't help but let out a bemused chuckle, though it was more of a bitter laugh. He could hardly fathom that a mid-level officer in the city bureau and a SWAT team leader had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lu Jin. The captain, standing with the water he had poured for the director, bore a look of profound dismay. If the team leader's earlier expression resembled one who had consumed a fly, then the captain's face now mirrored one who had ingested a dead rat. The team leader's words reminded him of the figure clad in SWAT gear who had approached him with the stolen money, reporting as if nothing were amiss. That figure was Lu Jin. He had stood before him, speaking, even showing him the stolen cash. And yet he had failed to perceive a single hint of abnormality throughout. This was quite amusing. After changing his attire, Lu Jin had swaggered out of the bank, while they had exerted great effort to storm it, only to apprehend a hostage. The director rubbed his brow, shaking his head with a smile. His words, though laced with humor, struck the captain and team leader as far more disconcerting than any scathing reprimand. After finishing his remarks, the director's smile faded, replaced by a deep, resigned sigh. Faced with such an extraordinary outcome, he found himself at a loss for how to process it. Chapter 44. They must be quite reluctant, right? In the live broadcast room, the audience was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. No way. Lu Jin actually escaped? It was an international joke. How could he flee under such circumstances? Upon hearing this news, I couldn't help but exclaim how impressive Lu Jin was. Truly remarkable, facing such a heavy encirclement of police officers. He managed to slip away. This was no ordinary feat. Was this the legendary high IQ thief? I'm in awe. This drill was indeed spectacular. And the portrayal of the thief by Lu Jin was admirable. Earlier, when I saw the thief's live stream vanish, I thought he had surrendered. But it turned out he was plotting his escape. Incredible. Before this revelation, who could have anticipated Lu Jin's successful evasion? Certainly, it wasn't just us. Judging by the director's reaction, it seems even he hadn't foreseen such an outcome. No need to say more, from this day forth. I shall be a devoted fan of Lu Jin. Now that he has successfully extricated himself from the bank, does that not make him the victor of this exercise? A drill won by a thief is truly unprecedented. Henceforth, I shall refer to Lu Jin as the most formidable thief in history. Surely, no one would disagree? A true high IQ thief, this exercise was exhilarating to witness. Upon learning of such an unexpected outcome, the viewers in the live stream were extremely excited. Lu Jin's performance throughout the drill had captivated the audience. However, as they watched him seemingly captured by the squad leader in the final assault, There was still a lingering feeling of unfulfillment among the viewers. But now, hearing that Lu Jin had escaped, that feeling vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment. An outcome no one dared to imagine had indeed materialized. In a flash, the barrage of comments praising Lu Jin filled the screen, thanks to his exceptional performance. This live-streamed exercise was far more thrilling than a blockbuster film. At that moment, the number of viewers watching the live stream exceeded 1 million. Moreover, discussions regarding this extraordinary exercise began to proliferate across various forums and social media platforms. The buzz surrounding this spectacular drill continued to grow, and the name Lu Jin began to gain widespread recognition. Meanwhile, on a street over 10 kilometers from the bank, Lu Jin strolled leisurely, carrying a bag filled with ill-gotten gains. Dressed in a special police uniform and holding a large bag, his appearance was undeniably eye-catching. Although he chose relatively obscure back roads, many pedestrians still noticed him. Along the way, numerous surveillance cameras captured his presence, yet Lu Jin displayed no intention of evading their gaze. It was evident that he could not have walked the entire 10 kilometers. After exiting the bank's perimeter, he hailed a taxi and then began walking once he reached a nearby area. Initially, after escaping the bank, the drill had concluded with his character as the thief emerging victorious. At that moment, his system sent another upgrade task. If he could successfully evade capture for another 24 hours, he would receive an upgrade reward. Without much hesitation, Lu Jin accepted the task. After all, escaping for 24 hours was not overly challenging for him. With confidence in his abilities, why not seize the opportunity for an upgrade? However, his current attire was quite conspicuous. To commence his journey of evasion, he needed to find a place to change out of this outfit. After walking a short distance, he spotted a rather quiet inn. Without hesitation, he entered the establishment, bag in hand. In the temporary command center, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The captain and the squad leader stood beside the table, deeply furrowed brows and heads bowed. The director sat in a chair, his expression grave, remaining silent. After a moment, he rubbed his brow and addressed the captain and squad leader. Since the thief has escaped the bank, the exercise concludes here, with the final result being a victory for the thief. The director spoke calmly. As the chief of the municipal bureau, this was not the outcome he wished to see. After all, with the drill being live-streamed, the police force losing would undoubtedly tarnish the bureau's reputation. Yet, as the referee of this exercise, he had to evaluate the results impartially. According to the rules, Lu Jin's escape from the bank granted him victory in this drill. As the director finished speaking, the captain and squad leader raised their heads. Though they felt a sense of reluctance, they had to acknowledge the outcome. Lu Jin was indeed formidable. With an almost flawless plan, he had successfully eluded them right under their noses. This drill was undeniably his triumph. Naturally, they respected Lu Jin's victory, but as police officers, they could not help but feel discontent. Noticing the silence from the captain and squad leader, the director took out his phone and dialed Lu Jin's number. Since the exercise had concluded and Lu Jin had emerged victorious, it was time to summon him back. As the victor, he must appear at the conclusion of the drill. In the inn, Lu Jin had just finished showering and sat on the bed, perusing the system's task interface. Suddenly, an old mobile phone on the bedside table rang. Without turning around, he answered the call. "Director," he said, not even checking the caller ID. Only the director knew this number. It was the phone the director had given him before the exercise began, serving as a direct line of communication between the referee and him. Thus, only the director would be calling this number. "Lu Jin, you have won this exercise. You can return now." The director's voice came through the phone, exuding warmth. The tone was so gentle that it resembled that of a kindly elder, a stark contrast to his stern demeanor when addressing the captain and squad leader. "Heh. The captain and squad leader must be quite reluctant, right? I slipped away right under their noses. They were so close to capturing me." Lu Jin chuckled softly, then continued nonchalantly. The director's phone was on speaker mode, so his words were crystal clear to those nearby. At that moment, both individuals wore expressions of utter dismay. How utterly humiliating. Chapter 45. The stakes are raised. A 24-hour escape thus. I shall grant them another opportunity, 24 hours. In this time, I shall embark on a flight with the stolen funds. Should they manage to apprehend me within this time frame, they would alter the victor of this exercise. What say you? Lu Jin spoke with a calm demeanor. Extending the content and duration of the exercise, such a raise in stakes seems rather unjust to Lu Jin, who had already claimed victory. Yet, it was Lu Jin himself who proposed this. For a moment, the director, the captain, and the lieutenant were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. unable to decipher Lu Jin's true intentions. What do you both think? The director did not respond directly to Lu Jin, but instead turned to the captain and lieutenant. After all, he was merely the referee. His duty was to ensure no cheating occurred during the exercise. The decision to raise the stakes belonged to the participants. All right. A 24-hour pursuit. Should I be captured, Lu Jin, do not regret it. The captain stepped forward, raising his voice toward the phone in the director's hand. Both the captain and the lieutenant felt a sense of dissatisfaction with the outcome of the exercise. Lu Jin's voluntary increase in stakes was precisely what they desired. Therefore, the captain quickly agreed, his last words carrying a hint of provocation, clearly fearing that Lu Jin might retract his proposal. Rest assured, after 24 hours, the outcome of this exercise will remain unchanged. Lu Jin's voice rang out once more, laced with mockery. The captain's eyes twitched slightly, eager to retort. But he held his tongue. Lu Jin was the victor, and it was only fitting he carried himself with the airs of a champion. Patience was key. Once he was captured within those 24 hours, they would delight in bringing him down a peg. Very well, since both parties have reached a consensus. It would be unwise for me to say more as the referee. The exercise now includes a 24-hour pursuit. Within this time frame, if the police force captures Lu Jin, victory will be theirs. Otherwise, the robbers shall prevail. The director nodded and solemnly announced the new rules. The 24-hour pursuit commences now. In the live broadcast. No way. Lu Jin has already secured victory in the exercise, and yet he proposes to raise the stakes? Lu Jin, if you are feeling threatened, just blink. I must say, Lu Jin, the robber, is indeed audacious. I admire that. This 24-hour pursuit presents a new opportunity for the captain and lieutenant. Opportunity? I feel it's merely a chance for them to be tormented by Lu Jin for another 24 hours. Haha. Fellow viewers, you might be going a bit too far, regardless of whether it's torment or not. I only care that I have another 24 hours of live streaming to enjoy. This is truly good news for me. Indeed, I am indifferent to the final outcome. I merely wish for an exhilarating exercise ahead. Fellow viewers, rest assured, as long as the role of the robber remains unchanged, the upcoming exercise will undoubtedly be thrilling. Precisely. Lu Jin is forever my champion. In light of the sudden increase in stakes, the 24-hour pursuit, the audience erupted in discussion. The barrage of comments surged, reflecting their excitement over the extended duration of the exercise. At this moment, the proportion of viewers supporting Lu Jin had transformed into a majority. Previously, during the standoff, only a small fraction believed in Lu Jin the robber, while most anticipated that no matter how the exercise unfolded, the police would emerge victorious. Ultimately, Lu Jin delivered an astonishing outcome, executing a flawless plan to escape from the bank, which turned many skeptics into loyal fans. Thus, in the forthcoming 24-hour pursuit, the viewers supporting Lu Jin became the majority. In the hotel, after successfully raising the stakes, Lu Jin ended the call. He did not rush to commence his escape, but instead sat quietly on the bed, gazing at the task panel of the system. A softly glowing virtual panel materialized before him. Initial task: participate in the exercise and ultimately achieve victory. Initial task reward: cash 500, 000, 1 random intermediate skill. 2 attribute points, 500 points. Completed task content: continue confronting the police force in the bank for 6 hours. Completed task reward: if victorious, all initial task rewards will be doubled. Ultimate task: 24-hour escape. Ultimate task reward: the ultimate reward will be rated based on the host's performance during the escape. The higher the rating, the more generous the reward. Any brazen act will elevate the rating. Current rating, B. Remaining escape time, 23:59:30. The final item on the task panel was the newly added escape task. The system did not specify what the rewards would be. However, given that it is labeled as an ultimate task, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. The higher the rating, the more generous the reward. Yet, his current rating seemed somewhat low, a mere B. Any audacious act would enhance the rating. Lu Jin stroked his chin, contemplating whether eliminating the police force's commander would elevate his rating significantly. After all, that would surely classify him among the most audacious of robbers. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The commander remained in the temporary command center, and attempting to eliminate him would be akin to walking into a trap. Chuckling, Lu Jin closed the task panel, rose, and stretched. With the stakes now established, he must commence his 24-hour escape. Evading capture by the police within this time frame is no simple feat after all. The resources at their disposal are formidable, and in this day and age, cameras are ubiquitous. all of which the police can utilize. Therefore, to fulfill the system's ultimate task, Lu Jin must devise a meticulous plan, one more intricate than his previous escape from the bank. He must tread carefully. A single misstep could render everything null and void. Meanwhile, outside the bank, the temporary command center buzzed with activity as the police prepared for the impending 24-hour pursuit, their final opportunity to reclaim their dignity. They were determined to capture the audacious robber Lu Jin at any cost. Chapter 46. What if a dark maneuver is employed? In the makeshift command center, several technicians were busily tapping away at their keyboards. The screens mounted above displayed surveillance footage from several nearby streets. The captain and squad leader stood behind the technicians, awaiting updates, while the chief, acting as the referee, had already returned to the city bureau. The footage was being played at an accelerated rate and without specialized training. It was nearly impossible to discern the content, let alone identify a specific figure among the images. Eureka! After exiting the bank, the robber walked approximately 100 meters down Wui Road towards Youth Road, where he hailed a taxi and departed in that direction. As the captain and squad leader waited, a technician's voice broke the silence. The two leaned in for a closer look. The surveillance footage was frozen at the moment just before the robber entered the taxi. Clad in special police attire and carrying a large black bag, it was unmistakably Lu Jin leaving the bank. The timestamp on the footage read 7:05. The captain distinctly remembered Lu Jin appearing before him around 7 o'clock, which meant he had 5 minutes to arrive here and catch a cab. The time seemed sufficient. However, within that brief interval, there was no opportunity for subterfuge, affirming that this figure was indeed Lu Jin. Where did he go after boarding the taxi? The captain cradled his chin, unable to contain his curiosity. Time was still on their side since Lu Jin had not been gone long from the bank. The sooner they established his trajectory, the more advantageous it would be for the pursuit team. The target exited the taxi on Yongxing Road and ultimately entered an establishment called Yongtayan. Upon hearing the captain's words, the technician promptly reported the findings. Tracking a taxi's movements was a relatively straightforward task for the technicians. Yongtayan. The captain raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. He glanced at the timestamp indicating when the robber entered Yongtayan, which was prior to the decision to incorporate a pursuit segment into the drill. This meant that by the time the chief contacted Lu Jin, he had already checked into the hotel. Report. There was indeed a room booking under the name Lu Jin at Yongtayan 15 minutes ago, another technician chimed in. The captain nodded in acknowledgement. Nowadays, almost all hotels and inns required guests to present identification, leaving a record that could be cross-referenced with the police system. Therefore, as long as one checked in using their ID, the police system could easily retrieve the information. Captain, should we investigate this inn? The squad leader inquired. Standing beside the captain did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. The trajectory they had on Lu Jin's movements was already over 10 minutes old. Including the hotel check-in, that record predated the confirmation of the pursuit operation, suggesting that they might arrive only to find nothing. But what if Lu Jin executed a maneuver under the cover of darkness? If he anticipated their search and chose not to investigate Yongtayan, he could very well be hiding there. Such a scenario was certainly plausible. Moreover, given Lu Jin's character, it was indeed within the realm of possibility for him to employ such tactics. Report. After entering the inn, we have not captured any further footage of Lu Jin exiting. However, we only have access to the camera outside the inn. We cannot ascertain if he left through a back door or another exit. A technician reported while still reviewing the surveillance records. The captain nodded, considering the situation. Pull up a map of the area surrounding the inn. After a brief silence, he addressed the technician. The sound of rapid keyboard strikes filled the air, and soon a detailed map of the vicinity appeared on the screen. The captain scrutinized the map, his brow furrowing slightly. Behind the inn lay a village within the city. It is critical to note that such areas often teem with migrant workers, creating a veritable melting pot of individuals, and there are typically few municipal surveillance cameras present. If Lu Jin chose to conceal himself within this village, locating his movements through surveillance footage would be exceedingly difficult. To find him would require meticulous ground searches. This would demand considerable time and manpower. It seemed evident that Lu Jin's appearance at this inn was no coincidence. He had orchestrated his plan from the outset. His objective was likely the village behind the inn. Take 3 teams. 1 team to Yongtayan for a thorough search to ensure Lu Jin doesn't catch us off guard. 1 team to cordon off the village behind Yongtayan. The remaining team will comb through the village in search of Lu Jin's whereabouts. If I am not mistaken, Lu Jin is currently hiding within that village. The captain inhaled deeply before turning to the squad leader to issue his orders. Understood. The squad leader nodded, acknowledging the captain before swiftly exiting the makeshift command center. He quickly mobilized personnel, and shortly thereafter, a convoy of over 10 police cars set off towards their destination, the village. Meanwhile, the captain remained in the command center, gazing intently at the map of the village displayed on the screen. Lu Jin was remarkably cunning. He needed to put himself in Lu Jin's shoes and consider where he would hide within that village. Print me a copy of the map. Then, monitor every exit of the village closely. If any suspicious individuals enter or exit, report to me immediately. The captain reiterated his orders. The technicians responded and began their tasks with renewed urgency. The captain poured himself a glass of water from the cooler, seated himself on a nearby chair, and furrowed his brow, pondering what plans Lu Jin might be concocting. Inside Yongtian, after ensuring everything was in order, Lu Jin did not leave immediately. He meticulously arranged the room before opening the window, peering into the dark alley behind. He tied one end of a twisted bedsheet to the bedpost and tossed the other end out. Subsequently, Lu Jin climbed onto the window ledge, found a suitable point of leverage, and scaled down to the adjacent vacant room. The inn was experiencing dismally low occupancy, with hardly any guests staying overnight. The proprietor managed to keep the business afloat primarily by renting out several rooms on the top floor, leaving the lower floors largely empty. Once inside the vacant guest room, Lu Jin did not leave but instead surveyed the space, seeking a suitable hiding spot to conceal himself. This course of action was indeed a gamble. However, if he succeeded in evading capture, it would save him considerable effort, especially since fleeing with 23 kilograms of stolen money was undeniably exhausting. Chapter 47. Two brothers fallen without a trace. 5 minutes later, the squad leader and his team arrived at the inn. They had deployed 3 teams in total, with the other 2 already en route to their predetermined positions. The squad led by the squad leader had the fewest members, as their purpose for visiting the inn was merely precautionary. They feared a possible ambush from Lu Jin. In the eyes of the captain and the squad leader, the likelihood of Lu Jin executing such a tactic was relatively low, hence it was not the primary focus of their pursuit. Upon entering the inn, the squad leader presented his identification and explained the situation, instructing several team members to conduct a search while he himself began reviewing the inn's surveillance footage at the front desk. On the second floor, outside room 206, 3 officers stood vigilantly, firearms in hand. After all, Lu Jin was a notorious criminal who had just committed a bank robbery and was armed. If he was inside the room, a gunfight was inevitable. The door was slightly ajar, and the warm yellow light illuminated the room within. One officer cautiously approached the door, his hand steady on his loaded pistol. When he was close enough, he kicked the door open with a swift motion. As the door swung open, a faint sound echoed, suggesting something had fallen to the ground. The officers paid it no mind. After all, a dropped item was not their primary concern. Their immediate focus was to ascertain whether the robber was in the room. Thus, their eyes were fixed ahead, oblivious to the fact that what lay on the floor was a grenade that had already triggered its fuse. The officers scanned the empty room with their pistols drawn, quickly realizing that Lu Jin had evidently fled. It was only then that someone noticed the item on the ground. A sharp command rang out, but it was already too late. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted as the training grenade detonated, releasing a plume of red smoke. The 2 officers who had entered the room were unable to escape. Only the officer at the door managed to shield himself behind the wall, avoiding the blast radius. Meanwhile, the squad leader, who was downstairs reviewing the footage, heard the commotion from above. His brow furrowed deeply, and abandoning his mouse, he rushed upstairs. Upon reaching the doorway, he was met with chaos. The 2 officers were covered in the red dye from the grenade explosion, while only one officer had survived unscathed. Captain, Lu Jin was not in the room. He had hung a grenade on the door, which detonated when we kicked it open. We lost 2 brothers. One officer hastily reported as the squad leader arrived. Biting his teeth, the squad leader rubbed his temples in frustration. He understood that Lu Jin was a formidable adversary, but he never anticipated that the criminal would resort to such tactics even while fleeing. This was an unfortunate trap, resulting in the loss of 2 officers. With a deep exhale, the squad leader composed himself before stepping into the room. His gaze was immediately drawn to the open window and the makeshift rope fashioned from bedsheets dangling outside. Peering down, he saw only darkness in the alley below. He glanced left and right, realizing there were evidently no surveillance cameras in this area. Lu Jin had escaped, just as the squad leader suspected. He had slipped out through the window and into the nearby urban village. Frustrated, he slapped the windowsill in exasperation. After all, He had led this team only to find no trace of Lu Jin while suffering the loss of 2 officers. Lu Jin had proven to be a cunning foe. As he turned to leave the room, the squad leader suddenly noticed a note on the bedside table. He picked it up for a closer look. "You were so close to capturing me." The simplicity of the message nearly sent the squad leader into a rage. How dare he insult them? The saying goes, a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Looking at the flamboyant handwriting on the note, he could almost envision Lu Jin's arrogant expression as he penned the words. Fueled by this brazen audacity, the squad leader was determined to capture him. Search the room for any useful clues. Lu Jin has already fled into the urban village. I reviewed the surveillance footage in the inn's corridor, and he hasn't exited through this door since entering. He must have escaped using the makeshift rope. Those 2 fallen brothers should return to the temporary command center to report. The rest of you, once you finish searching the room, join me to comb through the urban village. The squad leader gripped the note tightly, then turned to issue commands to his fellow officers. In the temporary command center, a map of the urban village lay spread out, and the captain was examining it, a red marker in hand, contemplating and annotating it. He was piecing together all the information at his disposal to identify the most likely hiding spots for Lu Jin within the urban village. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. It was the squad leader reporting back. They were using the latest military-grade walkie-talkies, which had a coverage range of 20 kilometers. Thus, even though the squad leader was 10 kilometers away from the command center, it did not hinder communication. "Captain, Lu Jin is no longer at the inn. He likely escaped into the urban village. However, during our door check, the squad leader recounted the events over the walkie-talkie. Hearing that 2 officers had fallen again, the captain's expression shifted slightly. His jaw clenched, and the fingers gripping the walkie-talkie turned pale from exertion. The unexpected loss of more officers, without having conclusively tracked Lu Jin, was not something he was prepared for. Lead the remaining officers to rendezvous with the team searching the urban village. They need reinforcements. Ensure that we conduct a thorough search of the urban village before dawn and locate Lu Jin. He is carrying stolen money, making him a prominent target. Though the urban village is vast, the search should not be overly complicated." The captain refrained from reprimanding anyone, calmly issuing commands instead. Having learned from the earlier standoff at the bank, he understood that anger would only cloud his judgment. As the overall commander of the police force, every decision he made was crucial. Therefore, he needed to maintain composure, no matter the circumstances. The area they were now tasked with searching was the largest urban village in the city, characterized by its expansive land and significant influx of people. Locating a single individual within such a sprawling area would undoubtedly be a challenge. However, the silver lining for the captain and his team was that the stolen money had yet to be discovered. Consequently, Lu Jin must have entered the urban village with the stolen cash in tow. With 2 million in illicit funds, he would undoubtedly attract attention. If Lu Jin had truly entered the urban village, many eyes would likely have seen him. Chapter 48. The rating rises. Just a fraction away in the dimly lit room 205 of the inn, Lu Jin concealed himself beneath the bed. Until their departure, the team leader remained utterly convinced that Lu Jin had escaped the inn and entered the chaotic urban village. This belief stemmed from the team leader and captain's prior assumption that Lu Jin would not linger in the inn, but would instead seek refuge in the urban village, where the environment would be more advantageous for him. With such preconceived notions, coupled with the empty room, the open window, and the makeshift rope fashioned from bed linens, they were further convinced that Lu Jin would not return to the shadows. However, Lu Jin left a note stating that they were merely a fraction away from capturing him. This was almost a blatant revelation to the team leader, as Lu Jin had been hiding in the adjacent room. At the moment the team leader read the note, he was less than 10 meters away from Lu Jin. In a sufficiently quiet environment, they might even have heard each other's heartbeat. Nevertheless, upon seeing the note, the team leader mistakenly interpreted Lu Jin's words as a taunt, believing the fraction referred to time, while Lu Jin meant distance. Had the team leader been privy to this information later, he would surely have been infuriated. Ding! The host has eliminated 2 police officers and successfully evaded pursuit. Rating upgraded. Current rating, a level. Remaining escape time, 23:32:45. At this moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lu Jin's mind. Yet, he paid it no heed, choosing instead to rest beneath the bed for a while. After all, though the day's exercises were not particularly strenuous, he still felt quite fatigued. Furthermore, Lu Jin had plans to execute later in the night. Thus, taking a moment to recuperate was a wise decision. However, resting under the bed was undeniably uncomfortable. The search operation in the urban village was in full swing. Half of the participating police officers had been deployed to the urban village for this endeavor. Yet, as the search progressed, the team leader found himself making no headway. It was as if Lu Jin had completely vanished. In the temporary command room, the captain had pulled a chair outside, as the presence of live broadcasting equipment within made it inconvenient for him to smoke. He preferred to indulge in a cigarette while pondering his thoughts, so he opted to sit outside. It was nearly 11:30 at night, and the ashtray before him was overflowing with cigarette butts, spreading the map before him. The captain's eyes remained fixed upon it as he retrieved an empty cigarette pack from his pocket. Frustrated, he crumpled the pack and discarded it into the nearby trash bin. The map bore large red markings indicating areas that had already been searched. The captain meticulously annotated the map with real-time updates provided by the team leader. However, the marked areas amounted to less than a quarter of the entire urban village, a far slower progress than anticipated. With the hour approaching midnight, most people had already retired for the night, and within half an hour, the search would become increasingly untenable. Sighing deeply, the captain leaned back in his chair and gazed at the pitch-black sky. At that moment, he regretted agreeing to Lu Jin's intensified pursuit. The author also regretted it. They were harshly criticized, and their eyes were swollen from tears the previous night. Is it really fair to berate a female writer who specializes in male-oriented narratives? Despite harboring lingering dissatisfaction from the earlier bank exercise, the captain had hoped to redeem himself through this pursuit. Yet, given the current circumstances, capturing Lu Jin proved to be a formidable challenge. Captain, we have searched over 10 establishments in the southern district, yet there has been no sign of Lu Jin. Where could he possibly be hiding? A voice crackled through the radio, reporting the situation. The captain seized the radio. Return to base. It's too late, and continuing the search will be difficult. The men are tired. We shall resume tomorrow. Oh, and remember to bring me a pack of cigarettes on your way back. His tone was laced with resignation. He certainly longed to capture Lu Jin, as did the team leader, but the late hour necessitated consideration for his subordinates. They were not machines, without rest. How could they continue the following day? After a brief silence, the team leader finally responded over the radio with a weary collect the team. He too was fatigued. Yet he was willing to search through the night for Lu Jin. However, recognizing the time, he understood that continuing the search was no longer feasible. Thus, he reluctantly complied with the captain's orders. 20 minutes later, the team leader returned with his squad after searching the urban village, while another team remained stationed to secure the entrances and exits. The search could be halted, but the blockade could not be lifted to prevent Lu Jin from escaping the urban village. Fortunately, the manpower required for the blockade was minimal. The captain had organized a shift system, allowing the teams to alternate between resting and standing guard, which was not overly taxing. Captain, care for a bite? The team leader arrived at the temporary command room, bringing not only a pack of cigarettes but also 2 servings of noodle soup. He placed one portion before the captain and unceremoniously pulled up a chair beside him, eagerly digging into the steaming noodles. It was nearly midnight, and after a night of exertion, he was ravenous. Do you think Lu Jin may not have entered the urban village at all? The team leader inquired after slurping a few mouthfuls of noodles, glancing at the captain. After nearly 3.5 hours of searching with little useful information, the team leader began to doubt whether their initial direction had been misguided. I had the technicians scrutinize all surveillance footage within a kilometer radius of the inn. After entering, Lu Jin has not been captured on any cameras. If he is not still in the inn, he must be hiding in the urban village, the captain replied, opening his own food package and enjoying a late-night snack. I can confirm. I reviewed the surveillance footage in the inn's corridor. After entering his room, Lu Jin did not exit again. He must have left through the window, the team leader asserted with conviction, still perceiving no irregularities in the inn. Then it stands to reason that he is definitely in the urban village. His cautious nature and ability to conceal his tracks are entirely normal. We must continue the search in the urban village tomorrow and ensure he is captured, the captain declared earnestly. After speaking, he chewed the noodles in his mouth vigorously. Upon hearing this, the squad leader nodded seriously. Chapter 49, A True Spectacle. At 4 in the morning, Lu Jin crawled out from beneath the bed. He first stretched languidly, gently loosening his stiff muscles. It must be said that spending an entire night coiled up under the bed had severely compromised his sleep quality. He twisted his neck, and with a series of audible joint cracks, Lu Jin took a deep breath of the cool air. The timing was impeccable. It was time to orchestrate the final act of his elaborate ruse. He exited the pitch-black room with his backpack in tow. Noticing the surveillance cameras in the corridor, he made no attempt to evade them, instead opting to tread lightly as he descended the stairs. The team leader had already conducted a thorough inspection once. It was unlikely he would feel compelled to do so again in such a short span. Therefore, even if his image lingered on the monitors, by the time it was discovered, the entire operation would have concluded. What Lu Jin needed to be cautious of was not to attract the attention of the innkeeper. After all, since the team leader had already made an appearance, he would undoubtedly have advised the innkeeper to alert the authorities upon sighting him. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Jin was greeted by the thunderous sound of snoring emanating from the front desk on the first floor. In a small inn like this, employees were seldom hired. Typically, it was the proprietor and his family who managed the establishment. The night shift was usually covered by the owner himself. Men tend to be rather carefree. With no business to attend to at night, it was only natural for him to succumb to slumber in the wee hours. The sound of snoring indicated he was in a deep sleep. At that moment, Lu Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exited the inn with a hefty bag of ill-gotten gains. Positioning himself in the blind spot of the nearby surveillance camera, Lu Jin did not rush to leave. Instead, he pulled out his phone and ordered takeout, then stood patiently awaiting its arrival. Approximately 20 minutes later, the delivery person arrived on a motorcycle. Approaching the inn from a distance, Lu Jin waved him over, guiding him to a location beyond the reach of the cameras. After receiving the food, Lu Jin paid an exorbitant sum of 5,000 yuan to acquire the delivery man's motorcycle and attire. Subsequently, he donned the delivery uniform and rode away from the area visible to the surveillance cameras, leaving the bewildered delivery person to stare at his WeChat payment in the cold wind. What a peculiar year it has been. Who would have thought that purchasing a second-hand motorcycle in the dead of night to run a few food deliveries would suddenly yield such a windfall? At 5 in the morning, outside the makeshift command center, the team leader had already found a police car to rest in, while the captain remained at the table, poring over maps. The red markings on the map were multiplying, indicating the captain's dedication to the operation, though he remained uncertain whether they would capture Lu Jin the following day. At this moment, the captain's eyes were bloodshot. Despite his attempts to stay alert through smoking, he was still yawning incessantly. Having endured the night, fatigue was weighing heavily upon him. He glanced at his wristwatch, stretched, and finally set the map aside, opting to rest his head on the table for a brief respite. After all, daylight would bring the need for strategic decisions regarding the impending operation. Regardless, a moment of rest was essential. At 6 o'clock, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Outside the bank, 30 or so police cars were stationed, surrounded by a cordoned-off area. However, the scene was strikingly quiet. Although numerous officers were present, most were dozing in their vehicles, as this time of day often brings about the greatest fatigue. 300 meters from the bank, a figure clad in delivery attire halted on a motorcycle. He observed the direction of the makeshift command center from a distance. Moments later, he purchased a few breakfast items from a nearby diner. After collecting the food, he revved up the motorcycle and drove toward the command center. Simultaneously, he reactivated his filming equipment. The live stream from the perspective of the robber reappeared, having amassed nearly 1 million viewers since the operation commenced. Though it had been dormant for the past night, now, without warning, it was back online, albeit with only a few hundred spectators. Wow, finally some footage. I thought the streamer had been abducted by aliens. By the way, why does this place look so familiar? Isn't this the stronghold of the police team? How did Lu Jin end up here? Could it be that he has surrendered after all? The upstairs brothers' speculation isn't without merit. Who would have thought that even Lu Jin, the most formidable robber, would succumb? What a letdown. I stayed up all night, only to witness this outcome. Indeed, what a high IQ robber, more like a low IQ one. As the audience watched the footage from the robber's live stream, which was near the police command center, disappointment was palpable. They speculated that Lu Jin must have reached his breaking point after a night of pursuit and was preparing to surrender. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to witness a truly grand spectacle. Riding the motorcycle, Lu Jin gradually approached the perimeter of the police cordon, which was unguarded. Given the presence of so many officers, the temporary security due to the exercise did not necessitate a watchman to stand guard through the night. He parked the motorcycle outside the cordon, lifted the barrier, and walked toward the makeshift command center. Most of the officers remained lost in slumber. Even if someone spotted a delivery person entering, they would not think twice about it. After all, it was entirely normal for someone to order breakfast at such an hour. Upon reaching the entrance of the command center, the captain was still slumbering soundly at his desk, presumably in the midst of a deep sleep. Lu Jin placed the breakfast items on the table, then approached the command center door. Several technicians had been sent off to rest by the captain, leaving the interior devoid of personnel. Lu Jin surveyed the command center, then quietly stepped inside. From his pocket, he retrieved a remote-controlled bomb and secured it beneath the table in the command center. Before the exercise began, the director had provided him with 2 bombs. One had been used on the decoy, and this one he had saved for the present moment. Having completed his tasks, Lu Jin cautiously exited the command center. The captain remained unaware, still resting with audible snores emanating from him. The captain had evidently exhausted himself, now lost in a profound slumber. With the plan successfully executed, Lu Jin did not linger and swiftly departed the restricted area, just as he mounted the motorcycle to leave. The team leader had just awakened and stepped outside the command center. He caught a glimpse of the figure clad in delivery attire from a distance. The team leader raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the breakfast spread on the table. He assumed the captain had ordered breakfast but had fallen asleep before it arrived. "Ah, this kid Lu Jin has really put us through the ringer," he muttered, shaking his head. Afterward, he removed his jacket and draped it over the sleeping captain, then picked up a breakfast item and walked away from the command center. The captain had worked tirelessly until the early hours, since he was still asleep. The team leader chose not to disturb him. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the exercise, abundant rewards in the live broadcast room. The audience witnessed Lu Jin's brief excursion to the temporary command center. The chat erupted in excitement. Did I just see Lu Jin dash into the police's temporary command center? Is this the audacity and meticulousness that legends speak of? Truly remarkable. He is indeed the most formidable robber in history. From this moment forth, I am utterly in awe. Lu Jin is forever my idol. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Lu Jin, as a robber, would dare to venture into the very heart of the police's operations. But what could Lu Jin possibly want in the temporary command center? For a robber to wander into the police's base, isn't that akin to walking into a trap? Perhaps he was there to plant something? Do you think Lu Jin might have gone to the command center to plant a bomb? Unlikely, right? It must be something like a listening device. Though the audience numbered only a few hundred, their enthusiasm for discussion was palpable, leading to a flurry of comments. The boldness with which Lu Jin entered the police command center and then left unscathed left them astounded, prompting exclamations of admiration. After all, beyond this, they could hardly articulate their admiration in any other way. As the clock struck 7, dawn began to break. The captain stirred in his sleep and awoke. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed breakfast laid out on the table, which left him momentarily bewildered. Then he spotted the coat draped over him. Recognizing it as the uniform of the squad leader, it dawned on him that the squad leader must have come early to deliver breakfast but chose not to wake him. The captain reached for the breakfast, now somewhat cold, yet he paid it no mind and took a few bites while studying the map on the table. With only about 12 hours left until the conclusion of the pursuit, time was of the essence, and he was determined to make the most of every second. In the following hours, the squad leader continued to lead the team into the urban village, searching for Lu Jin's whereabouts. However, no trace of him could be found. After an entire day of searching the urban village, it felt as though Lu Jin had evaporated without a trace. Around 6 in the evening, the captain sat in the temporary command center, gazing at the map, lost in thought. Had he miscalculated from the very beginning? Hotels, urban villages. His fingers lightly tapped the map as countless possibilities raced through his mind. Ultimately, his finger returned to the hotel's location on the map. Perhaps Lu Jin had been at the hotel all along and had never left? The captain furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, as if suddenly enlightened. However, realizing this now was too late, the remaining time was insufficient for him to retrace Lu Jin's steps. In this exercise, he had ultimately been outsmarted by Lu Jin. Though he felt a twinge of resentment, what could be done? Lu Jin had even granted him an additional 24 hours beyond the exercise's rules, yet he still lost. Gather the teams. Time is almost up. We have ultimately lost this exercise. The captain reluctantly issued the command through the intercom. Responses from several squads trickled in. The sunset bathed half the sky in a warm glow, casting the last rays of light upon the square outside the bank. As the remaining time for the exercise dwindled, the teams that had gone out in pursuit began to return. Meanwhile, the chief, serving as the referee for this exercise, arrived on the scene. The exercise was nearing its conclusion, yet since Lu Jin had vanished from the hotel yesterday, they had not caught even a glimpse of him. The police had lost. And it was a complete defeat. Simultaneously, on the rooftop of a residential building approximately 100 meters from the bank, Lu Jin sat in quiet contemplation. Before him floated a virtual panel, visible only to him, displaying pale blue numbers that were slowly counting down. 009:15. He had only 9 minutes left to complete this final task, and his current rating remained at an A. Such a score was unsatisfactory to Lu Jin. It was precisely this dissatisfaction that had driven him to infiltrate the police's temporary command center in the early hours, aiming for a spectacular finale before the exercise concluded. He wondered how much this explosive ending would enhance his score. 0:06:30. With a serene expression, Lu Jin observed the countdown on the virtual panel. He stood up to stretch and gazed from the rooftop towards the police's temporary command center. It appeared quite lively, bustling with activity as they prepared for the exercise's conclusion. Though his vantage point did not afford him a clear view, he could still see the captain's silhouette entering the command center. Time is nearly up, Lu Jin murmured to himself before decisively pressing the button on his remote control. With only 6 minutes remaining until the exercise's conclusion. Even if the police had a rough idea of his location, they would have no chance of finding him now. This was his opportunity to gamble for a better final score. Inside the temporary command center, the captain had just entered, intending to tidy up the items on the table. Suddenly, a muffled explosion erupted beneath the table. The captain barely had time to react before the remote-controlled bomb hidden beneath the table detonated, splattering paint all over him. The exercise's specialized explosives lacked significant power, but any contact with the paint indicated elimination from the exercise. The captain stared at the paint covering him, utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend how he had been eliminated here, in the heart of the police operation. Meanwhile, on the rooftop several dozen meters away, Lu Jin stood watching the chaos unfold at the temporary command center. Moments after he pressed the remote, the area outside the command center descended into turmoil. Clearly, his final plan had succeeded. Ding. Eliminated the police team's commander. Rating increased. Current rating, S. This is the highest rating achievable. Remaining escape time, 0:05:02. The system's cold notification echoed in his ears. Lu Jin stretched again, pleasantly surprised by his foresight. By eliminating the police team's commander, his rating had indeed skyrocketed by 2 levels. Now, having attained the ultimate rating for this task, all he needed to do was patiently await the conclusion of these final 5 minutes to claim all the rewards of this exercise. One cannot help but wonder what heights the rewards garnered upon the completion of the ultimate task may reach. Surely, they must be quite substantial, one would presume. Ding. The time for escape has concluded. Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate task and receiving all rewards. All rewards have been dispersed. Would you like to claim them? As the countdown on the virtual panel reached its conclusion, a chilling notification echoed once more within Lu Jin's mind. Claim. A smile graced Lu Jin's face, and he responded almost without hesitation. He had waited long enough for this reward. Chapter 51. Enhancement of Fundamental Attributes. Ding. Reward successfully claimed. Cash reward, 5 million. Deposited into system space, the host may withdraw at any time. The account channel has been specially processed by the system. Skill reward, advanced skill, precise shooting. The host has acquired top-tier shooting techniques with various firearms, achieving mastery on a global scale. Skill reward, intermediate skill, combat arts. The host has gained expertise in free combat techniques, rivaling that of elite martial arts instructors, though still a step away from mastery. Skill reward, intermediate skill, lockpicking. The host has obtained lockpicking skills, capable of rendering an entire neighborhood secure with just a piece of wire, yet still requires effort to unlock a bank vault. Attribute points gained, 6. These can be allocated to enhance the host's physical attributes. Points earned, 1,000. A virtual panel materialized before Lu Jin, casting a soft blue glow as it enumerated the rewards he had received. Observing the rewards before him, a hint of delight surfaced on Lu Jin's face. Having completed the ultimate task and attained the highest rating, the rewards exceeded his expectations. The cash reward multiplied severalfold, and the capabilities of the system appeared far more formidable than he had anticipated. The deposit channel for the cash reward had also been meticulously arranged, alleviating many of Lu Jin's concerns. It is widely acknowledged that when a personal account receives an influx exceeding 200,000, banks will scrutinize the account and thoroughly investigate the source of the funds. Unidentified deposits from the system would elude bank inquiries, leaving one unable to provide a plausible explanation, rendering it as illicit funds. The system's ability to cleanly process the deposit beforehand undoubtedly spared Lu Jin considerable trouble. As for the enhancement of skills, in addition to the 2 intermediate skills, he had acquired 1 advanced skill. However, Lu Jin remained uncertain about the extent of the difference between intermediate and advanced skills. Perhaps only through the opportunity to elevate his intermediate skills to the advanced tier would he gain clarity on the matter. With 2 additional attribute points and a doubled score, Lu Jin felt quite satisfied with the rewards he had received from the system following the conclusion of the exercise. Without hesitation, Lu Jin settled down cross-legged, preparing to utilize the newly acquired attribute points. He was curious about the remarkable effects that these points could have in enhancing his fundamental attributes. System, open the attribute panel. Lu Jin eagerly commanded. Ding. Attribute panel opened. A cold notification echoed in Lu Jin's mind as a new virtual panel appeared before him. Host, Lu Jin. Age, 25. Occupation, police officer. IQ, 105. Average for adults is 100. Strength, 108. Average for adults is 100. Stamina, 103. Average for adults is 100. Acquired skills, precise shooting. Advanced robber's aura. Intermediate, combat arts. Intermediate, lockpicking. Intermediate, available attribute points, 6. Points, 1,000. Lu Jin's data was meticulously recorded on the panel. The attributes of IQ, strength, and stamina represented his fundamental qualities, each accompanied by a sign. Faced with these three attributes, Lu Jin hesitated momentarily. With only 6 attribute points at his disposal, how should he allocate them? After a brief period of contemplation, he resolutely decided to invest all points into IQ. After all, who would ever consider having too high an IQ? Strength and stamina could be enhanced through rigorous training, while Lu Jin was unsure if there existed methods to elevate IQ through exercise. Even if such methods did exist, they would likely be exceedingly challenging. Thus, allocating all points to IQ seemed the most sensible choice for him. Once he completed the allocation of all attribute points, Lu Jin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. However, this discomfort was fleeting. Once it subsided, he sensed a remarkable increase in mental acuity. The sensation was peculiar and difficult to articulate, akin to a rusty machine suddenly springing to life. In a moment of clarity, Lu Jin gazed up at the sky, which appeared to have transformed into a more vibrant blue. Could such a profound change stem from merely 6 attribute points? Lu Jin rose, murmuring to himself. Following the enhancement of his fundamental attributes, Lu Jin felt immensely satisfied with the transformation. Clearly, among all the rewards bestowed by the system, these attribute points were the most precious. Naturally, the other rewards also exceeded his prior expectations. Considering the cash reward from the system, Lu Jin reflected on his role as a robber during the exercise, even if he had truly committed robbery. The most he could have taken after a grueling encounter with police officers would have been 2 million. A newly minted banknote weighs 1.15 grams, making 10,000 weigh 115 grams, and 2 million would amount to 23 kilograms, or 46 pounds. Carrying more would prove exceedingly difficult. Even if he managed to escape the police's pursuit, he would lead a life of constant evasion. Yet, Lu Jin had garnered a clean 5 million merely by participating in an exercise. How could he not feel content with such a reward? In the temporary command center, moments ago, the captain stood in bewilderment, staring at the colorful paint splattered across himself. As the overall commander of the police team for this exercise, he was acutely aware that this was the result of an explosion from a specialized exercise bomb. Yet, he found himself in the temporary command center of the police team. How could there be a bomb here? Absurd. Upon hearing the commotion from within the temporary command center, the police officers outside hurried over to investigate. Everyone was taken aback by the captain's appearance. Noticing this, the director took a deep breath, glancing at his wristwatch. Only 5 minutes remained until the exercise's conclusion. The overall commander has been eliminated, the director announced in a calm voice. Though he was reluctant to accept such a situation, as the referee, he had to ensure the fairness of the exercise. Thus, he could only declare the result. In the final moments of the exercise, Lu Jin had utilized a remote-controlled bomb to eliminate the police team's commander. No one knew how this bomb had ended up in the temporary command center. As the director's voice echoed, the squad leader and the police officers finally regained their composure. The squad leader quickly surveyed the area, seemingly in search of Lu Jin's figure. Chapter 52. The emergence of the most formidable robber. However, surveying the entire square, it was filled with police officers, and there was no sign of Lu Jin. Damn it! When did that brat manage to plant the bomb in the temporary command room? The squad leader clenched his fists tightly, his words forced out through gritted teeth. No one among the police officers present had anticipated this. Just as the drill was nearing its conclusion, the commander-in-chief had met his demise. This little rascal Lu Jin had dealt a devastating blow to the entire police force right before the curtain fell on the exercise. The explosion resonated like a resounding slap to their faces, igniting a simmering hatred within them. Yet, With the exercise drawing to a close and Lu Jin still elusive, what could they possibly do? In the live stream, what had transpired? The commander-in-chief had fallen, eliminated? It seemed so. Hadn't he, the gentleman in the white shirt, announced the results? The captain was as good as dead, without a glimmer of hope for rescue. The brothers upstairs. Are you laughing at my expense? Hadn't Lu Jin been on the run all this while? How then did the commander-in-chief get eliminated? Indeed, as the commander-in-chief. Was he always stationed in the temporary command room? This elimination seemed utterly absurd. For the bewildered brothers above, they should check the replay from around 6 this morning. Lu Jin had stealthily visited the temporary command room before dawn, hiding the bomb at that time. Incredible. Lu Jin's maneuvering was breathtaking. He has become my idol from this day forth. He even managed to take down the police's commander-in-chief. Is this not the legendary outlaw? Truly impressive. The meticulous planning was astonishing. When Lu Jin infiltrated the temporary command room that morning, although he activated the live stream equipment, the viewership was still relatively low at that time. Consequently, many of the viewers were left in a state of confusion regarding the commander-in-chief's demise before the drill concluded. Once they unraveled the sequence of events, their astonishment for Lu Jin only deepened. As they reveled in this grand spectacle prior to the exercise's conclusion, they eagerly shared their thoughts across various forums. Shocking. High IQ robber triumphs in the bank drill, unexpectedly eliminating the police commander before the exercise concluded. After the drill's completion, he was named the strongest robber in history. Knowing the truth made me weep. Fresh out of the oven. The high IQ robber single-handedly challenged the entire city bureau and emerged victorious. Various eye-catching headlines began to surface across numerous websites. In no time, this nearly concluded exercise surged into the trending topics online. The name Lu Jin was mentioned with remarkable frequency. Even those who hadn't watched the live stream were vaguely aware of the emergence of the most formidable robber. Outside the temporary command room, the director once again checked his watch. The designated capture time had elapsed. The exercise had concluded. Ultimately, Lu Jin, who played the robber, had emerged victorious. The police had lost one hostage, 7 officers, and their commander-in-chief. With his hands clasped behind his back, the director inhaled deeply before speaking with a somber expression. As he uttered these words, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the captain, who had his head bowed, scratching his brow in evident shame. Just moments ago, he had lost all hope of capturing Lu Jin. Observing the casualty count, he believed this was the worst outcome imaginable. Little did he know that just before the exercise concluded, Lu Jin would deliver such a grand surprise, effectively eliminating him as the commander-in-chief. This could easily become a monumental joke. What was most disconcerting was the manner in which Lu Jin had dispatched the commander-in-chief by installing a remote-controlled bomb in the temporary command room. No one had even noticed when he had come and gone. This was the police's stronghold, and yet a robber had wandered through, setting a bomb without detection. This was undoubtedly a stinging slap to the face of every police officer present. After glancing at the captain, the director chose to ignore him. Retrieving his phone to call Lu Jin. Lu Jin, you performed admirably. Come back. The exercise has concluded, and you have prevailed. I believe no one would dare contest your victory now. The director spoke amiably, although he felt a flicker of frustration regarding the exercise's outcome. After all, the police force's performance had tarnished the Bureau's reputation, and as the Bureau chief, his own image was somewhat affected. He could not direct his ire at Lu Jin. Lu Jin had simply followed his orders to embody a ruthless bandit. However, the extent of this banditry had exceeded the director's expectations. Once he received a response from the other end, he ended the call. With his hands clasped behind his back, the director stood in the square, gazing into the distance, where all the participating officers were lined up not far away. The crowd was substantial, yet the atmosphere was notably tense, with hardly a word spoken. This was primarily due to the weighty mood each officer carried in light of the exercise's outcome. After roughly 10 minutes, Lu Jin, carrying a black backpack, appeared outside the security line. His expression was calm as he approached the temporary command room with steady strides. As he made his entrance, nearly every officer's gaze converged upon him. Seeing him appear so soon, the officers realized that Lu Jin hadn't fled far at all, having concealed himself nearby the bank. Despite the hundreds of eyes scrutinizing him, Lu Jin remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to their predatory stares. He approached the temporary command room with tranquility, casually handing the black backpack to the nearby squad leader. Director, Lu Jin greeted with respect. The squad leader, holding the bag of stolen money, looked up at Lu Jin with a furrowed brow, clearly irritated. This kid truly had no sense of boundaries, even though he was still simmering with anger. The exercise had concluded, and there was nowhere to vent his frustrations. He could only continue to suppress his feelings. Chapter 53. A chaotic commotion. You did remarkably well, the director exclaimed, expressing his satisfaction with the role of the robber that Lu Jin had portrayed. A drill must have a fierce criminal like you to fulfill its true purpose. He patted Lu Jin's shoulder with a smile that contrasted sharply with his usual stern demeanor. Thank you for the compliment, Director, Lu Jin replied, returning the smile. The director then embraced him affectionately, and they walked a few steps together. You must have done quite a bit of preparation for this exercise, hadn't you? The director lowered his voice, sounding jovial as he glanced around, seemingly wary of being overheard. Indeed. What? You're not regretting your decision to choose me for this role, are you? Lu Jin responded with a chuckle, also lowering his voice. What nonsense are you talking about? The director's brow furrowed, his expression suddenly serious. However, after a moment, he eased his stern demeanor. Well, to say I have some regret would not be entirely untrue. I never anticipated you would execute the role so effectively. You managed to eliminate so many officers, even taking out the commanding officer of the police squad. This exercise was broadcast live, with millions watching. I've been utterly embarrassed. The director frowned, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He had always held Lu Jin in high regard, and there was a sense of camaraderie developing between them. Given Lu Jin's outstanding performance in the exercise, the director was naturally very amiable towards him, sharing a few lighthearted remarks. Listening to the director's grievances, Lu Jin shrugged slightly, embodying a demeanor of helplessness now that the exercise had concluded. Yesterday, I received a call from the director of the provincial department in Zhongyan. That old fellow was once my comrade in arms. After watching our city's exercise broadcast, he expressed great interest in you. He plans to organize a bank drill in their province and wishes to invite you to play the robber, providing you with a few teammates as well. I've already agreed on your behalf. There are no other demands, but since it's the provincial department, you'll need to prepare comprehensively and perform exceptionally well. It's best to cause them quite the ruckus. This is an order, understood? The director leaned closer to Lu Jin, speaking earnestly. His brow was deeply furrowed, indicating that his old comrade's call was likely not merely to express interest in Lu Jin. Understood. With the director's words so clearly articulated, Lu Jin could only nod in acceptance. Furthermore, his role-playing system required participation in exercises to earn rewards, and he was quite eager for those rewards. Thus, with a new invitation for an exercise, Lu Jin was more than willing to accept the challenge. As for the director's notion of creating chaos, Lu Jin could only promise to do his utmost. Excellent. Tomorrow, our city bureau will hold a press conference. As the robber in the exercise and the ultimate victor, you will need to prepare a speech. After the press conference, you should promptly gather your belongings and head to Zhongyun. This is a standard reassignment, and when you return, I'll grant you a few days off to rest. The director was evidently pleased with Lu Jin's response and proceeded to offer a few more brief instructions before releasing Lu Jin's shoulder and returning to the temporary command room to deliver a concluding speech for the exercise. Lu Jin stood by, listening attentively. Once the concluding remarks were made, the exercise officially came to an end. The participating officers began to tidy up the scene, while Lu Jin, as the robber, was exempt from assisting. He took this opportunity to leave the site and head home for much-needed rest, as the past few days had taken a significant toll on his mental energy. The following day, shortly after 8 in the morning, Lu Jin received a call from the captain, inviting him out for breakfast. Faced with this unexpected invitation so early in the day, Lu Jin was a bit bewildered. He recalled how he had eliminated the captain during the exercise with a remote-controlled bomb, which surely must have stung. Perhaps the captain harbored resentment towards him and was planning to lure him out for retribution? Yet, it was also possible that the captain simply wished to clear the air. Regardless, having recently acquired intermediate combat skills, Lu Jin welcomed the chance to test his newfound abilities. He accepted the captain's invitation, tidied himself up, and set out. Following the address provided by the captain, he arrived at a Cantonese tea house, guided by a server. He entered a private room where the captain and the deputy captain were already seated, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Welcome. The captain greeted Lu Jin with a smile as he entered, though his complexion appeared rather haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, indicating he likely had slept well the previous night. Lu Jin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before taking a seat without hesitation. Lu Jin, when do you have time to come to our special police team's training ground for a spar? Our team's combat instructor is still quite displeased about the outcome of the exercise and would like to have a go at you as well. The deputy captain took a sip of tea before cheerfully continuing, his demeanor friendly, akin to a playful jibe among friends. During the exercise, the deputy captain had indeed been quite vexed with Lu Jin. However, now that it had concluded, he appeared to embrace a more amicable stance towards him. All right, once I have some free time, I'll personally visit the special police team for some practice. Lu Jin replied after pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip, smiling as he responded. From the demeanor of both the captain and deputy captain, it was clear they had no intention of ambushing him. It seemed Lu Jin's hopes of testing his recently acquired skills would have to be postponed. Although they were not entirely pleased with the outcome of the exercise, both the captain and deputy captain had evidently chosen not to hold any grievances against Lu Jin, even contemplating friendship given his impressive performance during the drill. Chapter 54. Being toyed with by this little chick? Lu Jin, after returning home yesterday, I spent the entire night reviewing the surveillance footage. I discovered that you left the inn at precisely 4:10 a.m. However, once you vanished from the camera's view, you did not reappear. I am quite curious as to how you accomplished this. The captain brought over a menu and presented it to Lu Jin. Only then did he earnestly inquire about Lu Jin's actions. The purpose of inviting Lu Jin to dinner was twofold. First, to formally befriend him, and second, to seek answers to the questions lingering in his mind. This exercise had indeed dealt a significant blow to the captain. Yet it was not enough to shatter the resolve of a captain of the municipal bureau. Instead, it prompted him to continuously reflect on himself, searching for his own mistakes within the exercise. Consequently, after the exercise concluded, he did not return to rest but remained at the bureau, watching the surveillance footage of Lu Jin's movements throughout the night. Even though the exercise had ended, he still wished to comprehend how Lu Jin achieved all this. Examining where he himself had faltered. I disappeared from the surveillance footage around 4 o'clock, and 20 minutes later, did a delivery person not appear? The delivery was indeed ordered by me. I then procured the delivery person's attire and motorcycle for $5,000. Therefore, the delivery person captured in the footage was me. Lu Jin shrugged slightly, revealing the truth to the captain while perusing the menu. Now that the exercise had concluded, and considering his sincere inquiry, there was no harm in sharing this information. Moreover, to be frank, Lu Jin held a certain admiration for both the captain and the lieutenant's characters. After the exercise, they bore no resentment towards him and generously treated him to a meal as a gesture of friendship. One could not help but conclude that they were indeed individuals of great ambition. Impressive. Your tactics were truly unexpected. When did you conceal that remote-controlled bomb within the temporary command room? The captain regarded Lu Jin, his eyes filled with admiration. He then posed his final question. Since there were no surveillance cameras near the temporary command room, it was evident that the captain could not determine when Lu Jin had accessed it. Was breakfast enjoyable this morning? Lu Jin set down the menu and smiled at the captain. The captain blinked in surprise, then turned wide-eyed to the lieutenant. You didn't deliver breakfast, did you? The captain spoke, astonished. He had never considered the breakfast, primarily due to the lieutenant's attire throwing him off track, leading him to believe that the breakfast had been delivered by the lieutenant. Wasn't it you who ordered it? The lieutenant, equally astonished, echoed the captain's surprise. So that delivery person was you? Upon uttering the words, the lieutenant turned back to Lu Jin. Good heavens! Only now did he realize that he had been a mere 30 meters away from the fleeing Lu Jin. Had he noticed any signs at that moment? The exercise could have been concluded then and there. But now it was too late. The distance from capturing me was merely a hair's breadth. Lu Jin smiled serenely as he spoke, his tone calm and devoid of any detectable emotion. However, to the lieutenant, this statement felt quite off. After all, Lu Jin had previously inscribed these words on a note left for the lieutenant during the investigation at the inn. To repeat them now felt like a taunt. Well done, you rascal. The lieutenant slammed the table, his frustration palpable, yet he could not help but commend Lu Jin. Remarkable. The captain also raised his thumb, earnestly expressing his admiration. Lu Jin had laid bare all the aspects that had puzzled them, allowing them to fully comprehend his performance as the faux robber in this exercise. Each plan had been executed with flawless precision. To describe it as masterful strategy would not be an exaggeration. If this exercise were a grand game of chess, Lu Jin alone commanded the pieces, while both the captain and the lieutenant had become mere pawns. Indeed, Lu Jin deserved the title of high IQ robber that circulated online. After enjoying dim sum, the three returned to the municipal bureau. Due to the significant social impact of this live-streamed exercise, a press conference was to be held post-exercise, providing an explanation to the audience who had closely followed the event. The press conference was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After arriving at the bureau, Lu Jin and his companions had some time to rest. However, before Lu Jin could settle down, he was summoned to the director's office. In the director's office, as the director was preparing to brew a pot of fine tea, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," the director responded, lifting his head. He continued his tea preparations, proudly showcasing his tea leaves to the figure seated on the sofa. Upon entering, Lu Jin noticed that the director's smile deepened upon recognizing him. "Lu Jin, come. Let me introduce you. This is the director I mentioned yesterday. He is an old comrade of mine. We were as brothers on the battlefield, relying on each other for our lives." In the absence of outsiders, the director bore no semblance of seriousness, his face radiating joviality, clearly indicating a strong bond with the director. "Haha, oldly, to be quiet. When you introduced me, I can only imagine how much dirt you must have dished on me. Brothers and life companions, if you could just refrain from slandering me, I would be eternally grateful." The director laughed heartily, rising to stand beside Lu Jin, studying him closely. The director was quite tall, at least 6 feet 3 inches, robustly built, and significantly larger than Lu Jin. His square face, thick brows, and deep-set eyes exuded an air of integrity. He possessed the kind of visage that would lead one to suspect he was an undercover agent were he to portray a villain in a film. "Greetings, director." Lu Jin offered a serious salute. As the two superiors exchanged banter, Lu Jin, as the subordinate, felt it inappropriate to interject. Thus, he simply acknowledged the director without addressing the playful remarks. Decent appearance. Though perhaps a tad too frail, the director assessed Lu Jin after a thorough examination. "Oldly, is your entire bureau being toyed with by this little chick? If it were me, I would have long since returned to my hometown," the director quipped, glancing back at the bureau chief. Hearing this characterization, Lu Jin could not help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eye. Little chick. At a height of nearly 6 feet and weighing close to 140 pounds, to be described as a little chick was quite amusing. Chapter 55. This is not even fit for a dog to drink. You have heard what Lao Gao said. Not only does he look down on me, but he also disdains you. One must earn their own respect. As you participate in their provincial department drill, you must perform admirably. The director sat cheerfully, sipping tea, turning a blind eye to the unfolding situation. He held unwavering confidence in Lu Jin. The more arrogant Lao Gao became, the more he would regret it in the end. Just yesterday, he called and mercilessly mocked Lu Jin. This indignation had been simmering within him, waiting for Lu Jin to shine, so he could retaliate with double the scorn, releasing his pent-up frustration. "Young man, you truly must perform well. Don't let it end in just a few minutes when you arrive at our provincial department. If that happens, your director will have no face left to meet me." "Huh." The director turned and patted Lu Jin on the shoulder, unable to suppress a hearty laugh as he spoke. His demeanor suggested that he had already envisioned their provincial department triumphing during the drill, reveling in the director's embarrassment. The director's strength was considerable. Each clap on Lu Jin's shoulder made him wince slightly. Nevertheless, his carefree manner indicated a generous spirit, a stark contrast to the usually solemn nature of the director. "Come, try this. It is tea I have cherished and never dared to drink." Just then, the director's tea was ready. He poured 3 cups and beckoned Lu Jin and the director to join him. The director, without hesitation, sat down and began sipping the tea. Lu Jin also took a cup and savored a sip. The flavor was exquisite, with a lingering sweetness that filled his mouth with aroma. Truth be told, Lu Jin was no connoisseur of tea, having only tasted tea worth a mere dozen yuan per pound before his journey here. Yet, even as a novice, he could discern the quality of this tea, though he could not articulate its merits. "How is it?" The director raised an eyebrow, eagerly inquiring. After all, he had shared something he had treasured for years and naturally hoped to hear praise. "It's quite good. This is truly the finest tea I have ever tasted." Lu Jin nodded and responded with a smile. The director, pleased with Lu Jin's reply, allowed his smile to deepen. "You young lad are uncultured. This cannot even be deemed good tea. I'm not exaggerating. This is something even a dog would refuse. After your drill at our provincial department, I'll get you some real fine tea to take back for your director. Let us not continue to deceive esteemed guests with such inferior offerings." As Lu Jin finished speaking, the director beside him chimed in, draining his cup before placing it back on the table. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the director, who still bore the remnants of a smile. However, his eyes fixed on the director, betraying a flicker of irritation. "Lu Jin, you may step out. I have a matter to attend to." The director gestured, his gaze still locked on the director before him. "Yes." Lu Jin promptly responded and exited the director's office. Being a mere police officer, he felt it prudent not to provoke the two leaders, especially as the atmosphere hinted at impending conflict. He gently closed the office door but did not hurry away. Instead, he lingered outside, straining to catch the sounds within. A confrontation between the director and the provincial director was a rare spectacle, and he was eager to eavesdrop. "You old fool. I treated you well, yet you spew nonsense. Watch as I take you down today." The director's voice broke the silence. Come, it has been over 20 years since I trained with you. Let us see if you've improved." The provincial director retorted. "If it weren't for me pulling you from the brink of death 30 years ago, would you even be alive to taste my fine tea today?" The director continued his tirade, the sounds of chairs scraping against the floor indicating both were now standing. Yet they had yet to exchange blows. Bah, who cares for that first-class merit? If I hadn't spent 3 months in the hospital back then, would you have been able to deceive Xiaolan away from me? Besides, your tea is rubbish. Not even a dog would drink it. The provincial director shot back. Listening to the escalating exchange, Lu Jin's brow furrowed in concern. Clearly, the relationship between the director and the provincial director was complex. They were undoubtedly close friends. Yet it seemed there were deeper emotional entanglements at play. As the sounds of a physical altercation began to emerge, Lu Jin couldn't help but worry for his director. After all, given the director's slight build against the provincial director's imposing stature, it was evident they were not equally matched in combat. Of course, the disputes between these two leaders were hardly within the purview of a lowly officer like himself to meddle in. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, both the director and the provincial director attended a press conference hosted by the Municipal Bureau, where the director was the initiator and judge of the upcoming drill, necessitating his presence and leadership at the event. The provincial director was also eager to invite Lu Jin to participate in their forthcoming drill, seeking to leverage the press conference to boost its visibility. Neither appeared to bear any injuries. It was clear that though they had clashed, it was all in good fun. The provincial director had likely held back considerably. Given his size, a genuine confrontation would have necessitated an ambulance. In front of the media and public, the director and provincial director presented a day of camaraderie, akin to brothers. Their behavior towards Lu Jin suggested they did not regard him as an outsider. After all, Lu Jin was the director's favored protege, nurtured as if he were a disciple. Hence, the provincial director, even upon meeting Lu Jin for the first time, would naturally harbor a degree of goodwill due to the director's endorsement. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the news of Lu Jin's upcoming participation in the drill at the Zhongyun Provincial Department was officially disseminated. This announcement sparked a considerable uproar online. The previous drill's outstanding performance had garnered him immense praise from viewers, and clips from the event had been edited and circulated across various short video platforms, catapulting Lu Jin's notoriety to new heights. As countless netizens lamented their missed opportunity to witness a spectacular drill, the news of Lu Jin's renewed participation sent ripples through the online community, causing quite a stir. Chapter 56. Requirements for teammates' voices of discussion had emerged across various major websites regarding the upcoming drill, with netizens evidently brimming with anticipation. That evening, Lu Jin swiftly gathered his belongings and boarded the flight to Yunzheng province alongside Director Gao. As the director of the bureau, Gao's visit was not solely to fetch Lu Jin. He had indeed extended an invitation for Lu Jin to partake in the exercise. However, given the considerable disparity in their respective statuses, it would have sufficed for Lu Jin to be summoned with a mere phone call. There was no need for Gao to personally make the trip. His primary purpose for visiting the municipal bureau was to reunite with the bureau chief, especially since his old companion had suffered considerable embarrassment. Naturally, he felt compelled to come and have a good-natured ribbing. Nonetheless, due to his responsibilities as a director, he had numerous matters to attend to and only managed to share a dinner with the bureau chief before hastily escorting Lu Jin back. That night, Lu Jin settled into a hotel arranged by the provincial office. The following morning, he was summoned by car to the provincial hall. Upon entering the director's office, Lu Jin found Gao brewing tea. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Gao promptly gestured for him to take a seat. "Come, try this. Is it not 100 times superior to what your bureau chief serves?" As soon as Lu Jin sat down, Gao poured him a cup of tea, a warm smile gracing his face. Lu Jin took a sip, finding it delightful and fragrant. He nodded appreciatively, smiling in response to Gao. He truly could not discern the difference between this tea and that of the previous day. After all, it was all excellent tea. Haha, when I return, I shall bring you 2 jars to share with Old Li. Let him know what true quality is. Gao chuckled, lifting his own cup for a sip. his eyes momentarily closing as he savored the flavor. Do not be misled by our playful banter. I may have even given him a thrashing yesterday. But we are indeed as close as brothers. He pulled me from the brink of death. The one I hold dearest in this life is Old Lee. I have been an orphan since childhood, enlisted at 18, and we were assigned to the same unit, forging our friendship. We have served together for over a decade, faced battles, and escaped death countless times. It is no exaggeration to say we were as close as two peas in a pod back then. Gao reminisced leisurely, sharing some idle chatter with Lu Jin. However, as the conversation progressed, he hesitated, clearly feeling that certain topics were not suitable to discuss further in Lu Jin's presence. These anecdotes, while unnecessary, were offered out of concern that misinterpretations might arise since Lu Jin was Old Lee's chosen apprentice. Thus, the director deliberately touched upon these subjects. All right. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Your invitation to the drill is serious. Do not hold back, as our provincial office is no weakling. I have already spoken with Old Lee over the phone, and this time, we can assign you a few additional teammates. After all, it would be inappropriate for our provincial office to take advantage of you when you are alone. Sitting up straight, the director smiled at Lu Jin, although his tone had shifted to a more serious one. Very well, Lu Jin nodded, responding succinctly. He was indeed amenable to the notion of additional teammates, as their presence would alleviate many burdens and facilitate the execution of various plans. Choose your teammates from our provincial office. Feel free to voice any specific requirements you may have. I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Gao leaned against his desk, speaking earnestly. His demeanor towards Lu Jin was exceedingly cordial. On one hand, Lu Jin was the apprentice of his old friend. On the other, Gao had watched Lu Jin's performance during previous drills and held him in high regard. Thus, his tone remained exceptionally amiable throughout their discourse. My requirements for the number of teammates are modest. 3 will suffice. A driver, a sniper, and a computer expert, with myself included. Our team as robbers will consist of merely 4 individuals. Is that unreasonable? Lu Jin contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts seriously. He had long considered the matter of teammates. An excess of members could hinder operations and complicate planning. With 4 individuals, including himself, the team would be adequately equipped. However, the professional skills of these teammates were paramount. After all, he would be assuming the role of the mastermind, orchestrating the plans. Thus, he required teammates with strong, specialized skills to provide support. A driver is essential for any robbery team. Having a competent driver is crucial during a getaway. As for the sniper, their primary function would be to exert some pressure during standoffs and to monitor police movements. Although Lu Jin possessed a mid-level precision shooting skill, he could adequately fill the sniper role himself. Nonetheless, sniping necessitates prolonged aiming and concealment, which would detract from his attention to other pressing matters. The importance of a computer expert is self-evident. In this technological era, there are numerous challenges that a computer specialist can address. That is not excessive. Let us begin with the specific requirements for the driver. Gao nodded. Initially, he had intended to assign 4 to 5 teammates to Lu Jin. But since he only requested 3, his demand was deemed reasonable by the director. The driver must be a bit of a maverick, a rule breaker of sorts. The more unconventional, the better, Lu Jin stated calmly. He had no excessive demands regarding driving skills. He simply wished to avoid a law-abiding officer from the police force. After all, it would be disastrous if, during their escape, the driver halted at a red light, thereby becoming a true liability. I have someone in mind. What do you think? Gao nodded, then tapped on his computer keyboard, pulling up the identity information of a police officer. He shifted the screen so that Lu Jin could see it. Lu Jin glanced over the details. Zhao Ji, 43 years old, a regular officer in the criminal investigation team. Zhao has been with our provincial office for nearly 20 years. Those who joined with him have mostly risen to the rank of captain, yet he remains an ordinary officer. His capabilities are commendable, ranking high in terms of cases solved and criminals apprehended within the provincial office. His lack of promotion stems primarily from the number of reprimands he has received, which outweigh his commendations. He has been known to demolish restaurants in pursuit of suspects, and has even engaged in high-speed chases with criminals through the city. If there is anyone who can be deemed a maverick in our office, it would be him. After Lu Jin perused the basic information for a while, Gao resumed speaking. Chapter 57. The Quest for Victory. How do you find this individual? Are you satisfied? The director inquired, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Lu Jin. Indeed. Lu Jin nodded in affirmation, having heard the director's introduction. Zhao Ji was precisely the person he desired to apprehend criminals. He was even willing to engage in high-speed chases with them in the city. He was the perfect driver. I shall recommend two individuals, a marksman and a computer expert. The director continued with a smile. Afterward, he retrieved the profiles of two officers from his computer. Ling Feng, a 36-year-old male, had been the sniping champion of the Zhongyan Province Police Force for 4 consecutive years, earning the moniker Deadshot. However, he had once been reprimanded for recklessly discharging his weapon during a mission. Tang Yuyan, a 21-year-old female, was a computer specialist. She had previously been arrested for hacking into the police system, charged with endangering public information security, but was acquitted due to her age at the time of the offense, as she had not caused significant harm. She was now specially recruited into the provincial cybersecurity department. Upon reviewing their credentials, Lu Jin nodded in approval. "Let it be the three of us," he replied calmly. He was quite satisfied with the director's recommendations. With the selection finalized, the matter of equipment arose. "What are your requirements regarding equipment? As long as they are not excessive, I will do my utmost to accommodate you," the director stated, taking a sip of tea before continuing. 2 Type 95 automatic rifles, for Type 92 handguns, 1 CSLR-4 sniper rifle, 10 grenades, and 2 remote-controlled bombs. As for the blank rounds for training, you may prepare them as you see fit. "For a bandit like me, these demands are hardly unreasonable," Lu Jin declared, without hesitation, clearly having contemplated his weaponry needs well in advance. The director was momentarily taken aback by the list. The Type 95 rifles, Type 92 handguns, grenades, and remote-control bombs were all standard issue for the police force. However, the CSLR-4 sniper rifle was a different matter altogether. Prized as the most expensive military firearm, it carried a price tag of 260,000 yuan, with each bullet costing 50 yuan, a true luxury weapon. The CSLR-4 had once helped the Chinese team secure 7 first-place finishes in 14 categories, garnering numerous medals and accolades globally. In summary, this weapon was exceptionally valuable. The provincial department possessed only one, and few had ever laid hands on it. Nevertheless, having made the promise, the director felt compelled to uphold his word. Frowning slightly, he ultimately resolved to grant Lu Jin the province's only CSLR-4 sniper rifle. "Very well, I shall fulfill your request for the CSLR-4 sniper rifle. Do you have any additional requirements?" the director asked one last time. "This equipment is sufficient," Lu Jin replied with a smile. Given that the director had promised him the provincial CSLR-4 sniper rifle, Lu Jin felt it inappropriate to request anything further. After all, in this exercise, he was merely portraying a bandit, not a military force. Had his role been different, he might have even wished for an RPG. Naturally, acquiring a Type 99A main battle tank would have been the ultimate show of flair. However, when robbing a bank, caution was paramount. He feared the director might react by overturning the table. "With that settled, let us discuss your target for this operation," the director said, retrieving a map from his drawer and spreading it across the coffee table. "The bank you are to rob is this one, where we will place a bag of diamonds in the vault. Your objective is to steal the diamonds and evade capture for 2 days, 48 hours, in order to claim victory. This exercise will be considerably more challenging than those conducted by your city department. Not only will you be up against our provincial department, but you will also have an extended time frame for pursuit. Escaping for 48 hours against the entire provincial department will not be easy. Think carefully about whether you are willing to accept this challenge. If you believe that evading capture for such a duration is too daunting, I can certainly reduce the time frame." The director looked up earnestly, a smile creeping onto his face as he concluded. "Is this a test of courage?" Lu Jin mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Winning should not prove too difficult. His tone was remarkably calm, as though he regarded the impending exercise with indifference. It appeared that he felt no pressure in the face of the provincial department or the 48-hour escape. "Haha, you've got quite a bit of confidence, don't you?" The director chuckled heartily. "I will send you all the relevant materials pertaining to the exercise. You have 3 days to prepare. The exercise will commence thereafter. I hope you maintain this mindset when we meet again after the exercise concludes. By the way, a word of caution. The individuals you selected are not easy to manage," the director added with a hearty laugh, refilling Lu Jin's cup of tea. Lu Jin nodded slightly, and after finishing his tea, he rose to salute the director before turning to leave. That afternoon, within the provincial department's criminal investigation team's office, "Zhaoji, I implore you, please," the head of the criminal investigation team exclaimed, tossing a stack of complaint letters onto the table, panting heavily. 98 complaints this year alone. If this continues, I cannot guarantee your position. Head, you wouldn't want to lose me. Who will solve this mountain of cases? Zhaoji grinned from his seat as he spoke. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the head. When the head declined, he lit it himself. Enough of the jesting. Do you think this is a joke? This is a transfer order from the director. The head lifted his teacup to take a sip, then spat the tea leaves into the trash bin before tossing a transfer order onto the table. Oh, participating in an exercise as a robber? This is intriguing. Zhao Ji quickly grabbed the transfer order, his eyes lighting up with amusement upon reading its contents. He had feared he was being transferred due to the complaints, but it turned out to be merely a designation for an exercise, and he was to play the role of a robber. You're truly suited for the role of a bandit. Perform well, and perhaps the provincial department will commend you. Your merits will offset your demerits. And I might escape with less blame, the head remarked, feigning irritation as he placed the teacup back on the table. Yes, I will complete the task. Zhao Ji responded cheerfully, saluting with a mock seriousness. He then resumed examining the transfer order, muttering to himself, after decades as a police officer. Who would have thought I could experience being a robber? How delightful. Simultaneously, Lu Jin's other two teammates received their transfer orders from the director. Chapter 58. Who is in favor, who is against? Returning to the hotel, Lu Jin studied the map provided by the director, delving into the geographical layout of the bank participating in the drill. Given that the exercise was initiated by the provincial department, it was naturally on a much larger scale than any previous drills Lu Jin had attended. The bank itself was considerably more prestigious than the last one. Boasting a prime location in the heart of the city, merely 5 kilometers from the provincial headquarters. Such a strategic position implied a significant foot traffic, meaning Lu Jin would be confronted with hostages numbering several times greater than before. The greater the number of hostages, the more challenging it would be to maintain control. Moreover, this time, as the would-be robber, his objective was no longer mere practice currency, but rather a coveted diamond secured within the bank's vault. This necessitated that he unlock the vault to obtain his target. Setting the map aside, Lu Jin approached the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the bustling cityscape. As the capital of Zhongyuan province, the city thrived with vibrancy, underpinned by formidable security measures. The strength of the provincial department was unquestionable. Their officers were of a caliber far superior to those of his previous municipal bureau. Open the system task panel. After a considerable moment of contemplation, Lu Jin calmly issued the command to his system. Beep. Task panel activated. A cold notification echoed, and a virtual panel materialized before him. Task details. Participate in the Zhongyuan Provincial Department drill and achieve final victory as a robber. Task rewards. 8 million in cash. 2 random advanced skills. 10 attribute points. 5,000 points. Additional reward. Should the host achieve an S rating during the exercise, an extra reward will be triggered. Current rating. None. Subtitles radiating a soft blue glow appeared on the virtual panel. This was the system-generated task following Lu Jin's acceptance of the exercise. It was evident that due to the increased difficulty of this drill, the rewards had also escalated. With ample preparation time, Lu Jin harbored absolute confidence in securing victory. However, with the introduction of the task panel and the potential for additional rewards, his objective transcended mere victory. He aimed for flawless execution to trigger the extra rewards. This ambition was of paramount importance to Lu Jin. To reach such heights, he required an impeccably crafted plan, yet he had merely 3 days to prepare. It was indeed rather rushed. Closing the system task panel, Lu Jin lifted his gaze once more to the window and murmured to himself. The following day, having spent the night poring over the map of Zhongyuan City, Lu Jin was roused from slumber by a persistent call at 8 in the morning. The unfamiliar number bore the designation of Zhongyuan City. Frowning slightly, he nonetheless answered. Hello? Sitting up in bed, Lu Jin spoke calmly. Are you Lu Jin? A vibrant voice erupted from the other end, loud enough to reverberate painfully in his ears. Yes. Who are you? Lu Jin distanced the phone from his ear and rubbed his throbbing temples, furrowing his brow in response. Aside from the director, he had no acquaintances in Zhongyuan City. And it was clear the caller was not the director. I am Zhao Ji, your accomplice. Aren't we supposed to rob a bank together in a few days? Our boss sent me to find you today. By the way, where are you? I've been waiting in the hotel lobby for a while. The voice on the other end continued unabated. Realizing it was his teammate, Lu Jin couldn't help but acknowledge the director's efficiency in arranging this so swiftly. Stay in the lobby for a moment. I will be right down, Lu Jin replied before hanging up. After a quick wash, he made his way downstairs. In the lobby, as Lu Jin exited the elevator, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket lounging on a nearby sofa, with short hair and hands in his pockets. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, rhythmically bouncing his leg. His demeanor bore more resemblance to a seasoned rogue than a police officer. Beside him sat a man and a woman, both seemingly unfamiliar with each other and seated at a considerable distance apart. "Everyone is here?" Lu Jin approached them and calmly greeted the trio. He recognized them from the files he had reviewed in the director's office. Zhao Ji raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised. Before glancing at the other two on the sofa, a look of realization swept across his face. "Oh, so you two are my accomplices. I thought you were just guests at this hotel." With a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Ji appeared buoyed by the prospect of stepping into the role of a robber and experiencing a new facet of life. The 20-something Tang Yuyan closed her laptop and glanced at Zhao Ji. "Uncle, your voice is so loud that everyone in the hotel now knows we're planning a bank heist. Be careful, we might get arrested before the exercise even begins." She extracted a lollipop from her mouth, casting a dismissive look at Zhao Ji before popping it back in. Observing Tang Yuyan enjoying her lollipop, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you fancy those? We share a common interest. Isn't it just a bit of excitement?" Zhao Ji scratched his head awkwardly, realizing why his loud phone call had attracted curious glances from everyone in the bank lobby. "All right, since we are all gathered, let us first have some breakfast." Lu Jin surveyed the group and spoke calmly. Without allowing them the opportunity to object, he turned and made his way towards the hotel's buffet on the second floor. In the restaurant, the group sat around a table, quietly eating their meals. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, with no one speaking. After finishing a tea egg, Lu Jin set down his chopsticks, wiped his hands with a napkin, and looked at the others. "Since we are now a team, we must designate a leader. Without a recognized figure to issue commands, we would be like scattered sand." Lu Jin spoke with poise, as his words hung in the air. The others turned their gazes toward him. "I will take the role of the team leader. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Chapter 59. As long as you don't complain about injuries, the three individuals engaged in their meal all lifted their heads to gaze at Lu Jin. However, no one uttered a word. They simply observed him in silence. A smile graced Lu Jin's face as he glanced over the trio and placed the freshly wiped napkin onto the table. It appeared that, as the director had mentioned, these few troublemakers were indeed quite challenging to manage. Nevertheless, the more unruly they were, the more imperative it became to establish his authority before the exercise commenced. Otherwise, should any disagreements arise during the drill, his absolute authority would be a devastating blow to their side. "I believe I am capable of assuming the role of team leader. After all, considering age, I am the eldest among them." The atmosphere grew tense for a moment until Zhao Ji set down his utensils, a smile lighting his face as he spoke. As he talked, he casually grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. With his words hanging in the air, he turned slightly, resting one hand on the back of his chair, casting a nonchalant glance at Lu Jin. "Old man, relying on age alone is a mistake. Being a leader is not about age, it's about intellect. Do you understand?" Tang Yuyan looked at Zhao Ji with disdain, snorting softly before responding with a hint of mockery, raising her right hand to tap her temple, laden with sarcasm. The sniper, Ling Feng, remained silent, continuing to eat as the others began to bicker. Clearly, he displayed no interest in the position of team leader. Yet, he would not simply concede it to Lu Jin based on mere words. After all, he had yet to witness Lu Jin's capabilities. There was a possibility that this young man lacked the qualities of a leader. Thus, when others contended with Lu Jin for the role, he continued to focus on his meal, refraining from further comment. In the current situation, whoever desired to assume the leadership position must demonstrate their ability to command respect. As long as a genuinely capable individual took the lead, Ling Feng would not mind who that person was. It seemed that everyone was quite interested in the position of leader, suggesting a competition was in order. After all, only the capable deserve to lead. Lu Jin sat up straight, speaking calmly as his gaze swept over each person present. "How shall we compete?" Zhao Ji raised an eyebrow, turning his head to look at Lu Jin, while Tang Yuyan propped her chin on her hands, curiosity evident in her gaze. As for Ling Feng, he remained absorbed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the dispute among the three. "You may choose." "I am indifferent," Lu Jin replied, his demeanor composed, shrugging slightly, exuding confidence. "Interesting. I have spent years as a police officer, and while my skills may be limited, I excel in combat. Shall we have a go?" Zhao Ji stood up with a smile after hearing Lu Jin's response. He stretched slightly, twisting his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing softly. In his line of work, particularly in criminal investigations, fighting was inevitable. Zhao Ji consistently ranked at the top for his case closure rates and had a fiery temper, often resorting to physical means to apprehend criminals. Even without formal combat training, he had become adept at fighting, especially with the systematic training he had received as a police officer, which included considerable combat techniques. Tang Yuyan, seated comfortably, rested her chin on her hands, her face adorned with a sweet smile, clearly eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Behind the hotel, in an alleyway, there lay an open space devoid of passers-by. Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng stood at the mouth of the alley, while Lu Jin and Zhao Ji faced each other within. I won't hold back. If I happen to injure you, just don't complain, Zhao Ji declared, raising his fist to guard his face, his eyes cold and predatory, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Bring it on, Lu Jin replied, positioning himself accordingly. Zhao Ji wasted no time, launching a punch, which Lu Jin deftly evaded. With a raised brow, Zhao Ji unleashed a series of aggressive strikes, yet each blow was effortlessly dodged by Lu Jin, not even brushing the hem of his clothing. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Ji observed Lu Jin's seemingly chaotic footwork. Despite its disorder, it allowed him to evade every attack, revealing a certain level of skill. However, Zhao Ji mused, even if he couldn't land a hit, Lu Jin wouldn't achieve victory through mere evasion. Just as Zhao Ji contemplated this, Lu Jin struck. With a swift movement, he aimed a punch at Zhao Ji's abdomen. Zhao Ji instinctively recoiled, attempting to dodge while raising his hands to protect himself. In that moment, Lu Jin unexpectedly altered his approach, transforming the punch into an elbow strike. With a solid thud, Lu Jin's elbow connected with Zhao Ji's shoulder. Zhao Ji grunted and staggered back 2 steps. Though the force was manageable, still within his threshold, Lu Jin wasted no time. As Zhao Ji regained his footing, Lu Jin was already before him, delivering a straight punch to his gut. Zhao Ji bent over, clutching his abdomen in pain, only for Lu Jin's left fist to again strike downward towards his back. The elbow, with its formidable density, could generate significantly more power than a fist when applied skillfully. The blow sent Zhao Ji crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Enough. No more, Zhao Ji exclaimed, hastily waving his hands from his position on the ground. After several failed attempts to connect with Lu Jin, he realized he had merely been on the receiving end of this encounter. It seems you have no aspirations for the team leader position? Lu Jin stood over Zhao Ji, a smile gracing his face. You take it, you take it. Zhao Ji waved his hands in surrender, acknowledging his defeat. He was not one to shy away from loss, and since he had chosen the conditions for the contest, he naturally accepted the outcome. He had not anticipated that this young man would prove to be such a formidable opponent. Lu Jin nodded, extending his right hand to help Zhao Ji to his feet. His victory stemmed from an overwhelming mastery of combat techniques. However, he recognized that his strength still left much to be desired. Lu Jin had initially intended to conclude the fight with his first strike, but that punch had not inflicted sufficient damage. He contemplated the necessity of acquiring attribute points to enhance his foundational strength. Although his combat skills could indeed overpower most opponents, they would likely fall short against sheer brute force. Chapter 60. Preparing the case with the competition between Lu Jin and Zhao Ji concluded. The group exited the alley. As they approached the hotel's main entrance, they spotted an armored police vehicle stationed outside. Simultaneously, Lu Jin's phone began to ring. He retrieved the device and exchanged a few words with the caller under the watchful eyes of his companions. Our equipment has arrived. Let us go take a look, he remarked, turning to his friends before striding toward the armored vehicle. As Lu Jin approached, 2 fully armed special police officers disembarked from the vehicle. Are you Lu Jin? One of them inquired, casting a glance at him. Lu Jin nodded in affirmation. He was somewhat surprised that the director had gone to such lengths to send equipment. Yet it was understandable given that one of the items he requested was an exceptionally valuable sniper rifle. It was always prudent to exercise caution. Please present your credentials, the special officer prompted, extending a hand. Lu Jin complied, producing his identification and handing it over. After a thorough verification, the officer produced a document for Lu Jin to sign, which was, of course, the equipment transfer form. While signing, Lu Jin stole another glance at the imposing armored vehicle. Tang Yuyan, if this vehicle is locked, do you think you could open the door with a computer? Lu Jin casually asked, glancing back at Tang Yuyan, who stood a short distance behind him. Tang Yuyan appeared intrigued by the question. She approached the police vehicle and circled it thoughtfully before returning to Lu Jin's side. Her brow slightly furrowed. If it employs an electronic key, it can be opened, but it would require considerable time, approximately half an hour. After all, the vehicle's system is significantly more secure than standard systems, she replied earnestly. It was evident that her response had been meticulously considered. What if I told you I could unlock this door in just 3 minutes? Lu Jin remarked nonchalantly, still focused on the transfer document without lifting his gaze. The moment his words left his lips, all eyes in the vicinity turned to him, including those of the two special officers escorting the weapons. Come on, brother, don't brag. This is the latest model of armored police vehicle. If you can unlock it in 3 minutes while it's locked, we'll give it to you. One of the officers chuckled, clearly mocking him. After all, this was no ordinary police vehicle. Its protection and security were virtually unparalleled. The notion of unlocking it in 3 minutes seemed ludicrous. Anyone can boast, right? If you can indeed open this police vehicle's door in 3 minutes, you can take charge of this team. If you fail, you and your companions will have to follow my lead from now on. What do you say? Tang Yuan chimed in, smacking her lips. Her expression one of skepticism as she looked at Lu Jin, now holding her head high, believing she had taken on a leader-esque demeanor. All right, Lu Jin nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. He had been waiting for Tang Yuan to make that challenge, while he knew he could not compete with her hacking skills. When it came to lock-picking, his intermediate skills were no trifling matter. A simple wire could allow an entire neighborhood to remain unguarded. Unlocking this armored vehicle should not pose a significant challenge. After all, its security could not possibly exceed that of a safe. As he spoke, Lu Jin returned the signed document to the special officer. The officer accepted it, curiosity piqued, and locked the vehicle's door. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lu Jin produced a slender tool resembling a wire from his pocket. This was a lock-picking tool he had discreetly acquired from the system's marketplace using his points. With a calm demeanor, Lu Jin inserted the wire into the lock. Zhaoji began timing, while Tang Yuan crossed her arms, observing from a distance. She did not believe Lu Jin could actually unlock the door. Indeed, none of the onlookers believed he could accomplish the feat. They all suspected he was merely boasting. As time passed, Lu Jin maintained an air of tranquility, betraying not a hint of nervousness. Suddenly, a crisp click echoed in the air. Lu Jin withdrew the wire and, under the astonished gazes of those present, opened the vehicle's door. Stunned, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. This individual had unlocked an armored police vehicle with nothing but a wire? How could that be possible? Despite their reluctance to accept the reality of the moment, the unfolding events left them no choice but to believe. My apologies, but since I have indeed unlocked this door within 3 minutes, I shall graciously accept the position of team leader, Lu Jin announced, stepping forward with a smile, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Boss, that's impressive. Zhaoji was the first to regain his composure. He looked at Lu Jin, gave him a thumbs up, and spoke with genuine admiration. While he had initially felt a twinge of dissatisfaction after losing to Lu Jin, witnessing this display of skill left him thoroughly impressed. How did you do that? Tang Yuan stammered, her delicate features still etched with disbelief as she gazed at Lu Jin. Ling Feng remained silent, though the way he looked at Lu Jin indicated a subtle shift in perception. This isn't particularly difficult to unlock. The real challenge lies in cracking a bank safe. Lu Jin shrugged, maintaining his smile as he addressed the astonished crowd, as if it were merely an inconsequential task. By the way, the transfer documents have been signed. Shouldn't we receive our equipment now? Lu Jin turned to the still stunned special officers. Right this way, please, one of the officers replied courteously, seemingly apprehensive that Lu Jin might actually demand the armored vehicle. Their attitude had markedly shifted from before. Lu Jin inspected the equipment, confirming it matched the details on the document before accepting it. As he prepared to leave, one of the special officers clapped Lu Jin on the shoulder, speaking with utmost seriousness. Brother, if you have time, come by our provincial office to prepare a case. Artisans must be registered. Chapter 61. A true perfectionist. As the armored police vehicle departed, Lu Jin returned to the hotel room with Zhao Ji and the others. The suite was spacious, featuring a living room, kitchen, and bedroom, comfortably accommodating 4 individuals. Lu Jin placed the black backpack containing the equipment from the recent drill on the table before settling onto the sofa behind it, methodically unpacking the gear. When he revealed the CSLR-4 sniper rifle, Ling Feng, who had previously displayed an apparent indifference, suddenly lit up with excitement, akin to a weasel spotting a chick. He had been leaning against the door, arms crossed, but quickly moved to stand before Lu Jin. Is that the CSLR-4 sniper rifle? He asked, his voice tinged with eagerness, his gaze fixed on the weapon in Lu Jin's hands. The allure of the CSLR-4 for a professional sniper was undeniable. It was an exceedingly rare and precious piece of equipment, primarily utilized in military contexts, and seldom found in the hands of law enforcement. Do you recognize it? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ling Feng before resuming his examination of the sniper rifle. Ling Feng swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the firearm, his expression resembling that of a child salivating at the sight of a neighbor's candy. He yearned to ask Lu Jin for a chance to handle the gun, yet hesitated, pride holding him back. As a gifted marksman, he felt a certain reluctance to appear desperate. Regarding my role as the team leader, both of you have no objections, correct? I wonder what your thoughts are, Ling Feng? After playing with the sniper rifle for a moment longer, Lu Jin placed it on the table and turned his attention to Ling Feng, his demeanor calm and collected, as if he had already gauged Ling Feng's reaction. I have no objections, Ling Feng replied, momentarily taken aback by the question, but he quickly realized Lu Jin's intent. He was attempting to entice him with the sniper rifle. And indeed, he had succeeded. To Ling Feng, the authority of team leadership paled in comparison to the opportunity to wield this exquisite firearm. Excellent. You shall have the privilege of using the CSLR-4 sniper rifle until the conclusion of the exercise, Lu Jin acknowledged with a satisfied nod, a smile gracing his lips. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Feng eagerly grasped the CSLR-4 from the table, loading the empty weapon with a magazine. The crisp sound of the action brought a look of sheer delight to his face, reminiscent of an enthusiast entranced by their passion. Lu Jin, however, paid him little mind. Instead, retreating to his bedroom to retrieve a map of Yuan City and a notebook filled with preliminary plans. I trust you are all well aware of the capabilities of the provincial department in Yuan. Winning this exercise will not be straightforward, and achieving a flawless victory will be even more challenging. I am, by nature, a staunch perfectionist. Therefore, we must secure our win in the most impeccable manner possible. To this end, I shall devise a comprehensive and meticulous plan to ensure our success. Your sole responsibility will be to follow my directives and adhere to every instruction I provide during the exercise. Lu Jin spread the map across the table in front of the sofa, placing his notebook on top of it as he calmly articulated his expectations to the three present. In that moment, he activated his passive skill, Robber's Aura. An almost imperceptible, yet palpable presence emanated from him. As he spoke, he raised his gaze. His eyes filled with intensity as they swept over the trio. They were momentarily taken aback, while Lu Jin had previously exuded a strong yet amiable demeanor. His current expression was charged with a fierce intensity that was unsettling. Since I have assumed the role of leader within our team, my decisions during this exercise will be final. Let me be clear, should anyone question my judgment during our performance, I shall not hesitate to respond with firmness. After surveying each individual, Lu Jin reiterated coldly, his words carrying a weighty pressure. The trio exchanged glances, frowning slightly at his tone, yet they refrained from voicing any dissent. Although his words were somewhat uncomfortable, having accepted the orders and acknowledged Lu Jin's leadership, they recognized the validity of his stance. Since it appears we are in agreement, let us hope for a harmonious atmosphere during this exercise. I have outlined a few preliminary plans for you to review, Lu Jin remarked, visibly pleased with the silence of the three. He then deactivated his Robber's Aura and tossed the notebook to Zhao Ji, who sat closest. As the brain behind the team, it was imperative for Lu Jin to assert his authority, particularly when his companions were all exceptionally talented in their respective fields, regarded as misfits within the provincial department. To prevent any internal discord during the exercise, he deemed it necessary to establish his position firmly. Zhao Ji, after perusing the pages of the notebook with a furrowed brow, handed it to Tang Yuyan, his expression growing serious. Impressive, he exclaimed, genuinely impressed as he turned to Lu Jin, a note of admiration in his voice. Chapter 62. The eve of action. Observing Zhao Ji's reaction, Tang Yuyan curiously took the notebook and scrutinized the plans inscribed within. Indeed, it was commendable. I can see that you possess a sharp intellect. I acknowledge you as the leader. After reviewing the several strategies devised by Lu Jin, Tang Yuyan earnestly nodded in approval. She looked up at Lu Jin, speaking with utmost seriousness. I need not see any further. As long as the usage rights of the CSLR-4 sniper rifle during the exercise belong to me, I shall recognize you as the leader. However, when Tang Yuyan passed the notebook to the sniper, Ling Feng, he did not accept it. Instead, he cradled the CSLR-4 sniper rifle in his arms, meticulously polishing the weapon with his left hand while adjusting his sleeve with the right. Tang Yuyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Musing to herself, are all gun enthusiasts devoid of common sense? The plans currently laid out are merely rough drafts. Relying solely on these to secure victory in this staged operation is insufficient. The exercise is set to commence in 3 days, which means our time is limited. We must cherish every moment to refine these plans. Lu Jin rose and approached the water dispenser in the hotel, pouring himself a glass of water. While sipping, he addressed the group with a sense of calm. He understood that after witnessing his plans, his position as the backbone of the team had been firmly established. With the issue of team hierarchy settled, it was time for genuine preparations. The director had allotted only 3 days, and given his unfamiliarity with this city, the time frame was indeed scant. Thus, he needed to make the most of every second. In the following 3 days, Lu Jin dedicated an entire day to accompany his team members at the bank, spending half a day there. The remaining hours were spent circling the bank, etching every accessible corner into his memory. By nightfall, Lu Jin compiled the details retained by each member, creating a layout of the bank's interior and refining a detailed map of the surrounding area. On the second day, Lu Jin instructed Zhao to drive aimlessly around Shangyun City. With a map of the city in hand, he diligently noted observations at each stop. Throughout the day, Zhao took Lu Jin on a nearly exhaustive tour of Shangyun City, resulting in a map brimming with annotations. On the third day, Lu Jin ventured out alone, spending the entire day away and returning only at sunset. No one knew what he had been up to, but he appeared somewhat fatigued, as if he had been occupied all day. The day of the exercise soon arrived. At 9 in the morning, Zhao, Tang Yuyan, and Ling Feng gathered in the hotel restaurant. Before them lay empty plates, as they had finished their breakfast at 8 while waiting for Lu Jin. However, as the staff began to clean up, Lu Jin still had not made an appearance. In the preceding days of preparation, Lu Jin had always been punctual, arriving at the restaurant at 8 for breakfast before heading out for reconnaissance. Yet today, he was nowhere to be seen. Do you think our leader overslept? Zhao glanced at the time anxiously, furrowing his brow as he looked at Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng. He was naturally the most impatient, considering it was the day they were to execute their bank heist. How could Lu Jin lack a sense of timing for such a significant event? It's possible. Tang Yuyan, holding a lollipop, shrugged her shoulders and replied with a smirk. Afterward, she resumed her focus on the computer. This girl was almost inseparable from her laptop, carrying it wherever she went. As for the sniper, Ling Feng, after finishing his breakfast, sat with his arms crossed, staring intently at the empty plate, remaining motionless like a statue, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. Noticing the apparent lack of concern from the other two, Zhao stood up and began pacing the restaurant, clearly agitated. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that Lu Jin finally appeared. Leader, what time is it? We are supposed to rob a bank. How could you oversleep on such a monumental day? Zhao rushed to greet Lu Jin, placing a hand on his shoulder while raising his wrist to show him the time, chattering incessantly. Lu Jin smiled, finding Zhao's personality rather amusing. Despite being over 40, he was the most anxious among a team averaging in their 20s. Lu Jin did not engage him, instead walking over to order a meal from the 24-hour complimentary menu available in the restaurant. Our operation is set for 11:50. The last 10 minutes before the bank's lunch break. This time should ensure that the number of customers inside the bank is at its lowest. The bank's prime location attracts a significant flow of customers, and if too many people are present, it would hinder our ability to control the hostages. While eating, Lu Jin glanced at his teammates before calmly announcing his plan. Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng nodded solemnly in agreement. Zhao, however, thumped his chest and let out a long sigh. I thought you had accidentally overslept. I reckon this might be my only chance in a lifetime to rob a bank. If I miss it, I'll regret it forever. Leader, could you possibly inform me of the operation time in advance next time? I woke up at 6 this morning. Had I known we were acting so late, I would have slept a bit longer. After exhaling relief, Zhao continued to ramble, clearly invested in this bank heist. Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Observing Zhao's reaction, Tang Yuyan, still engrossed in her computer, muttered without looking up. Her voice was soft, yet Zhao caught it. He paused, as if he wished to respond, but the words remained unspoken, for indeed, she was not entirely incorrect. Chapter 63. My childhood dream has always been to become Sun Wukong. At 11:30, events slowly approached the green traffic light across the street. During the brief pause at the red light, the gazes of the occupants inside the vehicle turned towards the bank on the opposite side. Why is it still raining in this weather? Zhao murmured as he observed the overcast sky. The sun had not shown its face since early morning, and now a steady rain began to pour. The large raindrops pounded against the roof of the car, creating a cacophony of sound. While visibility was impaired by the curtain of rain, forecasts predicted 3 consecutive days of moderate rain. For us, this was fortuitous. After all, when everyone is armed with umbrellas on a rainy day, Identifying individuals through surveillance becomes exceedingly challenging. Lu Jin calmly responded as he gazed out of the window. He had been aware of the weather conditions 3 days prior. The weather was indeed a crucial element he could exploit. Thus, before devising his plan, Lu Jin had diligently consulted the weather forecast. However, he also knew that forecasts are not infallible. Consequently, he had refrained from incorporating the weather report into his plans. Now that the forecast had proven accurate, it was undoubtedly good news for Lu Jin. As the green light illuminated, Zhao Ji did not hesitate and gently drove the vehicle towards the bank, just out of sight from the surveillance cameras. Just as Tang Yuan was about to exit the car, Lu Jin called out to her. "Here's what you requested. Can you handle the rest?" He handed her a USB drive, speaking in a tranquil tone. You really brought it? That makes things much easier. Leave it to me." Tang Yuan replied with a sweet smile as she accepted the USB drive from Lu Jin. Zhao Ji, witnessing their mysterious exchange, could not help but feel curious. "Boss, what is the purpose of that USB drive?" he asked, tilting his head in confusion towards Lu Jin. Lu Jin turned to face Zhao Ji, his icy gaze locking onto Zhao Ji's eyes, causing him to feel uncomfortable, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. "I do not wish to hear such questions again," Lu Jin replied in an authoritative tone. The menacing aura he exuded sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Ji was momentarily taken aback, and he did not even realize when he nodded in agreement. Following Lu Jin's instructions, Tang Yuan and Ling Feng exited the vehicle under their umbrellas and walked towards the bank. Once they had departed, the car continued its journey to the bank, parking outside in the designated area. At 11:40, Lu Jin glanced at his wristwatch and then leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes for a brief moment of respite. Zhao Ji, seated in the driver's seat, was visibly anxious, fidgeting while stealing glances towards the bank. It was evident that he was extremely nervous. After all, this was his first time attempting a bank heist, and anxiety was to be expected. At 11:54, Lu Jin checked the time again. Seeing that it was nearly time, he opened the car door and moved to the back to open the trunk. "Put this on," Lu Jin instructed, pulling out a black backpack from the trunk. He found a raincoat and tossed it to Zhao Ji, quickly donning another for himself. "Boss, your preparations are quite thorough," Zhao Ji remarked with a grin as he examined the raincoat, giving Lu Jin a thumbs up. However, noticing that Lu Jin was indifferent to his comment, he shrugged and hastily put on the raincoat. Once dressed, Lu Jin threw a mask to Zhao Ji. He picked it up to find a pig mask, momentarily taken aback. He then glanced at the mask in Lu Jin's hand, which was a monkey mask. "How about we swap?" Zhao Ji suggested, scratching the back of his head. "My childhood dream has always been to become Sun Wukong." It was clear that he held some disdain for the pig mask he was now clutching. "Be swift," Lu Jin coldly retorted, already wearing the monkey mask. Zhao Ji pursed his lips, reluctantly donning the pig mask. At 11:56, the rain poured heavily, casting a gloomy shadow over the street. Almost no pedestrians were visible. Two figures, clad in raincoats and masks, each carrying a large black backpack, advanced steadily from across the street towards the bank. Their steps were deliberate, splashing water with each stride. Amidst the rain, the menacing masks appeared to float ominously, evoking a sense of dread. Nearby, surveillance cameras with infrared lights captured the entire scene. A security guard stood behind the glass door, engrossed in his phone, watching videos. After all, it was the last few minutes before the lunch break. And with no tasks at hand, he seized the opportunity to indulge in some light entertainment. Oblivious to the peculiar figures approaching outside, he continued to scroll through his phone. As Lu Jin and Zhao Ji pushed open the bank doors, they stepped inside, taking a moment to survey the hall. Lu Jin nodded at Zhao Ji, who, receiving the cue, swiftly unbuttoned his trench coat and drew a Type 95 automatic rifle. With a deafening roar, he fired at the ceiling, the thunderous noise reverberating throughout the bank. The startled security guard, who had been distracted by his phone, dropped it in shock at the sudden turn of events. In an instant, screams pierced the air as patrons ducked for cover. "Don't move. This is a robbery. Anyone who dares to move, I will shoot," Zhao Ji shouted excitedly, firing a few more shots into the air. The effect of his commands was palpable. Although the bank was still noisy, everyone froze in place, too frightened to act. The security guard, witnessing the chaos, stood paralyzed in shock, his mind unable to comprehend what was unfolding around him. Zhao Ji approached the security guard, whose expression reflected sheer terror. Glancing at the guard's discarded phone, Zhao Ji recalled the times he had seen passengers on the subway playing videos loudly, their disregard for others igniting his long-held irritation. "I can't stand people who play videos loudly," he exclaimed, crushing the phone underfoot with a decisive stomp. With his rifle raised menacingly, he glared at the security guard, fully embodying the role of a ruthless robber, utterly devoid of any semblance of police demeanor. The security guard, clearly overwhelmed, stood frozen in place, unable to move. Chapter 64. I will preserve your life for now. Do not waste time. Secure the hostages tightly. Lu Jin calmly reminded Zhao Ji, who stood behind him. Understood, boss. Zhao Ji responded after hearing Lu Jin's voice, with one hand gripping his firearm. He gestured an OK sign with the other before wielding his Type 95 automatic rifle and began herding all the hostages toward a single location. Meanwhile, Lu Jin remained in place, gun in hand, overseeing the hostages to prevent any mischievous actions. According to the directives from their superior, their objective was to retrieve the diamonds hidden in the bank's vault. Accessing the vault and extracting the diamonds would undoubtedly require considerable time. Thus, controlling the hostages to prevent them from alerting the authorities was imperative. The ideal scenario was to seize the diamonds before the police were notified. While Zhao Ji was managing the hostages, Lu Jin suddenly noticed a head peering out from the window of the second-floor manager's office, observing the situation in the lobby below. Do not move. Lu Jin swiftly aimed his weapon at the head behind the glass. A sharp warning echoed, but the head promptly withdrew from view. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jin dashed up the stairs to the second floor. Suddenly, the piercing sound of the alarm bell rang throughout the bank lobby. Time was of the essence. The alarm had evidently been triggered by the individual who had just peered out. Once the alarm sounded, the police would be dispatched, expected to arrive within 5 minutes. Boss. What's happening? Zhao Ji, still managing the hostages, turned to Lu Jin, his voice tinged with anxiety. This was his first bank heist, and he lacked experience. The alarm unnerved him. Focus on securing all the hostages. Lu Jin replied curtly, proceeding toward the office area on the second floor. Upon reaching the office, Lu Jin forcefully knocked on the manager's office door. During their reconnaissance, they had noted this office, belonging to the branch's highest authority, the manager, who typically remained inside unless otherwise engaged. However, Lu Jin had observed that the manager usually departed for lunch at 11:30. Today, due to inclement weather, he opted to remain at the bank, contemplating dining with his colleagues instead of returning home. Unbeknownst to him, as he organized documents, chaos erupted in the lobby. When he peered out, he was spotted by the robbers. In a state of panic, he immediately pressed the alarm button and locked the office door, seeking refuge beneath his desk, trembling in fear. The bank was not far from the provincial headquarters. Upon receiving the alert, the police could arrive within 10 minutes. He hoped the robbers would not linger once the alarm sounded. If they fled, he would not only save his own life but could also be rewarded for his prompt action, perhaps even earning a promotion to branch manager. As he quivered in fear, visions of his bright future danced in his mind. Suddenly, the banging at the door ceased. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of hope. Surely, the robbers had given up, thwarted by the locked door? Creak. Just as he felt a moment of relief, the door swung open. He beheld a pair of combat boots stepping inside, pausing momentarily before advancing towards him. Gritting his teeth, he shut his eyes tightly. The footsteps halted before him, and he felt something pressing against his head, cold and metallic. It was unmistakably the muzzle of a gun. I told you not to move. Did you not hear me? Lu Jin's chilling voice resonated as he pressed the gun against the portly manager's head. The door had indeed been locked. But for someone with intermediate lock-picking skills like Lu Jin, it posed little challenge. Please, don't kill me. I have a 3-year-old at home. The manager stammered, his voice trembling with fear, sweat beading on his forehead. Open your eyes. Lu Jin commanded, his tone unwavering. Swallowing hard, the manager reluctantly complied, his gaze meeting a monkey mask before him. The sight sent shivers down his spine as the dark barrel of the gun loomed threateningly. I warned you not to move. Did you not hear me? Lu Jin repeated, his voice cold and menacing. I heard you. The manager nearly wept, responding in a quavering tone. His forehead slick with sweat, yet he dared not wipe it away, fearing any movement might provoke the robber. I will spare your life for now. If you defy me again, you shall never see your 3-year-old child again. Do you understand? Lu Jin lowered his weapon, standing over the manager with a frigid gaze. Overwhelmed with relief, the manager nodded vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. This time, Lu Jin's target was the valuables within the vault. With the cooperation of someone of the manager's stature, accessing the vault would undoubtedly be more straightforward. Thus, Lu Jin deliberately instilled fear in the manager, ensuring he would comply without any ulterior motives. After all, it was only natural to cherish one's life. There exists but one life to live. Sacrificing oneself for the safety of others' possessions is a rare feat, achievable only by a select few. Chapter 65. I bet you won't shoot in the bank hall. The hostages had been herded to the center by Zhao Ji. Among them were Tang Yuyan and Ling Feng, who had entered the bank earlier and were now, in essence, also hostages. Lu Jin strolled to the middle of the hall, casting a sweeping glance over everyone present. I would appreciate your cooperation, as it would save us all considerable trouble, he began, but his tone turned regretful as he sighed. Yet there are always those who relish challenging my limits. Therefore, someone must bear the consequences of the manager's poor decision. As his words echoed, Lu Jin's icy gaze swept across the crowd, instilling fear that made heads bow in submission. His eyes then settled on a man clad in a leather jacket. He approached the man, pausing for a moment. In the stillness of those seconds, it felt as though the very air had ceased to flow, enveloping the atmosphere in a stifling pressure. Lu Jin slowly raised his arm, aiming the dark muzzle of his gun at the man in the jacket, who was none other than Ling Feng. Lu Jin awaited a plea for mercy from Ling Feng. Yet the latter's mind was consumed with thoughts of the sniper rifle, seemingly oblivious to the lines Lu Jin had instructed him to recite. Like a simpleton, he stared blankly at Lu Jin. Witnessing this, the hostages broke into a sweat, too terrified to even breathe. I bet you won't shoot. Ling Feng finally blurted out, unable to recall Lu Jin's intended script, resorting instead to a classic line from Yan Shuangying. The hostages were left dumbfounded, internally exclaiming the audacity of the man. However, as soon as Ling Feng's words fell, a deafening bang erupted in the hall. Boom. A flash of light illuminated the bank for an instant, and then Ling Feng collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from where he lay. Under the bank's bright lights, the blood shimmered like a precious stone. The hostages were paralyzed by the sight, their expressions vacant, hands and feet cold, their minds blank. Dispose of him. Don't frighten everyone further. Lu Jin coldly instructed Zhao Ji, reholstering his pistol. Zhao Ji stifled a laugh and dragged Ling Feng's body away, leaving a long streak of vivid crimson on the pristine floor. As Zhao Ji reached the back door with Ling Feng in tow, he glanced back at the overhead surveillance camera, raising his gun to smash the lens with the butt of his weapon. Get up. How long do you intend to stay down? Your acting skills are atrocious. You almost blew your cover. Zhao Ji sneered, lightly kicking Ling Feng's motionless form. It was evident that he was not pleased with Ling Feng's impromptu performance. Simultaneously, he discarded the backpack containing the sniper rifle onto the ground. Ling Feng suddenly rolled over and sprang to his feet. Do you have any idea how expensive this is? Be careful, he retorted coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Ji before hastily retrieving the backpack. He then clutched it tightly as he exited through the back door of the bank. Once outside, Ling Feng pulled out a map from his pocket and glanced up at a nearby office building. He strode toward it, taking the elevator to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, he meticulously extracted the components of the sniper rifle from his backpack. In less than a minute, he assembled the weapon and chambered a round. Holding the long-desired C-4 sniper rifle, Ling Feng, usually expressionless, finally wore a faint smile. As he lay prone, his gaze sharpened, becoming as still as a stone. Even if someone walked by, they might not notice the figure concealed in the shadows. Boss, it's done. That kid isn't dead yet. I put another bullet in him, Zhao Ji announced venomously upon returning through the back door of the bank, sending a fresh wave of tremors through the hostages. Excellent, Lu Jin replied calmly, then turned his attention back to the individuals in the bank. From this moment on, if anyone makes a mistake, others will bear the consequences. The one who dies may not be the one who erred, but it will certainly be one of you. Therefore, you must keep a watchful eye on each other. Otherwise, if someone makes a mistake, the unfortunate might very well be you. Understood? Lu Jin surveyed the crowd once more. The hostages nodded in unison, and Lu Jin felt a sense of satisfaction with their response. He then approached the manager, lightly patting his shoulder. Someone has left this world due to your recklessness, and I regret that. The manager felt his heart skip a beat at Lu Jin's touch, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He muttered, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Tears welled in his eyes, burdened by guilt, while others, fearing collateral damage, cast resentful glances at him, as if ready to consume him alive should he dare cause further trouble. This was precisely why Lu Jin had staged this grim play with Ling Feng, to shift the conflict inward among the hostages, rather than positioning himself as their adversary. This approach would grant him greater maneuverability. Moreover, the dispatched Ling Feng would serve a significant role at a critical juncture. Whether this strategy would prove effective remained uncertain, but as a perpetrator, he had to account for every variable. Observing the expressions of the hostages, Lu Jin felt a deep sense of contentment. Zhao Ji, standing nearby, harbored genuine admiration for Lu Jin. "Boss, I think after this exercise, you ought to consult a psychologist," he whispered, gripping his weapon. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Zhao Ji's comment. "Your methods of controlling hostages make me suspect you hail from Gotham," Zhao Ji remarked, his voice laced with unease. "Get to work. Seal off the bank," Lu Jin commanded, avoiding further elaboration. The police should be arriving at the bank soon, and since he had yet to acquire his target, he had no chance to escape before their arrival. Thus, he intended to implement Plan B, secure the bank to buy enough time to seize the diamonds within. Zhao Ji was quick to comply, activating the bank's electronic doors to initiate the lockdown as Lu Jin had previously instructed. Lu Jin approached the manager once more. "Now, we need your assistance with something. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" he inquired, crouching down with a seemingly gentle tone that belied a devilish smile. The manager's face was etched with terror, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "Just tell me what you need. I will help in any way I can," he stammered, nodding vigorously, fearful that a single word of dissent could cost him his life. "Excellent. I require access to your bank's vault. I came here for a specific item inside. If you cooperate fully, I assure you that you will survive." Lu Jin then stood up, lowering his gaze to calmly address the manager. His eyes, filled with a fierce intensity, instilled a sense of dread in those who met his gaze. However, the manager, uncertain whether it was fear or the prolonged crouch that had rendered him weak, felt his legs grow numb, trembling uncontrollably. I can't move," the manager stammered. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when his eyes locked onto the robber's menacing stare. In that instant, he could not help but swallow hard. "Think of your children at home," Lu Jin said coldly, his words drifting lightly through the air. The manager's face drained of color at once. Indeed, reflecting on his own children, he pondered what would become of them if he were to perish. I can walk. He hastily nodded, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at grains. As he spoke, he leaned against the wall for support, trembling as he managed to rise to his feet. Chapter 66. Releasing some hostages. The manager, now utterly terrified, complied with Lu Jin's every word as they arrived at the bank's vault area. They located the vault number assigned to him by the director. Standing before the locked vault, Lu Jin furrowed his brow slightly. This mechanism was secured, and each bank vault required 2 keys, one held by the bank manager and the other by the client. The director had not provided him with a key, which meant it would take extra time. He murmured to himself, "The director has indeed left a contingency. I did not anticipate this." After all, each bank's vault operations differ. Although Lu Jin possessed an intermediate lock-picking skill as a system reward, it was insufficient for opening a bank vault. He had a method to unlock the vault with ease, but it would require considerable time. Glancing at his wristwatch, he acknowledged that the police should be arriving soon. Now was not the time to spend on the vault. He needed to address the hostage situation first. In the bank lobby, Lu Jin returned and divided the hostages into 2 groups. "Everyone, follow me. The rest, stick with Pighead," he commanded coldly, observing the terrified faces of the hostages as they paled in fear. No one dared to voice dissent. They could only follow his orders. Lu Jin led the group forward until they reached the storage room, where he halted. "In," he said coldly, gun in hand. The hostages obediently entered the storage room. Once they were inside, Lu Jin retrieved a storage box and collected all their mobile phones. He then stepped out of the room and took out an iron chain and a lock from his backpack, securing the door. Simultaneously, Zhao Ji locked the other group of hostages in a separate room, effectively splitting all the bank hostages into 2 factions. After managing the hostages, Lu Jin and Zhao Ji reconvened in the lobby. "Boss, what should we do next?" Zhao Ji asked, excitement evident in his voice. It was clear that this bank heist was an exhilarating experience for him. "Cover all areas where light can penetrate. I need to ensure the police outside cannot see what is happening inside the bank," Lu Jin replied calmly, producing a stack of posters and 2 rolls of double-sided tape. Zhao Ji nodded, immediately setting to work, sealing all the glass with the posters. Once he finished, he returned to Lu Jin's side. "Boss, this heist is truly a physical endeavor. By the way, how did you come up with all this?" Zhao Ji panted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Upon entering the bank, Lu Jin's actions had been meticulously organized. Although he knew Lu Jin had devised numerous contingency plans before taking action, witnessing his commanding demeanor left Zhao Ji deeply impressed. To truly embody the role of a robber requires considerable ingenuity. Robbing a bank is no simple task. It demands intellect. Checking the time, they should be arriving soon, Lu Jin remarked thoughtfully as he glanced at his watch. Just as his words fell, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Lu Jin and Zhao Ji peered through the curtain slits, observing several police cars parked in the plaza outside the bank. Once the vehicles came to a halt, officers swiftly disembarked, establishing a perimeter and coordinating the scene. The lead officer stood at the forefront, gazing intently at the bank, evidently the commander of this operation. It's time. According to our plan, we should release some hostages. After all, having too many hostages is not conducive to maintaining control. Moreover, those we release can relay information to the police that we wish them to know, Lu Jin stated, lowering the curtain and turning to Zhao Ji with a composed expression. Zhao Ji nodded in agreement, grasping his automatic rifle as he approached the room where the hostages were confined, seemingly selecting a portion of them at random. Naturally, Tang Yuan was among those chosen. I'm in a good mood today, so your lives are spared. Once outside, do keep your mouths shut. Lu Jin coldly instructed the hostages as Zhao Ji ushered them toward the bank's entrance. No one dared to respond, but they fervently nodded in compliance. The robbers seemed to be granting them freedom, and with the prospect of escaping the Tiger's Den, they were eager to comply. With a mechanical sound, Lu Jin pressed the button to the bank's electronic door, which slowly opened. Get out quickly, he commanded again, prompting the hostages to rush outside. After all, the robbers were releasing them, and they knew that any moment could lead to a change of heart. The sooner they exited, the safer they would be. In the plaza outside the bank, upon witnessing the doors open and numerous individuals fleeing the building, the officers standing behind the perimeter were taken aback. Commander, what is happening over there? Why are so many people suddenly emerging? One officer asked, bewildered. The robbers took hostages inside the bank. These individuals are their bargaining chips. They shouldn't release them all, especially not when the police arrive. This seems unconventional. I'm not sure what's going on either. However, I've reviewed the recordings of previous drills, and our adversary is exceedingly cunning. There must be a strategy behind this. Dispatch personnel to gather the hostages, soothe their fears, and inquire about the situation inside the bank. Let us see if we can extract any useful information from them, the commander said, brow furrowed in contemplation. The nearby officer nodded and promptly set off to execute the commander's orders. Meanwhile, inside the bank, as the hostages poured out in a frenzy, they failed to notice a little girl lingering at the back, unmoved. The electronic door of the bank descended once more. Boss, I must say, your strategy is brilliant. You've truly made the most of the situation, even utilizing those hostages we deemed unnecessary as a means to an end, Tang Yuan remarked, unwrapping a lollipop from her pocket and gazing at Lu Jin with admiration. Chapter 67. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. Outside the bank, police officers braved the persistent drizzle, guiding the hostages to a pre-erected shelter. All the captives stood together, their expressions vacant, seemingly haunted by the visage of Lu Jin, which lingered in their minds. At the mere thought of him, they trembled uncontrollably. It was only when the commanding officer entered the shelter, clad in a uniform that exuded a sense of security, that they realized their current safety, allowing their taut nerves to finally relax. Commander, you must apprehend these fiends. They are devoid of humanity, killing at will. We are fortunate to have escaped, but the fate of others remains uncertain. The crowd was incensed, some weeping, others cursing. Please, everyone, remain calm. We will capture the criminals. Justice will prevail over evil, the commander proclaimed with resolute authority. I am here to gather information from you. Please share everything you witnessed in the bank, in as much detail as possible. After his emphatic statement, he gestured to a few nearby officers to record all the information. 3 officers, armed with notebooks and pens, wove into the throng, beginning to document the accounts. Before long, the hostages relayed their experiences in the bank, the information largely consistent, with little variation. Subsequently, the commander instructed the remaining officers to continue soothing the crowd while he stepped outside the shelter with one officer. Commander, I have consolidated the accounts. There are 2 robbers, and the number of hostages remains unclear. One person was killed upon their entry into the bank, likely to instill fear. The officer standing beside the commander closed his notebook. Standing at attention, the commander squinted slightly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the misty rain towards the bank, deep in thought. I have a suspicion there may be 3 robbers. The individual they discarded could very well be an accomplice. Typically, a person would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of a gun. There would be no need for acts of intimidation. Their release of the hostages is likely a ruse to mislead us into believing there are only 2 robbers. This would allow the one stationed outside the bank to unexpectedly assist their escape. The commander mused, smacking his lips together, a faint smile appearing. "Commander, what should our response be?" inquired the attentive officer beside him. "At this juncture, we do not know the precise number of hostages or their locations. Any rash actions could provoke the robbers. The safety of the hostages must be our foremost priority. Only by understanding their situation can we determine our next steps. Has the technical team arrived?" The commander turned to the officer beside him. "They are here. They are all in the vehicle," the officer affirmed with a nod. "Hurry and have the team set up the rain shelters. This could very well be a protracted battle." With that, the commander briskly made his way to the vehicle. Meanwhile, outside the bank, the officers had commenced their operations. Inside, Lu Jin and his associates were equally industrious. Tang Yuan, chewing on a lollipop. Her fingers deftly danced across the keyboard. With a slight furrow in her brow, she bore a rare look of concentration. "How long until we can take control of the bank's surveillance system?" Lu Jin asked, glancing at his watch. After a final keystroke, Tang Yuan pulled the lollipop from her mouth. "It will be ready shortly, thanks to your prior implantation of the Trojan horse on this computer. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer." She turned to scrutinize Lu Jin. Her curiosity piqued about how he had infiltrated the bank days earlier and implanted the Trojan virus into its computer, especially given the high security measures in place. The bank's computers resembled a fortress, with the main entrance securely barred. Even if one masqueraded as an insider, entry was impossible without a spy introduced through a backdoor. Just as Tang Yuan pondered how Lu Jin had accessed the bank and the computer, the screen flickered to life, revealing that she had indeed commandeered the entire security system. "All right, boss, what shall we do next?" Tang Yuan tilted her head, inquiring of Lu Jin. "Proceed according to plan. Utilize the surveillance to bait our quarry. Monitor the officer's actions outside, and report any developments immediately." Lu Jin stated firmly before departing the surveillance room, rifle in hand, adjusting his earpiece. "Zhaoxi, guard the entrance and the hostages while I retrieve the necessary items." "Understood, boss." Zhaoxi replied with enthusiasm, his first foray into criminality invigorating him. At that moment, the temporary command post had been established. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. The sky was a gloomy gray, with visibility severely limited. Makeshift shelters sprang up like mushrooms after a downpour, constructed with remarkable expedience by the officers, whose efficacy surpassed that of previous teams. Within the temporary command post, the commander stood with hands clasped behind his back, while several officers typed away at their keyboards. The bank's surveillance system was linked to the officers' network, allowing for easy access to real-time footage. However, a problem soon arose. Despite the technicians' diligent efforts, the bank's surveillance system remained disconnected. Sweat beaded on the technicians' brows. Acutely aware of the commanding officer's presence looming behind them, it felt reminiscent of being a child under the watchful eye of a parent while completing homework. "Enough. They have tampered with the surveillance. First, retrieve the footage from the parking lot before the robbers entered the bank. I need to confirm the exact number of assailants." The commander's voice was grave, his expression darkened. Though he had anticipated this outcome, a flicker of disappointment remained. The two technicians, relieved, promptly accessed the parking lot footage. True to the hostages' accounts, the screen displayed only two masked figures entering the bank. The commander's brow furrowed in confusion. According to his understanding, there should have been 3 robbers, one of whom was supposed to have staged a diversion and exited early. Yet, the footage revealed merely 2 individuals. Meanwhile, a police officer who had been attempting to breach the bank's surveillance system received a new update. "Report. We have breached their defenses. We can access the bank's internal surveillance footage." The excited announcement electrified the atmosphere, invigorating everyone present. Chapter 68. The fear of cultured bandits. The commanding officer had initially harbored little hope regarding the integration of the bank's surveillance footage. However, upon hearing the technician's remarks, he was taken aback and immediately approached the screen. "Can we ascertain the locations of the hostages and the robbers?" he inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering images, his face betraying a satisfaction that masked his excitement. After all, this represented a significant breakthrough. "The signal is still somewhat unstable. I will attempt to rectify it," declared the police officer seated at the computer, resuming his frantic typing. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, positioned in the bank's surveillance room, smirked slightly. "What outdated technology this is. Quite uninspiring." She scoffed, swiftly inputting a series of commands. At the moment her fingers hit the keys, the computer in the command vehicle flickered ominously. Everyone froze, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? The commanding officer furrowed his brow, straightening himself. While attempting to connect to the surveillance, we encountered a Trojan virus from the adversary, causing the computer to malfunction. The police officer lamented. It turned out that Tang Yuyan had already implanted a virus within the surveillance system. Restoring the signal was merely a ruse to ensnare the police officer. Perhaps due to their eagerness to discern the situation inside the bank, everyone had let their guard down. As the officer endeavored to connect his computer to the bank's surveillance system, the virus seamlessly infiltrated his device. Quickly, regain control, the commanding officer thundered, slamming his palm on the table in exasperation. The police officer jolted with fright, hastily beginning a battle for control over the computer with Tang Yuyan. After a tense contest, the command room's computer control was finally reclaimed by the police. "Commander, we have regained control." However, the officer hesitated, glancing at the commander's increasingly grim countenance. "What is it? Speak," the commanding officer demanded, his tone laced with irritation. Despite his belief in his emotional restraint, he felt a suffocating frustration rising within him. After all, even before the battle had officially commenced, they had been led by the nose by their adversary. "Some of our data has been deleted by the enemy," the officer muttered, bracing for the commander's reprimand. Yet, the commanding officer remained silent, his narrowed gaze shifting thoughtfully. Finally, after a deep breath, he suppressed his vexation. "What data has been deleted?" he inquired, feigning calm. It was clear that blaming his subordinates would yield no results, especially since he had been lured by the enticing bait presented by the adversary, leaving little room for reproach. With a sense of relief, the officer quickly examined the database and reported, "The adversary has deleted the surveillance footage from the bank's exterior." The commanding officer rubbed his temples upon hearing this. "They intend to conceal the whereabouts of the third robber. How careless of us," he chastised himself. Had he not been so eager for results, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Now, with the external surveillance footage destroyed, tracking down the escaped robber would necessitate door-to-door inquiries. He feared that during this time, Lu Jin might undertake further actions. There was little time left. Inside the command vehicle, the commanding officer gazed at the bank in the distance and murmured softly. Meanwhile, within the bank, Lu Jin had arrived at the vault's location. "Boss, this is outrageous. They want us to retrieve the diamonds from the vault, but refuse to provide us with the key." Tang Yuyan complained through the earpiece, her dissatisfaction evident. It is well known that a bank vault typically requires two keys, one held by the bank and the other by the client. Only when both keys are inserted can the contents be accessed. Currently, although they possessed the bank's key, the client's key was undoubtedly with the bank manager. Thus, opening the vault posed a significant challenge. Following the established protocols, the manager's actions are entirely justifiable, Lu Jin remarked without any complaints, setting his canvas backpack down in the center of the room. "But, how do we open the vault now? We don't have any real explosives." Tang Yuyan voiced her worries through the earpiece. "There is no need for explosives," Lu Jin replied calmly. He then extracted a length of black rope and a metal rod from his backpack. After tugging on the rope, he tied a knot. The surveillance camera above focused on Lu Jin, and Tang Yuyan in the monitoring room observed everything unfold. "Boss, you don't intend to use that rope to open the vault, do you?" Tang Yuyan questioned, perplexed. She could not fathom Lu Jin's intentions. To her mind, a vault impervious to a hammer would surely resist a soft rope. Without responding to her, Lu Jin stood and began wrapping the rope around the vault's rotating wheel. He then repeated the process with another vault. Before long, the room was ensnared in a web of intricate ropes, with a knot prominently featured in the center. After a thorough check, Lu Jin picked up the prepared metal rod, taking one end of the rope with him as he stepped outside. He inserted the metal rod into the coils of rope and began to rotate it as if steering a wheel. This high-density polyethylene rope was remarkably sturdy, eliminating any concerns of it snapping. With each rotation, the previously loose rope tightened, intertwining seamlessly. Despite the complexity of the task, Lu Jin remained composed and unperturbed. At that moment, the thick door of the vault began to warp, accompanied by a creaking sound. Tang Yuyan, who had been fixated on the surveillance feed, widened her eyes in astonishment and stood up from her chair. "What if the bandits are cultured?" she murmured, her eyes gleaming with a mix of shock and admiration. After all, who would have thought to employ such a method to open a vault? The rope had ingeniously transformed into a simple lever mechanism, according to the principles of mechanics. Utilizing the knots as pulleys and arranging multiple knots into a pulley system increased distance while conserving effort. In the words of Archimedes, "Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth." This was precisely what Lu Jin was accomplishing at that moment. Finally, as the rope reached a critical tension point, A resounding crash echoed through the room as the doors of the two vaults flung open. Lu Jin casually discarded the metal rod onto the floor and stepped inside the room. After securing the diamonds, he picked up his rifle once more. The target items have been obtained. Prepare for extraction, Lu Jin stated coldly, one hand resting on the earpiece. Chapter 69. The evacuation relies on wit at this moment. Outside the bank, a relentless drizzle fell, creating an atmosphere of unease. Under one of the awnings, the chief commander gathered with a group of police officers, poring over the layout of the bank, deliberating on how to extract more intelligence from within. According to the information at hand, there were two robbers. If they could not subdue both simultaneously, the safety of the hostages could not be assured. To formulate an aggressive plan, this issue had to be resolved. One officer, after voicing his thoughts, glanced around, awaiting the opinions of his colleagues while idly twirling a pin between his fingers. The group fell into deep contemplation, the sound of raindrops pattering on the awning punctuating the heavy atmosphere. Although this was merely a drill, the lessons learned from past experiences weighed heavily on their minds. They were treating it with utmost seriousness, as if it were a real-life scenario. Every decision made would ultimately determine the fate of the hostages. In truth, there should be 3 robbers. Various signs indicated that the individual who had been shot and fled was one of their accomplices, while the remaining 2 donned monkey and pig masks. The chief commander raised an eyebrow and reminded the group, who nodded in agreement, jotting down what they deemed pertinent information in their notebooks. However, the most pressing issue remained unresolved: how to simultaneously control both robbers without knowing their positions, thereby ensuring the safety of the hostages. We might be able to identify the robbers' locations using thermal imaging, one officer suddenly suggested, turning to his colleague responsible for technical support. Yet, the latter shook his head slowly, a look of regret on his face. That's not feasible. Current technology cannot produce a thermal imager capable of penetrating walls, even without barriers in this heavy rain. Thermal imaging would be ineffective. The technical officer buried his head back down, defeated. This won't do. We can't just sit and wait. Inaction could be deemed negligence. An anxious officer interjected. At that moment, the pressure weighed heavily on everyone, for the director was watching the exercise closely. For those present, it was both a challenge and an opportunity. A successful execution might earn them the director's recognition, while failure could lead to reprimands or even premature retirement. At this juncture, the chief commander, deep in thought, placed a hand against his forehead, striving to analyze the information at his disposal. Abruptly, his eyes fluttered open, as if a decision had crystallized in his mind. If the deceased individual was indeed a robber, it implied that since entering the bank, the robbers had not harmed a single hostage. In fact, they had released a group of them. The robber was astute, seeking to extract maximum value from each hostage. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he was unlikely to resort to murder immediately, as it would be detrimental to his escape. Rising from his seat, the chief commander paused for a moment, then lightly tapped the table. His goal was to flee. If escape was their intention, they would eventually vacate the bank. As long as they could separate from the hostages, an opportunity would present itself. Let us wait a little longer. If he desires to escape, he will surely reveal a flaw, the commander asserted with conviction, surprising the others. After all, prolonging their wait could lead to accountability from higher-ups. Commander, if we do nothing, then, one officer began, but was interrupted by the chief. You need not worry about repercussions. As the commander of this operation, I am prepared to shoulder all responsibilities. His resolute gaze silenced any further dissent. Meanwhile, far away in the provincial office, the director observed the chief commander's every word and action with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Now this is more like it. The thieves are not anxious. Why should you be? He remarked, shaking his teacup, realizing it was empty, prompting him to rise for a refill. Inside the bank, Lu Jin and his 2 companions had gathered in the lobby. Boss, how do we get out? The outside is completely surrounded, Tang Yan said, her brow furrowed in concern. She had scrutinized the external surveillance and discerned the opponent's formidable arrangements, causing her to feel apprehensive. Don't be so dramatic. With our gear, we can definitely fight our way out. A good skirmish, and if we can seize a vehicle, we'll leave those kids in the dust, Zhao Zixin proclaimed confidently. In his view, no problem could not be resolved with sheer force. All trouble stemmed from inadequate firepower. Tang Yuyan merely rolled her eyes at Zhao's suggestion, popping a lollipop into her mouth, ignoring him. After all, her mother had once advised her against conversing with fools, as it could adversely affect her intellect. Evacuation relies on wit. Lu Jin interjected, gently tapping his temple. It was imprudent to expect a change in someone's long-held principles in such a short time. Zhao Zhixin, sensing the lack of enthusiasm for his proposal, felt a pang of disappointment but chose to remain silent. Subsequently, under their watchful gaze, Lu Jin dialed an outside number, stating, "I need to speak with your commander." As the call connected, the police officer outside heard Lu Jin's cold, emotionless voice. "Commander, the robber wishes to speak with you." An officer rushed to the command vehicle, handing the phone to the chief commander, who appeared momentarily taken aback, signaling for silence among the group. "Hello. I am the chief commander of this exercise," he introduced himself, his brow furrowed with concern. "I require a fully fueled vehicle, and I need an additional 10 million placed in the car, as I have insufficient funds from the robbery. In exchange, I can release more hostages." Lu Jin's calm voice resonated through the line. The officers in the command vehicle stirred at the prospect of additional hostages being released. The chief commander signaled for quiet once more. "Agreed," he replied after a brief hesitation. As soon as he confirmed, the call was abruptly ended, a busy tone echoing through the air. The officers began to discuss the implications of this development. While the chief commander's expression morphed into one of intense contemplation, his gaze fixed on the bank shrouded in mist and rain, his eyes gradually brightening with newfound clarity. This fellow has lost his composure. Chapter 70. The demand for a vehicle is merely a diversion, commander. Should we actually acquiesce to the bandits' demands? One of the police officers, a key figure, expressed his concerns upon hearing the commander agree to Lu Jin's request over the phone. The commander narrowed his eyes. Although his expression was not as grave as before, he remained furrowed in thought. His cautious nature led him to believe that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After all, from the previous drill, it was evident that Lu Jin possessed a remarkable intellect, with every decision seemingly driven by a clear purpose. However, to rescue the hostages, it appeared they had no choice but to comply with Lu Jin's demands. The hostages were in their possession. If the bandits did not flee, they would be rendered impotent. Only their escape would provide an opportunity. The commander set down his pen, lost in contemplation, as if engaged in a soliloquy. After a moment of inner turmoil, he evidently resolved to first meet Lu Jin's conditions. "Prepare a vehicle as per the bandits' request," he commanded decisively, just as the officer turned to carry out the order. The commander added, "Ensure the fuel tank is full, do not engage in any petty tricks. Until the hostages are safe, do not provoke the bandits." "Understood." The officer acknowledged the command and promptly departed. Watching his subordinate's figure disappear into the misty rain, the commander extended his hand to catch the droplets falling from the eaves. No matter how torrential the downpour, the sun would eventually shine again. "This storm must pass," he mused. At that moment, the rain began to subside, and the once inky clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a glimmer of dawn piercing through the gloom. Meanwhile, the commander's plan began to crystallize in his mind. He would await the moment Lu Jin prepared to escape and separate from the hostages, at which point he would have no reservations. That would be the opportune moment to take action. However, the sky remained ominously overcast. Although the raindrops had diminished, the dark clouds lingered, refusing to dissipate. Much like the commander's persistent anxieties, it seemed they were merely waiting for Lu Jin to emerge with the hostages. Yet, the bandit who Lu Jin had deliberately released remained a thorn in the commander's side. Until he was dealt with, peace could not be attained. The commander firmly believed that the third bandit was far from a mere accomplice in Lu Jin's ruse. Had he been more cautious from the outset and prevented the technicians from accessing the bank's surveillance, perhaps he could have tracked the third bandit's whereabouts. Where could he have gone? As the commander returned to the command center beneath the canopy, he took his seat once more, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as he gazed at the drizzling rain outside. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a flash of lightning, illuminating his previously dim expression. That individual had exited through the back door. To avoid detection, he would not risk wandering aimlessly and increasing the chances of being spotted. Therefore, it was highly likely he was concealing himself at the back door to rendezvous with his accomplice. With this realization, the commander sprang to his feet. A ray of light broke through the clouds above, casting a glow upon him. At that moment, clarity washed over his thoughts. The bandits intended to flee through the back door. The commander stood abruptly, the previously brightening sky now darkened by an unexpected bolt from the blue. The flash illuminated his excited face. He had figured it out. The demand for a vehicle was merely a diversion. Lu Jin's true escape route lay through the back door. Indeed, Lu Jin had previously employed hostages as decoys during the last drill. The commander solidified his resolve and immediately seized the radio. "Listen up. The bandits' request for a vehicle is merely a smokescreen. Their genuine escape route is the back door. Redirect all police forces to the back. Do not allow the bandits to escape. The normally composed commander displayed rare agitation, his voice trembling slightly with intensity. Upon receiving this news, the officers stationed at the front began to reposition themselves towards the rear. Within the bank, Zhao Ji's face was flushed with excitement. Akin to someone invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, he was incessantly polishing the automatic rifle in his hands. Although he was a police officer, his favorite weapon remained the rifle, which was typically difficult to access. Observing Zhao Ji's barely contained enthusiasm, Tang Yuyan felt perplexed. Uncle, is it really necessary to be this excited? Your rifle is practically gleaming from all the polishing. She licked her lollipop, her words slightly muffled. The boss and I think alike. A shootout is imminent, Zhao Ji declared, racking the bolt with a definitive click as a bullet chambered. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyan appeared even more confused. Isn't Lu Jin asking the police for a vehicle to escape? How did it turn into a shootout? When did the boss mention anything about a shootout? The boss was just trying to spare you from unnecessary worry, Zhao Ji retorted, glancing at Lu Jin, who was busy fiddling with his weapon. He had seemingly immersed himself in the role of a bandit, entirely forgetting his own identity as a police officer, even referring to the police as the cops. Of course not, Tang Yuyan replied without hesitation. Then it's settled. If we flee, the police will try to stop us. Doesn't that mean a shootout is inevitable? The boss is preparing for a desperate fight. Without further ado, Zhao Ji began inspecting his ammunition. Enough talk. I need to check if I have enough bullets, he said, dismissing Tang Yuyan as he focused on his firearm. Watching Zhao Ji's self-satisfied demeanor left Tang Yuyan exasperated. My mother was right, she muttered, rolling her eyes. She shoved the lollipop back into her mouth, leaned on the table, and propped her chin in her hands, gazing at Lu Jin in the distance. Boss, are we really going to engage in a shootout? She asked him, her voice muffled. However, Lu Jin merely smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. Tang Yuyan recognized the futility of her inquiry and pulled out her phone to occupy herself. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Jin finally set down his Type 95 rifle and glanced at his watch. It's time, he stated coldly, lightly clapping his hands as he stood up. Zhao Ji, the police should be prepared by now. Take the 8 hostages out. As he spoke, Lu Jin donned the monkey mask resting on the table. Understood, boss. Zhao Ji responded enthusiastically, albeit uncertain of Lu Jin's intentions. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and strode towards the room where the hostages were kept. Yuyan, you should distance yourself. Go wait in the surveillance room, Lu Jin instructed in a cold tone. Okay, Tang Yuyan replied, jumping down from the table and heading towards the monitoring area. Before long, Zhao Ji returned with 8 trembling hostages, guiding them into the bank lobby. Chapter 71. I have been quite restrained. Lu Jin stood silently before the 8 hostages, his expression concealed behind a ferocious monkey mask. The calmness in his eyes, visible through the mask's openings, exerted an immense pressure on everyone present, akin to encountering a tiger in the wild, awakening a primal fear within human nature. Even Zhao Ji, who was well aware of Lu Jin's true identity as a police officer, felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. It was as if Lu Jin's mere presence was enough to instill terror, despite having uttered not a single word or made any threatening gestures. Zhao Ji even found himself questioning whether Lu Jin was, in fact, a criminal masquerading as a police officer. The crowd remained oblivious to the source of Lu Jin's intimidating aura, which stemmed from his system skill, criminal aura. This skill, resembling a domain, defied conventional explanation. Observing the slight tremors of the hostages, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he had managed to dominate them all merely through his demeanor. Apologies for alarming you all. However, rest assured, I am a person of principles. As long as you cooperate, you shall remain unharmed. Is that understood? Lu Jin surveyed the room, his voice cold enough to chill the air. The frightened hostages nodded in agreement. Excellent. Pighead, empty the contents of your bag, Lu Jin commanded calmly. Boss, please tone it down a bit. We don't want to scare them to death, Zhao Ji whispered as he handed over the backpack. He was genuinely concerned that one of the hostages might succumb to fear-induced health issues. After all, even he, a seasoned officer, felt a sense of dread in Lu Jin's presence, let alone these ordinary individuals who trembled at the slightest provocation. I have been quite restrained, Lu Jin replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He spoke the truth. In an effort not to frighten the hostages, he maintained a stoic expression, suppressing any fierce demeanor and keeping his voice measured. What Lu Jin failed to realize was that an expressionless face and a neutral tone could be far more terrifying than overt aggression. After receiving the backpack from Zhao Ji, Lu Jin once again scanned the crowd. He then retrieved from the bag the raincoats and various animal masks he had prepared in advance, exactly 8 sets. He distributed them to the hostages one by one. Zhao Ji's eyes shifted as he recognized Lu Jin's intentions, recalling his earlier complaints about carrying so many raincoats and masks. It became evident that every action Lu Jin took was imbued with purpose. In Zhao Ji's eyes, Lu Jin was an anomaly, meticulously planning each step, almost to the point of exhibiting obsessive tendencies. Unaware of Zhao Ji's shifting gaze, Lu Jin raised his hand, just as he was about to speak. He remembered Zhao Ji's earlier warning and thought it best to smile at the hostages, hoping to alleviate their fears. However, as he removed his mask, the hostages screamed in horror. "Please, don't take it off. We won't look." One cried. "You promised that if we cooperated, you'd spare us. Please, don't kill me." It seemed they all shared an understanding. When a criminal removes their mask, it signifies a readiness to take lives. After all, having seen one's face, the safest course of action for a criminal would be to eliminate witnesses to ensure their escape. Seeing their terrified expressions, Lu Jin was further convinced he had instilled a significant psychological trauma in them. Guilt washed over him, and he resolved to offer them what he believed was a comforting smile. "Everyone, please put on the raincoats and masks. You will all survive," he said softly, wary that a louder tone might frighten them further. Yet, this seemingly light-hearted statement, coupled with his inscrutable smile, appeared to the hostages as a veiled threat. Their fear escalated, and they began to weep, tears mingling with snot, each one looking as if they were on their way to the gallows, sobbing quietly in terror, lest they invoke Lu Jin's wrath. In their anguish, they emitted incomprehensible sounds, unable to fully express their despair. Lu Jin turned to Zhao Ji, shrugging in resignation, his expression silently conveying, "I have been quite gentle." Zhao Ji rolled his eyes but remained silent. Once the hostages had donned their attire, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. "Pighead, keep a close watch on the hostages," he instructed, before striding towards the bank's surveillance room with his gun in hand. "Boss, it seems you've thoroughly frightened the hostages," Tang Yuyan remarked softly upon Lu Jin's entrance, struggling to suppress a smile. "I have been quite restrained. Enough of this. Let me share my plan with you." Lu Jin waved his hand dismissively, pulling a chair closer to sit before Tang Yuyan. "Next, Zhao Ji and I will escape. The information provided by the hostages indicated that you were not among the criminals, so you must blend in with them. Keep an eye on the police officers and provide us with useful information at the appropriate moment. Do you understand?" Lu Jin stated earnestly, laying out his plan. As she listened, Tang Yuyan finally grasped why she had been paired with Ling Feng to enter the bank in advance. This was the reason. All right, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she nodded vigorously, clearly intrigued by Lu Jin's audacious scheme. After all, she was inherently a thrill-seeker, evidenced by her youthful desire to tamper with police security systems. "Since we are criminals, we must be ruthless. Now, you need to disguise yourself among the crowd. And we need to rehearse a scene," Lu Jin declared. As he finished speaking, he abruptly seized Tang Yuyan by the collar. With a swift motion, he tore it, exposing her fair skin to the air, the alluring sheen of her skin igniting a rush of blood. She seemed momentarily stunned, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief as she stared at Lu Jin. Then, an ear-piercing scream erupted from her lips. Chapter 72. The Great Escape is about to unfold in the room where hostages were held. After Zhao Ji had taken away 8 individuals, around 10 remained. This location was not far from the monitoring room. A sudden scream from Tang Yuyan was inevitably heard by those still present. In an instant, the remaining hostages displayed expressions of panic and unease. Shortly thereafter, there was a commotion at the door. Everyone turned to look as the door swung open. A robber wearing a monkey mask was seen forcefully dragging Tang Yuyan by the arm, pushing her into the room. At that moment, Tang Yuyan appeared disheveled, her eyes vacant, evoking a profound sympathy and a deep-seated animosity towards the assailants. Lu Jin approached the hostages and roughly shoved Tang Yuyan into their midst. Some compassionate hostages rushed forward to support her, fearing she might fall. "Damn it, behave yourself. This is just a lesson for you. Next time, I won't hesitate to put a bullet in you." Lu Jin's voice was low and menacing, and he cast a sweeping glance at the crowd. The hostages recoiled, lowering their heads, too terrified to meet his gaze. With a cold snort to emphasize his warning, Lu Jin turned and locked the door once more. Inside the room, the hostages quickly gathered around Tang Yuyan. A middle-aged woman removed her coat and draped it over Tang Yuyan, concealing her tattered clothing. Don't despair, dear. Life must go on. There are hurdles that can be overcome. The woman gently grasped Tang Yuyan's hand, her voice filled with empathy for the girl's plight. Another young man stepped forward, his tone resolute. What this lady says is true. Keep your spirits up. These brutes will face their reckoning. If you are concerned about your future, we might consider reaching out. Rest assured, I won't turn my back on you. After making this declaration, he stole a glance at Tang Yuyan. Nearby, a security guard scoffed at the young man's words. Some people want to be like Yanghua. They should take a good look in the mirror. Leaning against a storage cabinet, the guard spoke sarcastically. The two immediately began to bicker, while the others continued to comfort Tang Yuyan, none doubting her identity. After all, her lost and disheveled appearance was more convincing than any Oscar-winning performance. However, what they did not realize was that Tang Yuyan was not acting. She was genuinely startled by Lu Jin's sudden aggression and was still processing the shock. Meanwhile, Lu Jin had completed all preparations for their retreat. From sending off Ling Feng, deleting data, to embedding Tang Yuyan among the hostages. Everything was proceeding according to the meticulously crafted plan. Yet, they could not afford to relax until they were completely free from the police's pursuit. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Eagle, can you hear me? Lu Jin spoke into his earpiece, one hand gripping a Type 95 automatic rifle. On the rooftop of the office building, Ling Feng lay prone, his scope fixed on the movements below. The accumulated rainwater soaked him. Yet he remained still in the sniper position that Lu Jin had assigned him. Upon hearing Lu Jin's call through his earpiece, he immediately responded, Eagle here, awaiting instructions. Ling Feng's demeanor mirrored Lu Jin's in many ways, the primary distinction being that Lu Jin possessed a touch more cunning, while Ling Feng adhered more rigidly to principles. Have you confirmed the number of police at the back door? Lu Jin inquired, his voice low. Confirmed. There are 5 in total, Ling Feng reported with precision. How long will it take to deal with them? Lu Jin pressed further, needing to ascertain the exact timing, as even a second could determine the outcome of their operation. 10 seconds. Ling Feng replied after a brief pause, his tone resolute. Excellent. Keep a close watch on their movements. Once I give the signal, eliminate them. Lu Jin's tone shifted, adopting the demeanor of a hardened criminal, filled with menace. After confirming with Ling Feng, he lowered the microphone and swiftly made his way to the bank lobby, exchanging a glance with Zhao Ji, who was stationed at the bank entrance. They then waited silently for news from the police. Outside the bank, the police had prepared the vehicles as requested by Lu Jin. However, they were not inclined to comply with his demands fully. After all, preparing a fully fueled car could not take that long. They intentionally delayed, setting up a trap outside. Once the safety of the hostages was assured, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. Although this was merely a drill, for those who thrived on seriousness, it bore a striking resemblance to real combat. The chief commander surveyed the bank with furrowed brows, his bronze-colored face reflecting a grave demeanor. Even after surmising Lu Jin's intentions, he felt a tinge of anxiety. Lu Jin was indeed a formidable adversary, calm, astute, and a perfectionist. He possessed an unnerving rationality. At that moment, the commander felt a hint of relief, thankful that Lu Jin had chosen to align with the police rather than stray down a darker path. Otherwise, with his intellect, he could have posed a significant threat to society. Are we all set? The chief commander, still unconvinced, inquired of his assistant. Rest assured, Commander. Everything is in place as per your instructions, the assistant assured him confidently. Hearing this, the commander felt slightly more at ease. All right, contact the robbers and initiate the operation. His voice was low as he issued the command. The phone rang and outside, the police stood on high alert, prepared for any eventuality. Finally, the call connected, revealing Lu Jin's cold voice on the other end. It seems you are ready. Shortly, my associates and I will take 8 hostages and leave the bank with 13 remaining. Naturally, I have attached remote-controlled explosives to them. Should you act recklessly, I will detonate them, and many will perish. Lu Jin spoke languidly. The chief commander tightened his grip on the phone. No. How can I trust that you will uphold your end of the bargain once you leave? All hostages must be released, he insisted. However, on the other end, Lu Jin merely chuckled coldly. Commander, it appears you have no choice. Chapter 73. Another decoy. Only this trick remains upon hearing these words. The commander-in-chief paused for a moment. Although he yearned to negotiate further, Lu Jin offered him no opportunity for retreat. So far, there had been no casualties among the hostages. To provoke Lu Jin at this juncture would be a grave miscalculation. The mocking tone of Lu Jin left the commander feeling quite displeased. Yet he found himself powerless to act. I acquiesce to your demands, he ground out through clenched teeth, the words barely escaping his lips. On behalf of the hostages, I extend my gratitude to you, Commander, Lu Jin replied with a smile, before abruptly disconnecting the call. In the hall, Lu Jin retrieved a remote-controlled bomb from his backpack. The 8 hostages, clad in raincoats and masks, turned pale as they caught sight of the explosive device in his hands, instinctively swallowing hard. Lu Jin scanned the group and pulled a young woman from the throng. He placed the bomb inside a transparent bag and hung it around her neck. His intent was to ensure that the commander would see the bomb at the earliest possible moment. After securing the device, Lu Jin kindly inquired, "How does it feel?" "Not too heavy, I hope?" His tone was calm, almost gentle, as if he genuinely cared. Yet, in the context of discussing a bomb, the words took on a sinister undertone, akin to a death threat that sent chills down their spines. The hostages, hearing his words, cast fearful glances at Lu Jin. Their trepidation magnified. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Jin truly harbored concern for their safety. This robber was surprisingly not as cold-hearted as one might expect. The young woman appeared dazed, merely shaking her head in response. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the bank's doors creaked open. The commander-in-chief, clad in a raincoat, furrowed his brow in a grave expression. He stood at the forefront of the police line, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly rising door. As the hostages' feet came into view, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The already dreary sky seemed to darken further, and the rain intensified, each drop resounding as it struck the ground and splashed upwards. This unpredictable weather transformed the scene into one of palpable anxiety. Finally, the bank's rolling shutter fully opened, causing a ripple of shock among the officers. There, at the entrance, stood 10 individuals adorned with masks and raincoats. The torrential downpour intensified. The grotesque animal masks glimmered ominously in the dim light, evoking a sense of dread. At the end of the line, the figure wearing the monkey mask fixated its cold gaze upon the officers. The mask obscured his features, and the heavy rain rendered his expression unreadable. The commander clenched his fists, his focus unwavering on the masked individual amidst the downpour. The monkey mask, the very symbol of the robber. This was the lead he had been searching for. Visibility was severely compromised by the rain, yet he strained to discern the hollow eyes beneath the mask. "Get in the vehicle. Inspect it," Lu Jin commanded coldly. Zhao Ji, donning a pig mask, casually approached the 12-seater minibus parked about 10 meters from the bank's entrance. This distance was a deliberate tactic employed by the commander to allow the robbers and hostages to traverse a stretch of ground, potentially offering him an opportunity to act. Zhao Ji opened the driver's door and hopped into the vehicle, meticulously checking for any tampering before confirming its safety with a silent nod. This outcome was anticipated. The police would never resort to clever tricks on the vehicle without ensuring the hostage's safety. "Get in," Lu Jin instructed in a low voice, trailing behind the last hostage. The trembling individuals dared not disobey, boarding the minibus one by one. As the number of hostages outside dwindled, the police began to stir with anticipation. "Everyone, remain still." The commander's low voice cut through the tension, grounding the officers in place. They were positioned about 20 meters from where the minibus had stopped, rendering them unable to hear the conversations or discern the events unfolding. The commander's brow was furrowed, his eyes locked on the unfolding scene through the rain. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the masks, trying to unveil each hidden face. The rain fell harder, blurring visibility even further, yet the commander dared not blink, fearing that any moment of distraction would allow the robbers to vanish from sight. The monkey and pig masks, along with the other masked hostages, were scrutinized meticulously. The commander paid attention to every detail, recalling the images that flashed in his mind. As he prepared to engage in a tactical exercise with Lu Jin, he had repeatedly analyzed Lu Jin's previous live stream footage, committing each habitual gesture to memory. The video images began to blend with reality. At that moment, he noticed the monkey mask's hand tremble slightly, nearly losing grip on the weapon it held. This revelation sparked a glimmer of insight in the commander's mind. A robber unable to steady their gun? His expression shifted, a faint smile emerging as he exhaled in relief. He had been observing every figure closely and discerned a commonality. All 10 individuals moved unnaturally, as if coerced, their movements stiff and awkward. The hostages exhibited signs of fear and dread, which was entirely expected under duress. However, the robbers should not have displayed such behavior. The identities behind the monkey and pig masks raised suspicions. These clues further solidified the commander's conviction. Another decoy, Lu Jin seemed to rely solely on this ruse. The exercise was drawing to a close. The commander smiled faintly, a look of satisfaction finally gracing his features. Chapter 74. This time, he miscalculated. The one wearing the monkey mask is merely a decoy. The true robber is undoubtedly still hidden within the bank. He intended to divert my attention towards the minibus, allowing himself to slip away unnoticed from another location. The commanding officer's gaze remained fixated on the distant minibus, his lips murmuring the thoughts swirling in his mind. He observed that the robbers donned in the monkey and pig masks emerged from the bank with a stiff gait, as though coerced. Furthermore, just before boarding the vehicle, the one in the monkey mask nearly fumbled his firearm. These numerous details solidified his conviction that the monkey mask was indeed a substitute. Lu Jin attempted to deceive him with such an old trick. However, Lu Jin had not anticipated that he had watched countless recordings of his previous drill, already on guard against such subterfuge. This time, he had miscalculated. No. As a faint smile graced the commanding officer's face, it abruptly vanished as if he had been jolted awake. A solemn expression replaced it. Everything was far too easily discernible, so transparent that it could be seen at a glance. This inevitably rekindled his doubts. What if Lu Jin was not hiding within the bank but rather among the hostages? He had entered the bank wearing the monkey mask from the outset. Could this have been a ploy to mislead him? Associating the monkey mask with the robber. And when it came time to flee, donning another mask, thus diverting his attention entirely towards the figure in the monkey mask, completely oblivious to those wearing different masks. In such a scenario, he could effortlessly conceal himself. Yet, this seemed rather implausible. Not only did all the individuals exhibit stiff movements, but more importantly, the commanding officer had just noticed that one of the hostages was equipped with a remote-controlled bomb designated for drills. The bomb was encased in a plastic bag, hanging from the hostage's neck. If Lu Jin were indeed concealed among these hostages, the detonation of the remote-controlled bomb would undoubtedly eliminate him as well. This was not in line with his usual style. A mastermind who meticulously orchestrated every move, ensuring victory at every turn, would not take such a reckless gamble. The commanding officer squinted his eyes, intently observing the actions near the minibus. At this moment, all 10 masked individuals had boarded the vehicle, which was now revving its engine in preparation to depart from the bank plaza. The commanding officer furrowed his brow deeply. Nevertheless, he still had no intention of instructing his subordinates to act. Among the hostages was a remote-controlled bomb. The current distance between the minibus and the bank was entirely within the blast radius. If the robbers were indeed hiding within the bank, any movement from the police would enrage them, allowing the robbers to detonate the remote-controlled bomb. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of 1 or 2 hostages being harmed. The commanding officer had to wait, at least until the minibus had distanced itself beyond the triggering range before taking any action. Captain, the robber's vehicle is preparing to leave. The police officer beside the commanding officer quickly leaned in to alert him as he noticed the robber's vehicle beginning to move. I know. Have you made arrangements with the brothers stationed at the back door of the bank? The commanding officer turned his head, earnestly inquiring of the police officer. Having previously suspected that Lu Jin might escape through the back door, the commanding officer had already shifted his focus to that area. Arrangements are in place. If the robbers attempt to flee through the back door, they will not escape. The police officer promptly replied. The commanding officer nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He turned back, no longer casting his gaze towards the slowly departing minibus, but instead towards the bank shrouded in rain. If his deductions were correct, the robbers were still within the bank, likely preparing to break through the back door. Meanwhile, those feigning death and preparing to assist their comrade would also be set to act, wouldn't they? The minibus gradually exited the bank plaza, passing the first traffic light, and then proceeded down the straight avenue. Seated at the driver's seat, Zhaoji, wearing the pig mask, glanced in the rearview mirror. Noticing that no police cars were in pursuit, he felt a moment of astonishment. Boss, why haven't the cops followed us? Zhaoji hurriedly reported this situation to Lu Jin, his voice filled with disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated such an outcome. Drive normally. There's no need to speed. Lu Jin replied calmly, as though everything was under his control. He did not turn to look back, but instead pulled out a map from his pocket and began to examine it. The police had not dispatched a concentrated effort to pursue the 2 minivans. Lu Jin knew they had fallen into a trap. However, he was well aware that escaping would not be so simple. The commanding officer, while preparing the vehicles, had undoubtedly set up surveillance at every intersection. Thus, his escape plan had only reached its midpoint. To successfully extricate himself, the subsequent steps must be executed flawlessly. After the vehicle had traveled several dozen meters, Lu Jin finally folded the map away. Eagle, execute. His calm voice resonated through the earpiece as he issued the command to the sniper, Ling Feng, who was concealed not far from the bank's back door. Received. A cold response echoed through the earpiece as Ling Feng's gaze sharpened atop the nearby office building. His pupils focused to their utmost intensity. At the moment his fingers squeezed the trigger, a muffled sound erupted, and the shell casing ejected from the chamber. The bullet soared through the air like a meteor. The moment it left the barrel, the bullet was searing hot. The raindrops evaporated upon contact. It sped forth with remarkable swiftness, accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound of wind. Traversing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Outside the bank's back door, several police officers stood vigilant in raincoats, fully armed and watching the entrance. Bang! At that instant, one officer felt a sudden impact on his back. He paused in surprise, just as his colleague beside him gasped in shock. Sniper! The officer who witnessed the red paint splatter on his colleague's back shouted urgently. The rain washed over the crimson stain, causing it to gradually spread. As the nearby officer attempted to take cover, the bullet struck them. Bang! Bang! Almost simultaneously, several others were also hit. Not a single person was spared. Meanwhile, the commanding officer stationed outside the bank's main entrance received the news almost instantaneously. He had already positioned several police officers in the shadows at the back door. The moment an officer fell, the information reached him without delay. Reinforcements had arrived. This kid was indeed attempting to escape through the back door. The commanding officer clenched his jaw tightly, speaking with venomous intent. He had long suspected that the individual who pretended to die and exited the bank was Lu Jin's accomplice. The purpose of that accomplice's departure was to assist him. However, the commanding officer had not anticipated that this accomplice would be a sniper. Had he foreseen this, the casualties could have been avoided. Nevertheless, despite the loss of his comrades, at least they were on the verge of capturing the robbers. Chapter 75. Lu Jin is not in the bank 5 seconds. It's over. Ling Feng spoke calmly. As a sharpshooter who had dominated the ranks for years, with the CSLR-4 sniper rifle in his possession, he felt as if he were aided by divine forces. He accomplished his task well ahead of the timeline promised to Lu Jin. After successfully completing the mission entrusted to him, Ling Feng swiftly disassembled the sniper rifle. The sound of clattering parts filled the air as he completely dismantled the weapon, which was as long as an arm. He carefully placed the components into his backpack, donned a flat cap, and took the elevator down from the office building, hurrying to the predetermined location to rendezvous with Lu Jin. At this moment, outside the bank, the commander stood at the forefront of the team, his expression far from pleasant. Commander, what should we do now? An anxious officer inquired. Immediately search for the sniper. He commanded. Are the bomb disposal experts and signal jammers ready? The commander asked calmly. Although a member of the rear team had fallen, this only confirmed the commander's prior suspicions. Lu Jin had positioned a sniper at the back entrance to facilitate his escape. We have arranged everything along the vehicle's route as you requested, an officer replied with keen determination. Excellent. Ensure the brothers at the intersection remain vigilant. There must be no negligence, the commander nodded in satisfaction. He had already stationed personnel at the intersection to prevent Lu Jin from blending in with the hostages during his escape. Moreover, the minibus carrying the hostages was rigged with a remote-controlled bomb. The commander promptly organized bomb disposal experts and signal jammers to disarm the remote device as soon as the minibus exited the detonation zone. This meant that regardless of whether Lu Jin was in the bank or the minibus, he could not escape the commander's grasp. Such meticulous preparations were intended to ensure the operation's absolute success. After a while, the commander glanced at his watch. Given the current time, the minibus had surely crossed into the detonation zone. His eyes narrowed, and his piercing gaze fell upon the bank, shrouded in heavy rain. It was time for a forceful assault. If Lu Jin was still inside the bank, he would have no means of escape. Action! The commander declared in a booming voice. The moment this command was issued, all officers waiting at the front and rear doors raised their weapons and closed in on the bank, leading the charge. An officer raised his rifle and signaled to his teammates to advance. The team nodded in acknowledgement. Several officers lifted the prepared battering ram and struck the glass door with force. A loud crash echoed as the glass shattered instantly. Simultaneously, another officer, equipped with goggles and ear protection, pulled the pin on a flashbang and hurled it forward. 7 or 8 flashbangs arced through the air and landed inside the bank. A blinding white light flashed, followed by a deafening explosion that pierced the eardrums. Even with earplugs, the thunderous noise sent shivers down the spines of the officers. These explosives, made from magnesium powder and other chemicals, would not cause fatal injuries. However, at the moment of detonation, They produced intense light and overwhelming sound, triggering the body's self-defense mechanisms and rendering individuals momentarily incapable of resistance, especially in confined spaces. Thus, they were widely utilized by law enforcement and counterterrorism units for rescue and assault missions. Once the flashbangs had done their work, the officers rushed inside, swiftly occupying the bank lobby. Report: the bank lobby encountered no resistance from robbers. The team leader shouted into his earpiece. Report: there was no resistance at the rear door. Another officer relayed nervously. Hearing the reports, the commander furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Continue searching the second floor. Watch for ambushes, he barked. The previously resolute gaze of the commander now wavered slightly. Meanwhile, the minibus had entered the roadway, accelerating steadily. Boss, are they ignoring the hostages? Zhao Ji asked, puzzled as he peered through the rearview mirror and saw no pursuing officers. Who said they were ignoring them? Look ahead, Lu Jin replied coolly, gesturing forward. Through the curtain of rain, 2 police cars were stationed by the roadside, a line of spike strips laid out before them. One officer was signaling for Lu Jin's group to halt. Hearing this, the hostages panicked and shouted, "Stop. Don't worry, the bomb disposal experts will defuse the explosives on you." Another officer with a megaphone called out loudly. What do we do? Zhao Ji asked, his brow furrowing in anxiety. Stop the vehicle, Lu Jin replied coldly, pulling back the slide of his handgun and securing it at his waist. On the other side, the officers who had stormed the bank received orders to cautiously ascend to the second floor. Throughout their search, they found no trace of Lu Jin until they reached the room where he had previously held the hostages. The team leader signaled for a tactical move. An officer lifted the battering ram and charged towards the door. With a loud bang, the door was successfully breached to prevent falling into Lu Jin's ambush. The officers did not rush inside immediately, but instead threw in smoke grenades. In an instant, the room was filled with thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The irritating fumes made it difficult to breathe, causing many to cough uncontrollably. There are no robbers here, only hostages. Cough, cough. I can't breathe. Help. Save me. The hostages cried out, collapsing to the ground. Don't fire. I'll go in first, the team leader commanded, signaling his officers to lower their weapons as he rushed into the room alone. Inside, he found only hostages, but Lu Jin was nowhere to be seen. The leader's face turned pale with shock. Commander, Lu Jin has escaped. The urgency of this announcement echoed through the earpiece, leaving the commander outside frozen in disbelief. Escaped? The bank was completely surrounded. How could Lu Jin have gotten away? At that moment, the commander's heart raced as he recalled the fleeting glance he caught of the masked figure moments before. Through the rain, it was difficult to see, but that brief glance felt like a harsh slap across his face. Lu Jin was in the vehicle. The commander was struck with a sudden realization. Whether it was allowing a third robber to feign death, tampering with surveillance footage, or rigging the hostages with explosives, it was all a ploy to divert attention. In a series of calculated misdirections, he had led the suspicious commander to believe that he would escape through the back door. Damn it. The commander clenched his fists and slammed them against the hood of a police car, leaving a dent that quickly filled with rainwater. Chapter 76. Let them go first, how dare you? I will lodge a complaint against you. Sir, please calm down and change your pants. Get lost. I will definitely file a complaint. One by one, hostages were escorted out of the bank by the police. Upon realizing that it was merely a drill, they struggled to contain their fury. As they emerged, they clamored for complaints. Despite the officers' earnest attempts to reassure them, their efforts proved futile. After all, Lu Jin, who had completely immersed himself in the role of a ruthless criminal, had terrified everyone into submission. At that moment, the team leader and his squad exited the bank. Commander, we found no sign of Lu Jin or his gang inside the bank. They have already escaped. The team leader spoke disheartenedly, while his teammates trailed behind him, heads downcast and silent. Upon hearing this, the overall commander turned pale with anger. Suppressing his wrath, he strode toward the makeshift command center. A core member of the police closely followed him. Commander, what should we do now? One of the anxious officers inquired about the next course of action. With a furrowed brow, the commander pondered for a long while. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that Lu Jin had fled in a minibus. However, one perplexing detail nagged at him. Lu Jin had strapped explosives to the hostages. If he detonated the bomb, he would perish alongside them, leading to a failure in this drill. Why would Lu Jin take such a perilous gamble? Immediately contact the officers stationed at the intersection, the commander ordered in a low voice. His assistant quickly switched the radio channel to communicate with the officers at the junction. At that moment, the minibus had halted before the roadblock. An officer and a bomb disposal expert were preparing to approach the vehicle to disarm the explosives on the hostages. Suddenly, static crackled through the radio. "Wait. Establish a perimeter." The leading officer halted the bomb expert, seizing the radio. "The radio is functioning properly. Please proceed," he said, casting a wary glance at the minibus. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he spoke firmly. "Lu Jin is currently in the van. Your attempts to intercept may lead to casualties. Find a way to stall them and await reinforcements. Do not fire recklessly. The criminals may not be wearing the same masks." The commander's words flowed rapidly as he conveyed his message in a short span. He feared that Lu Jin may have swapped masks with the hostages, which could lead to a situation where officers inadvertently shot the hostages. Hence, he repeatedly cautioned the intercepting officers against using their firearms. Upon hearing his commander's warning, the intercepting officer's expression grew grave. He glanced at the minibus in the distance. "Commander, should we allow them to leave?" He hesitated to ask. "Yes." After a brief contemplation, the commander acquiesced to their request to let them pass. Yet, he quickly added, "Once they are allowed to leave, follow closely behind and wait for the reinforcements." "Understood." The officer responded, securing the radio to his chest before retrieving a loudspeaker from the vehicle. "Attention, criminals in the minibus. I know you are inside. I can allow you to leave, but you must ensure the hostage's safety. Can you do that?" He shouted toward the front, seated in the van. Zhao was about to lean out the window to respond when Lu Jin pressed him back down. "Don't talk to them. Just signal with the hazard lights." Lu Jin's icy gaze remained fixed ahead as he spoke calmly. Zhao, momentarily taken aback by Lu Jin's directive, hesitated for a couple of seconds before realizing the intention behind it. "Oh, I get it. He wants to ascertain what masks the criminals are wearing. This guy is truly cunning." Zhao muttered under his breath, then complied with Lu Jin's request and flashed the vehicle's lights. The officer's clever ruse fell flat, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not dare to impede Lu Jin further. As the commander had stated, with the hostages bound by explosives and uncertainty surrounding the masks worn by the criminals, any confrontation could inadvertently harm the hostages. To ensure their safety, he had no choice but to clear the way. "Remove the roadblock," the officer shouted in frustration. The chain of spikes laid on the ground was swiftly dragged away by two officers. The remaining officers stood in the rain, watching as the minibus drove away. Not long after the minibus departed, a young officer leaped into a vehicle and shouted to his colleague, "Hurry. Keep up with them. Don't lose sight." Meanwhile, Lu Jin received a message from Ling Feng. "Boss, I have successfully escaped and am en route to the next location." Ling Feng's voice came through the earpiece. Calm and steady. "Excellent. Where will you be waiting for us?" "Stay hidden," Lu Jin replied with satisfaction. He felt a sense of trust in Ling Feng, appreciating his reliability and efficiency. "Boss, they are following us," Lu Jin noted as he received Ling Feng's report. Upon reaching the intersection, a police car began to tail them. Zhao caught sight of the patrol car in the rearview mirror and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" As a police officer, he was used to tracking down criminals, but now the roles had reversed, and he felt a surge of panic, even slightly losing control of the steering wheel. However, in contrast to Zhao, Lu Jin remained remarkably composed. This calmness stemmed from his ability to foresee such a scenario, making it less surprising to him. "Accelerate. Turn left at the upcoming intersection," Lu Jin instructed calmly. Zhao nodded vigorously and pressed the accelerator. "Keep up," the pursuing officer shouted, gripping the handle above him as the two vehicles sped down the highway. However, at the next intersection, Zhao suddenly jerked the wheel, executing a sharp turn into the left lane. The police car, traveling at a high speed, nearly collided with the guardrail. The officer quickly maneuvered the steering wheel, splashing through the puddles along the roadside. After stabilizing the vehicle, the patrol car clung tightly to the rear of the minibus. Just as the minibus entered a secluded stretch of road, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. "Stop." His abrupt command left Zhao momentarily stunned, prompting him to slam on the brakes. The vehicle came to a screeching halt, causing everyone inside to lurch forward uncontrollably. Chapter 77. The robber suddenly accelerated, undoubtedly intent on fleeing. Yet, what caused this young man to come to an abrupt halt? The police car, which had been closely tailing Lu Jin, likewise braked sharply, maintaining a safe distance from the minibus. The officer in the driver's seat furrowed his brow, his expression fraught with confusion. "Forget him. We shall simply continue to follow closely, awaiting the arrival of backup." The officer seated in the passenger seat, however, did not dwell on the matter. After all, the hostage was in Lu Jin's possession. And given their current capabilities, they were unable to rescue the captive. Their only option was to closely tail Lu Jin and wait for reinforcements. Meanwhile, within the minibus, Lu Jin retrieved a map from his pocket. The map bore numerous areas marked in red ink. After glancing at it, Lu Jin surveyed his surroundings and subsequently circled a particular area on the map. "Boss, what era are we living in? Can't we just use a phone for navigation?" Zhao Ji remarked, tilting his head to glance at the map in Lu Jin's hands. Astonished, Lu Jin frowned slightly and shook his head. While the map on his phone was convenient, it lacked certain crucial details that were not displayed digitally. For instance, the surveillance camera distribution points within a city. These cameras, scattered throughout most corners of the urban landscape, could effortlessly track the movements of vehicles on the roads. To navigate the escape route, it was imperative to avoid these cameras. Naturally, the map did not indicate their locations. Thus, to ascertain their positions, one had to rely on personal reconnaissance. Prior to the exercise, Lu Jin had instructed Zhao Ji to drive around the city, marking the locations of all the cameras on the map he now held. Hence, the phone's map was rendered far less useful than the one in Lu Jin's possession. However, Lu Jin's pause was not solely to consult the map. The location where they had halted was a straight stretch of road, allowing him to clearly see the vehicles behind them through the rearview mirror. He calmly noted that there were 2 police cars following them. Each police car could accommodate a maximum of 5 individuals, meaning that at most, there were only 10 officers in pursuit. Not too many. The timing was also nearing its peak. Ahead at the intersection, turn left, Lu Jin stated, once again directing his attention to the map in his hands, his tone indifferent. As he spoke, he already mentally mapped out the final escape route. Zhao Ji discreetly glanced at Lu Jin, who maintained an extraordinary calmness despite the police cars trailing closely behind. It was as if each drop of blood flowing through his veins had lost its warmth, replaced instead by a chilling rationality that governed each decision he made. At that moment, Zhao Ji felt a surge of respect for his leader. Although Lu Jin was a few years younger than him, his meticulousness rendered Zhao Ji almost redundant in their operations. All he needed to do was follow orders to achieve their ultimate objective. Truly impressive. "All right, boss." Zhao Ji nodded earnestly, a smile creeping onto his lips. And he felt a flicker of anticipation for the dramatic expressions that would adorn the officers' faces once they successfully eluded capture. Perhaps due to the rain, the road was devoid of vehicles. The minibus maintained its distance from the pursuing officers as it traversed the highway. A continuous drizzle blanketed the sky, obscuring visibility considerably. Lu Jin kept his gaze fixed ahead, his clear, cold eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts. As the minibus turned left onto another road, his gaze subtly shifted, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a fleeting ripple. "Accelerate. Stop at the upcoming intersection," Lu Jin commanded in a low voice. Zhao Ji cast a glance at the dashboard, his expression reflecting concern. "Boss, this road has a speed limit of 80. Accelerating further would mean exceeding the limit." He raised an eyebrow, hastily voicing his concern. He had been maintaining a swift pace, already pushing the maximum allowed speed. After all, he was still a police officer. And in such situations, his initial instinct was to hesitate. "Remember, you are a robber," Lu Jin asserted calmly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ji momentarily froze, a flicker of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he was a robber now. Why should he care about traffic rules? With this thought, Zhao Ji dispelled his hesitation and pressed down hard on the accelerator. The sudden burst of speed thrust everyone in the minibus backward, as if they were being propelled by the force of a McLaren. The speedometer's needle surged from 80 to 120. The officers trailing behind felt their nerves stretch to the breaking point as they witnessed the minibus's sudden acceleration. Their speed had surpassed 100. And as the minibus began to pull away, one officer anxiously inquired, "Should we accelerate?" The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, tension etched on his face. They were already significantly exceeding the speed limit, yet if they did not accelerate, the robbers would surely escape. "Accelerate. The robbers are definitely trying to flee now. We cannot let them slip away," another officer shouted, gripping the overhead handles, bracing for action, with a resolute bite of his lip. The driver pressed down on the accelerator as well. Zhao Ji glanced in the rearview mirror, noting the police cars still in pursuit, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk. In terms of speed, he had ample experience. After all, he was capable of driving a car up to the second floor. "Bring it on. You all usually complain about me. Now, let you all experience the thrill of speed." Although he occasionally bent the rules in his pursuit of criminals, He believed that breaking the rules for a noble cause was entirely justifiable. Yet, there were always those who took issue with his methods and lodged complaints, which had led to him remaining on the front lines even in his 40s. Thus, a certain resentment had built up within him. Now was the perfect opportunity to vent that frustration. Zhao Ji pressed the accelerator once more. The engine roared, and their speed surged again. Even a small incline in the road made it feel as though the vehicle might leap into the air. The hostages in the minibus, initially shrieking in terror, soon fell into a daze as the speed peaked. Their eyes became vacant, expressions blank, as if their souls had vacated their bodies. Life and death became inconsequential. They were numbed, merely wishing for swift oblivion. However, the minibus was no McLaren, and after prolonged acceleration, the engine began to bear an undue burden. Eventually, it faltered. Puff, rumble, rumble, rumble. The speedometer's needle plummeted rapidly, and despite Zhao Ji's desperate attempts to accelerate, it was futile. After a few muffled thuds, the vehicle shuddered and came to a halt. "Boss, we've been had. They must have tampered with the vehicle," Zhao Ji exclaimed, twisting the ignition key and attempting several times to restart the engine, but to no avail. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his frustration palpable. Yet Lu Jin remained as composed as ever. He was not surprised by the vehicle's malfunction, for even if the minibus had been functional, he would have instructed Zhao Ji to stop. The purpose of urging Zhao Ji to accelerate was solely to induce anxiety in the pursuing officers. Seeing Zhao Ji finally come to a stop, the officers trailing behind also halted 100 meters away, maintaining a safe distance to avoid provoking Lu Jin. As the officer in the vehicle fixed his unwavering gaze upon the minibus ahead, the door of the minibus abruptly swung open. A figure adorned with a fox mask and a rabbit mask leapt from the vehicle, a bag slung over his shoulder, and dashed frantically towards the hillside by the roadside. "The robber has abandoned the vehicle and fled," the officers exclaimed in unison. Several officers within the car hastily opened the doors and hurriedly pursued him. Chapter 78. A desperate escape. All the officers disembarked from their vehicles. 6 of them dashed out in pursuit. After all, the 2 robbers who had descended from the minibus were remarkably swift. Any delay of even a second could result in a significant gap between them, necessitating a race against time. Naturally, there was little opportunity to contemplate other matters. Among the 2 vehicles, there were a total of 8 officers. 6 were in hot pursuit, leaving 2 standing by the car. "Uncle Lee, the robbers are armed with heavy weaponry. Are you certain I shouldn't assist?" a young officer inquired anxiously, glancing at the middle-aged officer beside him. "They can handle the chase. With the robbers' heavy armament, your presence would be of little use. We must prioritize rescuing the hostages," the middle-aged officer replied, his gaze fixed on the figures on the hillside, mirroring the young officer's concern. Despite their worry, adding 1 or 2 more individuals to the pursuit would not significantly impact the situation. The robbers had abandoned their vehicle, and the minibus still held hostages. Therefore, it was imperative to send someone to soothe the hostages' distress. After all, they had been abducted and had sped away for quite some distance. It was reasonable to assume their state was far from stable. The young officer nodded vigorously, and the 2 proceeded toward the minibus, preparing to rescue the hostages. Meanwhile, on the hillside, figures donned in fox and rabbit masks were sprinting desperately uphill, closely followed by the pursuing officers, maintaining a considerable distance between them. The robbers were remarkably fast, having gained a lead in their ascent. Their frantic escape bore an unmistakable air of desperation, naturally allowing them to widen the gap from the officers behind. Although this was merely a drill and capturing the robbers would not yield any accolades, it was one of the few opportunities to showcase their abilities before the chief. Thus, the officers were fiercely determined, treating the fleeing figures as if they were genuine, relentless criminals. As the rain fell, turning the hillside into a muddy expanse, they remained steadfast, fixated on the figures ahead. "I can't run anymore. What do we do? Why are the officers still chasing us?" gasped the figure in the fox mask, panting heavily, the air tearing at their lungs, contorting their face in pain. Beside him, the rabbit-masked figure was equally out of breath. "Run. Don't stop. Have you forgotten the bomb strapped to us?" the rabbit-masked figure urged, struggling to catch his breath as they continued their ascent. Upon hearing this, the fox-masked figure's once heavy footsteps became light, as if rejuvenated, propelling him forward with renewed vigor. "Oh, damn it. I'm running faster than a rabbit." One of the officers trailing behind leaned against his knees, gasping for air, tiny stars flickering before his eyes like fireflies. "Hurry. Those 2 are undoubtedly the robbers. Capturing them will open numerous opportunities." Though another officer was equally exhausted, he was determined not to miss this rare chance. After all, while they were officers, They were also human beings with families and societal roles. While fulfilling their ideals and duties, they too aspired for higher salaries and positions. This was human nature, entirely understandable. However, ascending within the system was an arduous task. Thus, with an opportunity before them, they were compelled to seize it vigorously. "You're right. Even if this is a drill, we must pursue," another officer exclaimed, removing his cap and gritting his teeth as he pressed on. He was puzzled, unable to fathom why Lu Jin was so rigid. After all, this was merely an exercise, yet it felt as if their lives were on the line. Unbeknownst to him, the two figures on the hillside were not Lu Jin and Zhao Ji, but rather two hostages coerced into fleeing, regardless of who they were. When faced with explosives and threats of death, one's potential would undoubtedly be unleashed. After all, even a dying rat would sprint furiously if its tail caught fire. Yet, the faster the two hostages ran, the more the pursuing officers were led to believe they were Lu Jin and Zhao Ji. Before long, they had ventured deep into the mountains, each dragging their weary bodies forward. Eventually, the figure in the fox mask collapsed onto the ground. "I'm not running anymore. Dying from an explosion is better than dying from exhaustion," he groaned, lying on the ground, his vacant eyes staring up at the darkened sky as raindrops fell. Clearly, he had given up the struggle. "I'm not running either," the rabbit-masked figure gasped, surrendering as well. The officers, exhausted yet beaming with smiles, approached the two. "Run. Weren't you able to run just fine?" "Haha, can't run anymore, can you?" One officer chuckled, his face pale. Yet the grin on his face could not be concealed. "Stop wasting time with them. They're robbers now. Cuff them." Another officer, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, fanning himself while panting. Although he said nothing, he inwardly cursed Lu Jin's family, considering they had chased for at least 8 or 9 kilometers up this treacherous hillside. Naturally, some resentment brewed within him, prompting him to treat the robbers as such. Two officers approached cheerfully, each affixing handcuffs to a robber while simultaneously removing their masks. "What the?" When the two officers saw the faces behind the masks, they froze in shock, akin to being struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. Internally, a torrent of expletives surged through their minds. The other officers, equally baffled, gathered to witness the revelation, and upon seeing, they were all left in stunned silence. They recognized Lu Jin's appearance, and since he was not among the two, it dawned upon them that they were not dealing with robbers but hostages. "You are not robbers?" One officer asked incredulously, though the truth was clear. He could hardly believe they had expended so much effort only to capture hostages. "No, it's not true." One hostage managed to respond, breathless from their arduous escape. Why did you run?" An officer shouted at the rabbit-masked hostage, his finger trembling with indignation. "Why did we run? I have a bomb strapped to me. I could die." The hostage replied, his face pale, nearly in tears, as the weight of fatigue combined with the terror of death threatened to overwhelm him. Upon hearing the hostage's response, the officer furrowed his brow deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were aware that this was a drill, yet the hostages remained oblivious. Once the two hostages disembarked from the vehicle, they sprinted fervently up the mountain, leaving them no time for contemplation. They never anticipated that the assailants would resort to such a stratagem. The chief commander had previously cautioned them to remain vigilant, and they had indeed adhered to this advice, resolutely fixating on the minibus that Lu Jin was occupying. However, throughout the journey, Lu Jin had Zhao Ji alternating between accelerating and halting. The incessant rain obscured their visibility, heightening their anxiety, as they feared that Lu Jin might abandon the vehicle at any moment. Thus, when they observed the minibus, which had been speeding, suddenly come to a stop, and two individuals leaped from it, their hearts raced. Moreover, the chief commander had mentioned that the assailants likely were not donning the monkey or pig masks. The two individuals who had jumped from the vehicle were, indeed, not wearing those masks. With scarcely a moment to deliberate, they pursued them. Little did they know that their relentless chase was ultimately directed at two hostages. Chapter 79. Apologies, you were already deceased after 6 police officers rushed out. The minibus came to a halt amidst the curtain of rain. Inside, figures adorned with various animal masks sat quietly. Beneath the masks lay eyes filled with fear and anxiety, trembling uncontrollably. The persistent drizzle outside continued, raindrops tapping against the windows, creating a hushed sound. The atmosphere was oppressive and eerie. Through the curtain of rain, 2 officers, shielding their heads with one hand, hurried towards the minibus. Upon boarding, they shook off the rainwater and glanced at the passengers, breathing a sigh of relief. "Do not panic. We are police officers. The robbers have escaped, and we are here to rescue you." The young officer, with a resolute expression, wiped the rain from his face, and offered a wry smile. After all, a mere drill had instilled such terror in these individuals. They were at a loss on how to explain the situation to them. However, upon hearing of their rescue, the hostages did not express overwhelming joy. Instead, they stared blankly at the officers, plunging the minibus into an eerie silence. Noticing the lack of response, the two officers exchanged puzzled glances, concern etched on their faces. "They must be terrified," muttered a middle-aged officer, known as Uncle Lee. His companion nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, after all that had transpired, it was understandable that ordinary people would be momentarily dazed. "Do not fear. The robbers have fled. You are safe now." The officer attempted to reassure the passengers with a friendly smile, striving to appear as approachable as possible. Yet, the hostages merely stared at him in silence, amplifying the sense of unease among the two officers. Their brows furrowed deeper. Uncle Lee pondered for a moment, then suddenly held his breath and tugged at his colleague's sleeve. "Wait, the robbers may still be on the bus." Lowering his voice, Uncle Lee whispered urgently to his partner. The young officer's face paled at the revelation, and he scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the robbers among the hostages. His hand instinctively grasped his firearm, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. However, with everyone wearing masks, discerning the culprits proved exceedingly challenging. Yet, the more they contemplated, the more uneasy they felt, as every person seemed to embody a potential threat. Underneath the masks, eyes widened in terror, some even rising from their seats. The officers, sensing the escalating tension, grew increasingly anxious and drew their weapons. "Everyone sit down. I command you to sit," the young officer shouted, the muzzle of his gun sweeping across the crowd. Yet, amidst the multitude, he had no way of identifying Lu Jin and Zhao Ji. The animal masks had transformed into grotesque and horrifying visages. Just as the officers began to retreat, they felt a hard object press against their backs, causing their hearts to race. Out of the corner of their eyes, they glimpsed two masked figures outside the minibus, guns raised and aimed at them. Without a doubt, they recognized these two as Lu Jin and Zhao Ji. The minibus remained eerily quiet, but the expressions of the onlookers shifted from fear to despair, their breaths growing heavy, the sound of their inhalations increasingly audible. Clearly, everyone's nerves were at their breaking point. Bang, bang. Lu Jin and Zhao Ji exchanged no words, merely pulling the triggers. The gunfire erupted in the silence, only to vanish just as swiftly. Outside, the rain continued its soft patter, yet the sky appeared to darken ominously. The blank round struck the officers' backs, causing them to wince in pain, though they did not succumb to the ground. Seeing them still standing, Lu Jin nudged them forward with the muzzle of his gun. Despite the reluctance churning within him, the young officer knew he had to comply with the drill. He was now a casualty, obliged to play along with the robbers. The two officers collapsed to the ground, their uniforms soaked with paint that spread like ink, vibrant red, a sight that inspired dread. Once the officers fell, Lu Jin and Zhao Ji's imposing figures re-emerged before the hostages, who trembled violently, shrouded in fear. The damp, cold air enveloped them as though they had plunged into a freezing abyss, their hands and feet numb, each breath cautious. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Lu Jin slowly removed his mask. He knelt beside the fallen officers, placing his mask over one of their faces, gazing at the officer on the ground. He took a deep breath. "I am sorry. You are already deceased," he said, lightly patting the officer's arm, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to truly witness the sacrifice of his comrade. Justice does not always triumph over evil. What conquers evil is power. Lu Jin thought resolutely, his gaze now imbued with a newfound determination. "We must leave. Grab the bag." He rose from the ground, donned his raincoat, and turned to depart. "Understood, boss." Zhao Ji secured his backpack and closely followed Lu Jin, the two figures vanishing into the downpour. Even after Lu Jin and Zhao Ji had departed, the hostages remained apprehensive, hesitant to make a move. Have the robbers truly left? One hostage questioned incredulously as they removed their mask. The others exchanged glances, silence enveloping them for a moment. "They should have left," another hostage replied cautiously. Finally, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group as their taut nerves began to relax. Overwhelmed with emotion, they embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. It took a considerable time for their sobs to subside. Meanwhile, the officers who had pursued the robbers were racing back. Upon their return, they found a crowd surrounding the two fallen officers, honoring their memory. "Where's Lu Jin? Speak up," the leading officer demanded, grabbing the young officer by the collar in a fit of anger upon seeing his fallen colleagues. The hostages assumed he was struggling to accept the tragic loss of his comrades and stepped forward to console him. "Sir, death is irreversible. Grieve for them. Let them rest in peace. We will remember them always." The leading officer pushed through the crowd, continuing to demand, "Tell me immediately, where has Lu Jin gone?" Just as the crowd attempted to pull him away, the young officer on the ground gradually opened his eyes. "I am sorry. I am now a corpse," he said weakly before closing his eyes once more, pretending to be dead. The hostages were left in shock, their mouths agape, realizing this was a ruse. Chapter 80. I deeply regret to inform you that Lu Jin has escaped. In the makeshift command center, the chief commander stood beneath a rain canopy. Behind him was a simple round table surrounded by 5 or 6 key officers. Upon the table lay a map, which the officers were intensely studying and discussing. At this moment, a divergence in opinions was evident, leading to a slightly heated discussion. The chief commander chose not to intervene. After all, vigorous debate was a normal part of the process. He gazed out at the curtain of rain, watching as the torrential droplets fell rapidly, creating ripples upon impact with the ground. He was waiting for news from the team dispatched to pursue the suspect. Lu Jin still possessed cards to play, but as long as the team he had arranged could maintain their pursuit, escape would be futile. In this exercise, for the robber to succeed, he must evade capture for 48 hours. If he could not even escape, how could he possibly win? Thus, the current situation still favored the law enforcement officers. As long as they could tightly grasp this advantage, victory was within reach. "Command Center, this is Falcon. Please respond." At that moment, the radio crackled to life, and the chief commander felt a surge of hope. Falcon was the name of the pursuit team he had deployed. It seemed good news was on the horizon. "Command Center, received. Please proceed." The chief commander hastily picked up the radio, responding with urgency. As he spoke, he could not suppress a nervous gulp. Clearly, he was feeling the weight of anticipation. The news he was about to receive could very well determine the outcome of this exercise. "We lost track of him. Lu Jin killed 2 of our men and escaped in a police vehicle." The lead officer, drenched in rain, took a deep breath before speaking into the radio. The relentless downpour pelted his face painfully, yet he tilted his head back, allowing the rain to soak him further. He felt a profound sense of discomfort, not merely from the fear of reprimand or punishment, but from guilt. They had been the hope of the police force, trailing the robber's vehicle. Yet now, that hope had extinguished. Due to their misjudgment, the robber had easily slipped through their fingers, and worse still, had taken the lives of 2 of their comrades. Lost track? The chief commander, still gripping the radio, felt disbelief wash over him. How could this be? His instructions to Falcon were to maintain a distance behind the robber's vehicle while relaying the escape route. How could he be receiving reports of having lost track? Near Fuling Mountain, the robber's vehicle stopped. After killing our 2 brothers, he escaped eastward in our abandoned police car. It has been approximately 20 minutes since he vanished. The voice from the radio continued, detailing the events with regretful candor. The chief commander sighed deeply as he absorbed the report. "Calm the hostages and bring them back," he commanded in a low tone, placing the radio back on the table. He turned to face the relentless rain outside the canopy. The downpour continued unabated, and he gently closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in distress. Lu Jin had indeed escaped. This was a plan he had meticulously crafted from the start, seemingly capable of executing near-perfect strategies under any circumstance. In retrospect, his escape tactics appeared rather crude. With a little more insight, they could have seen through his scheme and captured him. Yet, placing oneself in the moment, if he were the one pursuing Lu Jin, confronted suddenly by 2 individuals leaping from a vehicle and racing up the mountain, would he have had the presence of mind to think clearly? Perhaps he too would have fallen into Lu Jin's trap. Undeniably, Lu Jin was a remarkably astute individual, adept at manipulating human psychology. It seemed he could orchestrate the actions of everyone ensnared in his plans to unfold precisely as he envisioned. Quite an impressive adversary indeed. With a heavy sigh, the chief commander retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one free and lighting it. He took a deep drag, the tension within him easing slightly. In light of Falcon's failure to track Lu Jin, his emotions fluctuated between astonishment and profound anger. However, now was not the time for an outburst. The exercise had yet to conclude, and opportunities still lay ahead. With 48 hours remaining, he needed to maintain his composure to make critical decisions. The chief commander resonated with the wisdom of Chow Man. Do not succumb to anger, it only diminishes your intelligence. As the leader of the police force, he must remain level-headed. The robber has fled east along Fuling Road. If memory serves, there are few surveillance cameras in that area, correct? He inquired, glancing back at the assembled officers around the table. In previous discussions, they had examined the map extensively. Indeed, the coverage of cameras is minimal in that region. One officer promptly responded. The chief commander nodded. Since Lu Jin would choose to implement his escape plan there, he must have been aware of this fact. Have the technical department retrieve footage from a 1-kilometer radius around Fulin Road. Lu Jin is currently in our police vehicle. He fled 20 minutes ago, and by now, he should be quite far. Our immediate priority is to establish his trajectory, reinforce the technical team, and ensure everyone is alert. I want to know the exact route of the robber's escape within the next hour. The chief commander extinguished his cigarette and issued the command. Afterward, he rubbed his temples, feeling the onset of a headache. Understood. An officer replied promptly before hastening into the temporary command center to convey the chief commander's orders. The chief commander clasped his hands before him and once more focused on the rain, his brow deeply furrowed. Lu Jin, he murmured to himself, his expression grave as he contemplated the relentless downpour, lost in thought. Chapter 81. Why don't I have such a mind? In the suburbs, a police car traverses the rain-soaked roads, droplets pattering rhythmically against its body. Boss, where are we heading next? Zhao Ji inquired, glancing at Lu Jin seated beside him. They had been on the run for nearly 20 minutes after abandoning their hostage. Under Lu Jin's guidance, Zhao Ji navigated through the winding streets. At this moment, he himself was uncertain of their exact location. Continue straight ahead. Turn right at the traffic light, then proceed for 300 meters. When you reach the fork, take the dirt road on the right, Lu Jin instructed calmly, folding away the map. His expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed ahead, as if he were intimately familiar with this route. Boss, have you been here before? Zhao Ji raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his voice. To his knowledge, Lu Jin was not from Shangyun City and was visiting for the first time, making his apparent familiarity with the area all the more perplexing. Yet, he directed Zhao Ji as if he were a living map, every corner of the city seemingly etched in his mind. I have, on the first day of our reconnaissance. Did we not traverse this path? Lu Jin replied calmly, shifting slightly in his seat in search of a more comfortable position. After more than 20 minutes of sitting upright while studying the map in the police car, he was indeed feeling the strain. Impressive. Why can't I possess such a mind? Zhao Ji exclaimed, unable to suppress a click of his tongue, his envy palpable. Indeed, on their first day of scouting, he had driven Lu Jin, Tang Yuyan, Ling Feng, and others around nearly the entirety of Shangyun City. The place they now occupied was certainly familiar, yet Zhao Ji had completely lost any recollection of it. While Lu Jin could recall even the smallest fork in the road, the disparity between them was infuriating. Zhao Ji typically relied on brute force. Yet who would not desire the acumen to strategize and emerge victorious from afar? At that moment, jealousy swelled within him, envious of Lu Jin's remarkable intellect. As the car pressed on, confronted with a red light, Zhao Ji observed the absence of other vehicles and, without hesitation, accelerated through the red signal. After all, he had already exceeded the speed limit in the city. If they pursued matters, his license would likely be revoked. A mere red light was inconsequential now. What was there to fear for someone whose license was already at stake? Moreover, could he truly call himself a rogue if he refrained from breaking the law? Turning right at the traffic light, Zhao Ji followed Lu Jin's instructions, proceeding forward. Sure enough, 300 meters later, he arrived at the fork in the road. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned onto the muddy dirt path as Lu Jin had directed. Stop. Lu Jin suddenly commanded after they had traveled less than 100 meters down the dirt road. Zhao Ji, puzzled but compliant, promptly pressed the brakes. The vehicle slowed and came to a steady halt. Boss, this is a desolate area. Why are we stopping here? Zhao Ji queried, surveying the hills flanking the road as Lu Jin stepped out of the car without acknowledging him. Instead, Lu Jin walked to the roadside, where a vehicle covered with a tarp awaited. He swiftly pulled back the tarp, revealing a 7-seater van. Time to switch cars, Lu Jin stated calmly, looking at Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji nodded eagerly and dashed through the rain towards the van. Upon seeing it, he was truly astonished, never expecting Lu Jin to have prepared a vehicle here. The question lingered in his mind. When had he made such arrangements? Chapter 82. Lu Jin's escape plan. Zhao Ji rushed to the side of the van, just about to open the driver's door and take a seat when he suddenly noticed the nearby bushes rustling. A figure emerged. Startled, Zhao Ji exclaimed, "Boss." The figure removed the waterproof mask from his face and greeted Lu Jin. It was none other than Ling Feng. Good heavens, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Zhao Ji said, eyeing Ling Feng, who was clad in a raincoat, and couldn't help but tease him. Ling Feng paid him no mind, and Zhao Ji shrugged, inwardly musing on Ling Feng's eccentricity, choosing to hide in the rain-soaked bushes instead of using the van. Most perplexing was the fact that he had even covered the vehicle with a rain canopy. His brain must not be as functional as mine, Zhao Ji thought. Lu Jin nodded at Ling Feng without uttering a word, merely taking the camouflage-patterned rain canopy back to the police car. Zhao Ji hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat, peering through the window at the police car, bewildered by Lu Jin's intentions. Suddenly, Lu Jin turned the steering wheel sharply and pressed the accelerator, driving the police car off the muddy road and into the adjacent woods. After exiting the police vehicle, Lu Jin covered it with the camouflage-patterned rain canopy, then broke a few dense branches to lay atop the cover. Zhao Ji was left astounded. Remarkably, after Lu Jin's actions, even he, who knew the police car's location, could hardly discern its outline from the window. Anyone passing by would be utterly unaware of the police car concealed in the woods. Once everything was completed, Lu Jin returned to the van, but instead of taking the front passenger seat, he chose to sit in the rear. "Boss, that was impressive." Lu Jin, drying his hair and face with several tissue papers, heard Zhao Ji start the van, who sincerely expressed his admiration for Lu Jin's adeptness. Lu Jin's concealment of the police vehicle was indeed remarkable. It would take considerable effort for the police to locate it now. Is that the only phrase you can muster? No other lines? Lu Jin tossed the damp tissues into a plastic bag while casually responding to Zhao Ji. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhao Ji scratched the back of his head. Indeed, after witnessing Lu Jin's various maneuvers during the drills, he found himself repeating, "Boss, that was impressive," more often than not. What could he do? Lu Jin's skills continuously astonished him. Zhao Ji had few people he admired in life, and Lu Jin topped that list. "Move to the back. Let Ling Feng drive," Lu Jin said after drying his hair, finally looking up at Zhao Ji in the driver's seat. Zhao Ji, bewildered, complied without question. He exited the van and retook his seat behind Lu Jin. After turning around, they retraced their route. Once Ling Feng was settled in the driver's seat and started the vehicle, Lu Jin issued his instructions. Without hesitation, Ling Feng turned the van around and drove down the same path they had come. "Boss, there is nothing pressing right now. How about you share your plan with me?" The vehicle cruised along at a steady pace, the atmosphere inside growing somewhat tense. Feeling a bit bored, Zhao Ji earnestly inquired of Lu Jin. Though he knew he only needed to follow Lu Jin's directives without needing to understand the specifics of his plan. Yet, curiosity is hard to suppress. "Do you know why we came here to switch vehicles?" Lu Jin, seated in the back, attempted to shield himself from view behind the seats in front as he gazed ahead, ensuring the camera could not capture anyone in the rear. While adjusting his position, he calmly spoke. Since Zhao Ji was so curious, he figured it would be fine to share. "To draw the attention of the police away from us," Zhao Ji replied. Though not particularly bright, he was no fool. He could easily grasp Lu Jin's straightforward reasoning for the vehicle switch. Precisely. This area is known as Niujiao Mountain. In the 1980s, a large pig farm was established atop this mountain. The dirt road was constructed for that very purpose. However, over a decade ago, due to mismanagement and non-compliant wastewater discharge, the farm went bankrupt. The location is not particularly advantageous, hence it has remained undeveloped and abandoned. In the vicinity of Niujiao Mountain, there are only 2 cameras, one near the entrance we just used and the other at the mountain's other exit, Lu Jin articulated, his tone unhurried. Zhao Ji listened attentively, unable to suppress his admiration. As a native of Shanyang City, he had never even heard of Niujiao Mountain, while Lu Jin, an outsider who had only been in the city for less than a week, seemed to know it inside out. It was hard to fathom the effort Lu Jin had invested in crafting this plan in such a short time. While we drove away in the police car, we traversed a lengthy stretch of road without cameras on Fulin Mountain. However, utilizing the Tianyin system, the police could easily locate our police car. If they saw us entering the Niujiao Mountain entrance through surveillance, what conclusions would they draw? Lu Jin continued, glancing at his watch as he spoke. Zhao Ji pondered Lu Jin's words, visibly deep in thought. They would suspect we are hiding in the abandoned pig farm at Niujiao Mountain, wouldn't they? He replied earnestly, looking at Lu Jin's back with newfound seriousness. But, boss, we only switched to the van shortly after entering. Wouldn't the police be suspicious of this van? Having just responded to Lu Jin, Zhao Ji suddenly recalled something and posed another question. What if I told you this van took half an hour to enter from another exit of Niujiao Mountain? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, responding calmly. Zhao Ji paused, a look of realization dawning upon him. Chapter 83. Discovering Lu Jin's trail, however, soon Zhao Ji found himself puzzled again. So, why are we in such a rush, boss? We've already changed vehicles, Shouldn't we hide the car further away? Zhaoji pondered aloud. From his perspective, having changed vehicles should afford them ample time to deal with the police car. Yet, Lu Jin merely drove the police car a few hundred meters into an intersection before switching cars. This was evidently not the most prudent choice. The shorter the intervals between our entries and exits, the easier it is for the police to overlook our vehicle changes. After all, consider this. We just entered Niujiao Mountain from the surveillance footage. While they suspect we are hiding there, will they pay attention to a van that appears in the footage just minutes later? A faint smile graced Lu Jin's lips as he leaned back in his seat, gazing at the rain-soaked Niujiao Mountain. His calm demeanor revealed no trace of joy or sorrow. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Even the capricious weather was part of his calculation. On a rainy day, the dim skies and poor visibility allowed him to manipulate the hostage more discreetly. Changing vehicles here was strategic. The rain would wash away their scents, complicating the police dog search efforts. Even the most astute canine noses, thousands of times more sensitive than humans, would struggle to detect their presence, thus granting him precious time. As for why Lu Jin was so certain that the commander would assume they were hiding in Niujiao Mountain, it stemmed from his profound understanding of human nature. The commander was astute, yet intelligent individuals often harbor suspicion. After all, while a group of doctoral students debated whether raindrops from 10,000 meters could be lethal, the average person would simply wonder if they had been caught in the rain. Thus, although the vehicle change at Niujiao Mountain had its flaws, it appeared replete with uncertainties to the commander. At the temporary command center, the commander sat at the table, spinning a pen swiftly between his fingers, patiently awaiting news from the technicians. A report finally came from outside the command center. We have discovered the police car's trail. A police officer stood at the entrance, clutching a laptop. Come in, the commander commanded, gripping the spinning pen with a firm voice. The technician hurried into the command room, opening the laptop to reveal footage of the police car that Lu Jin had hijacked. Commander, based on the surveillance along Lu Jin's escape route, we have confirmed that he has entered Niujiao Mountain. He is yet to exit. We suspect Lu Jin may be hiding there. The technician pointed at the map, rapidly briefing the commander on Lu Jin's situation. Upon finishing his conjecture, the technician looked up, awaiting the commander's orders. Good. Dispatch a team immediately to surround Niujiao Mountain. We must conduct a thorough search. This time, we must capture Lu Jin. The commander exclaimed, rising from the table, his earlier despondency dissipating. Then, as if recalling something, he inquired, has there been any vehicular movement at the entrance of Niujiao Mountain during this time? After a moment's hesitation, a technician replied, shortly after Lu Jin entered. A van emerged from Niujiao Mountain. However, we could only see the driver. The commander furrowed his brow upon hearing this, pulling up the footage of the van exiting the mountain's entrance. Upon seeing the 7-seater van, he raised an eyebrow. He paused the footage, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the screen. Yet, finding it unclear, he magnified the image until he could discern the occupant clearly. One person in a 7-seater van? The commander's brow furrowed with suspicion as he murmured to himself. He pressed play again, watching as the van continued down the road. After a short distance, he hit pause once more. Lu, do you have any paper? The commander asked. The technician quickly produced a sheet of paper. The commander took it, measuring against the screen with a black pen, swiftly jotting down some data. From the moment the police car entered Niujiao Mountain to the time the van exited, nearly over 10 minutes had elapsed. The van measured nearly 6 meters in length and traveled 4 vehicle lengths in 1 second, covering a distance of 24 meters at a speed of approximately 90 miles per hour. Quite fast, indeed, the commander mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. He began to suspect that Lu Jin had already switched vehicles. However, if the van was within the speed limit, he would unconditionally believe Lu Jin had made the switch. Yet, this van, which appeared out of nowhere, was speeding. Commander, do you think Lu Jin and his accomplices have already switched vehicles? A nearby officer queried skeptically. The commander remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. It shouldn't he be? After a moment's reflection, he affirmed his suspicions. First, the 7-seater van was a conspicuous target, with only one person in the driver's seat. Second, Lu Jin's car had only just entered. How could the van have exited so soon? Lastly, Lu Jin was intelligent. If he truly intended to flee, there would be no need to attract attention by speeding. The individual in the van was likely coerced by Lu Jin, serving as a smokescreen to mislead them. The search focus must remain on Niujiao Mountain. Of course, the person in the van should not be allowed to escape. They must be intercepted at the next intersection. The commander meticulously analyzed the situation to his subordinates, though it was less an analysis and more an effort to convince himself. How long until our team reaches the vicinity of Niujiao Mountain? He inquired, glancing at the map on the table. At the fastest speed. It would still take about half an hour. A police officer hesitated before providing a relatively accurate response. Have them hurry. Meanwhile, keep a close watch on the intersection surveillance. We must prevent Lu Jin from escaping through another exit. The commander remarked thoughtfully, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Escape? The terrain of Niujiao Mountain is complex, and the rain will effectively mask their scent. Exiting the mountain would surely be captured by the intersection surveillance. Hiding in Niujiao Mountain and fleeing deeper into the mountains would be far more advantageous, wouldn't it? The young officer beside him, upon hearing the commander assert that Lu Jin might switch vehicles, felt incredulous. In his view, fleeing along the mountain paths was significantly safer than driving down the highway. After all, the mountain roads were treacherous, greatly increasing the speed and difficulty of police pursuit. Conversely, the highway was open. Once their trail was discovered, they would quickly fall into the police's encirclement. I'm uncertain, but it never hurts to be cautious. The commander remained his usual vigilant self. Having allowed Lu Jin to elude capture thus far, he recognized he had made too many mistakes already. Consequently, he had become exceedingly careful. Chapter 84. He aspires to be a hunter, yes. The young officer responded to the commander with a salute and departed the makeshift command center, clutching his laptop. The room was soon enveloped in silence. The commander, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced slowly, a deep furrow etched upon his brow. The map of Niujiao Mountain flickered incessantly in his mind. Lu Jin, he murmured softly, closing his eyes while tapping his temple with his fingers. Lu Jin was a brilliant individual, a certified genius across the internet. Yet, geniuses often embody irrational madness. During the last drill, Lu Jin had audaciously infiltrated the command center of the officer team, placing a remote-controlled bomb, ultimately eliminating their commander. Such actions underscored his extreme rationality intertwined with madness. Would such a mind choose to conceal itself within Niujiao Mountain? Approaching the window, the commander gazed out at the curtain of rain. The misty drizzle blurred the view, causing puddles to form on the concrete square below. Armed police officers, umbrellas in hand, splashed through the water, while a police dog accompanied them. Its keen eyes fixated on a sparrow seeking refuge from the rain, preening its feathers. The scene mirrored a solitary wolf stalking its prey in the depths of the mountains. Prey. Hunter. Observing the police dog's stance, the commander's expression turned grave as he whispered to himself. In this exercise, the robbers were akin to prey, while the officers assumed the role of hunters. Yet, how could someone as rationally unhinged as Lu Jin willingly embody the role of prey? In the previous drill, his extraordinary intellect guided the officers like a puppet on strings, culminating in a flawless transformation from prey to hunter. Not only did he orchestrate events to unfold according to his design, but he also eliminated the officer team as commander. In this iteration of the exercise, he would undoubtedly refuse to play the part of prey. He would strive to become the hunter. With this realization, enlightenment dawned upon the commander. He swiftly turned and approached the whiteboard adorned with the map, pinning a red thumbtack on the location of Niujiao Mountain. Before him, the vast map shrank rapidly in his discerning gaze, as if he could only perceive that small area. Lu Jin was a genius, a madman with unparalleled rationality. In his eyes, Niujiao Mountain could not possibly be the ideal hideout. However, it certainly served as a perfect hunting ground. If he aspired to be a hunter, he would undoubtedly remain in this splendid arena of pursuit, creating an even greater commotion. Such was the essence of madness. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, we have new findings from the technical department, came a voice at the door just as clarity began to crystallize in the commander's mind. The young officer who had reported earlier reappeared at the entrance. Come in, the commander replied without turning, still leaning over the desk. His eyes narrowed in concentration on the map. The young officer hurried to his side, presenting the laptop, which displayed surveillance footage from another exit of Niujiao Mountain. The timestamp indicated it was recorded 25 minutes before the Fengtian van departed from the mountain. As the footage played, the young officer began to explain. The commander massaged his temple with one hand, his gaze fixed on the screen, visibly more relaxed than before. So, the van we spotted earlier entered Niujiao Mountain from another exit? He inquired calmly after reviewing the footage. The highway leading to Niujiao Mountain had a toll booth. And although the distance was considerable, vehicles could indeed circumvent the toll by taking a longer route. Thus, it was highly plausible that the Fengtian van had no connection to Lu Jin and his crew. The young officer nodded, articulating his thoughts. The commander remained silent. Moving to the door of the makeshift command center, observing the rain as he lit a cigarette. Everything became clear. Niujiao Mountain had 2 exits, roughly 30 minutes apart by car. The surveillance footage showed the 7-seater Yuan van speeding, completing its journey through the mountain in just over 20 minutes. This behavior aligned with those trying to evade tolls by opting for longer routes. All signs indicated that the van had no ties to Lu Jin, and no other vehicles had exited Niujiao Mountain. Therefore, Lu Jin must still be within its confines. Ah, so you wish to be a hunter? I am not an easy prey. The commander inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke that mingled with the misty rain, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the young officer stood behind him, intrigued by the commander's musings, but refraining from questions. Gather all squad leaders for a meeting. The commander extinguished his cigarette in the trash can and turned to issue orders to the young officer. In the temporary command center, the squad leaders participating in the drill had assembled. The commander stood at the center, grasping a red pin to encircle Niujiao Mountain on the map. Lu Jin wishes to be a hunter. If my assumptions are correct, Niujiao Mountain is his chosen hunting ground. Mobilize all forces and seal off Niujiao Mountain. The commander leaned over the table, gazing intently at those present, his demeanor grave. As he concluded, his gaze swept across the gathered squad leaders, noting their bewildered expressions. Is there any problem? He inquired calmly. Commander, what do you mean by hunter? One squad leader raised his hand, confusion evident on his face. The others followed suit, looking to the commander for clarification. It was evident that the commander's sudden declaration about Lu Jin aspiring to be a hunter had left them perplexed. In this exercise, officers represent hunters while robbers are prey. However, astute individuals like Lu Jin are unlikely to accept the role of prey. I have studied his performance in the previous drill. To summarize, it was a transformation from prey to hunter. In this exercise, he likely seeks to become the hunter, viewing us as his prey. Right now, he is within Niujiao Mountain. Here is where he prepares to hunt us. The commander lightly tapped the map with his finger, directing the squad leader's attention to the marked location of Niujiao Mountain. Chapter 85. On the highway, a 7-seat wind van sped by, its wheels splashing through the accumulated water, sending up muddy sprays. Boss, where are we headed next? Inside the vehicle, Zhaoji glanced around before breaking the silence. In response, Lu Jin raised his head to glance ahead. Back to the city, he replied, simultaneously closing an old-fashioned notebook. The pages of the notebook were densely filled with Lu Jin's hand-drawn maps and various escape plans. During the last drill, he had also carried a similar notebook. Lu Jin was a perceptive individual, fully aware that his adversaries were equally astute. In the contest between clever minds, the pivotal factor determining victory or defeat lay in minimizing blunders. There exists no flawless plan in this world. All Lu Jin could do was to refine his strategies to perfection, continuously reducing the potential for errors. Thus, he carried his notebook, cataloging his plans and sketching all relevant maps, while constantly reviewing and optimizing his escape routes to minimize mistakes. Back to the city? Boss, did I hear that correctly? We're going back? Zhaoji exclaimed, astonished. The city is swarming with surveillance cameras, and the police are concentrated there. If we return now, it would be akin to walking into a trap. He looked at Lu Jin, incredulous. The density of surveillance in the city was overwhelming, with very few blind spots, making it easier for the police to manage their forces. To Zhaoji, whose mind often operated at half capacity, returning to the city seemed tantamount to courting death. This drill is still far from over. If we merely seek a place to stall, it would render the entire exercise utterly tedious. If we don't create some commotion, can we still call ourselves bandits? Lu Jin spoke calmly, folding his arms and closing his eyes to rest. His system awarded points based on ratings. And having tasted the sweet rewards of the last exercise, Lu Jin was determined to elevate his rating this time. That makes sense. Now that we have the rare opportunity to act as bandits legally, hiding away until the exercise concludes would indeed be too cowardly. If we are to act, let us aim for something grand. Boss, how about we drive straight to the provincial headquarters and blow it up? That would surely create quite the uproar. Zhaoji nodded in agreement, stroking his stubble thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin opened his eyes in astonishment, glancing at Zhaoji. Even Ling Feng, who had been silently driving, turned to look at Zhaoji. Do you have a grudge against the provincial headquarters? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, his expression returning to calmness. No grudge at all. Zhaoji blinked in confusion. Weren't we just discussing making some noise? Does the boss think blowing up the provincial headquarters wouldn't be sufficiently loud? Should we perhaps also kidnap the director? Truly a reckless idea. Ling Feng interjected, returning to his driving, his tone unusually critical. though his voice was not loud. Within the confines of the vehicle, Zhao Ji clearly heard him. He widened his eyes, staring at Ling Feng's back, evidently displeased with the remark. Lu Jin rubbed his temples, choosing not to respond, instead resting his arms in front of him and closing his eyes again. The team was fortunate to have a clever strategist like him, thus. Zhao Ji's occasional lapses in judgment were inconsequential. All Lu Jin required was Zhao Ji's unwavering execution of orders without question, which he had consistently demonstrated, making him a valuable ally. The 7-seat wind van continued its swift journey through the rain towards the city. Outside the bank square, in a temporary command center, the chief commander set down his red marker and surveyed the assembled squad leaders. Having confirmed Lu Jin's location at Nyojiao Mountain, he had devised a meticulous action plan. This net was cast wide. Lu Jin would not escape this time. After scanning the room, the chief commander's gaze returned to the map. He tapped the location of Nyojiao Mountain with his index and middle fingers, his voice imbued with confidence. The squad leaders turned to face him, their expressions brimming with assurance, as if the scales of victory were tilting in their favor. Action! The chief commander stood tall, arms crossed, delivering his orders with utmost seriousness. Yes. The squad leaders saluted in unison, responding in chorus. Outside the temporary command center, the chief commander stood beneath the awning, observing the downpour as he lit a cigarette. Policing was a high-intensity job requiring immense mental exertion, especially for a strategist like him. Smoking helped maintain his mental clarity and sharp thinking. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, the chief commander focused on the bustling scene in the rain. Groups of officers in raincoats, accompanied by police dogs, were rapidly mobilized, and police cars sped out of the bank square, heading towards Nyojiao Mountain. Lu Jin, you truly are a worthy opponent, the chief commander murmured, squinting against the rain. A drill that could induce such headaches and pressures, even surpassing the intensity of real combat, spoke volumes about Lu Jin's capabilities. Should Lu Jin be apprehended at Nyojiao Mountain, it would still be considered a remarkable success in the chief commander's eyes. Extinguishing his cigarette, the chief commander stretched, gazing up at the ominous sky. If he could conclude this drill at Nyojiao Mountain, he would finally be able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. In the days leading up to the exercise, he had spent countless sleepless nights analyzing Lu Jin's behavioral patterns, leaving him utterly exhausted. Outside Nyojiao Mountain, a multitude of police vehicles congregated at the two entrances. Officers in rain gear, fully armed, established checkpoints at both access points. Several armored vehicles entered Nyojiao Mountain, their destination being the abandoned pig farm at the mountain's highest point. This location was deemed the most likely hideout for Lu Jin. The sky loomed dark and foreboding, with relentless rain significantly diminishing visibility. At that moment, the entire Nyojiao Mountain was shrouded in an atmosphere of chilling tension. Chapter 86. Lu Jin had never been to this place, Nyojiao Mountain. Outside the abandoned pig farm at the mountain summit, a dozen elite team members were slowly converging towards the derelict facility. The relentless raindrops fell, striking against the raincoats of the operatives, producing a rhythmic patter. The dense foliage, coupled with the hazy drizzle, diminished visibility. Even from above the abandoned pig farm, it was difficult to discern the advancing elite team members. Report: Team A has arrived at the designated location. Once all team members reached the wall and found cover, the leading operative pressed his earpiece and reported the situation to the temporary command center. Meanwhile, the remaining elite team members pressed against the wall, patiently awaiting further instructions. Everyone was on high alert, as if this were not merely a drill, but a genuine combat situation. Regardless of the outcome, the exercise had already proven to be successful. In the temporary command center, the commanding officer stood behind several technical staff. Above the technicians, multiple screens displayed real-time footage, one of which showed the scene outside the abandoned pig farm atop Nyojiao Mountain. Each elite team member was equipped with a police-grade miniature camera, allowing the command center to maintain direct communication with the operatives despite being several kilometers apart. Thus, the commanding officer could issue decisions in real time regarding the situation outside the pig farm. As he observed the footage of the abandoned pig farm, the commanding officer refrained from hastily making decisions. His right index finger tapped rhythmically against his left arm, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Within the entirety of Nyojiao Mountain, everyone believed that the abandoned pig farm was the optimal hiding spot. The police would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of this area, and Lu Jin would certainly be aware of this fact. Analyzing Lu Jin's character, it was evident that he would likely employ some stratagem in such a location. Would it be a bomb? Or perhaps a personal ambush? It was unlikely to be an ambush, after all. Lu Jin was an exceedingly rational individual who would not take such monumental risks. Team A, proceed with caution. Lu Jin is highly likely to have placed explosives within the abandoned pig farm. The commanding officer grasped the intercom, his voice steady as he issued his directive. Although his analysis suggested that Lu Jin was unlikely to be present in the pig farm, the commanding officer could not dismiss the possibility that Lu Jin might perceive the most perilous places as the safest. Thus, even if he suspected Lu Jin had devised something within the abandoned pig farm, he had to first ascertain that it was not Lu Jin's hiding place. At any rate, the entire Niujiao mountain was already under police lockdown. As long as Lu Jin concealed himself within, escape was impossible. Received. Came the response from the elite team over the intercom. The commanding officer, upon hearing this, tightly gripped the intercom. His eyes fixed intently on the screen displaying the pig farm. Internally, he was palpably anxious. In the footage, the lead operative raised his right hand and gestured forward. All elite team members moved in perfect synchrony towards the abandoned pig farm, advancing at a slow pace. After all, the commanding officer had cautioned them about potential hazards within the pig farm. The commanding officer held his breath, fixated on each step taken by the elite members. As the exercise progressed, 2 police officers had already fallen, a scenario that weighed heavily on the commanding officer's mind. He certainly did not wish for further casualties. Yet, as the elite team conducted their search, the commander's apprehensions did not materialize. Within the abandoned pig farm, Lu Jin had left no trace of his presence. Faced with this situation, the commanding officer's brow remained tightly knit, reflecting his growing concern. It was inconceivable. The commanding officer's furrowed brow deepened. His grip on the intercom tightened to the point that his knuckles turned pale. At that moment, he realized a troubling possibility. If Lu Jin intended to assume the role of the hunter during this exercise, he would not overlook the pig farm as a prime hunting ground. Yet, now there was not a single indication that Lu Jin had ever been there. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Report: no findings at the abandoned pig farm. The dust indicates that no one has set foot in this facility for at least 3 months. The report from the elite team resonated through the intercom. The commanding officer's expression darkened considerably. Organize everyone and conduct a full search of the mountain. We must locate the police vehicle they used. Clenching his jaw, he spoke firmly into the intercom, striving to maintain his composure. Understood. The response from the elite team members came swiftly. After acknowledging the commanding officer, the team members wasted no time in relaying his orders. A multitude of police personnel clad in raincoats, accompanied by trained dogs, rapidly ascended the mountain to commence a large-scale search. Simultaneously, within the temporary command center, the commanding officer placed the intercom back on the table. Supporting himself with both hands on the desk, his gaze fell upon the map laid out before him. The absence of any discoveries at the abandoned pig farm gnawed at him. Based on his extensive research on Lu Jin over the past few days, he deduced that if Lu Jin were hiding in Niujiao Mountain, he would certainly leave behind some form of evidence at the pig farm. However, the complete lack of any trace led him to wonder, was Niujiao Mountain not his chosen hunting ground? If that were true, then it was highly likely that Lu Jin was no longer within the confines of Niujiao Mountain. How many vehicles exited the mountain after Lu Jin and his team entered? The commanding officer inhaled sharply before glancing at the technicians seated before the computer screens. His tone grave. Besides that 7-seater Toyota van, no other vehicles have entered or exited, a technician promptly replied. Hearing this, the commanding officer took a deep breath. A sense of frustration washing over him as he closed his eyes. It was that very 7-seater Toyota van. Lu Jin had indeed managed to elude capture, escaping just as they were on the verge of apprehending him. However, due to the myriad of misleading clues he had left behind, the commanding officer had been convinced that Lu Jin was hiding within Niujiao Mountain, thereby allowing his true vehicle to slip through his fingers. Half an hour after entering Niujiao Mountain, it indicated that the vehicle was not pre-planned. It must have belonged to his accomplices, the sniper who had fired at the back door of the bank. The commanding officer murmured to himself, eyes closed, as Lu Jin's scheme began to crystallize in his mind. Focus all efforts on tracking the trajectory of that 7-seater Toyota van. We still have a chance. After exhaling a long, heavy sigh, the commanding officer turned to address the technicians. With only 6 hours having passed since the pursuit began, it was not too late to act. He still had a chance. Unbeknownst to the commanding officer, just a short distance away from the temporary command center, under a rain shelter, were the individuals previously rescued from the bank. At that moment, a girl, lollipop in mouth and headset on, wore a smile at the corner of her lips, having absorbed every detail of the discussions within the temporary command center through her earpiece. Chapter 87. The terrifying nature of Lu Jin in the urban area. Ling Feng drove the Win Tian van, slowly following the flow of traffic ahead. Although it was not peak commuting hours, the volume of vehicles in the city remained considerable. Ding! Inside the vehicle, Lu Jin's phone emitted a cold notification sound. Under Zhao Zi's intensely curious gaze, Lu Jin discreetly took out his phone to glance at it. Upon reading the message, a subtle arch appeared in Lu Jin's brow. He was surprised at how quickly they had reacted. It was rather intriguing. Putting away his phone, Lu Jin smiled softly to himself. As he spoke, Lu Jin crossed his arms, preparing to close his eyes and rest once more. Beside him, Zhao Zi's eyes widened in urgency, fixating on Lu Jin. It was evident that he was exceedingly curious about the contents of the message, and Lu Jin's remark only heightened his intrigue. Zhao Zi had expected Lu Jin to voluntarily share the message as content after reading it, but it seemed Lu Jin had no such intention. "Boss, what was the message?" Zhao Zi asked, scratching the back of his head and leaning closer to Lu Jin, his demeanor playful. Ling Feng, who was driving ahead, also turned his head to listen. The message from Tang Yuyan informed that the police force has already become aware of our escape plan. Our opponent this time is quite interesting. Lu Jin opened his eyes to look at Zhao Zi, calmly relaying the information he had received. The fact that the police chief could react so swiftly was indeed beyond Lu Jin's expectations, given the short time frame. It was clear they had not yet begun their search of the mountain. The quick response indicated that the police chief was quite clever. This adversary was formidable. "Boss, impressive. By having Tang Yuyan remain in the police command room as a hostage, we can monitor the police's decisions in real time. Doesn't this mean we're guaranteed to win this exercise?" Zhao Zi exclaimed excitedly, unable to suppress his admiration for Lu Jin as he spoke. Giving him a thumbs up, it was clear that Zhao Zi, known for being troublesome among everyone, held genuine respect for Lu Jin. However, the information Tang Yuyan can provide us is ultimately limited. To secure victory in this exercise, we must rely on our own capabilities, Lu Jin replied. After speaking, he closed his eyes again to rest. The police's ability to swiftly decipher the situation at Niujiao Mountain was indeed unexpected. But it did not affect Lu Jin's subsequent plans. After all, the police would require time to track their intended location, and within that time frame, they had ample opportunity to execute their plans. The vehicle continued to advance. Approximately 10 minutes later, the van arrived at a bustling shopping mall. At Lu Jin's gesture, Ling Feng drove into the underground parking lot. "Take everything and exit the vehicle," Lu Jin instructed, opening the door and stepping out first. Zhao Zi and Ling Feng followed suit, hastily exiting the vehicle and shouldering their black backpacks filled with firearms and ammunition, keeping pace with Lu Jin. "Boss, there are cameras," Zhao Zi exclaimed, glancing up to see the cameras positioned above the parking garage. The underground lot had only 2 entrances, both monitored by surveillance cameras. Leaving this garage would inevitably result in being captured on film. "Our destination is not here, so being recorded is inconsequential," Lu Jin replied calmly as he walked toward the exit of the parking garage. The current route was entirely the escape plan Lu Jin had meticulously plotted beforehand. Each step they took was one Lu Jin had already envisioned prior to formulating the plan. He was acutely aware of the locations of all surveillance cameras. After hearing Lu Jin's words, Zhao Zi nodded, refraining from further questions and closely following Lu Jin. Ling Feng, naturally quiet, said nothing after exiting the vehicle. He simply carried his black backpack containing a sniper rifle, silently accompanying Lu Jin. The trio exited the underground garage and entered the pedestrian street outside the mall. The rain had ceased, and the street was bustling with people, making it no exaggeration to say they were shoulder to shoulder. However, the large black backpacks they carried made them easily noticeable even in the throngs of pedestrians. Lu Jin maintained a calm demeanor, steadily leading the way. At one moment, he suddenly halted. He looked up at the camera directly in front of him, his deep-set eyes serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. After pausing for 2 seconds to ensure his face was captured on the surveillance footage, he then turned and walked into a nearby alley. Once inside the alley, Lu Jin led Zhao Zi and Ling Feng through a series of left and right turns. Zhao Zi followed closely behind, observing his surroundings. He noted that there were no surveillance cameras on the path Lu Jin had chosen after entering the alley. This meant that Lu Jin had meticulously plotted a route completely devoid of monitoring, an area of blind spots. Remarkably, Lu Jin had navigated this complex route without even glancing at a map or referencing his hand-drawn notebook. Such intricate pathways were etched in his mind. Zhao Zi looked up at Lu Jin's back, feeling a blend of admiration and trepidation after witnessing Lu Jin's capabilities. Though Zhao Zi relished the experience of playing the robber during this exercise, he never forgot his true identity as a police officer, one who upheld justice. Realizing the terrifying potential of someone like Lu Jin, should he engage in criminal activities, sent a chill down Zhao Zi's spine. Fortunately, Lu Jin, like him, was also a police officer. In the temporary command center, the chief stood at the entrance, his right hand holding a half-burned cigarette between his index and middle fingers, his brow furrowed deeply as he gazed at the ominous sky. The rain that had persisted for nearly a day had finally stopped, yet the darkness lingered, threatening another downpour. The search at Niujiao Mountain had yet to conclude, and the police vehicle transporting Lu Jin had not been located. While technicians in the command center continued to analyze surveillance footage to trace the movements of the Win Tian van, no updates had been received. If this exercise were a game of chess, Lu Jin had already gained an upper hand. The pressure on the chief was immense, but all he could do was wait. Report. We have located the final parking position of the Win Tian van. Just as the chief's face was clouded with worry, a technician hurriedly emerged from the command center to deliver the news. Chapter 88. This is a provocation. Upon hearing the technician's report, the commanding officer instantly perked up. He was about to discard the cigarette, but in his hand when he noticed there was still a significant portion left. Adhering to the principle of frugality, he hastily took a few more puffs before tossing it into the trash can. With urgency, he turned and entered the temporary command room. Commander, this underground parking lot is the final resting place of the Fengtian van, a technician informed him. As the commander entered, the technicians hurriedly briefed him on the situation. On the monitor above the computer, a segment of surveillance footage was paused, displaying Lu Jin disembarking from the van. Lu Jin. The sight of Lu Jin's figure on the screen made the commanding officer involuntarily murmur. He had finally discovered Lu Jin's whereabouts, and an unmistakable joy spread across his face. The technician pressed play, and the footage resumed. The lighting in the underground parking lot was not optimal, yet the video clearly captured the appearance of three individuals exiting the vehicle. Can we confirm it's Lu Jin? The commander stood behind several technicians, unable to contain his curiosity despite already suspecting the answer. After comparison, it is indeed Lu Jin, a technician promptly confirmed. The commander nodded, his smile deepening. Only 6 hours had elapsed since the stipulated 48-hour escape period began. Once they established his trajectory, capturing him would be straightforward. Where did they go after getting out of the car? The commander eagerly inquired again. The technicians wasted no time, fingers danced across keyboards, and the image on the monitor shifted once more. After leaving the underground parking lot, Lu Jin and his companions proceeded along the pedestrian street towards the southeast. This was the last frame where Lu Jin appeared in the surveillance footage. Subsequently, he chose a narrow alley devoid of cameras, and nearby surveillance did not capture their presence. After retrieving the footage, the technicians quickly relayed the information to the commander. Furrowing his brow, he leaned forward to press play on that segment of the video. In the recording, Lu Jin gazed directly into the camera, a smile gracing his face. To the commander, that smile brimmed with mockery. After 2 seconds of staring at the camera, Lu Jin turned and entered the adjacent alley. This is a provocation. The commander inhaled sharply, whispering in disbelief. His gaze remained fixated on the surveillance display. Such a provocation was indeed characteristic of Lu Jin. Was he attempting to incite his adversary, thereby influencing their decisions? While it was not the most sophisticated tactic, it was undeniably effective. Rubbing his temples, the commander glanced at the timestamp on the video, 5:50 p.m. It was now 6:23 p.m., meaning Lu Jin had last appeared on the monitor half an hour ago. Where did Lu Jin last show up on the footage? The commander asked urgently. Jinya Road, behind Baiwei Plaza's pedestrian street, a technician reported. The commander nodded, turning to a map laid out on the table, marking Lu Jin's last known location from the footage. Lu Jin had entered the alley, which had no surveillance and could not accommodate vehicles. Would he choose to ride or walk? Regardless, having returned from the suburbs, it indicated his base was likely nearby, within a 5-kilometer radius. While muttering to himself, the commander circled the area on the map with a red pen. This encircled region represented a 5-kilometer radius from Lu Jin's last appearance. There were 2 urban villages within the circle. The commander's eyes scanned the marked area, fingers tapping the table as he mumbled again. Urban villages, a blend of chaos, were ideal hiding spots. If he were to choose, an urban village would certainly be the optimal refuge. Leave a small team to continue searching for police vehicles in Niujiao Mountain. The rest return. Lu Jin has already surfaced in the city. The commander commanded, grabbing the intercom to relay instructions to the main force searching the mountain. Although he had previously sensed Lu Jin was unlikely to be in Niujiao Mountain, his absence had prevented him from reallocating the police teams. Now that Lu Jin had revealed himself, it was time to call the main forces back. Received, came the prompt reply over the intercom. The commander set it down and turned back toward the technicians. Continue to review all surveillance footage at every intersection the alley might lead to. We must locate Lu Jin's movements. I refuse to believe this scoundrel could simply vanish. He instructed before resuming his study of the map. The technicians, upon hearing the order, hurriedly began examining the surrounding surveillance recordings. Although the city boasted a high density of cameras, the immense foot traffic made identifying individuals from the footage a considerable task. In the city, within a residential complex, Zhao awkwardly scaled the wall and, upon landing, quickly surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one had noticed before exhaling a sigh of relief. Boss, doesn't this count as trespassing? Zhao glanced at Lu Jin, softly voicing his concern. Though he prided himself on fearlessness, having engaged in numerous infractions while capturing robbers, he had never committed an actual crime. Sneaking into a residential area made him feel a tad apprehensive. We're merely entering the complex, not a private residence. There's a camera outside. We had no choice but to scale the wall, Lu Jin replied calmly, casting a glance at Zhao before turning and striding forward. Ling Feng, silent as ever, bypassed Zhao and followed closely behind Lu Jin. Seeing this, Zhao swallowed hard, cautiously glanced around, and hastily chased after them. After exiting the complex from the opposite side, Lu Jin did not rush. Instead, he checked the time. Almost there. After noting the time, Lu Jin retrieved his phone and dialed the only number in his call log. Hello, boss. I'm just bringing a friend over. Could you please help me open up the room? Thanks. He spoke cheerfully in a thick dialect. Observing Lu Jin's actions, Zhao was filled with curiosity. What is the boss up to now? Chapter 89. A Clash of Titans. Lu Jin hung up the phone and continued to lead the way ahead. Zhao and Ling Feng closely followed behind, with Zhao feeling an overwhelming curiosity about Lu Jin's recent call. After several hesitations, he scratched his head and finally asked, Boss, who were you talking to just now? From your tone, it seems the person on the other end must be quite important. Zhao leaned closer to Lu Jin, raising his eyebrows in intrigue. Indeed, during the days spent with Lu Jin, this was the first time Zhao had heard him speak in such a manner. The mix of dialect and the slightly reserved tone was entirely unlike the Lu Jin he knew. Yesterday, I visited a village in the west of the city and left my ID at a local inn, paying the owner an extra 200 yuan. I instructed him to book a room under my name once he received my notification, to avoid raising any suspicions. I pretended to be a newly arrived migrant worker during our conversation, Lu Jin explained calmly as he walked forward. Zhao execution skills were commendable, and thus Lu Jin appreciated having him as a teammate. Given this acknowledgement, it was only natural to share the details of his plan and the decisions made during their operation. So that's how it is. I must say, boss, your strategy is truly brilliant. Zhao exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. We are heading east, yet you have booked a room in the west. All the registration systems of hotels and inns are interconnected with the police system. As long as they have an identity, the police can retrieve the hotel booking records within their jurisdiction at any time. When they discover your booking information, their focus will undoubtedly shift to the village in the west. We will be safe. Zhao was astonished, having not anticipated that Lu Jin could devise an escape route devoid of surveillance cameras in such a heavily monitored urban area. Even more impressively, he was laying traps to confuse the police along the way. From the initial act of Ling Feng faking his death, their escape from the bank, to Tang Yuyan being left as a hostage at the police's temporary command center, and later the vehicle switch at Jiao Mountain, which lured the main police force away. It was all meticulously calculated. Zhao, despite his rough demeanor, held immense admiration for clever individuals. Thus, his gaze toward Lu Jin was filled with fervent respect. By the way, boss, didn't you mention that the overall commander of the police force is also quite intelligent? Do you think he might see through your hotel booking as merely a decoy? After secretly admiring Lu Jin's intellect, Zhao posed his question with curiosity. Having already deceived the police commander once at Jiao Mountain, this hotel record seemed to be merely a variation on the same ruse. Surely, the commander would not be oblivious to this? Naturally, he can detect something amiss. However, if the hotel was booked under my identity, even if he suspects foul play, would he be able to ignore it? Our last appearance on camera was at 5:50, and I called the inn at 6:31, leaving a gap of 40 minutes. The inn I booked is approximately 3 kilometers from where we last appeared on camera. Given our physical stamina, we could cover 4 kilometers in 40 minutes. But to avoid detection, we would need to take a longer route, making 3 kilometers quite feasible. He is intelligent enough to consider these factors. With this evidence, wouldn't he feel compelled to investigate further? Lu Jin spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, as if casually discussing mundane matters with Zhao Ji. Upon hearing Lu Jin's analysis, Zhao Ji was left utterly speechless, while even the typically indifferent Ling Feng listened intently. Being smart is exhausting. You have to think of so much, Zhao Ji said, astonished for a moment before he commented on the situation. Today, he had certainly gained new insights. The competition between intelligent minds was, in his eyes, akin to a clash of deities. Outside the temporary command center at the bank square, the main police force had returned. The commander and several team leaders gathered around a table in the command room, where a city map lay. The commander had already filled the map with numerous annotations in red ink. During the wait for the main force to return from Yuan Mountain, the commander had been busy identifying potential hiding spots for Lu Jin. After all, the technical team had yet to locate any trace of Lu Jin from the surveillance footage. If they failed to find him in the footage, they would have to initiate a comprehensive search centered around the last known location of Lu Jin. It is essential to mark potential hiding spots for Lu Jin, the commander stated seriously, having extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. This exercise is proving to be quite challenging, and we must all put in extra effort to avoid embarrassing the provincial department. As the exercise progressed, the commander realized that the useful information they possessed was alarmingly scarce. A tough battle lay ahead, and overtime was inevitable. Report. We have found a hotel booking record under Lu Jin's name in the village in the west. Just as the commander was rallying the troops for the upcoming challenge, a technician rushed in, excitedly sharing the newly discovered information. At this revelation, expressions of joy appeared on all the team leaders' faces, while the commander alone wore a frown of suspicion. 6:34, he murmured, glancing at the printed booking record. His brow furrowed deeper as he noted the time. He quickly glanced at the map, where he had marked Lu Jin's last appearance on the surveillance footage along with the corresponding time. Lu Jin had vanished at 5:50, and the village in the west was approximately 3 kilometers from that location. Over 40 minutes had passed. If he walked, the distance seemed plausible. But could Lu Jin, being as clever as he was, have made such a mistake? The commander tapped the map with the red pen, his eyes cold and calculating. Clearly, he was weighing the credibility of this booking record. Was this truly Lu Jin's one oversight? Chapter 90. Lu Jin, the high-intelligence thief. The commander rubbed his stubble thoughtfully. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on the hotel registration records in his hand. He had watched the live recording of Lu Jin's last exercise 3 times. While he couldn't claim to have an exhaustive understanding of Lu Jin, he had certainly gleaned some insights. In the previous exercise, every step of Lu Jin's meticulously crafted plan was interconnected, demonstrating a strategic approach throughout. It was impossible for Lu Jin to be unaware that the registration systems of hotels were linked with the police database. This record bore discrepancies. Commander, since Lu Jin has slipped up, what are we waiting for? We must act swiftly. A squad leader interjected, breaking the commander's reverie. The remaining squad leaders, though silent, all turned their attention to the commander, awaiting his orders. The commander raised an eyebrow and placed the hotel registration record onto the table. He leaned forward, hands resting on the surface, and looked up at the eager squad leaders. Lu Jin, a high-intelligence thief, achieved overwhelming success in his last exercise through his interconnected strategies. Do you believe such a person would commit such a basic error? The commander inhaled deeply before speaking with earnestness. As soon as he uttered these words, all the squad leaders paused, reflecting in silence. The commander's assertion seemed to carry weight. If Lu Jin were prone to such simple mistakes, how could the last exercise have caused such a commotion? Why would the director go to such lengths to summon him to the provincial office? Clearly, such a blunder was not characteristic of Lu Jin, especially after being outsmarted by him at Yuan Mountain. We must learn from our mistakes. After a moment of contemplation, one squad leader nodded in agreement, echoing the commander's sentiment. The others followed suit, acknowledging the validity of his points. The temporary command center fell into a brief silence, with everyone gazing at the map on the table, lost in thought. Lu Jin's last appearance was here, yet the hotel listed in the registration was located there. The distance between the two sites was substantial, 3 to 4 kilometers, and the time elapsed between Lu Jin's last sighting and the hotel record was a mere 40 minutes. Without any mode of transportation, 40 minutes would indeed suffice for Lu Jin and his companions to reach the town village surrounding the hotel. Could it be that Lu Jin is truly concealed in the vicinity of the hotel? After a moment of silence, the commander pointed at 2 locations on the map and posed a question to the squad leaders. But wouldn't this be an excessively risky move for Lu Jin? If he is hiding in this area, why would he intentionally create a hotel registration record to draw us here? Is he not concerned about us sealing off the entire area and conducting a thorough search? One squad leader scratched his brow, articulating his thoughts seriously. The commander nodded in agreement. If Lu Jin were indeed in this vicinity, producing a hotel registration record would yield him no advantage whatsoever. Is it possible that the hotel registration is merely a smokescreen designed to mislead us, while Lu Jin's actual escape route lies in the opposite direction? The commander's finger traced the eastern region of the city as he spoke. The squad leaders, upon hearing this, shifted their gazes toward the eastern part of the map. In the eastern part of the city, amidst an aging residential complex, Lu Jin led Zhao Ji and Ling Feng toward the entrance of one of the buildings. The old complex lacked elevators. In the dimly lit stairwell, Lu Jin ascended in silence. "Boss, what are we doing in this place? There are no hotels in such a rundown area, right?" Zhao Ji, panting from the climb, glanced at Lu Jin's back and weakly inquired. It was not that he lacked stamina. Having walked several kilometers prior, he was simply exhausted. Despite Zhao Ji's fitness as a police officer, the exertion was taking its toll. While Lu Jin and Ling Feng appeared unfazed, Lu Jin replied calmly, "Staying in hotels poses too great a risk. The police will likely begin their search at hotels and inns. In 48 hours, their focus won't extend to residential areas. This old complex has low surveillance coverage, and most residents are elderly, making it difficult for them to conduct thorough inquiries. This is the ideal hideout." In the final hours of preparation, Lu Jin had acted independently, securing a rental in this 6-story building. After negotiating with the landlord, he promptly signed a contract, paying a month's rent and a deposit. Establishing a base within this residential area ensured that the police would not easily discover their whereabouts in the short term. Compared to staying in hotels, this location offered significantly greater safety. Upon hearing Lu Jin's reasoning, Zhao Ji, bent over and panting, managed to give a thumbs up to Lu Jin's back. He was too fatigued to speak further. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Lu Jin produced a key and unlocked the door. The interior was exceedingly outdated, as the building had stood for decades, furnished only with 2 beds, a worn-out sofa, and a creaking old refrigerator. As soon as Zhao Ji entered, he collapsed onto the sofa, his face pale and resembling someone on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Ling Feng stood at the door, surveying the room with the vigilance characteristic of a top-notch sniper. Lu Jin stepped inside and retrieved 2 bottles of water from the creaking refrigerator, handing them to his companions. After renting the room the previous day, he had purchased essential supplies from a nearby store, knowing that venturing out after settling in would be perilous. "You two will hide here for now. The police will have difficulty locating this place, so evading them for over 40 hours should be manageable." Lu Jin took a sip of water before addressing his companions. "Boss, what about you?" Zhao Ji, having finished 1 bottle of water, hurriedly asked. Sensing that Lu Jin did not intend to stay. "The exercise is not yet over. I must create some disturbances," Lu Jin replied with calm assurance, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Chapter 91. Deploying according to instinct with a casual tone, Lu Jin remarked as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Upon finishing his statement, he placed the remaining half of his bottled water on the table. "Boss, if this place is sufficiently secure, don't we merely need to remain quietly for over 40 hours to win this exercise? Why venture out into danger?" Zhao Ji questioned Lu Jin, looking perplexed. Even Ling Feng, beside him, glanced at Lu Jin with a slight frown, his eyes reflecting similar confusion. "Winning this exercise is not difficult, but if we end it like this, wouldn't it be rather dull?" Lu Jin replied with a gentle smile, his expression one of amusement. He was not one to seek thrills. His decision to venture out and stir up some commotion was solely for the sake of the system's rating. After all, a higher rating following the exercise would yield him greater rewards. However, Lu Jin could not disclose the existence of the system to anyone, so he needed to concoct an excuse to placate Zhao Ji and the others. "Boss, are you suggesting that all clever individuals are as crazy as you? Clearly, we could easily win, yet you insist on seeking out some excitement," Zhao Ji scoffed, clearly struggling to understand Lu Jin's reasoning. Winning the competition securely seemed preferable, so why take unnecessary risks? At that moment, his legs felt weak, and he was too lethargic to move. He simply wished to find a place to rest. Stretching his neck, Zhao Ji reclined comfortably on the sofa. Lying flat is truly delightful. "I'll accompany you, boss," Ling Feng declared, positioning himself closely beside Lu Jin, tightening the straps of the backpack that held his sniper rifle. His statement was succinct, accompanied by an unwavering gaze. It was evident that Ling Feng genuinely wished to join Lu Jin on this risky venture. No need. More people increase the risk. You and Zhaoji stay here. I will inform you if anything arises, Lu Jin said, patting Ling Feng on the shoulder with a smile. Although their band of robbers had only been formed for a few days, they seemed to be getting along quite well. Perhaps those with strong personalities found it easier to relate to one another. The academic world referred to this phenomenon as the strong personality response. Is this an order? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Jin, his tone serious. Indeed, Lu Jin affirmed, nodding. His reluctance to include Ling Feng and Zhaoji stemmed from a mix of selfishness and consideration for them. With 3 people, the objectives would be too conspicuous. Operating alone would be much more convenient. Furthermore, he wanted to escalate the situation for the sake of his own rewards, which he considered a personal matter. If he made a misstep and was captured by the overall commander, only he would be caught, not the entire robber team. Fine, since this is your command. I will follow it, Ling Feng replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Having recognized Lu Jin as their leader, he naturally would obey his orders. Ling Feng, a former military sniper, still possessed the deep-rooted obedience characteristic of a soldier, though he only followed those whom he respected. In the temporary command room, the overall commander and several team leaders remained gathered around a table adorned with a map. Commander, you mentioned that Lu Jin fled towards the Eastern District. How did he manage to leave a hotel record in the Western District? Does he possess the ability to fly? One team leader scratched his head, voicing his confusion. The other team leaders nodded in agreement. Is it possible that, as the commander suggested, Lu Jin is indeed fleeing towards the Eastern District while leaving the hotel record in the West as a diversion? One senior team leader proposed. Many small hotels do not adhere to regulations. As long as one pays, they often disregard the need for identification, abandoning the vehicle to protect the leader. It's not an implausible scenario. The overall commander nodded in agreement. This explanation was currently the only one that made sense of his suspicions. Based on Lu Jin's performance in the previous exercise and their interactions in the current one, he was a meticulous individual. And such an oversight as a hotel record did not seem characteristic of him. The overall commander was certain that the hotel record was a ruse. Commander, how should we handle the hotel record in the Western District? Should we ignore it or? A team leader inquired, looking at the commander, who was deep in thought over the map. We cannot disregard it. Even if Lu Jin did abandon the vehicle to protect himself, we must capture that vehicle. Team B. Take 1 squad and investigate the hotel where the record was made. If any member of the robber team appears in their surveillance footage, immediately seal off the village in the city where the hotel is located and call for backup. The overall commander issued his orders to the leader of Team B, then shifted his gaze to the Eastern District on the map. If Lu Jin's escape route was indeed towards the Eastern District, that city village would be his optimal hideout. Teams A and C proceed to the Eastern Village. Secure the entrances and conduct a thorough search of the entire village. Teams D and E remain at the command center, ready to support other teams at any moment. After taking a deep breath, the overall commander stood tall and articulated his entire plan. His instincts indicated that the hotel record in the Western District was merely a smokescreen crafted by Lu Jin to exhaust the police's energies. The Eastern District was, in fact, Lu Jin's true escape route. This time, he resolved to trust his instincts and execute his plan accordingly. Thus, within his strategy, he dispatched only one team to investigate the Western District, while allocating greater manpower to the Eastern Village. Understood. All the team leaders responded in unison, promptly setting off to implement the overall commander's orders. The temporary command room fell into a brief silence once more. The commander, standing before the table, refocused his gaze on the map. He grabbed a cigarette from the box, lit it, took a deep drag, and resumed his examination of the map. Chapter 92. The game begins. At this moment, the commander had shifted the focus of his research to the eastern region of the city. This area housed only one urban village, which was quite expansive and had a population primarily composed of migrant workers from across the nation. Over 90% of the inhabitants were tenants, and the prevalence of surveillance cameras in the village was relatively low. Such a location was undoubtedly the ideal hiding spot. However, the commander had a hunch that Lu Jin would not opt for the urban village as his refuge. He was currently studying the map, pondering what alternative location Lu Jin might choose if he were in the eastern region. In the Eastern District, Lu Jin stood beneath a blind spot of a surveillance camera. Just as he was engrossed in refining his next plan in his old notebook, a notification chimed from his phone. He retrieved it to find a succinct message from Tang Yuan, one team in the west and 2 teams in the eastern urban village. A smile crept across Lu Jin's face upon reading the message. His opponent was formidable and intriguing. As he murmured to himself, he returned the phone to his pocket. When he initially devised the ruse of a hotel booking, Lu Jin anticipated that the commander would be suspicious. Nevertheless, he had managed to avoid detection on the surveillance cameras while retreating towards the eastern region. Even if there were suspicions, the scant clues available would likely not warrant an extensive search. To his surprise, only a small team had been dispatched to investigate the hotel with the booking records, while 2 teams were sent to the urban village in the east. The fact that he had not revealed his escape route towards the eastern district implied that the commander was merely speculating. To make such a bold deployment based solely on conjecture demonstrated remarkable audacity. Indeed, this opponent was not to be underestimated. With a decisive clap, Lu Jin closed his aged notebook and gazed up at the overcast sky, a playful expression forming on his face. He was not one to seek out adventure, but encountering such a worthy adversary ignited a flicker of his adventurous spirit. Let the game commence, he muttered to himself, stretching his neck and yawning. After nearly an hour of gloomy skies, the rain began to pour. The downpour was sudden, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as large raindrops fell densely from the sky, darkening the already dim atmosphere further. The game begins. Lu Jin unfurled his black umbrella, observing the torrential rain as he calmly murmured, as if addressing the commander who stood before him. With the umbrella in hand, he strolled forward unhurriedly, confidently appearing under the watchful eyes of the surveillance cameras. The darkness and heavy rain would undoubtedly impair the clarity of the footage, and with the umbrella shielding him, he would remain unrecognizable to the officers monitoring the screens. Thus, there was no longer any need to evade the cameras. In the Western District, Team B arrived at the hotel indicated by the booking records. Located within the urban village, the establishment was old and dilapidated, with a faded sign hanging above the entrance. Hotels in urban villages generally bore such worn characteristics, as most occupants were migrant workers seeking affordable lodging. The modest income of the hotels left little room for renovations or upgrades, resulting in either closure or the struggle of family-run establishments. 3 of you guard the front door, 3 secure the back, and the rest follow me inside to investigate, the team leader declared after glancing at the hotel sign. The officers swiftly executed the orders, sealing off the hotel entrances. The team leader then led the remaining officers into the establishment for further inquiry. This hotel was a quintessential family-run business, with the husband on night duty and the wife on days. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, both were at the front desk, the husband munching on sunflower seeds while watching television on an outdated computer. Upon noticing the officer's entrance, the slender, bespectacled husband quickly rose from behind the counter. "Ah, comrades. What brings you here? A checkup?" He greeted with a broad smile, swiftly producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to the team leader. The team leader promptly raised his hand to decline, producing a photograph of Lu Jin from a folder. "Has this individual checked into your hotel today?" he inquired with a serious tone. The husband took the photograph, furrowing his brow in confusion, clearly lacking any recollection. "I've been on night duty lately. My wife has been running the place during the day. Honey, come over and take a look. Does this person seem familiar?" The husband politely responded, beckoning to his wife. The wife, who was quite portly and barely 5 feet tall, emerged from behind the counter, still holding a handful of sunflower seeds. "This person has been here," she exclaimed after peering closely at the photograph, nodding in affirmation while continuing to snack. The team leader's excitement surged upon hearing the wife's words. He anticipated that Lu Jin had actually stayed at this hotel. If he managed to apprehend him, it would not only conclude the exercise but also be a significant accomplishment. "In which room is he?" the team leader eagerly asked the wife, his right hand instinctively reaching for his holstered firearm. "He didn't stay here. He came yesterday afternoon. He left his ID with me and even paid an extra 200 for the room. He told me he was picking up a fellow villager and would stay here today. He promised to call ahead so I could prepare the room using his ID." The wife explained, chattering away. As she spoke, she glanced back at the old computer, seemingly still captivated by the television show they had been watching. The slender husband, upon hearing his wife's account and noticing the team leader's grim expression, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He yanked at his wife's sleeve, scolding her, "You foolish woman. How can you just take anyone's money? What if he is a fugitive? Do you realize you could be charged with harboring a criminal?" The husband's reprimands left his wife momentarily stunned. Chapter 93 this time. Let us assume the role of a gambler. The proprietor is an astute individual. Observing the subtle shifts in the team leader's expression, he surmises that the person they are investigating is likely a fugitive. Lacking legal knowledge, he mistakenly believes that his wife's actions amount to harboring a criminal, prompting him to scold her. However, this reprimand incites the ire of the proprietress. "How dare you chastise me? I can no longer endure this life." The customer presented his identification to rent a room and even offered extra money. "I am operating within the bounds of legality. Why should I not earn this money? Zhang Shihao, you only know how to yell at me. If you have the guts, direct your anger at outsiders instead. You good for nothing. Let us get a divorce. I want you to initiate the proceedings by tomorrow." The proprietress, after initially being taken aback by her husband's tirade, swiftly retorted with her hands on her hips. Judging by her stature and demeanor, she is undoubtedly a fiery character, and her current outburst is indeed formidable. The team leader, witnessing this unexpected escalation, finds himself momentarily stunned. He merely came to conduct an investigation and never anticipated that the situation would devolve into such chaos. Boss, we are only here to gather information. This individual is not a criminal. The team leader quickly interjects, realizing that the confrontation could lead to a divorce. "We must divorce. Just look at you, barrel-shaped and short, with a neck thicker than your waist. I've long wanted to end this marriage." Upon hearing his wife's words, the man named Zhang Shihao's face flushed with anger. Ignoring the team leader's plea, he bellowed, "You Zhang Shihao, how could you be so ungrateful? I must have been blind to have married such a heartless person." The proprietress, shaking with rage, pointed a trembling finger at her husband, her eyes misty with indignation. The team leader could not suppress a sigh, for it is often said that a wise official finds it difficult to adjudicate domestic disputes, while he could apprehend criminals or investigate leads with ease. He found himself at a loss on how to manage this domestic turmoil. Given that this incident arose from their investigation, he could not simply retreat without addressing it. "You two, resolve this matter and soothe their emotions. Explain the situation to them." The team leader commanded the two officers who had accompanied him. He then hastily exited the inn and made his way to the police vehicle station nearby. Although the two officers were visibly resigned, they had no choice but to follow the team leader's directive and mediate the dispute. Back in the police vehicle, the team leader swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie to update the command center. After all, the room rental records from the west side of the city were merely a smokescreen set up by Lu Jin, suggesting that the commander's intuition might indeed be correct. Lu Jin's escape route was likely towards the eastern district. In the temporary command center, the commander held a lit cigarette between his index and middle fingers, the smoke curling upward and enveloping the room. The dense haze rendered the overhead incandescent light dimmer. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the smoke and extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette in the ashtray. He then seized a red pen and marked over a previously circled area on the map. "Command Center, this is Team B. Please respond." At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled with incoming reports. The commander quickly picked it up. "This is the Command Center. Please proceed." He responded calmly, bracing himself for the information from the other end. "We checked the Jinqing Inn. Lu Jin has not been here. He arrived yesterday, leaving his ID with the innkeeper so that she could book a room for him upon receiving a call. This explains the room rental record in the west side of the city." The team leader's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief washed over the commander's face. This was indeed good news. It confirmed that the west side's room rental records were merely a diversion, strengthening his prior conviction. His strategy had proven prescient. "Now that we have clarity on the situation, let us regroup." The commander replied, his tone noticeably lighter. With the room rental inquiry clarified, he was even more convinced that Lu Jin's true escape route lay in the eastern district. Henceforth, all operational plans would center on the eastern area. "Let us treat this as a gamble," he murmured to himself, gazing intently at the map. Indeed, the commander possessed not a shred of tangible evidence to substantiate that Lu Jin's escape route was directed towards the eastern district. While the rental records from the west had been verified as a mere ruse, this did not serve as conclusive proof of Lu Jin's trajectory. Thus, focusing all efforts on the eastern district was, in truth, a gamble. In the eastern district, within the urban village, teams A and C had arrived at their destination. Upon their arrival, both team leaders wasted no time and promptly executed the commander's orders. They swiftly established checkpoints at all exits of the urban village, commencing thorough inspections of all individuals entering and exiting. Meanwhile, outside a rather antiquated noodle shop within the urban village, Lu Jin unfurled his umbrella, shaking off the rainwater before confidently stepping inside the establishment. The noodle shop, modest in size and decor, had evidently been a fixture in the area for many years. Such establishments, having survived in the urban village for so long, typically offered delectable fare. Having had no opportunity to eat since breakfast at the hotel, Lu Jin was indeed quite famished. It was the perfect moment to replenish his energy. The rain is quite heavy, boss. I'd like a large bowl of beef noodles. As he entered the shop, he noticed the proprietor, an elderly man wearing reading glasses and engrossed in a book at the counter. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jin greeted him. Certainly. Please take a seat, the proprietor replied amiably, glancing up at Lu Jin. Although he did not recognize Lu Jin, the proprietor's warm reception suggested familiarity, as if he were a regular patron. Lu Jin nodded with a smile before finding a spot for his backpack and settling down at a nearby table. Chapter 94. An ordinary regular before long. The beef noodles were cooked and served. The proprietor was a small, elderly man in his 60s, with short hair that was nearly white. His clothes, worn for many years, were faded yet remarkably clean. Although the interior of the shop was quite antiquated, it was impeccably tidy. Even the tables lacked any greasy residue. It was evident that the owner was a person of considerable fastidiousness, dedicated to running this long-standing establishment with great care. Business seems rather slow today, doesn't it? Lu Jin inquired with a cheerful smile as the owner placed the bowl of noodles in front of him, conversing as if with an old acquaintance. Indeed. It's quite poor. With this heavy rain, fewer people venture out for a bowl of noodles, the owner replied, his face adorned with a warm smile. The familiarity in Lu Jin's demeanor had led the proprietor to subconsciously regard him as a somewhat familiar regular, despite having no distinct recollection of him. Given that the noodle shop had been in operation for over a decade, the number of patrons passing through was countless. And the owner had limited capacity to remember them all, especially at his age, when his memory was beginning to fade. Please, carry on with your work? Lu Jin said with a nod, picking up a pair of chopsticks and lowering his head to eat. The owner responded with a smile, taking a seat at the entrance to observe the rainy scene outside while lighting a cigarette. The beef noodles were quite delectable, and Lu Jin consumed them swiftly. Just as he was nearing the end of his meal, 4 or 5 police officers in raincoats passed by outside. Lu Jin glanced up at the officers before returning to his soup, seemingly indifferent to their presence. The officers strolled past the noodle shop, one even casting a glance inside. Yet none noticed that the person calmly enjoying his meal was their intended target. After all, Lu Jin had already changed his attire and was keeping his head down. A mere glance would hardly reveal that the composed diner was the very criminal they were pursuing in their drill. Moreover, the officers had preemptively assumed that there were 3 robbers acting in concert, and with Lu Jin as the only patron in the shop, they instinctively dismissed any connection between him and the criminals. Across the street stood a small inn, and the officers were primarily there to conduct a routine inspection of that establishment. The overall commander believed this urban village was where Lu Jin had chosen to take refuge. And with over 40 hours remaining in the drill, it was essential for Lu Jin and his companions to secure lodging, as the squad leader had previously indicated. As long as the payment was sufficient, these small inns would accommodate guests even without identification, albeit with some risk. Thus, even if no lodging records were found, the commander's first order after sealing off all entry points to the urban village was to search all inns within it. Lu Jin found himself in the urban village after receiving a text from Tang Yuan, directing him swiftly to this location. Being in the eastern part of the city, he was not far from the village and managed to arrive before the 2 police teams reached the area. To enhance his score, the most straightforward method was to eliminate as many officers as possible. The commander's earlier conjecture was accurate. Lu Jin indeed aspired to be the hunter, and the urban village provided the ideal hunting ground. Several officers soon entered the noodle shop across from Lu Jin, who had already finished his bowl. He stood, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and approached the owner, who was still smoking at the entrance. What is going on? Why are there so many officers? Lu Jin casually asked while retrieving money from his wallet to settle the bill. I have no idea. I've never seen this many officers around here before. Perhaps they're conducting routine checks at the inn, the owner answered with a chuckle, now considering Lu Jin a familiar customer and speaking with a certain ease. By the way, could I leave something here for a friend to pick up later? I need to step out for a bit. My name is Lu Jin. Just give it to him when he mentions my name, Lu Jin stated sincerely, producing money before looking at the owner. Not a problem, just leave it there. And I'll keep an eye on it, the owner replied, puffing out a cloud of smoke and nodding vigorously. It was customary for someone running a business to assist even unfamiliar patrons with such minor requests, let alone a regular customer. Great. Thank you, Lu Jin said, smiling as he retrieved a small cardboard box from his backpack and placed it on the counter. The The box appeared to be an ordinary parcel, about the size of 2 hands. "Here's the payment for the noodles," he added, handing the proprietor the money after setting the box down. He then unfolded his umbrella and vanished into the curtain of rain. The owner continued smoking at the entrance, oblivious to any oddities. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. A regular patron had ordered a large bowl of beef noodles and left a parcel for safekeeping. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly ordinary customer was, in fact, a notorious criminal, and within that box lay a remote-controlled bomb. In the temporary command room, the overall commander sat on a chair, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. Reports were streaming in from the urban village in the east, but they bore no good news. After sealing off the entire area, he had instructed the 2 squad leaders to organize searches of all inns, yet Lu Jin's whereabouts remained elusive. With no signs at the inns, the next step would be to investigate convenience stores, supermarkets, and restaurants. After all, as long as he remained in the urban village, Lu Jin could avoid staying at an inn, but he must inevitably seek sustenance. Provided that their targeted area was accurate, no matter how well Lu Jin concealed himself, the commander was confident he would eventually find him. It was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, he still had ample time at his disposal. With that thought, the commander exhaled a long breath, his expression easing slightly. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and steeled himself for the next phase of his deployment. Chapter 95. A lamb delivered to the door in a dim alley of the urban village. Lu Jin sheltered himself under an umbrella as he rummaged through his backpack, extracting a small bag. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, he emerged from the alley. The black umbrella was slightly raised, revealing Lu Jin's visage beneath it. At this moment, his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to when he had entered the alley. He donned a yellow baseball cap, wore black-rimmed glasses, and sported a patch of false black facial hair beneath his nose. In this guise, even if he stood before Zhao Ji and the others, they would likely fail to recognize him. These disguises had been meticulously prepared by Lu Jin for his solo venture, and now they were put to good use. With the umbrella held aloft, Lu Jin turned and retraced his steps towards the noodle shop where he had earlier indulged in beef noodles. As he passed by, he cast a glance inside. The shop owner had returned to the counter, donning his reading glasses once more, his head bent over a newspaper. Meanwhile, the box containing the remote-controlled bomb that Lu Jin had left there remained on the counter. Lu Jin continued past the noodle shop and approached a hotel diagonally across the street. This establishment, wedged between 2 other shops, lacked a storefront on the ground floor, offering only a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. A signboard stood at the foot of the stairs, and the wall of the stairwell was adorned with the spray-painted words for rooms, "Please go upstairs." Hotels without ground floor access, with their counters situated on the 2nd floor, were not uncommon in the urban village. Lu Jin folded his umbrella, glanced around to ensure no police were in sight, and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered the hotel counter. Behind it lounged a portly middle-aged man, clad in flip-flops, with his legs propped up on the counter, reclining in a chair while engrossed in his phone. "Hello everyone, I'm Long Dajiao. I hope newcomers will follow me. I look forward to your attention." The volume of his phone was turned up high, and the sugary voice of a female streamer echoed throughout the 2nd floor. "Boss?" Lu Jin approached the counter, wearing a broad smile, and spoke cautiously to the rotund man behind it. The hefty proprietor quickly retracted his feet from the counter upon hearing him. "Need a room?" the owner inquired, raising an eyebrow as he set his phone aside. His visage, marked by excess flesh, rendered him quite intimidating. He bore more resemblance to a butcher than a hotelier. "Indeed, it is like this. I am from another province conducting business here. Yesterday, I fell victim to a thief who stole my wallet. Not only did I lose all my cash, but my ID was taken as well. Fortunately, I still have a bank card in my bag and just withdrew some cash, but without my ID, I cannot find a place to stay. Could you possibly assist me?" Lu Jin maintained an amiable facade, speaking with an air of timidity. The corpulent owner squinted, scrutinizing Lu Jin. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily offered a room to someone in such a predicament, especially since his hotel business was not thriving, and every bit of business counted. However, today was different. Just moments ago, several police officers had visited, conducting a thorough inspection of his establishment and even reviewing the surveillance footage. The situation seemed rather serious. Now, just as the officers had departed, here stood a man without an ID. "Take off your hat, let me see," the owner mused, stroking his fleshy chin, contemplating for a while before he gestured toward Lu Jin, furrowing his brow. Lu Jin said nothing, merely smiling as he removed his hat. The owner appraised him up and down, remaining silent as he appeared to be recalling something. After the police had completed their search, they had indeed shown him 3 photographs of individuals to remember and instructed him to report if he saw anyone resembling them. Due to the nature of the exercise, the officers had not posted Lu Jin's picture or likeness, leaving the proprietor to rely solely on his memory. Yet, could he truly remember a fleeting glance? He clearly recalled that the police were searching for a group of 3, yet only one stood before him. Furthermore, he remembered that none of the individuals in the photos sported facial hair. Most importantly, this fellow appeared rather meek and did not resemble a criminal in the least. "Are you alone?" the owner asked, raising an eyebrow once more. "Indeed, just me," Lu Jin responded eagerly. "As the saying goes, all men are brothers under heaven. Would you be so kind as to assist a brother in need?" Lu Jin nodded fervently, expressing sincerity in his plea. His demeanor indeed resembled that of a businessman whose ID had been stolen and was nearing desperation. Seeing his expression, the owner could hardly contain his glee. Opportunities to encounter such a naive lamb in his humble establishment were rare, and he would be remiss not to take advantage of it. "My friend, I too wish to help you. However, you may not be aware that the authorities have been particularly strict of late. Just moments ago, a few officers conducted a thorough inquiry. If you were to be caught without an ID, my small hotel would surely face repercussions." The owner rubbed his chubby chin, looking at Lu Jin with a feigned expression of difficulty. "Perhaps I can offer you a bit more money. If I cause you to incur a fine, I will gladly bear the responsibility," Lu Jin suggested earnestly, his furrowed brow indicating deep contemplation. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across the owner's rotund face, which he struggled to conceal. He had been waiting for such an offer. Having chanced upon a fat lamb, he was intent on making the most of it. "Brother, with your words, if I don't help you, I would truly be inhuman. Here's the deal. You give me 500, and I will secure you a room. Should the authorities come knocking, you won't be held responsible." The hefty proprietor made an effort to mask his delight, feigning a pained expression before speaking. 500? Very well, 500 it is. Boss, please provide me with a room by the window. I would like to enjoy the view of the rain. Lu Jin pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. As soon as the words left his lips, the owner's face blossomed into a broad grin. After all, his hotel typically charged 50 for a night, and today he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, netting him several hundred. Lu Jin adjusted his glasses, his expression returning to calm. Thus far, his plan was progressing remarkably well. Chapter 96, The Hunting Feast. A need for an audience. These few rooms are all by the window. My friend, feel free to choose. The proprietor cheerfully placed several keys atop the counter, his rotund face adorned with a broad smile. All right, Lu Jin nodded, glancing at the room numbers inscribed on the keys before ultimately selecting room 201. After collecting the key and settling the room fee along with the deposit, Lu Jin proceeded towards his room amidst the proprietor's amiable farewells. The moment he turned away, his expression returned to normal, his eyes remarkably calm, concealing any depth of emotion. Gone was the earlier appearance of ineptitude. Arriving at the door of his room, Lu Jin entered and promptly locked it behind him. The room was modest. Aside from a bed, it contained only an antiquated sofa and a vintage television set. It featured a private bathroom, though its cleanliness left much to be desired, with the mirror over the sink beset by layers of uncleaned water stains. After surveying his surroundings, Lu Jin approached the window and gazed downstairs. As he had anticipated, room 201 was positioned nearest to the noodle shop, thus allowing him a perfect view of all that transpired within. One reason for Lu Jin's choice to rent a room in this establishment was to closely monitor the noodle shop below, ensuring he could identify the optimal moment to detonate the remote-controlled bomb. Another reason was that the police had recently searched the inn. Should the bomb detonate, they might not suspect this location, given their proximity. At that moment, the noodle shop was devoid of customers, with only the proprietor seated at the counter. Engrossed in a newspaper, Lu Jin was in no rush. He first opened his backpack and retrieved a hidden camera, affixing it to his collar and initiating a live broadcast. This hunting feast could not be a solitary endeavor. An audience was essential, though the director had not mandated a live stream. Provisions had been made for him to do so, with equipment and a streaming room readily available. He could activate the live feed at any moment. As Lu Jin commenced the broadcast, the live stream flickered to life, and the viewers, who had been waiting, erupted in excitement. Wow, is this finally happening? At last, the visuals are here. Our esteemed Lu Jin, the most formidable robber, hasn't he forgotten us, his loyal fans? It was a delightful surprise that in his lifetime, He could witness another of Lu Jin's live broadcasts. The viewers wondered where they were. It didn't seem like a bank. Had Lu Jin already escaped? Reports suggested the bank heist took place at noon, and now, with evening upon them, it was assumed he had managed to evade capture. According to the provincial police department's official announcement, the rules dictated that the robber must evade capture for 48 hours post-escape from the bank. With the exercise only having commenced 7 hours prior, it seemed there would be over 30 hours more of streaming to enjoy. Lu Jin, you must hold out. If you're caught, the exercise will conclude. As mealtime approached, viewers eagerly anticipated the unfolding events, with discussions bubbling in the chat, filling the live stream with a flurry of comments. Meanwhile, within the provincial headquarters, the director sat at his desk sipping tea, his laptop displaying the live stream of the exercise. Lu Jin has activated the live camera, he noted, leaning closer, intrigued by the robber's perspective. This exercise had seen neither the police nor the robbers streaming live until now. Thus, the director had relied solely on reports from the command center to gauge the progress. Up to this point, he had gleaned limited information, knowing only that Lu Jin had successfully evaded pursuit and that 2 officers had been eliminated. Crucially, the overall commander lacked substantial leads on Lu Jin's escape route. Observing the live feed, the director mused, Lu Jin is indeed quite clever, meticulous in his plans. After watching for a while, he picked up his phone and called the overall commander. Director. The call was quickly answered, and the commander's respectful voice filled the line. The director, held in high regard, received the utmost deference in their conversation. Commanderly, Lu Jin has begun streaming from the robber's perspective. There is significant public interest in our exercise, so let us cater to the viewer's desires. Activate the police perspective live stream as well. The director's tone was serious, conveying his directives clearly. Thus far, he was not entirely satisfied with the commander's performance, but it was acceptable. Understood. The commander promptly replied, and the director ended the call. Simultaneously, the live feed from the police perspective was activated, bringing the unfolding drama to life. Chapter 97. Deployment of upcoming actions in the temporary command room. The overall commander stood beside a table adorned with a map, with a camera positioned at one side. The ashtray on the table had already been cleared away. The squad leaders of Groups B, D, and E also gathered around the table, clearly engaged in discussions regarding the forthcoming operational strategy. The city has been thoroughly searched. Yet we have still failed to locate Lu Jin. Should we not consider expanding our search radius? Perhaps we could inspect all hotels and inns within a 2-kilometer radius of the city center, suggested the leader of Group D, his voice steady. As the captain of the criminal investigation team, he possessed considerable experience in such matters. His reasoning was sound. If Lu Jin was not found in the city's inns, it would be prudent to widen the search area. However, the commander slightly shook his head. Hotels and inns may be ideal resting points, yet they are not the safest. When dealing with an ordinary individual, your suggestion to expand the search radius would indeed be appropriate. Yet, Lu Jin is an astute individual. An intellect of his caliber would likely select a refuge far more secure than a mere hotel or inn. The commander spoke calmly, his gaze fixed upon the map laid out before him. More secure than a hotel or inn. The leader of Group B raised an eyebrow, expressing his confusion. It was evident he was unsure of what the commander was alluding to. Residential houses. If safety were his priority, it stands to reason that Lu Jin would not choose a hotel or inn, but rather seek out a rental property. The commander pointed at the map with his right index finger, speaking with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, the 3 squad leaders reflected thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the difficulty of searching rental properties surpasses that of hotels and inns, especially in the urban village where many local landlords do not update tenant information in real time. For Lu Jin, hiding in a rental property would certainly offer more security than a hotel or inn. What shall we do next, Commander? Should we inspect all the tenants in the urban village? The leader of Group D inquired, raising an eyebrow. The commander glanced at his wristwatch and sighed softly. It was already past 8 in the evening, and by 10, the residents would be settling down for the night. Clearly, inspecting the tenants would be unfeasible. Ultimately, this is merely an exercise. Lu Jin poses no significant threat to society. We cannot disturb ordinary citizens in the dead of night merely to capture him. If we wish to inspect the rental properties in the urban village, we must wait until tomorrow. The 3 squad leaders exchanged worried glances. If they could not inspect the rental properties, what alternative actions could they take? If Lu Jin's accomplices were indeed in the urban village, he would certainly need sustenance. We should first investigate the supermarkets, convenience stores, noodle shops, and restaurants in the urban village. If Lu Jin is indeed in the vicinity, We are bound to uncover some clues. The commander raised his gaze to the three squad leaders, who remained silent, before articulating the operational plan he had already formulated. That does seem like a viable strategy, remarked the leader of Group B, expressing his agreement. The other two leaders nodded in concurrence. The commander's proposed actions posed no issues, and they naturally had no objections. Should I lead a team to support Groups A and C? The leader of Group D asked, looking towards the commander. No need. You all should return and allow your team members to rest. They have already endured a long day. The brothers must be weary. There is still ample time left in this exercise. Once they have recuperated, they can replace the members of Groups A and C tomorrow. The commander waved his hand dismissively and rubbed his temples, addressing the squad leaders. Given the smoke bombs Lu Jin had deployed earlier, it seemed evident that his intention was to exhaust the police officers. The more he attempted to wear them out, the more crucial it became for the commander to preserve the stamina of his team. Above all, it was imperative to ensure that the temporary command center had personnel readily available. Understood. The squad leaders replied in unison before exiting the temporary command room to execute the commander's orders, directing their teams to find places to rest. Simultaneously, the commander took up the police radio to relay the information regarding the upcoming investigation of supermarkets, convenience stores, and restaurants in the urban village to the leaders of Groups A and C. From the perspective of the police, the live stream commenced with a surge of viewers entering the room. Although the enthusiasm did not match that of the robbers' perspective, the audience count had already reached over 100,000. The discussions held in the temporary command room were being broadcasted in real time to the live stream. Upon witnessing the commander's deployment strategy, the viewers engaged in fervent discussions. This commander seems quite formidable. Indeed, based on the exercise materials, he is the chief of the provincial department, showcasing considerable capability. It appears this exercise will be just as thrilling as the previous one. Absolutely. Lu Jin is widely acknowledged as a high-intelligence robber, and now he faces off against a highly intelligent police commander. This should be quite the spectacle. But is Lu Jin truly in the urban village as the commander suggests? It seems he has concentrated most of his forces there, having just returned from the robber's perspective stream. It does indeed seem that Lu Jin is in the urban village. Has our strongest robber finally been captured? I still choose to believe in Lu Jin. After all, he is a player capable of creating miracles. Indeed, your perspective is rather narrow. On the surface, it appears Lu Jin is surrounded by the police, yet in reality, he has encircled them all by himself. The viewers' enthusiasm for discussion soared, and the barrage of comments within the live stream was abundant. Amidst the lively discourse, many expressed admiration for the police commander's strategy during the exercise. After all, based on the commander's analysis and operational plan, his capabilities were clearly evident. Chapter 98. The package left by Lu Jin in the urban village. Within a modest inn, Lu Jin remained stationed behind the window, his demeanor tranquil as he observed the noodle shop below. The rain outside continued to pour relentlessly, with large droplets cascading down and striking the window, creating a cacophony of sound. Following the command from the central headquarters, the two teams, Group A and Group C, swiftly commenced their operations, encircling the urban village. The officers from both teams split up to conduct thorough inspections of the supermarkets, small shops, noodle houses, and restaurants within the village. Two officers clad in raincoats soon appeared at the noodle shop. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. At this moment, he was in no rush to detonate the remote-controlled bomb hidden within the package. After all, the prey was still too scant. While enjoying a bowl of noodles, Lu Jin made sure to conceal his identity, engaging the shop owner in amiable conversation, frequently glancing up at him. All of this was orchestrated to leave a lasting impression on the owner. Business at the noodle shop was not particularly brisk that day, thus, the owner would undoubtedly remember his rare special guest. Consequently, if the officers showed the shop owner Lu Jin's photograph during their investigation, he would surely recognize him. Once the shop owner identified Lu Jin, he would naturally attract more prey for him. By then, his system rating should see a significant increase. At that moment, Lu Jin stood silently by the window, resembling a solitary wolf concealed in the shadows, fixated on its quarry. Inside the noodle shop, upon entering, the two raincoat-clad officers made their way directly to the cash register. The owner, engrossed in a newspaper behind the counter and wearing his reading glasses, glanced up at the sound. Upon realizing the visitors were police officers, he hastily set down his newspaper and stepped out from behind the counter. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have seen these three individuals today?" One officer retrieved 3 photographs from his pocket, presenting them politely as he asked. The owner accepted the photographs, adjusted his glasses, and held them at arm's length. Upon seeing the images of Zhao Ji and Ling Feng, the owner furrowed his brow, though his expression remained largely neutral. However, when he laid eyes on Lu Jin's photograph, a discernible shock flickered across his wrinkled face. "Have you seen him?" The two officers, awaiting the owner's response, quickly noted the astonishment etched on his face. The older officer stepped forward, his excitement palpable. After a long day of searching with no useful leads on Lu Jin, any information from the noodle shop owner would be a monumental breakthrough. If they could ascertain that Lu Jin and his accomplices were indeed in the urban village, capturing them would be far from difficult. "This man dined on a bowl of beef noodles at my shop today," the owner said after scrutinizing Lu Jin's photograph for a moment, speaking with certainty. Lu Jin had been particularly friendly during their conversation, leaving a strong impression despite the owner's inability to recall his face. Thus, upon seeing the photograph, he recognized him immediately. "Just him? You didn't see the other two?" The older officer inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Given that Lu Jin's gang comprised 3 members, it was odd that the owner had only seen Lu Jin alone. "Yes, it was just him. Around 7 o'clock. He ordered a bowl of beef noodles and sat down to eat. Oh, and before he left, he asked me to hold on to a package for him. He said his name was Lu Jin and that a friend would come by to collect it," mentioning his name to retrieve the box. The owner glanced at the photograph again, confirming he had not erred, and spoke with conviction. As the older officer conversed with the owner, the younger officer had already retrieved his walkie-talkie, prepared to report back to their team leader. After all, Lu Jin was a dangerous criminal armed with heavy weaponry. Although they had yet to see him in person, the team leader had instructed them to report any findings immediately and request backup. "Lu Jin, indeed. Where is the box you mentioned?" The older officer murmured gravely. Since the owner had uttered Lu Jin's name, there was no room for doubt. Following the owner's gesture, the officer spotted the package resting on a table. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ordinary delivery box, devoid of any unique features. However, given that it was left by Lu Jin, he dared not open it without awaiting the team leader's arrival. Before long, the leaders of Groups A and C arrived at the noodle shop, accompanied by 3 additional officers. "Team leader, the owner stated that Lu Jin came here at 7 o'clock for a bowl of beef noodles. Also, this is the package he left behind. He told the owner that someone would come to collect it," mentioning his name. The older officer quickly reported the situation as the 2 team leaders approached. Both leaders leaned in to inspect the box placed on the counter. "Just Lu Jin came to eat?" The leader of Group A raised an eyebrow, questioning the older officer. "Yes, according to the owner, it was just Lu Jin." The officer nodded in affirmation. The leader of Group A furrowed his brow, his gaze returning to the box on the counter, as the officers regarded it with solemn intensity. "Do you think Lu Jin came alone for noodles, implying that his accomplices are not with him? Is this box meant for his teammates?" The leader of Group A pondered aloud, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the box. At this, the other officers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. The leader's reasoning held weight. If the contents of the box were indeed intended for Lu Jin's accomplices, it could significantly aid their efforts in locating Lu Jin. "We should report this finding to headquarters." The leader of Group C straightened, preparing to contact the temporary command center. Just as he was about to switch channels, the leader of Group A interrupted him. "Wait. If there are crucial clues inside, and we discover them, wouldn't that constitute a major accomplishment?" The leader of Group A addressed the leader of Group C with utmost seriousness. Chapter 99. Is this a bomb? A grave mistake. The leader of Team C furrowed his brow deeply, his expression a portrait of hesitation. According to protocol, upon discovering such a situation, they should report to the commanding officer immediately and evacuate the civilians on the scene. Although Team C's leader was inclined to adhere to the regulations, the words of Team A's leader caused him to waver. A significant opportunity for merit awaits us both. Noticing Team C's leader's indecision, Team A's leader grasped his wrist and earnestly spoke again. Team C's leader cast another glance at Team A's leader. For the prospect of notable achievements was indeed a considerable temptation. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, clearly unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Observing the change in Team C's leader's expression, Team A's leader redirected his gaze back to the box on the counter. Without further hesitation, he extended his hands to lift the box, preparing to move it to a nearby table. At that very moment, Lu Jin, standing behind the glass of the inn's windows, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he pressed the remote control switch in his hand. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated within the noodle shop, causing the box and Team A's leader's hands to tremble violently, thick smoke billowing forth. Although this exercise bomb was devoid of lethal force, it still possessed enough power to leave Team A's leader's hands tingling from the blast. In an instant, the police officers present and the noodle shop owner widened their eyes in shock, staring at the smoke-emitting box in disbelief. Everyone was left stunned. What on earth was happening? Could it be that this box contained firecrackers? What the hell is going on? Team C's leader exclaimed after a few seconds of shock. Upon hearing this, Team A's leader finally snapped back to reality, hastily tearing open the box in his hands. The contents were finally revealed to everyone's astonished gaze. It was unmistakably an already detonated exercise bomb. Is this a bomb? Team A's leader's voice quivered as he realized that the box did not contain the critical clues he had anticipated, but rather a bomb. This blunder could have dire consequences. They had failed to report the discovery of the robbers' belongings to the commanding officer as per protocol. Instead, they had chosen to handle it on their own, leading to catastrophic casualties. This was a trap set by Lu Jin. The exercise bomb had a blast radius of 10 meters, which meant no one in this noodle shop could possibly survive. Team C's leader clenched his fists tightly, his jaw set, each word painfully squeezed through his teeth. At that moment, he was engulfed in regret. Had he not heeded Team A's leader's words, longing for glory, perhaps this disaster could have been averted. Report to the commanding officer. Team A's leader finally spoke after staring at the detonated exercise bomb for a long time, his voice laden with resignation. The situation had escalated beyond concealment. After all, his desire for merit had led to this grave oversight. Now, with such significant casualties, he dared not entertain thoughts of withholding the truth. You report it. I won't take the blame for this, Team C's leader muttered, rubbing his temples before handing the walkie-talkie to Team A's leader. He then found a spot to sit, his face stern, brows knitted, clearly brimming with frustration. After all, when they discovered Lu Jin's belongings, his instinct was to report to the commanding officer immediately. Had it not been for Team A's leader's persistent talk of significant achievements, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. In response, Team A's leader could only scratch the back of his head helplessly, adjusting the channel on the walkie-talkie. This is Team A's leader calling the temporary command center. Please respond. With the walkie-talkie in hand, Team A's leader spoke in a grave tone. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center, the commanding officer sat calmly beside the camera, scrutinizing the map in his hands. All the directives he could issue had already been conveyed. And now all he could do was wait for Team A and Team C to deliver good news. Just then, the voice of Team A's leader crackled through the walkie-talkie. The commanding officer quickly seized the device to respond. Temporary command center received. Please proceed. The commanding officer struggled to suppress the joy within, striving to maintain a steady tone. We have traced Lu Jin's whereabouts to a noodle shop in the urban village and discovered a package left by him. Due to my oversight, I did not report to the temporary command center immediately. The package contained a bomb, and after the explosion, 7 police officers and 1 civilian were within the blast radius. In total, 5 officers, 2 team leaders, and 1 civilian have perished. The heavy weight of Team A's leader's report resonated through the walkie-talkie, his voice tinged with remorse. Upon hearing this, the commanding officer's expression darkened ominously. His right hand gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, trembling slightly from exertion. 5 officers, 2 team leaders, and 1 civilian, 8 lives lost? Such a grievous error. Moreover, this tragedy unfolded after the live broadcast had commenced, meaning the entire nation had witnessed this grim casualty list. The commanding officer closed his eyes, pressing his hand to his forehead, the tension in his jaw evident. Lu Jin remained at large. Yet the police force had delivered such a devastating report. The commanding officer was at a loss on how to explain this to the department head. However, the exercise was still ongoing, and now was not the time for accountability. What type of bomb was it? The commanding officer, suppressing his anger, spoke with as much calm as he could muster. It was a remote-controlled exercise bomb. Team A's leader replied through the walkie-talkie. At these words, the commanding officer's brow furrowed deeply. A remote-controlled bomb. If it was remote-controlled, it indicated that Lu Jin was likely not far from the noodle shop. Furthermore, the magnitude of the casualty suggested that Lu Jin had timed the detonation with remarkable precision. This meant that Lu Jin was likely in close proximity to the noodle shop, possibly in a location where he could monitor it. The commanding officer stood up, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Despite the monumental error and the tragic loss of life, he could finally validate his instinct. Lu Jin's gang was indeed in the urban village, and they were in close proximity to the noodle shop. Capturing him tonight was not an impossible feat. Chapter 100. It is time to assign some tasks to the commander. The commander inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the darkness beyond the temporary command room. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he calculated the forthcoming operational strategy. Now that they had ascertained the vicinity where Lu Jin was hiding, it became imperative to swiftly apprehend Lu Jin's band of robbers to conclude the exercise promptly. In doing so, it would somewhat mitigate the error of allowing so many participants to be eliminated. In the urban village, within a modest inn, Lu Jin stood behind the window, observing the bustling scene in the eatery below. An invisible camera, capturing the robber's perspective, was discreetly affixed to his collar. Consequently, everything Lu Jin witnessed was simultaneously streamed in the robber's live broadcast room. The atmosphere in the broadcast room erupted with excitement. Just moments ago, they had transitioned from the police perspective to the latest updates. Lu Jin had employed a remote-controlled bomb, eliminating 5 police officers, 2 team leaders, and a civilian. Is the brother upstairs using a 2G internet cafe? How could you be this slow on the uptake? We've already finished watching the live broadcast. It was undeniable that Lu Jin was making headlines. After all, he was widely recognized as the most formidable robber in the online community. In this exercise, Lu Jin had chosen to hold back, whereas in the previous drill, he had managed to eliminate the commander himself. The current commander was still very much alive and kicking. Indeed, when has Lu Jin ever taken down the commander? The notion seemed far-fetched for this exercise, considering the magnitude of the previous incident. The police force could not possibly remain uninformed this time. Brothers upstairs, wake up. Lu Jin has now exposed his own location to eliminate these few officers, and he is likely to be caught imminently. How can he even think about taking down the commander? Unyielding faith. Lu Jin is invincible. He cannot be captured. I concur with the sentiments of the brothers above. Ever since I was young, I believed Lu Jin was capable of greatness. He is undoubtedly destined for significant accomplishments. Lu Jin is the strongest robber and certainly capable of turning the tide even in dire situations. What are these minor setbacks to him? Indeed, trust in Lu Jin. Only by his perseverance can I enjoy the live stream a little longer. At this moment, the audience in the Robber's Perspective live broadcast room had exceeded 500,000. The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly supportive of Lu Jin. The viewers had witnessed his extraordinary intellect during the previous exercise, which had enlightened them about the true nature of a high IQ robber. Following the last exercise, many viewers had independently analyzed Lu Jin's meticulous plans and crafted short videos showcasing these analyses across various platforms. It was through these recaps that the audience genuinely grasped the terrifying brilliance of Lu Jin. Each of his plans was intricately connected, with seemingly random actions meticulously orchestrated to facilitate his escape. Thus, so many viewers chose to place their faith in Lu Jin. As discussions flourished in the live broadcast room, Lu Jin, concealed behind the window, extracted his phone from his pocket. With a calm demeanor, he dialed a number. The call was promptly answered. "Boss, what are your instructions?" A sweet voice resonated from the other end. "It is time to assign some tasks to the commander, leak some information." In a reporting tone, "Inform him that I and Zhao Xi have been spotted at the inn in the urban village east of the city." You need not require my guidance on how to articulate this, do you? Lu Jin spoke with an air of tranquility, a playful smile gracing his lips. It was indeed time to stir things up for the commander. "Understood, boss. Rest assured, I am not like those other two. I have my wits about me." The voice on the other end responded promptly before the call was disconnected. Meanwhile, in a hotel near the temporary command post, a girl with pigtails and a lollipop in her mouth placed her phone on the table. She picked up her notebook computer adorned with pink stickers, resting her long legs atop the coffee table. With a radiant smile, her slender fingers began to dance across the keyboard. Within the temporary command room, the commander had already instructed the return of the 5 eliminated police officers and 2 team leaders. After all, they had fallen during this exercise and could not participate further. Just as he was formulating the subsequent search plan to relay to his team, a technician suddenly rushed to the door and knocked. "Come in." The commander looked up, observing the technician's anxious expression. "Commander, we have received a report from the provincial department. The call alleges that the Jinxing Inn in the west of the city is harboring criminals. The provincial alert department recognized its relevance to our exercise and forwarded the call recording to us," the technician reported as he entered. Upon hearing this, the commander's brow furrowed deeply. "Jinxing Inn? Is that not where Lu Jin's ID was previously used to book a room? Harboring criminals? Who is the informant?" The commander questioned, perplexed, as the technician elaborated. "The informant claims to be the innkeeper." The commander was left utterly bewildered. Why would an innkeeper report that their establishment was concealing criminals? This is the recording of the emergency call. Noticing the commander's bewilderment, The technician quickly placed his laptop on the table and began playing the audio. I'm reporting that the Jinqing Inn in the west of the city is hiding several criminals. It's all my unfortunate wife's doing. She accepted money from the criminals to provide them with a room. When the police came to investigate, she didn't tell the truth. This has nothing to do with me. I only just found out. You must come quickly. Those two criminals are still in our hotel. The voice on the recording was a rough male tone, sounding quite agitated. As the commander listened to the recording, his brow tightened further. The Jinqing Inn had already been investigated when Lu Jin's ID booking was noted, and the findings indicated that Lu Jin was not present in the West. How could this new report arise? What on earth was happening? Chapter 101. Did you not check the surveillance footage? Within the hotel, Tang Yuyan reclined languidly on the sofa. Her face adorned with a mask while one hand clutched a half-eaten lollipop, and the other deftly maneuvered the laptop's mouse. She had completed the tasks assigned by Lu Jin, and the ensuing hours were naturally reserved for her skincare and binge-watching her favorite dramas. Just as she settled in to enjoy her leisure, her phone beside the computer began to ring. A twinge of annoyance furrowed her brow as she prepared to indulge in her serene moments. But she could not resist glancing at the incoming call. Upon recognizing the caller ID, she hastily answered the phone. Hello? Boss. Tang Yuyan spoke into the phone. Her head tilted back slightly due to the mask, rendering her voice somewhat muffled. After all, this mask was rather costly, and she was reluctant to waste it. How are things progressing? Lu Jin's calm voice resonated through the line. Do you doubt my capabilities? I contacted the provincial department under the guise of a sincere hotel owner, reporting my wife for harboring a criminal. This call will undoubtedly be routed to the temporary command center for the exercise. The chief commander is a shrewd individual, and the greatest flaw of intelligent people is their tendency to overthink. This call will certainly keep him occupied, Tang Yuyan replied, a note of pride evident in her tone. As if seeking praise, the investigation results from the Sincere Hotel were relayed by the leader of Team B upon his return from the western part of the city, detailing the events to the chief commander. At that time, Tang Yuyan was in the temporary command center, reassuring the hostages beneath the rain shelter. Thus she had clearly overheard the specifics through the listening device. Consequently, she was aware that the hotel owner's wife had fabricated the check-in records, and that the owner had confronted her upon discovering the truth. With such intricate details at her disposal, the fabricated emergency call she made was flawless. Well done. You've checked into the hotel, correct? Lu Jin's voice came again. Though his words were commendatory, they still lacked emotional depth. Her boss resembled a machine devoid of feelings. Yes, I've settled in as per your instructions, residing in room 607. By the way, where are you now, boss? Tang Yuyan responded. Her curiosity piqued about his current whereabouts, as she was unsure of his intentions in directing her actions. I am currently in the urban village on the eastern side of the city, Lu Jin replied calmly. Tang Yuyan straightened up upon hearing this, her sudden movement causing the mask on her face to slip off. No way, boss. Did I not inform you in advance before the police team acted? How are you still trapped in the urban village? She exclaimed in disbelief. Her boss, a clever man with meticulously crafted plans. How could he find himself ensnared after receiving her message? Just playing with them. Don't worry, they cannot contain me, Lu Jin assured her, his tranquil response resonating through the phone. After his words fell, the call was abruptly ended. Listening to the busy signal, Tang Yuyan removed the mask from her face. A look of helplessness etched across her features. She could not fathom her boss's thought process. He could easily win the game, yet chose to entangle himself in complications. Nevertheless, she found herself genuinely entertained by his antics. In the temporary command center, the chief commander stood before a table adorned with maps, massaging his aching temples. At that moment, a figure entered the room. Chief Commander, did you summon me? It was the leader of Team B, who stood on the opposite side of the table, still groggy from sleep. Earlier, the chief commander had instructed the 3 team leaders to disperse and allow their teams to rest, preparing to take over the operations of teams A and C. After arranging his subordinates, the leader of Team B had attempted to catch a few moments of rest in the police vehicle. However, he had barely dozed off before being awakened by a phone call and rushed to the command center without even washing his face. Listen to this. The chief commander turned the laptop towards the leader of Team B and pressed the play button. The recording of the emergency call soon filled the room. As the audio played, the leader of Team B's eyes widened in disbelief. When he had led the investigation at the hotel, the reactions of the owner and his wife had not suggested deceit. How could such an emergency call arise now? When you led the investigation at this hotel, did you check the surveillance footage? The chief commander inquired after the recording concluded, his expression remaining relatively calm. After all, this emergency call, in comparison to the explosion that had occurred in the urban village, resulting in the loss of 5 officers, 2 team leaders, and a civilian, was merely a minor issue. The surveillance footage was not checked. The leader of Team B scratched his head, lowering his gaze, filled with self-reproach. When they had first entered the hotel to gather information, the owner and his wife had begun to argue, overwhelmed by the scene. He had forgotten to check the surveillance footage after gleaning details from the wife. Didn't he check the surveillance? The chief commander raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. If they had not even reviewed the footage, relying solely on the few statements from the owner's wife would make it difficult to prove that the check-in records were not left by Lu Jin himself. After all, if Lu Jin had offered sufficient compensation, the owner's wife might have been tempted to shield him. However, even if the footage had been reviewed, it would not guarantee that Lu Jin was definitively absent from the Western Hotel. Such a clever individual would undoubtedly find a way to evade detection if the owner's wife was inclined to protect him. This self-proclaimed hotel owner's emergency call, even if it held a mere fraction of truth, could not be overlooked. Chapter 102, his ultimate goal, is me the commander-in-chief, contemplating the situation, suggested that I should lead the team once more to investigate the inn in the western part of the city. This time, I would ensure that every detail was scrutinized. The leader of Team B, initially with his head bowed, finally raised it and spoke earnestly after a prolonged silence from the commander. Failing to review the surveillance footage was a grave oversight on his part. Given the emergence of an emergency call, it was incumbent upon him to rectify this matter, thereby mitigating his earlier lapse. However, the commander shook his head in response. Teams A and C had encountered trouble in the eastern urban village. He instructed the B team leader to assume command of the remaining members of both teams. Rising from his seat, he inhaled deeply before addressing the situation with utmost seriousness. As he spoke, he moved to the water cooler to pour himself a cup of hot water. Trouble has arisen? The B team leader exclaimed, his expression one of shock. The combined strength of teams A and C amounted to over 50 personnel. With Lu Jin's whereabouts still uncertain, how could they have encountered such a calamity? The implication of the commander's request for him to take over the leadership role indicated the gravity of the situation. After all, unless both team leaders had committed severe errors warranting their dismissal, it was unfathomable that he would need to step in. In a noodle shop within the eastern urban village, a remote-controlled bomb had detonated, resulting in the tragic loss of 5 police officers, 2 team leaders, and a civilian. During the investigation, the shop owner confirmed that Lu Jin had dined at his establishment, suggesting that Lu Jin was indeed behind the explosion. Moreover, Lu Jin's current location was not far from the site of the blast. Yet, only Lu Jin had been visible in the shop at the time. The movements of the other 2 members of the criminal gang remained elusive, possibly not even within the eastern urban village. As the commander prepared to sip from his thermos, the scalding tea caused him to furrow his brow. Glancing at the thermos, he spoke with a calm demeanor, though his expression was anything but serene. Such extensive casualties were a heavy burden for the commander to bear. Maintaining a composed tone while discussing this incident was the utmost he could manage. What? Such significant losses occurred? Both team leaders perished? The B team leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he had assumed that the 2 team leaders had merely been temporarily relieved of their duties. Who could have anticipated that they had both met their demise? The simultaneous loss of 2 team leaders was nothing short of a cruel jest. It was undeniable that Lu Jin possessed a keen understanding of human nature. The elimination of both leaders was a result that had not crossed his mind. Nevertheless, Lu Jin's ambitions likely extended beyond this event. After all, in the previous drill, he had managed to eliminate even the commander of the police team, suggesting that his ultimate aim in this exercise was to eliminate me as well. Leaning against the table, the commander exhaled softly into his thermos before speaking with utmost seriousness. He was unaware that Lu Jin could have easily found a safe haven and awaited the conclusion of the exercise in peace. Instead, he had chosen to remain active, frequently causing disturbances. In the last drill, he had eliminated the police team's commander at the final moment, and now, in this exercise, Lu Jin showed no signs of restraint. The commander sensed that Lu Jin likely harbored intentions towards him as well. Lu Jin truly possesses audacity. The leader of Team B remarked with a furrowed brow, the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon him. Should the commander be eliminated, it would be an immense disgrace for their entire police force. Judging by Lu Jin's conduct in this exercise, his ultimate goal was indeed directed at the commander, which was no exaggeration. After all, He was not only a highly intelligent criminal, but also a remarkably audacious one, warranting utmost vigilance. Upon assuming command of Teams A and C in the eastern urban village, mobilize all resources to secure every entrance and exit while thoroughly investigating all rental properties near the noodle shop. The effective detonation range of the remote-controlled bomb is within 200 meters, indicating that Lu Jin must be within this vicinity. As for the emergency call from the Jinqing Inn in the west, I will personally lead the special operations team to investigate. After blowing on the hot water in his thermos for a while, the commander finally took a sip of the scalding tea. Following this, he exhaled a long breath, articulating his planned course of action. Previously, the special operations team had remained at Nujiashan, searching for the police car abandoned by Lu Jin and his crew. The rain had effectively washed away their scent, rendering the dog's capabilities nearly futile. It was only after scouring the entirety of Nujiashan that they managed to locate the police vehicle. You're leading the team personally? But didn't TU say that the ultimate goal of the criminal gang is you? The B-team leader expressed his concerns. Worry etched across his face. The commander's direct involvement posed considerable risk. After all, this was a matter of honor for their entire police force. Risky? Have you forgotten that I also hail from the Special Operations Unit? The commander replied with a smile, placing his thermos on the nearby table. As he spoke, he stretched his arms, the muscle contours beneath his shirt becoming apparent. Commander, your direct involvement is still too perilous. This concerns the reputation of our entire police force. The B-team leader stepped forward, his brow furrowed in earnest appeal. Yet, before he could finish, the commander raised his hand to interrupt. Since the operational plan has been established, there is no need for further discussion. I will lead the special operations team to investigate. And it is unlikely that we will encounter the criminal gang. However, you must remember that Lu Jin is a highly intelligent criminal, and he currently holds several lives in his hands. During the search, ensure that the safety of our team members is the top priority. The commander placed a reassuring hand on the B-team leader's shoulder, speaking with heartfelt earnestness. In truth, the commander harbored a desire to confront Lu Jin directly in the eastern urban village. However, if he were to act on such a plan, the director would likely have his head for it. Thus, he had no choice but to opt for the less perilous investigation at the Jinqing Inn in the west. Chapter 103. Is Lu Jin really that impressive? The captain of Team B opened his mouth, clearly intent on persuading the commander once more. However, upon witnessing the commander's resolute demeanor, he swallowed his words. After all, he was merely a subordinate. If the commander had made a decision, he knew he could not sway him. I shall ensure the safety of my brothers above all else. With a resigned sigh, the captain of Team B looked seriously at the commander and saluted. The commander, in response, smiled and nodded. He glanced at his wristwatch, noting it was already 8:30 p.m. Over 7 hours had elapsed since the pursuit began. Time was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, the commander lifted the thermos from the table, murmuring to himself. In the live broadcast from the perspective of the police, the news of the commander preparing to lead the team personally sent the comments section into a frenzy. After all, the head of the police force was about to take action, an explosive piece of news indeed. One cannot deny that the commander of this exercise was genuinely formidable, stepping onto the field himself. For this reason alone, I have become his fan starting today. Indeed, the commander possesses a certain charm. Amidst the chaos of a significant explosion in the urban village of the eastern city, resulting in substantial casualties, he managed to maintain his composure, an undeniable mark of excellence. Nevertheless, one must ponder, what if the commander personally leads the team and faces an irreversible outcome? Laughs and cries. After all, Lu Jin is currently in the urban village of the eastern city, while the mastermind behind the robberies is not in the western city. Who possesses the capability to eliminate the commander? Although Lu Jin is in the eastern city, who can guarantee that he won't remotely direct his comrades to take down the commander? I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments expressed above. I unconditionally trust Lu Jin. After all, he is simply terrifying. Choosing to believe in him without reservation is undoubtedly the right choice. Commander, give it your all and defeat Lu Jin. Delivering a resounding slap to the faces of his fans. Support the commander, let us go. 1. From the comments in the live stream, it is evident that the audience supporting the commander is not insignificant. Despite not being outstanding in this exercise, his performance has been satisfactory. With allies in the light and enemies in the dark, he has managed to execute his strategic deployments without significant error. Such performance naturally helps him amass a following. Within the provincial department, the director sat behind his desk, his expression grim as he rubbed his stubbled chin. In just a couple of hours, he seemed to have aged considerably. Is Lu Jin truly this formidable? It is utterly inconceivable. Leaning back in his office chair, the director's gaze remained fixed on the police team's live broadcast, murmuring to himself. He had invited Lu Jin to the provincial department for a drill. On one hand, it had been quite some time since their last exercise, and after the previous one, Lu Jin had garnered immense attention online, even being dubbed the strongest robber in history by netizens. With such a high profile, inviting him to the provincial exercise would ensure it received widespread recognition. If the provincial department emerged victorious, it would showcase their capabilities to a national audience. On the other hand, Oldley's city bureau had lost the exercise, and the very individual he invited to play the role of the robber had been bolstered with allies. If, under such circumstances, the provincial department could still claim victory, it would surely be a testament to his leadership. He could then thoroughly mock Oldley. However, the director had not anticipated that events would unfold contrary to his expectations. After Lu Jin escaped the bank, the sniper Ling Feng, concealed in the building behind the bank, eliminated 5 police officers. Before switching from a minibus to a police car to flee to Nyojiao Mountain, Lu Jin dispatched 2 more officers. The explosion in the urban village of the eastern city resulted in the deaths of 2 team leaders, 5 officers, and 1 civilian. The exercise had only progressed for 8.5 hours, yet the casualties had already exceeded the director's threshold. Though the director was anxious, he could not intervene mid-exercise and could only watch the live broadcast in distress. You must give me some reassurance, kid. As he watched the commander on the police team's perspective, the director let out a long sigh and murmured. The casualties had already occurred, and there was no turning back. Fortunately, the exercise was not over. There was still a chance. If they could capture Lu Jin, the provincial department might salvage some dignity. However, the current situation was precarious. After all, the director was watching the live stream in real time. Akin to having a divine perspective, he knew Lu Jin's south hiding place. The commander's strategic deployments were sound, yet judging by Lu Jin's performance in this exercise, capturing him would not be an easy feat nonetheless. This was the closest the commander had been to Lu Jin since his escape from the bank. The director could only hope that the commander would seize this opportunity to conclude the exercise. At the temporary command center, after finalizing the action plans, both teams began their operations. The captain of Team B, accompanied by 2 officers, boarded a police car and headed towards the urban village of the eastern city. Meanwhile, the commander took the recently rested Special Operations Team westward. Approximately 20 minutes later, the captain of Team B arrived at the outskirts of the urban village. At that moment, several police cars were stationed at the entrance, with dozens of officers conducting thorough checks on individuals entering and exiting. After disembarking, the captain of Team B walked straight towards the officers engaged in the inspections. "What is the situation?" he inquired as he approached the officers. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, the peak hour of activity in the urban village, with a significant number of people coming and going. Despite the presence of over a dozen officers at the checkpoints, it still felt somewhat understaffed. Report: we have sealed off the residential buildings near the site of the explosion at the noodle shop. Besides the 30 officers stationed at the 2 entrances of the urban village, the rest of our forces are focused on securing the vicinity of the explosion site. One officer replied, turning to salute the captain upon recognizing him. Excellent work. The captain of Team B nodded in satisfaction. With 2 team leaders already fallen, the officers in the eastern city's urban village were effectively leaderless. Yet, they had still managed to secure the area around the explosion site promptly, which was commendable. Chapter 10, for are they preparing to dismantle their own inn? Had the residential buildings near the explosion site been cordoned off at the first instance, then Lu Jin must still be inside. Capturing him is merely a matter of time. The captain of Team B pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag before lifting his gaze towards the streets of the urban village, murmuring to himself. His brow was slightly furrowed, and his expression was icy. By the way, what is your internal communication channel? After taking a few puffs, the captain raised an eyebrow and inquired of the officer. 0058. The officer promptly responded while conducting a search. Upon hearing this, the captain adjusted his walkie-talkie to the correct channel, tested it, and pressed the button to speak. I am Wang Wei, the captain of Team B. Since the captains of your teams A and C have unfortunately been eliminated, I will be taking command of both your teams from now on. All subsequent operational deployments will follow my arrangements. Please acknowledge receipt. The captain spoke sternly into the walkie-talkie. Once he finished speaking, he took another deep drag from the half-burned cigarette before tossing the butt into a small puddle. The rain continued to fall. Although it wasn't particularly heavy, the misty drizzle shrouded the entire urban village, rendering the already dim yellow streetlights even fainter. The checkpoint group at Exit 2 received. The group securing the residential buildings in the explosion zone received. The voices of officers from various teams in the urban village echoed through the walkie-talkie. The commander, upon hearing this, calmly put away the walkie-talkie. Next, it was time to deploy the operational plan and cast a wide net in this urban village to capture the big fish, Lu Jin. In the western part of the city, 2 armored police vehicles were slowly making their way into the urban village, heading towards the Xinjiang Inn. The appearance of the Special Operations Unit's armored vehicles in this area at night was quite rare. Therefore, the 2 vehicles moving through the curtain of rain attracted the attention of many passers-by. Inside the armored vehicle, the commander was focused on adjusting his newly donned bulletproof vest. "Commander, perhaps you should wait in the vehicle? I'll take the brothers to search the hotel rooms." The captain of the Special Operations Unit hesitated for a moment before speaking, concerned for the commander's safety. Having previously served under him in the Special Operations Unit, he was somewhat familiar with his character and knew that his words would likely fall on deaf ears. "Are you looking to get beaten? You dare to instruct me?" The commander lifted his head with a chuckle, playfully scolding the captain as he reached out and tapped the captain's helmet. Clearly, their relationship was quite amicable, as such gestures wouldn't occur otherwise. The captain merely smiled after the commander's playful tap, choosing not to say much more. After all, he understood the commander's temperament. Once he had made up his mind, further persuasion would be futile. The 2 armored vehicles continued their slow advance and soon arrived at the base of the Xinjiang Inn. Once the vehicles came to a halt, fully armed members of the Special Operations Team disembarked, immediately surrounding the inn's entrances. The commander donned his outer jacket and stepped out of the vehicle, with the captain following closely behind, with a slight furrow in his brow. The commander first glanced at the Xinjiang Inn before confirming that this dilapidated building could only be exited through the 2 main entrances. This gang of robbers is not to be trifled with. Station a few people at the bottom to prevent them from jumping out of the 2nd floor. The rest, aside from securing the entrances, will accompany me to search the rooms of this inn. Remember, these individuals are ruthless criminals. If they make any reckless moves, shoot to kill. After surveying the building for a moment, the commander issued his orders. The nearby captain promptly pressed his earpiece and swiftly relayed the commander's instructions. Inside the inn, the owner was half reclined in a chair, watching a rural love drama on an old computer. As he chuckled at the antics of the characters on screen, the lean owner's mouth stretched into a wide grin. It was evident that such dramas were greatly entertaining to him. "Welcome." At that moment, the cold chime of the automatic door at the entrance sounded. Business was picking up, prompting the owner to quickly set down his sunflower seeds and prepare to greet the guests. After all, business was typically poor in such small establishments, with only 3 to 5 customers a day, so he was eager to attend to any visitors. However, upon seeing a group of fully armed special operations officers enter, the lean owner was momentarily taken aback, soon displaying a look of distress that was almost comical. Just hours ago, his humble inn had been surrounded by police, and having only just sent them away, he was now faced with another group of heavily armed officers. Were they planning to shut down his modest establishment? "I'm just a law-abiding citizen. What on earth is happening?" "Hello, we are here to conduct a check." The owner hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes and offering one to the commander. The commander, glancing at the eager owner, quickly waved his hand to decline the offered cigarette. "No need to be alarmed. We are merely here to ascertain the situation. Previously, some of our brothers came by to gather information, and you claim not to have seen these 3 individuals. Just moments ago, we received your emergency call reporting that you suspected your wife of harboring a criminal. Are these 2 the suspects?" After refusing the cigarette from the lean owner, the commander posed his question, pulling out photographs of Zhao Ji and Ling Feng from a folder and presenting them to the innkeeper. The owner, upon hearing the commander's words, appeared utterly bewildered. Yet he dared not speak out of turn as he accepted the photographs. Upon recognizing the images as those shown to him earlier by the investigating officers, he swallowed hard. "Commander, I've never seen these 2. Furthermore, I never made an emergency call. Did you perhaps come to the wrong place?" The owner beamed nervously at the commander. Chapter 105. Lu Jin truly dares to defy. Upon hearing the boss's words, the chief commander wore a perplexed expression. "Are you certain you haven't made a call to the police?" He furrowed his brow, staring incredulously at the boss. If the boss had indeed not dialed the emergency number, then who had initiated the recording of that alarming call he received? "I swear, I did not make that call. Moreover, those 2 individuals were not at our inn, and why on earth would I report my own wife for harboring a criminal?" The boss protested. I am not shielding my wife. Sir, we are law-abiding citizens. Knowing they are criminals, how could we possibly conceal them? The boss quickly donned a smile, fervently defending himself. He genuinely had not reported anything. Although he was not particularly pleased with his current wife, it had not reached the point of him calling the authorities to report her. The chief commander sighed deeply, his furrowed brow revealing his dawning realization. Indeed, the voice on the recording was that of a rugged young man, distinctly different from the slender boss before him. The boss was not lying. This implied that the call he received was erroneous. He had previously summoned the team leader from Group B to listen to that recorded call. The team leader had visited this inn to investigate and had heard the boss's voice. However, he had not made a conscious effort to remember it. Therefore, he did not recognize it when listening to the recording, which was understandable. Yet, if this alarming call was not made by the innkeeper, then who was responsible? Was it Lu Jin? Wasn't he trapped in the urban village of the eastern city? Even in such dire circumstances, could he still orchestrate such a diversion? This young man truly possessed some audacity. Boss, would you mind if we checked your surveillance footage and inspected the rooms in your inn? The chief commander inhaled deeply, calming himself before addressing the innkeeper. Although the alarming call was indeed suspicious, since he was present, he could not refrain from investigating the inn. Even if the odds were minuscule, he could not afford to overlook it. Of course, not at all. The boss gulped nervously, gratefully stepping aside to allow them passage. The last time, only ordinary officers had come, but this time, a special task force had arrived in an armored vehicle. If he were to express any reluctance, who knew what might come next? An armored car? An armed helicopter? A counterterrorism unit? His humble establishment could not withstand such upheaval. Leave 2 individuals to examine the surveillance, while the rest of us will proceed to search the hotel rooms, the chief commander instructed, smiling at the boss before turning serious as he directed his special task force. Understood. The team leader of the special unit nodded, signaling to his comrades. They efficiently divided their tasks. The chief commander then ascended the stairs with several teammates, ready to conduct a thorough search of the inn's accommodations. In the eastern urban village, within the inn above the noodle shop, Lu Jin pulled a chair and sat behind the window. The curtains had been drawn, allowing him to peer through the gap and quietly observe the officers bustling below. Amidst the rain, over a dozen officers clad in raincoats surrounded the noodle shop. Having cordoned off the area with police tape, the newly arrived team leader stood outside the perimeter, surveying the surrounding residential buildings. Lu Jin had removed his hidden camera from his collar, placing it on the windowsill behind him. Consequently, the live feed from the robber's perspective captured a perfect first-person view of the officers below. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "Wow, Lu Jin truly embodies the audacity of legend. He is literally hiding right above the officers, walking on the edge of a blade." It must be said that this was indeed quite daring. After all, if the officers glanced up, they might catch sight of him. What do you know? Have you heard that the most dangerous place is often the safest? Although this situation appears perilous, the police are unable to detect him. Isn't that infuriating? Haha. The brother upstairs makes a valid point. Enough. In this situation, are you still trying to hype up Lu Jin? He is clearly surrounded and likely won't last more than an hour. Though I am a devoted fan of Lu Jin, I must admit he is indeed surrounded. Well, Lu Jin, you must hold on. I want to watch this live stream for a bit longer. Perhaps he won't be able to hold on, as the current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for him. What nonsense are you spouting? I, Lu Jin, am the ultimate existence, the most formidable robber in history. This minor setback cannot deter me. Exactly. We need do nothing but believe in Lu Jin forever. Haha, that sentiment rings true. We simply need to have faith in Lu Jin, and the rest of the miracles will be up to him to create. Betting has begun. Lu Jin wins. 5-1. Brother upstairs, don't run. Since you dare to place a bet, I shall wager my head on the line. 5-1? Does that mean if Lu Jin loses, I must drink a basin of foot-soaked water, and if he wins, you must drink 5 basins? Brother upstairs, if that's the case, I might just stay awake. The live stream was abuzz with excitement. The sheer volume of comments nearly obscured the entire screen. Meanwhile, the viewers privy to the first-person perspective noticed the officers below establishing their perimeter. Many believed Lu Jin was trapped and had no escape. Nevertheless, a significant number of spectators remained steadfast in their belief that Lu Jin could perform miracles, blindly supporting him. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the live stream, Lu Jin remained remarkably composed. He observed the unfolding events below with an expressionless face, as if he were merely a spectator, indifferent to the chaos transpiring beneath him. After a moment, Lu Jin stretched, stood up to loosen his muscles, and retrieved a lollipop from his backpack. Although he had prepared numerous items, few were edible. Despite having consumed a bowl of beef noodles just 2 hours prior, he now felt somewhat hungry. With nothing else available, he resorted to the lollipop to stave off his hunger. It's about time to make a move. Unwrapping the lollipop and placing it in his mouth, Lu Jin murmured to himself. His voice was low, yet due to the proximity of the hidden camera, his whisper reached the live stream. In an instant, the live stream erupted once more. Chapter 106, Young Man, Pride Leads to Defeat in the live stream. Lu Jin's audacity was astonishing, given his current predicament. How could he even contemplate an escape? Indeed, Lu Jin's bravado seemed excessive. The scene below was completely sealed off, rendering any attempt to leave akin to walking into a trap. Was Lu Jin truly so reckless as to consider breaking through now? Surely, waiting until the late hours, when the officers would be weary and their vigilance diminished, would be a far more prudent strategy. After all, Lu Jin was no ordinary criminal. He possessed a high degree of intelligence. If the audience could conceive such a plan, surely he could as well. His willingness to attempt a breakout now must indicate he had a scheme in mind. Lu Jin was the type who calculated every step if he chose to act. It was undoubtedly part of a larger strategy. Thus, those present should refrain from unnecessary worry. As the saying goes, we need only to trust Lu Jin. As for miracles, let him conjure them. It must be said, Lu Jin was indeed remarkable. In such dire circumstances, rather than seeking refuge, he was preparing to extricate himself. Perhaps this was the distinction between a fierce bandit like Lu Jin and an ordinary thief. If Lu Jin could successfully escape under these conditions, I would undoubtedly become his most loyal admirer. Ah, if only I could have a teammate like Lu Jin, I would follow him into a grand endeavor without hesitation. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were abuzz with speculation about Lu Jin's murmurs. With a god's eye view, they could clearly see the police forces stationed below. The extensive police presence would leave no room for movement, a situation aptly described as a net of entrapment. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming odds, Lu Jin remained unnervingly calm. His casual remark about needing to leave raised serious doubts among the viewers, many of whom perceived it as sheer arrogance. Nonetheless, Lu Jin had his loyal supporters. Even though they sensed his desire to escape was somewhat audacious, they chose to believe in him, even if they regarded that belief as somewhat blind. To them, Lu Jin was indeed a figure capable of miracles. Within the provincial police headquarters, the office was nearly deserted, save for a few on-duty officers. However, the light in the director's office remained on. The director had just brewed a pot of hot tea and was savoring its aroma as he sat at his desk, watching 2 simultaneous live streams of the exercise. Upon hearing Lu Jin's audacious declaration, he lost his taste for the tea. Is this young man truly so brazen? The director muttered, furrowing his brow. He straightened up and opened the live chat, noticing that many viewers shared his sentiment, convinced that Lu Jin's confidence would lead him to disastrous consequences. This realization eased the director's furrowed brow, as if he had found a kindred spirit. A young man too proud will surely fall. To bring about a person's downfall, one must first allow them to swell with arrogance. With such hubris, his downfall is imminent. The director spoke with a satisfied tone, as though he were imparting wisdom directly to Lu Jin. After finishing his musings, he lifted his teacup once more, inhaled the fragrant steam, and drank deeply. 2 kilometers away, in an aging apartment complex, Zhao Ji lounged on the sofa in a relaxed position, while Ling Feng sat upright on the bed. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng had assembled a CSLR-4 sniper rifle from his backpack and was now cradling it in his arms, carefully wiping it down. Once the exercise concluded, the weapon would need to be returned, and opportunities to handle such a prized possession were rare. In the living room, after some time, Zhao Ji turned his gaze to the rain outside the window. The downpour was not heavy, but the incessant patter of raindrops against the glass was somewhat irksome. Rubbing the back of his neck, he rose to retrieve a beverage from the refrigerator before approaching Ling Feng's room. Hey, could you stop cradling that rifle like it's your wife? It's a bit unsettling. It's just a gun, after all. What's so special about it? Zhao Ji remarked, taking a sip from his drink. Ling Feng glanced up, his brow furrowing as he regarded Zhao Ji. If you want to practice, I don't mind, he replied coolly, returning his focus to the sniper rifle. Practice? I'm just wondering where our leader is right now, with so many officers involved in this exercise. Do you think he might be in danger? Zhao Ji asked, his concern palpable. After lounging on the sofa for 2 hours, he could not help but worry about Lu Jin, especially since there had been no word from him. With your intellect, do you really think you need to worry about him? Ling Feng responded, his tone indifferent as he continued to clean his rifle. clearly uninterested in engaging with Zhao Zi's concerns. Chapter 107. The vote-seeking Tang Yuyan and the silent Ling Feng upon hearing Ling Feng's words. Zhao Zi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He found the remark less than agreeable. If the leader were to say he lacked intelligence, he would begrudgingly accept it. After all, his leader was an internationally recognized high-IQ criminal mastermind, a standard Zhao Zi felt he could never meet. However, Ling Feng, who was nothing more than a taciturn enigma, was hardly superior to him. How dare he question Zhao Zi's intellect? Naturally, Zhao Zi was indignant. Let's be honest, we are equally matched. You dare to challenge my intelligence? Zhao Zi scoffed, fixing his gaze on Ling Feng, his face betraying a disdainful expression. Clearly, as long as he was not in front of Lu Jin, he maintained a modicum of confidence in his own intellect. Ling Feng did not respond, continuing to manipulate the sniper rifle nestled in his arms. It was apparent he understood that debating with someone who was not particularly astute was a futile endeavor. Noticing Ling Feng's lack of reaction, Zhao Zi curled his lip in dissatisfaction and turned to return to the living room. Standing behind the window, he gazed at the rain obscured by the dim streetlights below, his expression grave. Although Zhao Zi had only been collaborating with Lu Jin for a few days, he held deep respect for him. In Zhao Zi's view, the outcome of a mere exercise was of little consequence. Yet, while his leader was out risking his life, was it not a bit cowardly for him to remain hidden in this rented room? Police officers and soldiers prioritize obedience above all else. Yet, Zhao Zi was no ordinary officer. His inclusion in Lu Jin's band of thieves stemmed from his unique approach to investigations, often employing the cunning mindset of a rogue. Thus, having rested sufficiently, his thoughts were not on waiting for victory and hiding, but rather on how to locate his leader. If death awaited, he would face it alongside Lu Jin. Inside the room, after Zhao Zi departed, Ling Feng furrowed his brow and turned to look out the window. After a moment of staring into the darkness, he retrieved an old mobile phone from his pocket. This device was provided for the band of thieves by the chief as a means of communication. Holding the phone, Ling Feng first scrolled through Lu Jin's contact number. After a lengthy silence, he ultimately decided against pressing the call button. He was uncertain of Lu Jin's current circumstances. If Lu Jin were surrounded or hiding, a single call could betray his location. After contemplating for a moment, Ling Feng opted to dial Tang Yuyan's number. She was stationed at the temporary command center of the police force and had maintained a direct line of communication with Lu Jin, as Ling Feng was aware. Therefore, Tang Yuyan should have knowledge of Lu Jin's whereabouts. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello? Why are you calling me, Silent One? Tang Yuyan's sweet voice resonated through the phone. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by the nickname she had bestowed upon him, and his brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with it. Do you know where the leader is right now? Ling Feng asked in a detached tone, choosing not to mention the nickname. Although he was not fond of it, he seemed to accept it nonetheless. Are you referring to that fool Lu Jin? I already informed him that the chief of the police had specifically deployed forces to the urban village in the East District. Yet, he remains trapped there. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Is he truly that foolish? If I had known, I should have been the one leading this team. Tang Yuyan began to vent her frustrations, her irritation evident. Having learned that Lu Jin, despite being aware of her message, was still ensnared in the urban village, she was seething with anger. However, before she could express more, Lu Jin had already hung up. What's the situation in the East District's urban village? Ling Feng, seemingly oblivious to Tang Yuyan's lengthy complaints, inquired about the situation in the urban village. What else could it be? The chief of police has dispatched 2 teams to encircle the entire urban village. Lu Jin is likely unable to escape. Tang Yuyan replied, her voice tinged with agitation. By the way, if Lu Jin gets captured, our band of thieves will be left leaderless. Should I count on your vote for me? As she elaborated on the status of the East District's urban village, she did not forget to solicit support for her cause. After all, given Zhao Zi's lack of intellect, he would undoubtedly vote for himself, making Ling Feng's vote all the more significant. Ling Feng, being the taciturn one, likely had little interest in the leader's position. So her chances of success in rallying support appeared promising. East District's urban village, Ling Feng murmured before abruptly hanging up the phone. It seemed he had completely disregarded Tang Yuyan's plea for votes. On the other end of the line, Tang Yuyan stared at her phone in disbelief, her eyes wide. Was Ling Feng selectively deaf? He had heard everything about the urban village but failed to acknowledge her request for support? Could it be that her signal was poor? She glanced at her phone, which displayed a full signal strength. With a lollipop in hand, she sat sulkily on the sofa, resembling a pufferfish. Was Lu Jin truly this charming? In just a few days, This hastily assembled band of thieves had become so cohesive. Was the bond between men forged so easily? As she munched on her lollipop, her gaze fixated on the hotel ceiling, she muttered to herself, while she acknowledged Lu Jin's formidable capabilities. Did it genuinely compel the reticent Ling Feng to follow him so devotedly? After pondering for a while, Tang Yuyan shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. The minds of men were indeed perplexing. Regardless, it seemed unlikely that she would ever occupy the position of leader among the thieves. Chapter 108. Zhao Zi's ingenious plans. Within the confines of the rented room, Zhao Zi stood behind the window, gazing at the nightscape below. He scratched the back of his head, his face etched with concern. At that moment, he was contemplating how to locate his leader. However, his intellect seemed utterly unreliable at critical junctures. After pondering for a while, he failed to devise any viable ideas. Just then, Ling Feng emerged from the room. Hearing the movement, Zhao Zi quickly turned to look. Ling Feng wore an expression of indifference, as if someone owed him a substantial sum of money. Where to? Zhao Zi raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident, the tension in his voice unmistakable. To rescue the boss, Ling Feng replied curtly, focusing on lacing up his combat boots. His demeanor unchanged. However, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Zhao Zi's spirits lifted instantly. He widened his eyes, hastening towards Ling Feng. Rescue the boss? You know where he is? Zhao Zi rubbed his hands together, astonished at Ling Feng's knowledge. He had stood by the window for so long without a clue about Lu Jin's whereabouts. How could Ling Feng possibly know? I called Tang Yuyan. The boss is currently in the urban village in the east of the city. 2 police teams have surrounded the area. His situation is likely dire. We must go to his aid, Ling Feng stated calmly. Having donned his black backpack containing his sniper rifle, his gaze towards Zhao Zi filled with disdain. Haha, brother Ling Feng, it's all thanks to you. I've been thinking for so long, yet I never thought to call Tang Yuyan. I always said you were reliable, and it seems my judgment was spot on. Zhao Zi chuckled, slapping Ling Feng on the shoulder, behaving as though they were the closest of comrades. Are you still upset about my comment on your intellect? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhao Zi with indifference, shrugging off Zhao Zi's hand from his shoulder. What are you talking about? How could we be at odds over such trivial matters? Zhao Zi replied promptly, once again placing his hand on Ling Feng's shoulder, grinning unabashedly. For the first time, Ling Feng allowed a smile to break through his usual stoicism. After all, they had been partners in crime, and it was fitting to consider each other as brothers. The previous minor incident was certainly not worth lingering over. By the way, you mentioned that the entire urban village is surrounded by the police. If we go there now, it would not be a rescue mission. Rather, it would be akin to delivering ourselves to the slaughter. I suggest we take advantage of their focus on the urban village and blow up their temporary command post. That way, they will surely return in haste. Zhao Zi proposed earnestly, excitement radiating from him. He was evidently satisfied with his 2 plans. However, he failed to notice Ling Feng's expression of distaste. This rescue operation will be under my command. You shall follow my orders, understood? Ling Feng, disinterested in further dialogue, simply raised an eyebrow and calmly stated this directive. After speaking, he shrugged off Zhao Zi's hand and, with the sniper rifle bag slung over his shoulder, turned to exit the rented room. All right. I'll listen to you, Zhao Zi replied, feigning reluctance as he followed Ling Feng, scratching the back of his head. Although he had acquiesced verbally, he still believed his plans were sound, albeit slightly flawed. Surely, with these strategies, rescuing their leader would be a straightforward task. Alas, he lamented, he had not encountered a discerning ally to recognize the brilliance of his schemes, which would have to be shelved for the time being. In the eastern urban village, Lu Jin, having packed his belongings, slung his black backpack over his shoulder and descended the stairs with a calm demeanor. In his room, beneath the window, lay an aluminum basin containing a blanket and a half-burnt candle. As he passed the counter, the innkeeper lounged there, feet propped up, engrossed in his phone. Are you heading out? The innkeeper asked cheerfully upon seeing Lu Jin. I'm just going out to find something to eat, Lu Jin replied with a polite smile, appearing to be a cautious outsider. The noodle shop downstairs is quite good. You should give it a try. The innkeeper, still amiable, recommended the restaurant. Lu Jin nodded in acknowledgement, and seeing his response, the innkeeper returned to his phone. Lu Jin's expression returned to one of calm as he tread lightly down the stairs. At that moment, the beef noodle shop below had been completely surrounded by police forces, with a perimeter established. The innkeeper's recommendation of the shop indicated that he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation outside, a fortunate circumstance for Lu Jin. At the noodle shop below, The team leader of Group B had left only a few personnel to monitor incoming and outgoing individuals while the rest began searching the surrounding residential buildings. After all, the commander had instructed that the inns in the urban village had been cleared without any sign of Lu Jin. Thus, the focus of the search now shifted to the rented rooms within the residential houses. Lu Jin, being a notoriously ruthless criminal, warranted a more extensive search team. Chapter 109. Boss, just keep moving forward beyond the caution tape. Several police officers donned in raincoats were meticulously inspecting each passerby. The relentless rain had deterred many from venturing outside. Lu Jin emerged from the stairwell of the inn, casting a glance toward the cordoned-off area. 6 officers were stationed at the street corner, scrutinizing pedestrians while also remaining vigilant of the surrounding residences. The figure of Lu Jin, stepping out from the inn's entrance, evidently did not attract their attention. With a black umbrella in hand, he lowered it as much as possible to obscure his face from view. At that moment, Lu Jin did not hasten toward the checkpoint. Rather, he turned and entered a nearby small supermarket. He leisurely retrieved a beverage from the cooler and approached the counter to pay, resembling an ordinary passerby. Meanwhile, in the inn's second-floor room where Lu Jin was staying, a candle flickered steadily, its flame finally reaching the bed sheet placed in a basin. The sheet ignited, and as the flames consumed it, they began to engulf the candle resting atop. The melted wax adhered to the burning fabric, intensifying the blaze of the already inferior quality sheet. The leaping flames soon spread to the curtains above the window. Once the curtains caught fire, a warm yellow glow illuminated the entire room, casting light outside. Passers-by on the street halted to witness the spectacle from the second floor. "It's on fire. Quick, someone call for help." A voice among the crowd rang out, capturing the attention of the officers who were diligently inspecting the area. Upon spotting the flames, the officers hurriedly dashed towards the inn. In their urgency to extinguish the fire, they failed to notice Lu Jin, who stood among the crowd, sheltered by his black umbrella. As the officers rushed upstairs, Lu Jin, still holding the umbrella, turned and walked calmly toward the street corner. Inside the inn, the proprietor lay behind the counter, engrossed in short videos on his phone. When he saw the officers racing toward him, a sense of dread washed over him. Had they discovered that he had rented a room to someone without an ID? However, the young man had just stepped out for a bite to eat. As long as he wasn't in the room, the officers would find no evidence. Surely, he wouldn't face punishment. "Boss, you're in." The foremost officer gasped upon reaching him. The proprietor swallowed hard, his heart racing. "It's on fire. The room on the far right appears to be ablaze." The officer behind him, noticing the owner's unease, quickly echoed the urgent message. The proprietor's eyes widened in shock as he sprinted toward room 201. He used a spare key to unlock the door, revealing a room engulfed in flames and filled with thick smoke. "Damn it! I took you in, and now you've set my inn on fire. Someone call for help." He yelled furiously upon witnessing the chaos. The officers, following closely behind him, quickly joined the efforts to combat the fire. On the street, Lu Jin stood under his umbrella, observing the officers stationed at the entrance of the village. Their numbers were considerable, and their inspections were exceedingly thorough. Breaking through this checkpoint would prove challenging. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he approached the stationed officers. Amid the rain, Lu Jin moved steadily closer to the checkpoint. There were about 14 to 15 officers on duty. While a forceful breach was not entirely impossible, the risks were far too great. Lu Jin had no desire to tread the razor's edge. The most prudent strategy to navigate through the checkpoint would be to create a diversion. As long as he could momentarily capture the officer's attention, he could slip away with minimal risk. With one hand holding the umbrella, Lu Jin's other hand delved into his coat pocket. He grasped a training grenade, a device devoid of real destructive power but capable of producing enough noise to divert the officer's focus and incite a small-scale commotion. As he drew nearer to the checkpoint, preparing to instigate his diversion, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. The device was a special phone provided by the director for this exercise, with a new SIM card. Thus, only a few individuals within the team were privy to his number. Naturally, the caller was one of his teammates, Tang Yan. They had maintained a direct line of communication. If she was calling now, was there some new development from the command of the officer team? Frowning, Lu Jin extracted his hand to answer the call. "Boss, I see you. Just keep moving forward, and I will cover you. Zhao Ji is just outside the village and will assist you at the first opportunity." The calm voice of Ling Feng resonated through the phone. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated a call from Ling Feng. Hadn't he instructed them to wait in the rented apartment until the exercise concluded? These two fellows were certainly disobedient. However, This unexpected support could indeed help alleviate his predicament. After hanging up, Lu Jin exhaled deeply, his expression resuming its composure as he continued toward the checkpoint. He had faith in his teammates. After all, aren't teammates the ones you rely on in the heat of battle? With steady strides, Lu Jin maintained a consistent pace. Even the splashes from his footsteps barely varied. He appeared almost like an emotionless machine. The checkpoint officers were now within sight, and one officer, engaged in inspecting pedestrians, glanced up at Lu Jin. Momentarily stunned upon recognizing the figure beneath the umbrella, he squinted at Lu Jin, who, still wearing glasses and sporting facial hair, did not immediately register in the officer's mind. However, after a few moments of scrutiny, the officer sensed something amiss. His eyes widened as he reached for his firearm, preparing to alert his comrades. At that precise moment, a scorching specialized sniper round sliced through the air, speeding toward the officer. As the bullet whizzed by, the rain droplets that had yet to fall were vaporized into mist. A muffled thud echoed as the bullet struck the officer in the back, who was just about to draw his weapon. Although the training round lacked lethal force, the impact was still painfully evident. The officer, shocked, turned to see crimson stains mingling with the rainwater cascading down his back. In that moment, he realized he had been hit and was effectively out of commission. Chapter 110. The pain is real. A dull thud echoed as the injured officer turned in shock. The remaining officers, alerted by the noise, also glanced towards him. Crimson paint mingled with the rain, spreading across the ground like a few plum blossoms blooming amidst the downpour. The officers were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. A sniper! Take cover! Take cover! While the officers were frozen in place, one of them suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted. With that cry, all the officers reacted, hurriedly searching for shelter. Chaos erupted at the checkpoint. Bang! Just as the officers were busy seeking refuge, another muffled sound came from the rooftop across the entrance of the community. A searing bullet sliced through the air, targeting an officer who was desperately trying to find cover. The faint sound of impact was heard as a training bullet struck the officer's back. The paint packet erupted, saturating his back with a vivid red hue mixed with rainwater. Hundreds of meters away, Ling Feng fired 2 shots in rapid succession, hitting 2 targets with remarkable precision. Uncle Li, should we evacuate the crowd? A young officer, having just found cover, asked nervously while panting. He glanced back at the checkpoint where the pedestrians were in disarray. There aren't many people. It won't lead to a stampede. This is merely a drill. The bullets in the robbers' guns are only blanks. They pose no threat to the public's safety. Just stay hidden and don't get eliminated. Uncle Li, the seasoned officer, crouched behind cover with his firearm, taking a deep breath before addressing the young officer. After speaking, Uncle Li looked back at the young officer, noticing his anxious expression, and gently patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. It's just a drill. No lives will be lost. Our duty is to take this exercise seriously, at least in this drill. The teammates who fall before you still have a chance to rise again. In a real combat scenario, if someone falls, their life is truly at stake. Uncle Li spoke with a smile, trying to reassure the young officer. The young officer, furrowing his brow, listened earnestly to Uncle Li's words. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and nodded firmly. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he turned to observe the chaotic scene at the checkpoint. Among the panicked crowd, he spotted a figure holding a black umbrella. Unlike the other pedestrians, who were frantically fleeing, this individual walked calmly towards the outskirts of the city. The young officer squinted, striving to glimpse the face beneath the low-hanging umbrella, but he could only make out the person's chin from his vantage point. What are you daydreaming about? Focus. Hiding here isn't enough. We need to find a way to counterattack. Uncle Li, noticing the young officer staring blankly at the tumultuous crowd, swiftly tapped the back of his head, urging him to concentrate. After the reminder, Uncle Li inhaled deeply, preparing to peek outside to assess the situation. If they could locate the sniper's position, they might find an opportunity to retaliate. However, at that very moment, as Uncle Li poked his head out, Ling Feng, lying in wait on the rooftop across the street, immediately locked onto Uncle Li's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gun fired, and a blazing bullet shot forth at incredible speed, cutting through the air and striking Uncle Li squarely in the forehead. Although the training bullet lacked lethality, the impact still delivered a sharp pain. The instant it hit, Uncle Li gasped and hurriedly covered his forehead, rubbing the impacted area vigorously. Uncle Li! Uncle Li! The young officer, witnessing Uncle Li's distress, hurried over, grasping his arm with concern. Stop shaking it. Uncle Li pushed the young officer's hand away, finally releasing his forehead. The spot where he had been hit was now a vivid red, a mixture of skin and paint, his wrinkled face streaked with tears of frustration. For a man of over 50 years, the sight was heart-wrenching. The training bullets, while non-lethal, were still painful enough at this distance to elicit such a reaction. The two officers previously struck in the back had only experienced slight discomfort, but being hit in the forehead was a different matter entirely. While it was bearable, it certainly didn't prevent Uncle Lee from shedding tears. Amidst the chaos at the checkpoint, Lu Jin, holding an umbrella, walked leisurely towards the exit of the urban village. Meanwhile, the officer who had first spotted Lu Jin lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on him in frustration. He felt an intense bitterness. This notorious criminal, who had caused so much trouble for the entire police force, was right before him, yet he could do nothing to apprehend him. He had been so close. And if he had only managed to shout, his comrades might have had a chance to take him down. But before he could even call out, the sniper had silenced him. For the sake of fairness in the drill, he could only lie there in defeat, quietly playing the part of a dead man. As Lu Jin approached the officer's lifeless body, their eyes met. A subtle smile appeared on Lu Jin's previously calm face, igniting the officer's ire as he lay there, wishing he could rise and strike Lu Jin. But at that moment, he was nothing more than a corpse. Chapter 111, The Robber Team. Complete with a sniper, Lu Jin calmly exited the urban village amidst the gaze of a police officer intent on bringing him down. The other officers were hidden behind their cover, preoccupied with their own concerns, and thus failed to notice Lu Jin's departure. In the robber's live streaming room, the audience was astonished to witness Lu Jin's effortless exit from the urban village. This outcome was entirely unexpected for them. While many believed in Lu Jin's ability to successfully escape, they could hardly fathom the ease with which he accomplished it. Well, Lu Jin actually walked out of the urban village so easily? That's a bit hard to believe, isn't it? Indeed, Lu Jin's prowess was evident, as he managed to leave the encircled area without a hitch. As a devoted fan of Lu Jin, I must admit that his smooth escape was beyond my imagination. What happened to those who previously claimed Lu Jin was doomed? Why are they silent now? I had insisted that we merely needed to believe in Lu Jin, while he would create miracles on his own. Indeed, our Lu Jin is a miracle worker. I must say, when it comes to formidable robbers, we must look to our Lu Jin. Starting today, I shall proudly declare myself a devoted fan of Lu Jin. By the way, wasn't there a brother who wagered that if Lu Jin escaped from the urban village, he would drink 5 basins of foot-soaking water? Brother, if you said that, I am no longer tired. Haha, that brother who made the bet, come out and show yourself. I shall sponsor 1 basin of that foot-soaking water. In light of Lu Jin's escape, his title as the most formidable robber of all time is secured. Given Lu Jin's performance in the 2 exercises, his reputation as a high-intelligence robber is well-deserved. Let's not forget, Lu Jin truly is exceptional. But wait, are some still doubting Lu Jin's abilities? The fact that he escaped the urban village surely relied on his teammates, right? If it weren't for a good team, Lu Jin might have perished there. Is there really anyone criticizing him? His teammates are strong, which must mean he possesses the skill to deserve such allies, doesn't he? In the live streaming room, the audience erupted with excitement. Those who had steadfastly believed in Lu Jin were overjoyed to see him escape from the urban village under such conditions. Naturally, they took the opportunity to mock those who had previously declared that Lu Jin would fail. This wave of mockery significantly boosted the live stream's popularity. Not only did the number of viewers surge, but the gifts sent to the stream also skyrocketed. The stream's popularity surged to the top of the platform's rankings, and Lu Jin's name gained widespread recognition. Discussions about Lu Jin and the exercise reached a fever pitch across various websites. However, due to the camera's placement on Lu Jin's collar, although his reputation soared, he remained faceless in the live stream. Consequently, while many recognized his name, few could identify his appearance, adding an aura of mystery to him in the viewers' minds. For Lu Jin, this anonymity was advantageous, as it made his escape all the more feasible. Across from the urban village, on the rooftop of a residential building, Ling Feng lay prone, clad in a raincoat. With one eye closed and the other peering through a scope, he remained composed, vigilant for any signs of police activity. The moment an officer revealed themselves, he would be ready to fire. Ling Feng's marksmanship was beyond question. Once he pulled the trigger, someone would inevitably be eliminated. Boss is out. Be prepared to assist. He communicated through his earpiece, keeping his gaze fixed on the police officers concealed behind their cover. The rain had persisted for hours, showing no signs of abating, and nearly 5 centimeters of water had accumulated on the rooftop. Ling Feng lay in the water, maintaining an air of calm amidst the treacherous conditions. Leave the rest to me, he asserted. A response from Zhao Ji quickly followed. As his words faded, An old second-hand Santana burst from a nearby parking lot, speeding towards the urban village's exit. With a swift drift, the car positioned itself between Lu Jin and the exit. "Boss, get in," Zhao Ji exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he rolled down the window. The car's speed and reckless approach had certainly caught Lu Jin's attention. Upon recognizing Zhao Ji, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. He had brought Zhao Ji into the fold primarily due to tales of his audacious street racing to pursue a suspect. Now, he was witnessing Zhao Ji's driving skills firsthand. Without hesitation, Lu Jin opened the door and took his seat. Zhao Ji slammed the accelerator, and the old Santana roared to life, tires screeching as it launched from a standstill. Feeling the intense push against his back, Lu Jin frowned slightly. It must be said, although Zhao Ji may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, his driving skills were undeniably impressive. At that moment, a police officer behind the cover caught sight of the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. He turned to his colleagues, incredulously asking, "Does Lu Jin's robber team even have a race car driver?" Chapter 112. The journey of the Jianghu is long. Let us meet again in the next book. Completed. Flowers of celebration. Whether the driver is a skilled racer remains uncertain, yet the members of this band of robbers are undeniably formidable. Both the driver from earlier and the sniper on the rooftop possess extraordinary abilities. The police officer behind his colleague, pressed against the cover, took a deep breath and spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed, that sniper fired several shots, eliminating each police officer with precision. Every bullet found its mark. Just one sniper effectively suppressed so many of them. This sniper is undoubtedly a top-tier talent. As he watched that second-hand Santana speed away, the police officer who had been glancing around finally turned back. "Are the sniper and the driver from our provincial department? How come I have never heard of such an exceptional sniper in our provincial department?" The officer, still pressed against the cover, turned to his colleague and asked with a furrowed brow. In his memory, he had never encountered such a remarkable sniper within the department. "Your exposure is simply too limited. Our provincial department is indeed a place where talents are hidden. Naturally, there are many capable individuals. The special operations team of our provincial department has a sniper, doesn't it? That fellow has garnered numerous international awards. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a legend." While leaning against the cover, his colleague gazed outside but did not forget to engage in casual conversation with the officer beside him. Given the current situation, they were entirely suppressed by the sniper from the opposite building. They dared not even peek outside to assess the situation, let alone take any action. Thus, in such circumstances, a little chit-chat was hardly out of place. Is there really such a talented individual in our provincial department? Hearing his colleague's words, the police officer's expression turned to one of astonishment. Holding his gun tightly, he widened his eyes and inquired. His time at the department had not been long, and he was not well versed in its affairs. Therefore, he had indeed never heard of such an extraordinary individual. Naturally, our provincial department is full of talents. I remember that fellow's name is Ling Feng, I believe. Observing the eager curiosity on his novice colleague's face, the officer raised an eyebrow, speaking with a sense of pride, as if Ling Feng's honors were closely tied to him. In a village within the city, Team B's captain was leading his team in a search through the residential building when a call for help suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing the reported situation, the captain's expression darkened. Gripping the walkie-talkie with one hand, the joints of his fingers made cracking sounds. 2 teams of personnel had allowed Lu Jin to escape, and this occurred during a nationwide broadcast. We can all expect to return and write self-criticisms. The captain gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. In the corridor, the team members following the captain wore equally grim expressions. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Tang Yuyan lay on the sofa engrossed in a drama when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. She raised her head, slightly furrowing her brow. She hadn't called for any hotel service. Why had the doorbell suddenly sounded? Although perplexed, she nonetheless got up and walked to the door, peering through the peephole. Upon seeing several figures outside, her heart leaped with joy, and she hurriedly opened the door. As the door swung open, Lu Jin entered with Zhao Ji and Ling Feng. "Boss, you actually weren't caught?" The police command had dispatched 2 teams to encircle the village. "Under such circumstances, you managed to escape?" Tang Yuyan gazed at Lu Jin, astonished, a playful smile gracing her face as she spoke. "Thanks to Ling Feng and Zhao Ji. Without them, I might not have made it out of the village so easily." Lu Jin walked into the room, casually taking a seat on the sofa before speaking calmly. Zhao Ji followed Ling Feng inside and immediately found a spot to sit down. Ling Feng, upon entering, began to survey the surroundings, seemingly more vigilant than the average person. Speaking of which, Boss, are you planning to stir things up again? After resting for a moment, Zhao Ji looked up at Lu Jin, appearing utterly exhausted. The street racing in the city had taken a toll on his mental energy, and he was quite fatigued. If Lu Jin intended to cause more trouble, he certainly couldn't keep up. We've accomplished what we needed to do. Now, we simply await the end of the exercise. Lu Jin glanced out the window, then spoke calmly. By now, a significant number of police officers had been eliminated in this exercise. Lu Jin estimated that the system's score would not be low. Since he had already secured sufficient rewards, there was no need to take further risks. In the blink of an eye, over 40 hours had passed. At the temporary command center, the overall commander sat beneath the awning, gazing at the damp world outside, calmly smoking a cigarette. After Lu Jin escaped from the village, he had vanished without a trace. This fellow's methods were truly exceptional. Once he disappeared from the surveillance footage, he became utterly untraceable, as if he had sprouted wings. After more than 40 hours of searching, the commander was indeed worn out. With Lu Jin's victory now a foregone conclusion, the commander surrendered to the inevitability. Relishing a moment of tranquility, at the provincial department, within the director's office, the director sat behind his desk, his expression dark as he watched the live broadcast. The casualties in this exercise had been significant for their provincial department, and they had ultimately failed to capture Lu Jin. This outcome was undeniably dismal. He had hoped to showcase the strength of the provincial department, only to have his face thoroughly slapped. Naturally, the director's heart was far from at ease. In the hotel, Lu Jin and his 3 companions were enjoying breakfast in the dining area. After finishing the last noodle in his bowl, Lu Jin looked up at the clock on the wall. The designated capture time for the exercise had arrived. This meant that their group of robbers had achieved a genuine victory. The exercise has concluded. Let us go and claim the honors that are rightfully yours. Lu Jin rose, looking at Zhao Ji and the others with a smile. The entire book is complete. It has come to an end, and it feels bittersweet. This is the author's first book on tomato, yet the author is not a novice. This book spans just over 200,000 words and should not have concluded so abruptly. However, as you may know, the author had experienced a long hiatus. The primary reason was that the earnings from the novel could not sustain a living, prompting the author to work for 2 months. After earning some money to return home for the new year, the author contemplated picking the book back up. However, after writing for a while, perhaps due to the lengthy break, the author felt a certain dissonance. After much thought, it was decided to end it here. I extend my apologies to all readers and bow in gratitude. In the new year, the author, armed with the savings from previous work, intends to embark once more on the path of full-time writing, hoping for a fresh start. A new book is in preparation, expected to be released before the Lantern Festival. Still on tomato. Once again, I express my apologies. The journey of the Jianghu is long. Let us meet again in the next book.